Su-Yan's consciousness had yet to fully return. She had no idea what was happening, only that a rending pain tore through her waist and abdomen. Instinctively, she tried to struggle upright, only to realize that both her hands and feet were restrained. Before she could gather her thoughts and figure out her situation, voices sounded beside her. The cervix is still not dilating. A natural birth will be very difficult. Let's wait a little longer. If there is still no progress after 3 hours, we will proceed with a cesarean section. English. Delivery. Were they talking about her? Su-Yan turned her head slightly. The speakers were 2 people in white coats. And she was lying on a delivery bed. Forcing herself to breathe deeply and endure the pain, she asked, "What day is it today?"
但将来也没做什么大动作，做的都零零散散的中长线期货，原油只是小部分，大多数账户资金都被他分散做了铜、铁矿石、黄金。
Yes, the doctor affirmed. Was the pain driving this woman into delirium that she did not even know what day it was or which hospital she had entered? Though puzzled, the doctor still gave her a firm answer. Piecing together all this information, Su-Yan was certain she had been reborn, returning to a point 2 months before the apocalypse descended. On this very day in her previous life, she had undergone a cesarean section in this private hospital and given birth to a pair of children. Grinding her teeth against the contractions, Su-Yan silently unleashed the vilest curses she could think of upon the heavens. Since she had been granted a second life, why had she not been sent back 1 year earlier? If she had gone back a year, these children with an unknown father would never have existed. At the very least, returning to immediately after today would have spared her the torment of labor. The shock of rebirth briefly overshadowed the pain of early labor, and her mind gradually cleared. She remembered that in her last life she suffered for more than 10 hours only to be unable to deliver naturally and ultimately undergo a cesarean anyway. If a scalpel would be involved regardless, she might as well get it over with sooner. "Doctor, I request a cesarean immediately right now. Are you certain?" A doctor came over to confirm. Su-Yan repeated her request, utterly sure. With no family or friends at her side, she signed her full name on the surgical consent form herself and was pushed into the operating room. 2 hours later, Su-Yan and her twins were transferred from the operating room to a private ward. Before giving birth, she had already arranged for 2 caregivers to look after the babies and another to care for her. The anesthesia had not fully worn off, her mind still shrouded in haze. Never mind that the cataclysm was 2 months away. Even if the world were to end this very moment, there was nothing she could do. She decided to sleep first and face everything later. When she woke again, 6 hours had passed. It was 10 o'clock at night. She picked up her phone and began scrolling through the missed calls and unread messages one by one. Most of the calls and messages were from her younger sister Su-Jia, the adopted daughter of the Su family. Su-Jia had been brought home and acknowledged as a daughter by Su-Yan's parents a year and a half ago. Before Su-Jia was recognized, Su-Yan's relationship with her parents and 2 older brothers had been merely ordinary. Whether she was at home or not, no one truly cared. She was simply one more mouth at the dinner table, yet things were at least relatively peaceful. After the adopted daughter Su-Jia entered the household, however, her parents and brothers cherished her like a precious jewel, while Su-Yan, the biological daughter, became someone detested by people and treated worse than a stray dog. Moreover, the adopted girl was adept at acting. Su-Yan was frequently framed by Su-Jia, accused of stealing, of pushing her down the stairs, of promiscuous behavior outside. Whatever Su-Jia said, the Su family believed, pouring their scolding and blame onto Su-Yan without restraint. She was even forced to move out of the spacious princess-style bedroom she had lived in for over 10 years into a storage room. Although the family employed servants, she was made to clean the entire villa herself, and despite multiple washing machines, she had to hand-wash the clothes for the whole household. It was absurd, was it not? Even Su-Yan could not understand why. Naive as she was, she always remembered that they were her flesh and blood, and so she endured in silence. Her tolerance only made Su-Jia more unrestrained. On Su-Yan's 18th birthday, Su-Jia claimed she wanted to celebrate for her and had already booked a hotel. Su-Yan refused, knowing it was yet another ploy to toy with her. Yet once more she yielded under the pressure of her parents and brothers. On that very day, she was inexplicably drugged and tossed into a hotel room, which ultimately led to her pregnancy. She did not discover the pregnancy until more than 3 months had passed. When she went to the hospital intending to abort, she was told she had already missed the optimal window for the procedure. Coupled with her physical condition and the fact that she carried twins, the risk of induced labor was far too high, potentially costing 3 lives. In the end, it was her second uncle, Su Jiangwo, who persuaded her to carry the babies to term, reminding her that life outweighed all else. He was also the one who arranged everything for her to go abroad to rest and give birth. Sadly, the only person who had ever truly cared for her had passed away just half a month ago. Second uncle. Su-Yan sank into a whirlpool of painful memories, unable to extricate herself until her phone vibrated incessantly. At last, it was not a call from Su-Jia. She picked up the phone. "May I speak to Miss Su-Yan?" Hello, this is she. I am Li Muhua, the attorney entrusted by Mr. Su Jiangwo. I have a signed document here transferring certain shares and property to you, as well as some personal effects that need to be delivered into your hands. All right, Su Yan replied, giving him the address of her apartment in Night City and arranging to meet a week later. Her uncle's personal effects. In her previous life, she had never heard that he had left anything for her. In her last life after the cesarean, she had never received a call from Li Muhua, nor heard anything about shares or inheritance. Could it be that this second chance, triggered by her decision to undergo the surgery a few hours earlier, had allowed her not to miss his call this time? Personal effects. That emerald ring. In the previous life, after the disaster, Su Jia had loved flaunting that emerald ring on her finger in front of Su Yan. A shiver ran through Su Yan, a fleeting notion flashing in her mind, though she could not quite grasp it. Regardless, she needed to get those things into her own possession first. She immediately called back. Attorney Li Muhua, could you book the earliest possible flight to Night City and come right away, please? Thank you. Of course, Miss Su, I will purchase the ticket immediately. Half an hour later, Su Yan received the flight information from Li Muhua, and she sent him the hospital address. And given this chance to live again, she would never allow her uncle's legacy to fall into someone else's hands. Those who deserved vengeance, those who deserved death, she would not spare a single one. The cataclysm would begin in 2 months. The time left to her was scant. Su Yan picked up her phone to check the balance on her bank card. When it came to money, everything on that card, her daily expenses, the countless extracurricular classes she had taken since childhood, the private tutors for various talents, had been paid for by her second uncle. Anyone unfamiliar with the situation might have thought he was her real father. Her parents' favorite refrain was that a girl was only truly lovable if she was frugal and simple. Not a single cent of the more than 20 million on Su Yan's card had come from them. After the adopted daughter Su Jia moved in, her parents gave Su Jia a monthly allowance that exceeded the total pocket money Su Yan had received over 18 years. This family's double standards were laughable. Still, the 20 million in her account allowed Su Yan at least a measure of reassurance. She and her children would not starve anytime soon. Once she received the shares her uncle had left her, she would find a way to convert them into cash, and she also needed to uncover what special properties that emerald ring possessed. The next day, attorney Li Muhua arrived at the hospital as agreed. Seeing Su Yan's current condition, he was rather astonished. He had thought the young woman was merely ill, never imagining she was actually giving birth. He took out the transfer documents for the shares and several properties and laid them out for Su Yan to review. Miss Su, these are all assets Mr. Su Jiangwo left to you. If you have no doubts, just sign your name. I will handle everything else. Thank you, and sorry to trouble you, attorney Li. The caregiver set a small adjustable table over the bed and helped Su Yan sit up, allowing her to read the documents more easily. After confirming there were no issues, Su Yan signed. Once Li Muhua had collected the thick stack of signed documents, he placed a very large jewelry box on the small table for her to check. These are things Mr. Su Jiangwo left for you. He said he already told you the password. Su Yan thought for quite a while before recalling that her second uncle had called her as he lay on his deathbed. For the reborn Su Yan, 6 years was a long time. There were bound to be things she could not remember immediately. After thinking for a moment, Su Yan entered the password and opened the box. The various pieces of jewelry inside were clearly of great value at a glance, but she only searched for that single emerald. Fortunately, it was still there. Attorney Li, can you tell me the current market value of the 20% stake in Su Group I hold and of those several properties? 20% of Su Group is valued at around 4 billion. The Su family's old residence occupies a large area in the best location, roughly 120 million. The 2 top-floor large apartments in Longyang Terrace are about 8 million each, and the villa in Sinshi Garden would fetch around 20 million. Su Yan flipped through the 4 property certificates, keeping the 2 large apartments in Building C of Longyang Terrace and sliding the other 2 deeds back toward Li Muhua. Attorney Li, may I entrust you with selling these 2 villas for me? I need them sold quickly, full payment only, and I'm willing to go 10% below market price. As for the 20% stake in Su Group, let's transfer it at market value. Understood, I'll take care of it as soon as possible. I'll try to get a higher price for the shares. Can everything be settled within a week? That shouldn't be a big problem. Li Muhua was quite puzzled as to why Su Yan was so eager to liquidate her assets. As someone fairly familiar with Su Jiangwo, he could not help asking, Miss Su, why are you thinking of selling off the shares and properties? You've seen my situation. My father doesn't care, my mother doesn't love me, and I ended up with a pair of children before even finishing university. My life is set like this now. All I want is to use this money to quietly raise my children to adulthood. That's fine too. Focus on healing and you don't need to overthink the rest. I'll handle everything as quickly as possible and keep in touch by phone. If you need help with anything, just let me know. Thank you, I will. At such a blossom-bright age with features carved as if by a master's hand, she herself was still half a child yet already had to raise children. It was truly a harsh fate. On Li Muhua's usually stern face a rare expression of regret and heartache surfaced. Just before leaving, Li Muhua hesitated, then finally spoke. Miss Su, before this I couldn't get in touch with you at all, so I contacted your parents. Later your parents brought another girl carrying your identification documents to claim the shares. Mr. Su Jiangwo left you. I noticed something was off with the ID and found an excuse to refuse them. Please be more wary of your family members. All right, thank you for the reminder. As expected, in her previous life, they had taken her uncle's shares and belongings in exactly this way. Fortunately, in this life, she had requested a cesarean section in advance and left the delivery room several hours earlier, otherwise she would once again have missed everything her uncle left her. Only when valuables were firmly in her own hands could she feel at ease. Su Yan took out the emerald ring and slipped it onto her finger, then locked the jewelry box. For now she could do nothing else. She would have to wait until she was discharged before she could begin stockpiling supplies. At least she could start by drafting a list now so that when the time came she would not worry about forgetting anything. Recalling the various calamities to come, first torrential rains causing massive floods, then extreme cold, then extreme heat, Su Yan understood that supplies would have to cover every aspect: cooling, protection against the cold, travel over water, and so on. She first divided everything into two broad categories: everyday necessities and weapons. Everyday necessities included medicines, staple foods, meat, seasonings, vegetables, fruits, convenience, foods, snacks, home textiles, clothing, shoes and socks, furniture, appliances, cleaning products, cosmetics, outdoor gear, wilderness, survival supplies, infant and toddler items, and so on. Under each category, she listed numerous detailed items. Weapons were divided into hot weapons, cold weapons, and weapons of mass destruction. Cold weapons meant all kinds of blades, while hot weapons were further split into light and heavy arms. Heavy weapons meant planes, tanks, warships, advanced technology spanning sea, land, and air that ordinary people could not possibly obtain. Weapons of mass destruction were out of the question as well. She could only aim for light weapons. Pistols and grenades were her primary targets. Vehicles for travel and fuel were even more indispensable. She underlined these with special emphasis. Su Yan worked on the detailed inventory of supplies until late into the night. The following morning, she woke as the doctors made their rounds. The tubes attached to her body were removed and the caregiver supported her as she took careful tentative steps around the room. Walking to the baby cot, she looked at the two tiny soft sleeping bundles. Her heart melted completely, and she felt deeply grateful that she had once had the courage to keep them. Xiao Wei, in this life Mama will sharpen her eyes, refuse to be deceived by evil people, and protect you with all her strength as you grow up. Miss Su, your phone. Su Yan took the phone from the caregiver. Seeing the word Mom in the caller ID, she hung up directly. She did not wish to waste even a single word on this blind-hearted, blind-eyed woman. The call was certainly about the shares. She then blocked the numbers of all 5 scumbags from the Su family in one sweep. She refused to let their bombardment of calls disturb her mood. The woman she was now was no longer that naive, timid girl who could be tricked at will, but Su Yan, who had been reborn after enduring abuse and betrayal from her relatives and surviving 6 years of apocalyptic natural disasters. Her resolve for vengeance was solid as bedrock. Those who had hurt her and her children would never be forgiven. Just wait, 2 months from now the reckoning would begin. On the 4th day in the hospital, 40 billion and 200 million were deposited into Su Yan's bank. Less than 5 minutes after the deposit notice arrived, Li Muhua called. Miss Su, your father has bought your shares and the Su family's old residence for a total of 41 billion and 200 million. The funds should have arrived. Yes, I just received the notification. The remaining villa already has a buyer lined up. The money will arrive tomorrow. You're on your own out there. Be careful. All right, thank you, Attorney Lee. After hanging up, Su Yan decided she did not want to wait any longer. 4 days were enough to request discharge. Su Yan rehired the 3 caregivers at 3 times their original pay to take care of her and the 2 little ones at the apartment. Only after repeated admonitions from the doctor was she finally allowed to leave the hospital. The moment she returned to the apartment, she shut herself in her room and cut her fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall onto the emerald surface of the jade ring. Ding! Dimensional space activating. Indeed, it is a space. The surprise came unexpectedly. In front of Su Yan appeared a grand and splendid fireworks display, which lasted for a full 5 minutes before settling down. At that moment, she was no longer in her room, but in the center of a mini landscape garden approximately 20 square meters in size and 5 or 6 meters high. Before her, a display screen appeared showing the rules for utilizing the space. No wonder it is called a dimensional. It turns out that upgrading not only expands the space, but also allows for trade with other dimensions. The default currency is gold, and it also supports bartering with other dimensions. The specific dimensions available for trade are not shown and will only be revealed after upgrading. The cost of upgrading is also in gold. To level up, 1 level requires 1 kilogram, 2 levels 10 kilograms, 3 levels 100 kilograms, 4 levels 1000 kilograms, 5 levels 10000 kg, and 6 levels 10000 kg. Very good, very expensive. At level 6, unless there are unexpected circumstances with her current wealth, she would have to live several lifetimes to gather enough gold to meet this requirement. Suyen had thought that with her 40 billion, she was already a small wealthy woman and could stockpile many resources, but she did not expect that she couldn't even upgrade the space to level 5. After understanding the space, Suyen emerged from it and attempted to use her mind to retrieve items. Only small items could be stored, placing larger items would damage the landscape within the space. It seems she must upgrade first to enlarge the space to stockpile more resources. Not wanting to wait even a moment, Suyen immediately scheduled a time to go to the bank to purchase gold the following. She planned to upgrade the space to level 4 first. She calculated that at the current gold prices, upgrading to level 5 would require over 5 billion in gold. Spending all her money would still not be enough, and she needed to save some for stocking supplies. After calculating her available funds and recalling the 6 years of disasters she experienced in her past life, Suyen felt dazed and uneasy about her 2 little ones remaining vigilantly by the crib until she was too exhausted to stay awake and fell asleep. Once asleep, she dreamed of her past life where she devoted herself as a rough servant for her so-called family during the calamities, handling all household chores and cooking 3 meals a day for them for a full 6 years. She even dreamed of a time during a massive earthquake when she and Su Jiao were separated from their useless parents and brother while escaping. In the chaos, only she and Su Jiao reached the edge of a bottomless fissure where Su Jiao pushed her down. At that moment, she clung tightly to a crooked tree that hung over the fissure, questioning Su Jiao why she would do such a thing. Su Jiao smiled and said, "Mom and Dad said they don't need you anymore. Keeping you is a waste of food. To help Mom and Dad avoid trouble, of course, I did it on purpose. And let me tell you something else, I got rid of your 2 wild seeds and threw them away. Mom, Dad, and the brothers found them noisy, and once I mentioned throwing them out, they all agreed. Also, you got pregnant and gave birth to those wild seeds because I had someone drug you and throw you into a hotel room. Ha ha ha, how does it feel to be with an old beggar? I know you don't believe me. Look, Mom, Dad, and my older brothers are right there. Later they found out it was all my doing, but they kept it a secret for me. When you went abroad to have the wild seeds, the things left for you by your second uncle all became mine. See? The ring, it's a space." Su Jiao babbled on and even took a bottle of water out of thin air, took a few sips, and put it back. Following the directions Su Jiao pointed, she looked up, and the so-called parents and older brothers were indeed looking over. They were so close that she could hear their conversation clearly, yet they allowed Su Jiao to act this way. The truth was self-evident. She felt so much hatred and regret, wondering why she had entrusted her children to them and why she hadn't seen through their malicious hearts earlier. "You are so cruel." Suyen spoke each word slowly and then let go of her grip, allowing herself to fall into the endless abyss. "You probably don't know, but I am the biological child of Mom and Dad. You are not. You are the one who stole my identity as the true daughter for 18 years. Su Jiao continued talking about biological relationships, but Suyen could no longer hear her clearly. Awakening from the nightmare, Suyen felt anxious and uneasy. This was everything she had truly experienced in her past life, and the dream made her replay it all, and she remembered everything. It was not yet dawn, and unable to fall back asleep, Suyen opened her jewelry box, pondering how to convert these jewels into money. She examined each piece. They were all valuable items, and even one piece could easily fetch 7 figures. Oh! At the bottom of the box there was actually a letter. Suyen took it out and opened it, discovering it was left for her by her second uncle. The letter was long, detailing her heritage, revealing that she was the fake daughter of the Su family. 18 years ago, Su Jiangwo was involved in escorting an important person and their family back to the country. During the journey, they were ambushed, and at that time he was mainly responsible for the safety of a mother and her baby. Unfortunately, the baby's cries exposed their hiding spot, as the mother was shot while protecting the baby. Before dying, she entrusted Su Jiangwo not to hand the baby over to anyone in the capital, asking him to help raise it until adulthood, or at least until it could be sent to an orphanage, implying that everyone should think the baby had died, and gave him a bag filled with valuable jewelry. Su Jiangwo also suffered serious injuries and retired due to the baby. Later, he brought the baby back to the Su family. Coincidentally, his brother Su Jianmin had just lost his newborn daughter Su Jiao. Seeing the baby was so cute, they decided to take her and using her to fill Su Jiao's identity. Su Ersha thought he was not yet married and that a grown man wouldn't be able to take care of a baby, so he agreed to let his brother and sister-in-law raise the child, ensuring at least the child had both parents. That baby was Su Yan. In other words, those jewels were left by Su Yan's biological mother. Her second uncle revealed her heritage, but only half of it. He did not mention her biological parents' names at all. However, Su Yan could understand the implications. Her mother wanted her existence to be hidden from her second uncle before passing away. The second uncle honored her mother's wish and only let her know that she was not a biological child of the Su family until his death. In the letter, Su Yan could only infer that her biological parents must have held a considerable social status. At 9 in the morning, another message arrived from the bank indicating an 18 million deposit. Su Yan called Li Muhua saying, "Lawyer Li, the 18 million I received is from the sale of the villa, right? Please send me an account number so I can transfer your commission." "Miss Su, I have already taken the commission your second uncle prepaid. There's no need to pay again. But it needs to be paid. Really unnecessary. I'm in the middle of negotiations now, I'll call you back later." Li Muhua was worried the call would end too quickly, so Su Yan went ahead and transferred the money to him. Su Yan thought of giving a token of appreciation considering that she and Li Muhua were merely acquaintances, not friends. If it could be resolved with money, there was no need to owe favors, but unexpectedly, she couldn't send the appreciation. She could only silently take note of it, reminding him to stockpile food subtly in the days before the disaster struck. After breakfast, Su Yan wrapped herself up, warmly booked a vehicle and security personnel from a security company, and cautiously took a large suitcase out to the bank. The bank staff were astonished, questioning if she was going to eat the gold bars with how much she was buying. It didn't matter to her. "Ma'am, is the gold going in the box?" "Yes." 2 staff members helped Su Yan pack the gold into the box, and one extra-large box could hold 800 million in gold. After completing the paperwork, the security personnel assisted in lifting the box onto the vehicle. Upon returning to the apartment, the security personnel helped her carry the large box inside. Su Yan also requested the phone number of someone claiming to be the security company manager, thinking there might be future cooperation. After finishing the postpartum meal prepared by the caregiver, she went to check on her children who were sleeping soundly before finally feeling at ease to lie down and rest. Only after her strength had mostly recovered did she bring the large box of gold into the space. The display screen within the space lit up, automatically detected that the gold is sufficient to upgrade the space to level 4. "Would you like to upgrade?" Yes or no options were available. She decisively selected yes. Then Su Yan was ejected. She felt a bit anxious. What if this space disappeared? In her daze, Su Yan's mind was filled with thoughts of what to do if the space was gone. Calming herself, she tried to enter the space again. Success. This time the space was vastly different, having upgraded from level 0 directly to level 4. The scenery before Su Yan's eyes was the same, but it had expanded countless times. To put it this way, if the previous mini garden occupied 20 square meters and was 6 meters high, then the current estimated dimensions of the space's boundaries should be around 400 to 500 meters, which would be approximately 200,000 square meters. How high? Su Yan looked up and saw it must be at least 50 or 60 stories tall. According to this calculation, upgrading from the initial 20 square meters to level 1 would be 200 square meters, to level 2 2,000 square meters, to level 3 20,000 square meters, and now to level 4 it was 200,000 square meters. The scenery in the space had all reached normal specifications. The original courtyard model was no longer a model, it had transformed into a 100 square meter quaint little courtyard, complete with a living room and bedrooms furnished and ready for immediate move-in. Not far from the courtyard there were several small hills with rivers and black soil at the foot of the hills. The display screen before Su Yan had annotations about the space indicating that the time flow within was the same as the outside world, but a static zone could be purchased with gold. The static zone can be preserved permanently. The price for a 500 square meter static zone, 50 kilograms of gold. It must be bought. After upgrading to level 4, she still had 500 kilograms of gold on hand. Spending 50 kilograms to buy the static zone left her with 450 kilograms. After clicking to purchase, the 500 square meter static area had 4 gray walls, reaching the top, making it convenient for storing items and stacking them. Moreover, this area could be moved freely. I must say spending gold here is worth it. In addition to the static zone, ordinary storage areas could also be purchased at a low price, requiring only 10 kilograms of gold for 500 square meters. The walls would be high, and with a simple finger movement they could be moved easily, very convenient. She bought it, spending 20 kilograms to acquire 1,000 square meters of ordinary storage area. Su Yan eagerly swiped the display screen, checking the worlds available for trading. There were modern parallel worlds, ancient ones, prehistoric, interstellar, and post-apocalyptic. She wanted to activate them all. But it was really expensive. It was strange that there were no options for high martial arts or cultivation worlds. Or perhaps she needed to reach a certain level to gain access. Let's not think about what's not available for now. She still had 450 kilograms of gold, and activating one world would cost 200 kilograms of gold. She would definitely activate the interstellar world first. After all, interstellar technology is high-tech. Having some high-tech weapons would give her a bit more confidence in the face of disasters. Su-Yen decisively chose to activate the interstellar world. With a tap, her gold decreased by 200 kilograms. Now she only had 250 kilograms of gold left. After activation, she entered the trading page for the interstellar world where many items were displayed in color indicating they could be purchased. Items that could not be purchased were displayed in gray. Su-Yen roughly guessed that to buy items in the gray area, she would need to upgrade the space to unlock them. She first chose the most urgent item, the human cell repair liquid. The human cell repair liquid had a description stating that all external and internal injuries could be repaired. So it should work for the incision from her cesarean section, right? 10 kilograms of gold per bottle by. Ding. A bottle of this oral liquid, which could be consumed in one sip, entered the static zone with a chime landing directly in the corresponding warehouse. Not bad. Su-Yen took the repair liquid and swiftly exited the space. She was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the bed before drinking the repair liquid. After drinking, her body felt warm and very comfortable. The dull pain from the incision in her abdomen had vanished completely in just 5 minutes. She sat up and lifted her shirt to look. Where is my incision? Her abdomen was smooth and delicate with no pain no matter how she pressed it. Even the bloating from her pregnancy had disappeared. She had completely returned to her pre-pregnancy youthful figure. Truly worth the 10 kilograms of gold. It was expensive but justified. The products from the interstellar world completely piqued Su-Yen's interest. She lay on the bed studying the items available for trade in the interstellar world. Nutritional fluids, repair liquids, various robots, mechs, flying vehicles, laser guns, stealth suits, signal jamming suits, starships. Even spaceships were available. However, the icons for higher-end items were gray, meaning they couldn't be purchased, and they were expensive, so much so that gold was measured in tons. No way, she still had too little gold on hand. Su-Yen made an appointment with another bank, planning to buy more gold tomorrow. Even if she couldn't upgrade to level 5 for now, she needed to stockpile some gold in the space, otherwise she wouldn't feel secure. After scheduling the bank appointment, Su-Yen contacted a company specializing in building safe houses online and arranged to meet in the afternoon for a detailed discussion. She wanted to renovate the top floor of the Gyeongchung Lanjingtai community. In her past life, she remembered that during the flood the water level had risen to the 10th floor. Her apartment on the 32nd floor was the top floor, and during the first 3 years of the apocalypse, she planned to live in Lanjingtai, so the security of the house had to be top-notch. Su-Yen counted the days on her fingers. There were 53 days left until the disaster began. Now that her body was healed, it was time to gather supplies. She would first stockpile a large amount of supplies in eagle sauce. Here, as long as you have the money, there's nothing you can't buy. It's incredibly convenient for stockpiling. Of course, those large weapons were not included. Su-Yen picked up her phone and instructed the caregiver to take good care of the baby. She was ready to go out. The caregiver who had been looking after her stopped her. Miss C said you had to go out yesterday, but there's no one to pick you up today. You shouldn't go out. Take care of yourself, don't take your recovery lightly just because you're young. Su-Yen had chosen caregivers from within the country, and the postpartum care methods were deeply ingrained. Auntie, I can really manage. I'll take a car to go out and I will be very careful walking. Don't worry about me. Then shall I accompany you? No need, I can do it really. After much persuasion, she finally refused the caregiver's offer to accompany her. It was quite difficult to go out. First, she needed to finalize the security project for her house. Su-Yen quickly stated her requirements, and the security company manager immediately understood that this was for building a safe house. In Eagle Sauce, safe houses were not a rare commodity. The manager was not surprised. They negotiated the price for materials and labor, signed the contract, paid the deposit, and left the address. Su-Yen was decisive and completed everything in less than an hour. After leaving the security company, she headed to the car dealership. Inside the Hummer Club, looking at those off-road behemoths, with wheels half her height, Su-Yen felt excited. This type of vehicle was the proper tool for traveling in the apocalypse. A salesperson approached to assist Su-Yen, saying, "Beautiful lady, how can I help you? I need an all-terrain vehicle that can withstand temperatures from -70 degrees to +60 degrees, fully bulletproof and explosion-proof with reserved shooting ports." Yes, what she wanted was a battle vehicle. "You're in the right place, miss." The young white salesperson became excited, enthusiastically introducing the most expensive models and assuring her that modifications would not be a problem. The calculations for the price were flying on the calculator. The two modified off-road vehicles cost over 40 million. Just the special tires alone accounted for 20, and the modification costs were many times higher than the vehicle itself. Next, she went to look at RVs, which were essential. If she was in the wild, having an RV was a must when she had a family to take care of. Su-Yen went to check out Ford's RV, which was said to be a hardcore mobile fortress for the apocalypse. It was a giant vehicle 4 meters high and 12 meters long with an incredibly luxurious interior. They actually had one in the showroom. She placed an order and would also pick it up in a month. Then she went to the Mercedes-Benz dealership ordering the RV known as the Terrestrial Noah's Ark, which would also be ready in a month. She also picked up a G-Class vehicle for daily use to avoid the inconvenience of taking taxis for the next month. After all, she would just store them in the space when returning to her country. She secured 2 RVs, 2 modified off-road battle vehicles, and 1 daily vehicle, spending a total of $1 billion. To expedite the house renovation, she also paid double the price, spending $1.3 billion. On this day, $2.3 billion was thus spent. After dinner, she couldn't go out anymore considering there were 3 caregivers at home. She had to be a bit cautious. Suddenly, Su-Yen had a whim and wanted to try if she could bring the children into the space. If successful, it would make her outings much easier in the future. Without hesitation, she went to the nursery. She told the 2 caregivers that she wanted to spend time with the children. The 2 little ones were just falling asleep, so the caregivers left the room, allowing the mother and her children some alone time. Su-Yen locked the door from the inside, then swiftly entered the space with her son, leaving him in the courtyard room and coming back out. It worked just as she hoped. Next, she brought her daughter inside. Even when she wasn't in the space, the 2 little ones could stay inside. Su-Yen was overjoyed. The space was truly a magical tool for parenting. The safety of the 3 of them had gained an extra layer of protection. The next day, despite the caregiver's advice, Su-Yen went to the bank to buy gold right on time. Her body had completely recovered, and she even bought a car, driving it herself without calling a security company. She still had $2 billion, decisively purchasing another $700 million worth of gold. The gold price was not much different from the day before, and spending $700 million got her around 1,300 kilograms, leaving the remaining $5 billion to stock up on supplies. Using that oversized suitcase, she filled it with gold and placed it in the trunk of her car, got in, and drove away. She stopped the car at a less crowded street, put the trunk full of gold into the space, then drove to the address given by the arms dealer she contacted the night before. The car drove out to the outskirts, getting more remote with every passing moment. After 2 hours, she finally reached the place. There were high walls and large iron gates guarded by 4 nearly 10-meter-tall men holding real guns along with dogs. It was clearly their stronghold. But since she had come all this way, having survived for 6 years in the apocalypse, Su-Yen's courage had grown immensely. Besides, with the space as her cheat, how could she leave without accomplishing anything? Su-Yen confidently got out of the car and asked one of the guards, "Is there a Mr. Charles here?" The guard let out a slick whistle before responding, "Oh, a pretty girl is looking for our boss." The other 3 guards also eyed her up and down with unabashed stares. No need to panic, stay calm, these dogs weren't frightening. Seeing Su-Yen unfazed, the guards couldn't gauge her background, so they didn't dare slack off. One of them used a walkie-talkie, and within 2 minutes a woman in combat gear appeared and led Su-Yen inside. They passed through a training ground and entered the main building in the center, heading up to the 2nd floor. "Mr. Charles is inside, please go in." "Thank you." The woman pushed the door open for Su-Yen and then closed it behind her. Charles looked up, astonished by the beauty, who seemed to have walked out of an Eastern landscape painting. "Miss Su-Yen." "Hello, Mr. Charles." "Hello, please take a seat." Su-Yen sat down in the chair opposite Charles. Charles appeared to be in his 30s, quite refined for a foreigner. Su-Yen knew that appearances could be deceiving, as someone who could become an arms dealer wouldn't be a simple character. From the security manager, she learned that Charles was a mercenary leader and a major arms dealer. "Miss Su, what items do you need?" "These." Su-Yen placed the list of items she had prepared on the table and pushed it forward. "Some items on your list need to be sourced from elsewhere, so you might have to wait here for a few hours. Since the goods aren't complete, I'll come back tomorrow to pick them up, or can you deliver them to me? I have urgent matters to attend to, so I won't wait." Charles smirked with a rather lewd expression. "Miss Su, it's better to wait. Anna, escort Miss Su to a guest room to rest." "You." Before Su-Yen could finish her sentence, the woman who had just escorted her in, Anna, politely invited her to the guest room on the 3rd floor. Su-Yen immediately called the person who had introduced her, the manager of the security company who had escorted her to buy. "Miss Su-Yen, I thought you knew Charles' rules. That guy is a bit lecherous, but he still follows the merchant's rules. He won't cheat you or engage in blackmail. Just obey a little. You sleep with him, he sleeps with you, and nobody loses. Charles likes beautiful women, especially young and pretty Asian girls. Who knows? You can sleep with him, but not my whole family." Beep. The line was cut. From the scumbag manager's words, it seemed that to buy weapons she had to sleep with him. The insinuation that it wasn't a big deal to sleep around was disgusting. Spending real money to buy things, and she had to sleep around to qualify to buy. Su-Yen cursed the person on the other end. She didn't believe she couldn't get weapons today. Knowing the guest room door couldn't be locked, she still locked it, then checked the window. Being on the 3rd floor, even if she dared to jump, she would likely be shot before she hit the ground, hiding in the space. But the space would still leave her in this room. That wouldn't work either. Before Su-Yen could come up with a plan, there was a knock at the door. Miss Su, please open the door. Anna. Su-Yen opened the door and a pile of clothes was shoved into her. Miss Su, the gentleman said he didn't know your preferences, so choose a set you like. After washing Wade on the bed, he will arrive in half an hour. Anna said this expressionlessly and turned to leave her words about wolves and tigers as casual as asking. Su-Yen felt utterly disgusted. You might be open-minded, but such matters should be consensual. Wasn't Charles being too blatant about it? Half an hour, she had half an hour to think of a way to escape. Su-Yen took the pile of clothes that only covered the essentials into the bathroom. Then she pulled out the display screen from the space to see if there was anything suitable for escape. Camouflage clothes had a simple and straightforward description: wear it, and you become air. Invisible and shields all signals. The claim was quite bold, but considering it was an interstellar product, the technology was likely many levels above that of her home planet. Trusting it once, she couldn't just sit and wait for death, right? Perhaps there would be unexpected surprises. 70 kilograms of gold for one piece. With this much gold, a full body wrap would be sufficient. It was painful, but she had to buy it. With a tap of her fingers, 70 kilograms of gold was automatically extracted from the pile in the space. The camouflage suit she received was a full-body one, very light and thin, covering her from head to toe, even including shoes. The sleeves had a disruption button that could interfere with infrared detection and monitoring images. She just had to press the button. Whether it worked or not was uncertain. She could only take a gamble. Just as she finished putting on the gear, there was a knock at the door. No matter what, she had to take the risk. Su-Yen didn't open the door and instead found a corner in the room to quietly crouch down. After a few knocks, the door was opened from the outside. Su-Yen's heart raced as she watched Charles come in, glancing around the room before heading to the bathroom. He then came out with a face full of confusion and looked out the window, realizing that the beautiful lady in the corner had truly become air. Not finding her, Charles immediately called Anna and used the walkie-talkie to ask several guards about her. He didn't even spare a glance in Su-Yen's direction before leaving. Fearing that the door might be locked from the outside, Su-Yen bravely and cautiously followed Charles out of the room. That was close. What a miracle. So exhilarating. No one really discovered her. Now she was sure that leaving here wouldn't be a problem. The issue was her new car, which those strong men at the door were keeping an eye on. Su-Yen pondered how to drive away the car and how to achieve a zero-cost acquisition of the arms warehouse. She drifted through the dangerous territory of the arms dealer like a wandering soul, watching as those men searched for her while she searched for the weapon warehouse right under their noses. After searching for half an hour, she finally figured out where the warehouse was located. Su-Yen activated her wall-sitting mode, planning to crouch until evening. Regardless of whether she could enter, she would leave by evening. If she was lucky, it didn't take long before two people came to the warehouse. She easily mixed in behind them and followed them inside. Su-Yen waited for the two to take their items and leave, confirming that the warehouse was empty before she began to explore. This warehouse was enormous. The ground floor and 2 underground levels. The entire warehouse was equipped with detectors and cameras from all angles. If it weren't for her high-tech camouflage suit, she would have already been a target. Gather the goods, hurry up and gather. On the ground floor, there were boxes of various types of firearms and ammunition, body armor, helmets, night vision goggles, walkie-talkies, and various short and long cold weapons. Tactical vests, combat uniforms, combat boots. There were many small things Su-Yen couldn't name, but it didn't stop her from knowing these were very advanced individual equipment. With a touch and a thought, all these items became part of Su-Yen's inventory. The first underground level was filled with modified off-road vehicles, heavy trucks, armored vehicles, and tanks with at least a dozen or 20 of each model, all accepted. The second underground level had flying vehicles. She wasn't a military enthusiast, so she couldn't name the models, but she knew they were various sizes of helicopters and fighter jets. Take them all. Su-Yen ran around, and after more than half an hour, she finished collecting everything in the 3 levels of the warehouse. Luckily, no one had come in during that time. Just as she was about to leave, she found a door on the 2nd level, pushed it open, and saw it was filled with barrels of various types of fuel. These were all hers. Su-Yen thanked heaven for its bounty in her heart. Just as she was about to exit the warehouse, she suddenly realized, would she be hunted down by these people all over the world? Not to mention there was no evidence proving she stole it. Her mere presence would implicate her. What if? Blow it up. But to blow up several layers like this, how many grenades would she need to throw? Moreover, even if she threw a lot, their power would still be insufficient. She needed to use a cannon, but the problem was that she wouldn't know how to operate such a cannon. Su-Yen squatted at the warehouse door, searching the display screens within the space, hoping to find some high-tech products that had both great power and were user-friendly. A heavy bomb, just one, would flatten an area of 1 kilometer. A 60 kilograms gold bomb, that's the... Su-Yen took out the bomb, which was black and round, about the size of a dragon fruit, and it came with a remote control that could effectively control the distance within 2 kilometers. She placed the dragon fruit bomb in a spot on the ground that was not easily discovered, exited the warehouse, leaving the arms dealer's lair behind. Not wanting to use the newly bought G-Class vehicle, Su-Yen tiptoed for over 100 meters before she finally started to run. After running for about 2 kilometers, her heart was still racing. Although her body had been healed by the repair fluid, running back to the city was unrealistic. She wasn't foolish enough to take the SUV she just received. If those people were not all dead, wouldn't that make her an easy target? These things could only be used after a natural disaster. First, blow it up. Su-Yen took out the remote control and pressed the red button. 2 kilometers away, a loud explosion accompanied by a small mushroom cloud erupted, truly shaking the ground and sending dust flying. With such power, surely no one would survive at the center of the explosion. Su-Yen carefully took off her concealment clothing and stored it in the space. Thinking it was not safe, she picked a small gadget with bullets from the space and hid it on her body before running onto the road, hoping to catch a ride from a passing vehicle. Unable to move her legs anymore, she sat by the roadside to rest and wait for a car. Just as she sat down, 2 racing cars came from her side and passed her by more than 10 meters ahead. The front car had a tire shot and deflated, losing control and crashing into the roadside greenery. Before Su-Yen could react, 3 foreign men got out of the car behind, each holding a gun, surrounding the out-of-control. What is this? What are you hesitating for? Run. Su-Yen crouched down, using the greenery for cover as she slowly retreated to a side path, her feet moving continuously while her eyes were fixed on the 3 men, fearing they might turn their guns on her. Get out of the car, one of the foreign men shouted at those inside the vehicle. The door of the deflated tire car opened. Su-Yen had a clear view of the 3 men since she was focused on them. A tall, stunningly handsome man with black hair and yellow skin stepped out of the car. Su-Yen's breath caught as she recognized this man. To be precise, she knew him from her past life. That chiseled face always gave off a slightly smiling impression, with lips that seemed to hint at a smile, and his aloof yet charming demeanor, coupled with a powerful aura that radiated a sense of calm yet contained murderous intent, would forever be etched in Su-Yen's memory. In her past life, while searching for supplies, her rubber boat leaked, and with the loss of her twin children, her parents favoring Su Jiao led her to contemplate ending her life. The leaking boat provided a perfectly reasonable excuse to leave this shattered world behind. At that time, it was this man named Qin Yi and his teammates who saved her. She still remembered how he smiled and told her, "Don't be afraid, live boldly. The disaster will eventually pass." He smiled warmly, yet with a hint of mischief. His eyes, when focused on her, exuded a sense of deep affection. She believed his words, trusting that the disaster would pass and that light would come. At that time, she was still not yet 20, filled with longing for beautiful love, and he became the light in her. While Su-Yen was lost in thought, Qin Yi swiftly kicked the nearest opponent while simultaneously seizing their gun, gripping the opponent's neck with one hand, and after snatching the gun, he shot at another person, aiming a gun at him, his marksmanship extraordinarily precise. The actions of kicking, seizing the gun, choking the opponent, and shooting were completed in mere seconds. If it weren't for the inappropriate timing, Su-Yen would have clapped for him. The foreign man blocked by Qin Yi's passenger side also raised his gun to shoot at him when the shot rang out. Having missed, realizing there was no chance left, he charged towards Su-Yen and captured her. "Let go of Jack or I'll kill her." Another foreign man with the same black hair and yellow skin bet that Qin Yi would save him. Qin Yi held onto the one called Jack, looking up at Su-Yen, realizing that the girl was extraordinarily beautiful, her porcelain white face stained with tears from fear. In truth, it wasn't fear that made Su-Yen cry, it was seeing Qin Yi's agitation. "Our matter should not involve the innocent." "They're all your kind, or are you saying they are innocent? Don't hurt her, one person for one person." Qin Yi, holding Jack, slowly moved closer to Su-Yen. Su-Yen was not optimistic. Having killed one of their men, the foreigner now had leverage and would not be satisfied with just a simple exchange. Furthermore, she didn't dare to gamble. How could her life be in someone else's hands? Besides, those opposing Qin Yi were definitely individuals who deserved to die. From the very beginning, she had never begged for mercy. She had just escaped from the arms dealer and blown up their lair. Su-Yen was not a timid person. Moreover, with the space as her advantage, how could she possibly let a villain use her to exchange for another villain? Feeling the gun barrel pressed against her head and the grip on her arm loosening, Su-Yen knew her chances of winning were great. She quickly sidestepped to avoid the gun while shooting her own. However, she missed. After her shot rang out, Qin Yi dealt a fatal blow to the foreigner, then shot the person he was holding. Only after knowing it was safe did Su-Yen start to feel fear. She was no stranger to killing, and in the 6 years of the apocalypse, she had been involved in taking lives. Yet now, in a society of order, she worried about being investigated. From her evasive actions and gun handling, Qin Yi could tell she was not a professional. In a country where carrying a gun was legal, it wasn't unusual for a girl to carry one for self-defense. At this moment, seeing the girl frozen in place, it was likely she was scared. He walked over and asked, "Are you okay? Don't be afraid." I'm fine, but what about these people? I will handle it. He said he would handle it. She believed him unconditionally, suddenly not fearing the investigation anymore. However, Su-Yen noticed that one of Genie's hands was pressed against his abdomen and blood was seeping out. Are you hurt? The wound isn't deep, it's nothing. So much blood, what should we do? You can't drive your car, how will we get back to the city for the hospital? Drive that one. Genie pointed to the car of the 3 dead men. Su-Yen didn't hesitate and went to take a look. The front of the car was dented but still had enough to start. Get in quickly. Genie rummaged through the bodies of the 3 men before walking towards the passenger seat. Su-Yen got in, buckled her seatbelt, and then floored the gas pedal. Genie was surprised as such a delicate girl drove so recklessly. It made sense, he had noticed this girl had. Little did he know Su-Yen was just too worried and anxious. Fortunately, the roads on the outskirts were less crowded, allowing her to drive wildly. Can you hold on? I'm fine, just drive back to the city. Genie gave her a location. He reassured her that they wouldn't trace it back to her. After Su-Yen responded, the two fell silent. The tower journey took Su-Yen an hour and 20 minutes to reach the address Genie mentioned. It was a private clinic. After the car stopped, Genie got out and walked normally, confirming he was indeed just slightly injured as he claimed. Su-Yen took the initiative to ask for Genie's contact information. The man who had saved her life in her past life, who had supported her through 6 years of the apocalypse, she felt immense gratitude. If they hadn't met, it would have been fine, but since they had, she wanted to repay the kindness of her past life and fulfill the dreams of that life. After saving the number, Su-Yen flagged down a car on the roadside, paid extra, and rushed back to her apartment. Fortunately, the children were safe at home, each of the 3 caregivers quietly attending to their own tasks. Su-Yen summoned the caregivers and dismissed them from the apartment within half an hour, using the pretext that her family had arrived to escort her back to China. In addition to settling their agreed-upon 3-month wages in full, she gave each an extra 100,000 yuan as a token of appreciation. Though puzzled, the 3 accepted the generous payment without delay and departed cheerfully, their salaries neither withheld nor shortchanged. After they left, Su-Yen transferred every piece of furniture, appliance, and household item from the apartment into the courtyard of her spatial realm, then gently placed both infants along with their crib inside as well. She then hailed a taxi to book a presidential suite at a nearby hotel, not out of extravagance, but because such suites offered the highest level of security infrastructure. Admittedly, she was wealthy. The armory warehouses alone contained weapons worth tens of billions, perhaps even hundreds of billions of yuan. Her arsenal had grown so vast she no longer knew how to wield it all. Even reselling surplus arms after the coming cataclysm would yield mountains of gold. The thought alone filled her with quiet elation. From now on, her focus would shift entirely to securing daily necessities. Today's bold operation, executed under the cover of her concealment garment, had given her invaluable experience. Why not replicate it? Her vision had just expanded dramatically. Scout by day, strike by night, zero-cost acquisition of supplies from Eagle Sauce. The very notion sent a thrill through her veins. Su-Yen locked the apartment door and conducted her usual thorough inspection of every area. Only once satisfied did she carry both infants still nestled in their crib out of the room. Their eyes glistened with unshed tears. Clearly they had been crying. Her heart clenched. She murmured soothing words to reassure them of her presence, all while fumbling hastily to prepare powdered milk. Once mixed, she held a bottle in each hand and began feeding them simultaneously, but whether due to poor technique or infant impatience, both burst into wails at once. She set the bottles down and lifted Xiao Rui first, rocking him gently. Mimicking the caregiver's posture, she cradled him securely in one arm while guiding the bottle to his lips with the other. Xiao Rui squirmed slightly, then relaxed, soothed by the warmth and safety of his mother's embrace. After a few sips, he calmed. But just as he settled, Xiao Wei began to cry. She lowered Xiao Rui and lifted Xiao Wei, instead repeating the same method, only for Xiao Rui to resume crying the moment she turned away. Back and forth she went, alternating between them, until both finally finished their milk, sobbing inconsolably the entire time. Their tiny fragile faces flushed crimson, their cries raw and piercing, each sound piercing her heart like a blade. Tears welled in Su-Yan's own eyes, heartbroken and overwhelmed. At just 19, she was still half a child herself, yet suddenly thrust into motherhood. She truly had no idea what she was doing. Before Su Jiao's return, though the Su family had ignored her, domestic staff had catered to her every need. She lived the life of a pampered, sheltered daughter. Now overnight, she was expected to care for 2 newborns and soon face the apocalypse itself. To claim she felt no fear would be a lie. Where could she find someone reliable to help? Reliable. Robots. Instantly, Su-Yen pulled up the interdimensional interface and began searching for childcare robotics, functions, specifications, and pricing. All-in-one childcare robot, 50 kilograms of gold per unit. Given the precedent of her concealment garment costing 70 kilograms of gold, she found the price astonishingly fair. Without hesitation, she purchased 2 units, affectionately dubbed sisters. She brought the infants into her spatial realm and placed them gently on the bed before activating the robots. Ding. Welcome to your childcare robot. Please complete owner binding first. Ding. Welcome to your childcare robot. Please complete owner binding first. After studying the instructions carefully, Su-Yen performed genetic binding and named them Mei Mei and Lili. Robots, after all, were not human. Though their appearances closely mimicked humanity, their movements remained rigidly procedural. Whether they could truly nurture infants remained an open question. First, she introduced the robots to their young charges. Mei Mei, Lili, Xiao Rui, and Xiao Wei are now under your care. Please assess what additional supplies we may need. Mei Mei immediately began inspecting and organizing the infant essentials item by item. Lili glanced at the infants, observing their dry lips, and reached for an electric kettle. Master, this residence has no running water or electricity yet. How could a residence lack such fundamentals? She'd utterly forgotten. On the interface, she located the utility subscription option. Its cost was negligible. She activated water and electricity services and enabled auto-renewal. Remaining in the spatial realm until feeding time, she watched Mei Mei and Lili expertly prepare formula feed the babies and soothe them with meticulous professionalism. At last, the overwhelming challenge of infant care had been resolved. Exiting the spatial realm, Su-Yen ordered dinner from the hotel, requesting delivery within 30 minutes, and used the wait to take a shower. After dinner, she decided to visit Qin-Yi. Leaving the hotel, she picked up a meal from a local Chinese restaurant, added some seasonal fruit, and took a taxi to the small clinic. Brother E. A massive explosion occurred this afternoon. An arms dealer's warehouse was obliterated. Not a single soul survived inside. Aren't you curious? He'd been nearby when it happened. His feigned indifference was transparent. As memories of the blast site surfaced, a breathtaking face flickered across his mind. Qin-Yi sensed an uncanny connection. That beautiful girl's presence at the epicenter might not have been coincidence. Luo Fuan nudged him from his reverie and continued, what kind of explosive could flatten an entire facility like that? How many tons of TNT would it take to achieve such devastation? He thrust a news clip onto Qin-Yi's screen, a vast crater at the center, buildings reduced to rubble across a 1-kilometer radius. It is suspicious. Seriously. Dude, that's all you've got. I'm thinking, could this be Eagle Sauce's latest weapon? No, new weapons wouldn't reach private arms dealers so quickly. As Luo Fuan rambled on, Su-Yen pushed open the clinic's door and stepped inside. Luo Fuan peered out from behind the partition, stunned. Hello, I'm looking for Qin-Yi. You're the girl who brought my brother back. Please come in, he was just talking about you. I don't believe you for a second. Where is Mr. Qin? Is his injury serious? Nothing serious. He'll be scabbed over if you'd waited another hour. I'm Luo Fuan, Qin-Yi's closest friend. And you are? This Luo Fuan had stood beside Qin-Yi in her past life too, his wit unchanged. Su-Yen never imagined she'd encounter 2 of her former benefactors thousands of miles from home. I'm Su-Yen. Miss Su, please follow me. She trailed Luo Fuan into the clinic's rear partition chamber. Their eyes met. He asked, Miss Su, what brings you here so late? I came to check on you. Worried you hadn't eaten, I brought dinner. Have you? I've already eaten. He hasn't. You two eat and talk, I'll keep watch outside. The brothers dismantled each other's pretense with admirable speed. Su-Yen smiled faintly, opened the meal and nutrient broth, and lifted a spoonful of steaming soup to Qin-Yi's lips. He froze. This level of tenderness felt overwhelming, almost undeserved. His wound was abdominal, not a severed limb. He swiftly took the bowl and spoon. I'll manage myself. Then take your time, it's still hot. She watched in quiet stillness as he drank the broth and finished every bite. Miss Su, I've finished. Thank you for coming. His tone was courteous, yet distant, polished like frosted glass. He might as well have said, you may leave now and please don't return. Understood. Goodbye then. 1 meeting was chance. 2, familiarity. Even discounting their shared past life, today alone had bound them in life-and-death kinship. Decision made, let him stay cold. She would persist. Tomorrow she would return. Su-Yen took a taxi back to the hotel. Once inside her room, she checked the spatial realm. Both infants slept peacefully, cradled by Mei Mei and Lili. Reassured, she donned her concealment garment, slipped out of the hotel, and walked toward a nearby warehouse-style mega mart. This shopping mall was familiar to her as she had visited it several times during her pregnancy, so it served as an ideal place to practice. Su-Yen quickly located the entrance and exit of the warehouse, which was a busy time for delivery trucks coming in and out, and she walked straight in. There were surveillance cameras inside the warehouse, but for her, hidden in her discreet attire, it was completely inconsequential. Once the vehicles had left and she confirmed the warehouse was empty, she got to work. To save effort and time, Su-Yen used a skateboard to collect goods, leaving no shelves untouched in her wake. There were heaps of various grains, oils, and sugars, as well as a multitude of brands of daily necessities, cosmetics, personal care products, kitchen supplies, outdoor gear, bedding, snacks, and appliances, both large and small. So much, an overwhelming amount. The inventory in the shopping mall's warehouse could be described as vast and diverse. After clearing the warehouse, she moved on to the sales floor, where the ordinary storage and still zones she had designated were already filled with many items temporarily stacked outside the storage area. It took her 4 hours to leave and return to the hotel, and she was thoroughly exhausted. However, considering the goods were worth at least 10 billion, almost encompassing all the daily necessities she had listed, the fatigue was bearable. After removing her discreet attire and taking a shower, she lay down on the bed, organizing the items in her space with her mind. Since she had no time to categorize during collection, it was fortunate that she had brought in the shelves as well, making it easy to sort. She first moved the fresh produce, frozen goods, and items with expiration dates into the still storage area, stacking other non-perishable items, such as appliances and bedding, in the regular storage area. The space was still insufficient. It was challenging to place supplies on the mountains and black soil, and they couldn't be stored in the river or too close to the riverbank. After removing space for a yard, the remaining area was filled with helicopters, fighter jets, cars, tanks, and barrels of heavy weapons, making the space feel a bit cramped. Not to mention the funds being inadequate. Even if she had enough, would she dare to buy? Wouldn't she be investigated? Su-Yen pulled up a display screen to see if she could trade with another world. Meters equivalent to 2 square kilometers. She still had nearly 2.5 billion on hand, which was insufficient to purchase gold for the upgrade. To elevate her space to level 5, she would need over 5 billion, which equated to 1,000 kilograms of gold. Not to mention the funds being inadequate. Even if she had enough, would she dare to buy? Wouldn't she be investigated? Su-Yen pulled up a display screen to see if she could trade with another world. After scanning the fresh fruits and vegetables she had harvested that night, Su-Yen decided not to check further. Thinking to act, she remembered that she had collected many apples, pineapples, cherries, and strawberries, all freshly picked in large baskets. She decided to sell a basket of apples first. She pressed the scan button on the display screen, scanned a box of apples, and the sales platform automatically added them to the selling section, along with a photo of the actual item and the transaction price. The price was absolutely stunning. A box of apples was worth 0.5 kilograms of gold. Moreover, it was sold within less than half a minute after being listed. 0.5 kilograms of gold was credited to her account. What were these apples? They were golden fruits. Eating one would be a loss. Su-Yen continued to scan and listed all the fresh fruits for sale, selling them relentlessly. Moreover, she had already made up her mind that at dawn she would purchase a large quantity of fresh vegetables and fruits. Cherries and strawberries were even more expensive than apples, with a box costing 1 kilogram of gold. Alright, that can be understood. These transactions required crossing countless billions of light years to achieve, so it was only natural for them to be expensive. The more expensive, the more profit. After scanning the fresh fruits and vegetables she had harvested that night, Su-Yen decided not to check further. She left them for casual sale and fell asleep from exhaustion. When she woke up the next day and entered her space, Mei and Lili were feeding the babies formula. As soon as Mei saw Su-Yen, she said, "Master, the little master is still very young. You should spend more time with him to cultivate a parent-child bond." Lili added, "The children shouldn't always stay in the space. Living more in the real world is more beneficial." "Okay, Mei and Lili, I will move you and the children outside now, but I've been very busy lately. After this period, I will spend time with the children." She moved the 2 children and the 2 robot nannies to the suite and then pulled up the display screen to check if the fruits had sold out. All she saw were zeros. The entire inventory was at 0. She then looked at the area designated for storing gold, which had piled up into a small mountain of gold bricks. Scanning the gold bricks with the display screen revealed that she was now able to upgrade to level 5, meaning she had earned 1,000 kilograms of gold overnight, and there was still much more. Upgrade. She decisively chose to upgrade to level 5. Following the usual procedure, after clicking upgrade, she was ejected from the space. Once the 5 minutes passed, the space returned to normal. When Su-Yen entered, she noticed that the mountains, land, rivers, and houses had all become wider and larger compared to level 4. The 2 square kilometers were indeed different. At level 4, the height was around 50 to 60 stories, but now at level 5, the height was indiscernible, so tall that one could fly a large airplane inside the space. Su-Yen spent 50 kilograms of gold to increase the still area by 500 square meters, bringing the total to 1,000 square meters, which was completely sufficient for storing fresh and frozen goods. After arranging the space, she returned the robot nannies and children to the space and went out to gather supplies. This time Su-Yen bought a large truck from a second-hand market, making travel and loading much easier. The population of Night City was mostly concentrated in the city center. As she moved towards the suburbs, the land was vast with many large and small farms and ranches employing climate-controlled planting and breeding, yielding plenty of fresh fruits and vegetables that were not affected by the seasons. Su-Yen purchased as much as she could and even pre-ordered ripening fruits and vegetables for the following days. For the livestock on the ranch, they were all to be slaughtered fresh, and she bought as much as they could provide. She spent the entire day in the outskirts, making countless trips back and forth. As soon as she parked the truck in an empty area, she would reach out to pull the goods into her space, and then return to continue buying. She also discovered a large flower nursery with varieties of fragrant lilies, peonies, anemones, dahlias, tulips, and roses all blooming beautifully. The owner was wrapping up for the day and ceasing business, so Su-Yen utilized her cash ability and made several trips with the truck before she ceased her efforts. This meant that Su-Yen returned to the hotel to wash up and have dinner, then went to the Chinese restaurant to pick up the pre-ordered meals before visiting Qin-Yi at the small clinic later than the previous night. It was all right to be late, what mattered was that when she arrived at the small clinic she found it empty. After calling the phone left by Qin-Yi, which was always turned off, Su-Yen could only send him a message. After sending the message, she held a takeout meal that couldn't be delivered in one hand and pulled up the collar of her coat with the other, trying to shield herself from the cold wind. She stood alone on the streets of a foreign country, feeling a sense of loss in her heart. Back at the hotel, after releasing the children and the robotic nanny into the hotel room, Su-Yen began to stock up on goods. She finished putting all the various fruits she had retrieved today on the shelves, leaving some flowers in her space while selling the rest. As for how much gold she sold, she had no mood to care. In any case, the space was like a gold-consuming beast, and no matter how much gold was stockpiled, it never seemed too much. It was better to be prepared than to regret it later, as acquiring gold would not be easy when disaster struck. After sleeping the next morning, she found 2 large suitcases to fill with gold to take to the bank. Previously, she had purchased 2 suitcases of gold, and now she was selling them, which could withstand scrutiny without any issues. This was also to confirm whether the gold obtained through dimensional trading could be used in the real world. The result was certainly good. The 2 suitcases of gold sold for over 1.3 billion. For convenience, she rented a temporary warehouse on the outskirts. In the following days, she constantly transported the pre-ordered goods from the farm and ranch during the day, and at night, she took time to sell them in the dimensional mall. During these days, Su-Yen also took the time to order 20 units of 10 kilowatts home generators, 20 units of 100 kilowatts generators, and 50 sets of solar photovoltaic systems. She ordered 20 units each of watercraft like jet skis, hovercraft, and motorboats. Additionally, she needed to stock up on disposable diapers for infants, sanitary pads, sleep pants, tissues, and toilet paper. Although there were many when she visited the mall, these were consumables, so it was better to stock more, adding another 200,000 units of each. She also needed to stock clothes and shoes for children aged 1 to 15, including seasonal wear. Su-Yen found several brand children's clothing stores and cleared out their off-season inventory for various age groups, enough for her 2 children to wear until they were in their teens, spending nearly 5.7 million. With plenty of money, she didn't want to skimp on her children's clothing. She directly went to brand stores to pack her own clothes and shoes, as they would have off-season items available such as summer clothes in winter. She also bought a considerable amount of warm clothing and down jackets in various styles for both men and women. In a week, 1 billion left her account, but in exchange she received so many goods, and the fresh fruits and vegetables she purchased turned into a mountain of gold. Su-Yen felt much calmer. She didn't plan to stock up any longer in Night City, intending to fly to various places for the remaining time. The first stop was to stock up on fragrant rice, durians, mangoes, bananas, mangosteens, avocados, and pineapples in the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Upon arriving, she found a local intermediary, otherwise it would be difficult for her to buy anything in an unfamiliar place. Her goal was to spend 200 million daily on goods, selling all the fruits she bought to exchange for gold, repeating the same operation on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th days. Only the goods purchased on the last day for 200 million remained. Su-Yen didn't pay attention to how much gold she earned from the dimensional mall transactions. It was simply too much. Before attracting the attention of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, Su-Yen flew to the oil kingdom, also finding an intermediary, spending 1 billion to buy various fuels. At this point, Su-Yen only had 500 million left. She then flew to the bear country, where she stocked up on ham, beef, and lamb. Again, she negotiated with an intermediary, and knowing her funds were running low, Su-Yen paid with a suitcase of gold, exchanging it for the goods she needed. She needed to stock up on milk powder, so she went to kangaroo country to buy milk powder and honey for her 2 children, along with chocolate and wine, spending 400 million. Then she flew from kangaroo country to chicken basin, but by this time Su-Yen only had 100 million left. How could 100 million be enough to stock up on seafood and Kobe beef? Not enough. Then she decided not to spend any money. The chicken basin was a trap and Su Yan began to research zero-cost purchasing strategies. There was no rush. She first checked into a hotel. Whenever she arrived at a new place, Su Yan would bring the children and the nanny out from the space. She confirmed that as long as the children were in the space, she could take them wherever she went, unlike her before. After resting for a day, Su Yan researched several seafood vendors and the cold storage locations for Kobe beef online and began her operations at night. The combination of shielding clothes and a small lock was unbeatable. The zero-cost seafood was indeed impressive, especially the bluefin tuna, which Su Yan was very satisfied with in terms of quality and supply. However, the highly praised Kobe beef stock was insufficient, with only over 10,000 pounds acquired. Nevertheless, she had collected enough beef and lamb to last a lifetime in Night City and Bear Country, so it was fine. Kobe beef could be just a taste. Coincidentally, on that day, the Hummer and Ford in Night City called to say the vehicles she had ordered had arrived, and she needed to return to Night City to pick them up. However, the Chicken Basin authorities had sealed off the ports and airports, stating that thieves were openly challenging them, vowing to thoroughly investigate the theft of seafood companies and Kobe beef. No one was allowed to leave the port for 3 days. The internet erupted in chatter. This theft is strikingly similar to what happened in Night City. What is the Chicken Basin? Its powerful eagle sauce. Dad has no clue about the thefts in Night City supermarkets and warehouses. Can a mere chicken be more capable than its father? The theft was minor, but the bandit should die a miserable death. Chicken Basin. Su Yan found these comments amusing while bored in the hotel. However, the blockade annoyed her. Feeling displeased, she decided to continue with zero-cost purchasing. That night, Su Yan acquired goods from 2 ports and also secured several ultra-luxurious cruise ships and yachts. The next day, the blockade continued. Those trapped expressed their anger towards the Chicken Basin's actions, and various forums worldwide mocked them, saying that if the blockade continued, even their godly toilet wouldn't be safe. The Chicken Basin authorities remained unmoved. What was more infuriating was that despite such a significant incident, they had not found a single trace of the thieves. Another day wasted a time to continue with zero-cost purchasing. Su Yan heeded the demands of the vast online community, and that night, she planted a heavy bomb worth 60 kilograms of gold at the toilet, blowing it up. Indeed, blowing it up was necessary. Look, after waking up, the blockade was lifted. Su Yan successfully boarded a plane back to Night City. She returned to the same hotel's presidential suite, arranging for 2 off-road vehicles and 2 RVs to be delivered to the temporary warehouse she rented on the outskirts. Using the warehouse as cover, she stored the vehicles in the space. With only a few tens of millions left to spend, she took another suitcase of gold to exchange for 700 million. At this point, there were still 17 days left before the disaster struck. Qin-yi still hadn't replied to her messages or calls, so Su Yan prepared to visit the small clinic again. It was around 8 in the evening, the wind was strong and cold, and there were few pedestrians on the street apart from cars. Su Yan took a taxi to the small clinic. A light was on inside, and she felt a surge of happiness. It seemed she had come to the right place. Even if Qin-yi wasn't there, Luo Fuan would always be around, from whom she could inquire about Qin-yi's whereabouts. As she pushed the door open, she found no one at the reception area, and a strong smell of blood filled her nostrils. Su Yan walked towards the inner room and saw Luo Fuan lying in an examination room covered in blood, already unconscious. After checking every corner of the small clinic, she confirmed that there was no one else. Knowing the special identities of Qin-yi and Luo Fuan, Su Yan did not hesitate to spend 10 kilograms of gold to buy a vial of human cell repair liquid, pouring it down Luo Fuan's throat. Within 2 minutes, Luo Fuan's breathing stabilized. Not wanting to leave any traces of her visit, Su Yan did not move him. She simply covered him with a blanket, exited, closed the door, and quietly left the small clinic. However, when she took a taxi to leave again, she was intercepted by 3 cars. 3 cars were filled with foreign agents. You all. Without giving her a chance to speak, Su Yan had her mouth covered, a hood placed over her head, and was handcuffed before being taken away. After approximately 3 hours of driving, the vehicle finally stopped. She was thrown into a room where someone removed the hood from her head. It was only then that Su Yan clearly saw the room, which contained a table with a man and a woman sitting behind it, clearly ready to interrogate her. What could be the reason for her abduction? The arms dealer's warehouse explosion. The official investigation into the stolen goods at the Night City Mall. Or perhaps the major cases involving the Chickenfoot gang. Su Yan believed she had left no trace behind. Before she could ponder too long, one of the men knocked on the table and asked, name, occupation, nationality, recent travels. Be honest to avoid suffering. You are. Report, boss. Something happened outside the building. The 2 interrogators rushed in to report, interrupting the questioning. With no one in the room, Su Yan seized the opportunity to think about how to open her handcuffs. She could only consult Mimi from the space. Master, you can ask Mimi about parenting matters, but Mimi can't open locks. You are just a fake robot. She heard Mimi say, the locks here shouldn't be difficult, master, you should come in first. Su Yan entered the space with the handcuffs on. Mimi tried to twist the handcuffs a few times and shook her head, then suggested Master could buy a lockpicking robot to give it a try. Thank you for the reminder, Mimi. Right, a lockpicking robot. With such great resources at hand, how did I not think of it sooner? Su Yan searched for lockpicking robots on the display screen and indeed found one priced at an astonishing 100 kilograms of gold, twice that of a parenting robot. Buy it. What doesn't she have now? She has plenty of gold. In the face of life, spending a bit of gold is nothing. After charging it, binding it, and naming it, Su Yan was already familiar with the series of operations. She chose a young male appearance for the professional lockpicker and named him Xiao Sua. Xiao Sua, help me unlock the handcuffs. Okay, master. Xiao Sua took a look, pulled with both hands, and with a click they were open. Is this the difference between high-level technology and low-level technology? Wearing her stealth suit, she returned to the room. Escaping would now be much easier. Su Yan released Xiao Sua from the space. Xiao Sua opened the door. Yes, master. Without using any tools, Xiao Sua tilted his head to glance at the door lock, and the door opened. With Xiao Sua and the stealth suit, housebreaking would be a breeze. She put Xiao Sua back into the space and left. As she exited the room and walked down the corridor towards the door, she realized she was in a building and she was on the ground floor. From the sounds, there was a firefight happening upstairs and outside. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. She decided to assist those attacking the building. With that thought, Su Yan bought a heavy bomb just like the one she used last time and placed it in a discreet spot inside the building before quietly slipping out of the surrounding walls. Covering fire, I'll sneak in to rescue people. Understood. What a coincidence. The person leading the shouting for covering fire was the fully armed Qin Yi. He said he was rescuing people. Who was he rescuing? Su Yan instinctively thought of herself. She found a place to remove her stealth suit and put it back into the space, calling out to those preparing to circle to the other side of the wall, Qin Yi. Is that you? Is it you? You. Qin Yi glanced at the car in the distance and signaled to his teammates retreat. Then Su Yan was half-dragged by Qin Yi towards the parking area. As soon as they got into the car, it immediately started. After driving 2 kilometers, Su Yan finally asked, did those people chase after us? No. Did you come to rescue me, or is there someone you need to rescue inside? To rescue you. Qin Yi briefly explained that he happened to see Su Yan coming out of a small clinic and saw her get intercepted by 3 cars, so he gathered people to chase after her for the rescue. Did those people have a grudge against you? Yes, because you appeared at the small clinic. These people think you are one of us. To put it plainly, you were actually implicated by us. I see. It wasn't because I exposed myself buying 0 yuan items and blowing up arms dealers. I'm really glad to see you again despite the trouble. Not implicated. I'm really happy to see you again. Those with a grudge against Qin Yi are not good people. Buying the heavy bomb was the right choice. Su Yan saw that the car was already at a safe distance, and she reached into her coat pocket to press the bomb's remote control. Just like blowing up another arms dealer's lair, a deafening explosion occurred, followed by a small mushroom cloud rising. They were already 2 kilometers away and could feel the heat wave from the explosion rushing toward them. Oh, what happened? Isn't there a plane overhead dropping dams? It can't be that they buried several tons of TNT underground to blow themselves up, right? The people in the 2 cars couldn't help but peek out the windows. Only Qin Yi remained as steady as a mountain. Qin Yi looked at Su Yan. The last time he encountered her, there was also an explosion like this. Was it again? Once could be considered a coincidence, but twice, well, that's hard to say. Su Yan chose to ignore his suspicious gaze, as suspicion didn't matter. Even if Qin Yi questioned her, she wouldn't admit it. She had no plans to expose her secrets. The car stopped after driving several miles. The young driver said, Mr. Qin, we will drop you off here. We hope for future cooperation. All right, goodbye. Qin Yi got out of the car first. Seeing him get out, Su Yan followed. After the 2 cars left, Qin Yi pulled out his car parked by the roadside and signaled for Su Yan to get in. I'll drive you home. Thank you, but I want to know why you didn't reply to my messages. It wasn't convenient to reply, nor was it necessary. No, it is very necessary. In my past life, I lived cautiously for the sake of a few family members who didn't treat me as a person, and in the end, not only did I cause harm to 2 little ones, but I also died myself. Heaven has given her another chance at life, so she must not waste it. In this life, Su Yan wants to be more free and do what she wants. If she wants something, she will find a way to obtain it. If she wants him, then she will flirt. Would she give up just because of his comment about it being inconvenient? No, she wouldn't give up. Su Yan had her head lowered, but after thinking it through, she suddenly raised it, regaining her decisiveness to blow up the human trafficker's lair and the Chickenfoot gang's holy toilet. Qin Yi, are you single? Do you have someone you like? I am single and I have no one I like. Being single is good at being single, and having no one you like is even better. Su Yan smiled, feeling that this man was sent by heaven to her. The glimmer of joy flashing across Su Yan's face did not escape Qin Yi's eyes. This girl has her sights set on him. Jean-E, I like you. I've liked you for a long time. What does it mean to suddenly declare your feelings? Jean-E was startled by Su Yan's unexpected confession. He couldn't deny that she was incredibly beautiful. Jean-E had seen many beauties, but none compared to Su Yan. Her features, her aura, every gesture and movement were beautifully cohesive. Would he really be unmoved by a beautiful woman taking the initiative? Impossible. He was single and had no intention of becoming a monk. Miss, you can't make such jokes. Today is our second meeting, right? Even if you fell in love with me at first sight, it's only been a month since our last encounter. How can you say you've liked me for a long time? Isn't a month a short time? Many things can happen in a month. Jean-E, please pull over for a moment. The car quickly stopped by the roadside and Jean-E wished he could extinguish this blossoming romance. Suddenly Su Yan took on the persona of a domineering female CEO. She turned her head, locking eyes with Jean-E, who was looking at her after the car had come to a halt. Look me in the eyes and answer me. Do you feel anything for me right now? Do you like me? She wanted to experience a romance with someone she liked, to possess him, to have him walk with her. Time was of the essence, and she felt an urgency. In just over 10 days they would enter apocalyptic mode. There was no time for a drawn-out romantic chase. She had fought hard for this. Even if Jean-E ultimately couldn't abandon his mission and responsibilities and chose not to walk with her, she was resolute. She was determined to pursue this romance. Jean-E realized that the girl was serious. That face, a masterpiece worthy of Nua, was so close to him, sparkling like autumn waters, her red lips slightly parted, exhaling like fragrant orchids. Su Yan embodied every man's fantasy of a wife or lover. Any normal man would find it hard to reject such an overt confession from a beauty, and Jean-E was no exception. He could hear the rhythmic pounding of his heart. Yet he still found it difficult to speak and reluctantly refused. Su Yan, I am not worthy of you. I don't mind if you find another excuse. This one is too perfunctory. It's not an excuse. I truly am not worthy of you. I once wronged a girl, and that is a knot in my heart that I cannot untie. It's the only disaster I've caused in my 24 years. I don't want this to become a stain on my life. I am looking for her, and I intend to marry her. So I am very sorry. Su Yan almost had the words "I don't believe you" written on her forehead. There was no need to fabricate such a harsh story to refuse her. What if we assume this is true? Even if you find her, what if she doesn't want you? What happened was real. That night I was at the Crown Intercontinental Hotel in Jiangqing drinking with friends. It was the only time I got drunk. One of my friends went to get a room to help me rest. As we exited the what happened was real. That night I was at the Crown Intercontinental Hotel in Jiangqing drinking with friends. It was the only time I got drunk. One of my friends went to get a room to help me rest. As we exited the elevator, his phone rang. He had something to attend to, so I went to find a room myself. I saw a man dressed like a beggar sneaking into my room. I chased him out, locked the door, and went to bed. When I woke up, I found a girl in my arms. What I thought was a dream turned out not to be a dream. It was then that I realized the room card was in my pocket. That man couldn't have entered my room, so I must have gone into the wrong room. That guest room was clearly opened intentionally, and it was next door to mine where the girl stayed. When I checked the hotel surveillance, the footage during that time had been wiped clean, and the girl had long since disappeared. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Jean-E fumbled to hand a tissue to Su Yan to wipe her tears, but the more he wiped, the more they flowed. Su Yan couldn't help but sigh. The world was indeed small. How could she encounter such a twist of fate? Was it her misfortune or her luck? Perhaps she should be grateful that he was the father of her lovely children. She cried and asked, "So are you?" Since that day I left Jiangqing, but whenever I have the chance I inquire. Unfortunately, the traces have been wiped clean, and I've been abroad for a year, so regrettably, I still have no news of that girl. Was your hotel room number 1604? Was it February 28th? How do you know? The beggar you scared away was a supposed gift from my nominal sister for my 18th birthday to humiliate me. I never expected it to be you, and luckily it was you. Su Yan's voice grew quieter as she opened the car door and stepped out, facing the direction of the wind, letting the cold wind and snowflakes envelop her. This made her feel real. If that night was a knot in Jean-E's heart, was it not also a knot in hers? Who would wish for their child's biological father to be a homeless beggar? Knowing the truth, Su Yan felt a sense of relief and was even more determined to pursue this man. "Miss Su, I'm sorry." Jean-E looked straight at her, his eyes filled with sincere apology and a hint of unexpected joy. "I accept your apology. But what I want is not just an apology." Of course, this was something Su Yan only said in her heart. "What do you want? Monetary compensation? Or perhaps marriage? Whatever I can offer, I will do my best to make amends. I don't want a forced marriage, and I don't lack money. Jean-E, I like you. If you feel the same, let's try dating. If we fit, we can be together. If not, we part ways amicably. How does that sound?" This is someone he owes a debt of gratitude to. Setting aside that night, how could he refuse such a beautiful girl confessing her feelings to him? He was merely a mortal, not an otherworldly immortal being. Qin abandoned his earlier seriousness, his face returning to a teasing, affectionate smile. Alright, does this mean you are now my girlfriend? Su Yan smiled and nodded at him. Hello, my boyfriend. Qin delighted, wanted to hug her, but as he approached he raised his hands, hesitating in fear of startling her. He was caught in a dilemma of whether to hug or not. Su Yan stepped forward, wrapping her arms around him from beneath, leaning into his warm and sturdy embrace. Qin's hands instinctively tightened around her, his heart racing, incessantly feeling dizzy, as if surrounded by fireworks in midair, a dazzling spectacle so unreal. Su Yan, now that we have confirmed our romantic relationship, there's no such thing as not fitting together. Alright. It's cold here, let's head back first. On the way back, Qin shared his family situation and current job with her. Of course, he honestly revealed everything he could about his work to his newly established girlfriend. Su Yan kept the fact about her children a secret, explaining that she came to Yecheng to prepare for a school transfer. There was nothing else to hide, including her status as not being Su family's biological daughter. Are we going back to the small clinic? No, Luo Fuan has already relocated. I'll take you back first. Su Yan obediently provided the hotel address and soon returned to the city. It felt like they hadn't spent much time on the road and they arrived so quickly. She didn't want to get out of the car. Who knew if this man would play hide and seek again once she got out? Qin, where do you live? Qin didn't disclose his address. Instead, he asked in return, do you always stay in hotels? No, I'll come see you tomorrow. Qin, having spent years abroad, hadn't built up the courage. He only dared to lightly kiss her forehead before getting out of the car and opening the door. No, I'll come see you tomorrow. Qin, having spent years abroad, hadn't built up the courage. He only dared to lightly kiss her forehead before getting out of the car and opening the door for her. Hurry inside, I'll watch you go in. It's a promise, you will come see me tomorrow. After receiving Qin's repeated assurances, Su Yan reiterated her room number before turning to leave. Su Yan entered the room and buried herself into the sofa, thinking to herself, today is truly thrilling. Is this what it feels like to have a boyfriend? A boyfriend who is also the father of her child. The father of her child was her savior in her past life. He was also the beacon of light in her heart. Sobbed the heavens still left her a way to live, giving her a chance to endure suffering again, yet also offering her a glimmer of hope. Su Yan filled a bathtub with hot water and soaked herself in it. After cleaning up, she happily brought her child out of the space and into the room. Xiao Wei, I found your father today, but for now he can't know about your existence. You will meet him eventually, and even if you can't see him later on, your father is a true hero. The two little ones surely couldn't understand, busy licking their rosy lips and making adorable little movements that melted Su Yan's heart. She took turns holding and kissing the two little ones. To be honest, she had never cherished them as much as she did at this moment. In her past life, or even before today, she had always viewed her children as her responsibility. Since she had given birth to them, she had the duty to raise them. Of course there was love, but it was nothing compared to the profound feeling of knowing who their father was. Xiao Wei, Mama will definitely find a way to keep your father from repeating the path of his past life. Be good, my little treasures, you will be with the nanny again, as Mama has work tonight. After saying goodbye to the children, she sent them back to the space and stayed there for a while longer. Once the time was right, she changed into comfortable shoes and sportswear, then put on her stealth clothing, preparing to go stock up on supplies. She felt no guilt about stocking up on goods from the eagle sauce. If given the chance, she would love to steal from the 8 vicious wolves from back in the day. Even if the apocalypse were to come, she wanted to vent her anger first, letting those wolves know that the children of Huaxia are not to be trifled with. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Forget it, those goals are too grand. First, she needed to accomplish tonight's objective. She quietly left the hotel, and not a soul, not even a ghost, could see her. Tonight's target was Wabaijia, a retail giant in eagle sauce, and the night city was their stronghold. Therefore, the warehouse's inventory was unimaginable. Once she left the hotel, she found a place without anyone and no cameras to take off her stealth clothing. She then took a cab to the vicinity of the Wabaijia warehouse and put her stealth outfit back on to walk into the warehouse. Upon entering the warehouse, she realized that this Wabaijia warehouse was at least 20 times larger than the one she had previously raided. Moreover, trucks were constantly coming in and out at night. How could she collect goods under the watchful eyes of others? She couldn't just come here for nothing, could she? With so many goods around, it was clear that in the next moment she might not be able to get her hands on them. Su Yan was unwilling to accept this. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to take any shelves and only leave the outermost layer of goods, taking everything else. In the areas where no one was present, she would take everything without leaving a single item behind. Thus, wherever she passed apart from the outer row of goods, everything else was emptied. As for the space being filled with goods, it didn't matter. The space was large now, so she would collect them first and organize later. After over an hour of collecting, she finally withdrew. By the time she returned to the hotel, it was already 5 in the morning. After taking a shower, she collapsed into bed. She didn't know how long the doorbell rang, but in her dazed state, she heard a voice got up and put on a bathrobe to open the door. Qin. Good morning, did I wake you? No, come in. Xian was still a bit fuzzy from sleep, but she didn't forget that the handsome man in front of her was her new boyfriend. She pulled him in and shut the door, then curled up in his arms like a little cat. Qin was somewhat overwhelmed by this warmth, with one arm around her and the other holding a large bag of breakfast. I brought Chinese breakfast. You should wash up and eat before going back to sleep or it will get cold. Go wait for me in the dining room. Qin set the breakfast on the table, took off his outerwear, and hung it on the coat rack, then leaned against the door of the washroom, quietly watching the little woman. Who knew he hadn't slept all night, anxiously waiting for dawn to arrive so he could buy breakfast and rush to the hotel. Do I look good? Very good looking, and the one who got the great deal. He had relaxed much more than when he first entered, reaching out to catch the woman who had finished washing up. Qin bent down to Princess carry her effortlessly towards the dining room. Did you buy so much? The dining table was set with 6 food containers. Not much, I didn't know your taste, so I just bought a few random things. Qin placed Su Yan on a chair beside him and brought her a bowl of bone porridge. Eat, it's just the right time. You eat too. Su Yan also picked a crystal dumpling for him. Qin's eating manners were good, and although Su Yan didn't receive much affection from her family, she had been raised according to the rules of a young lady, so her manners were also quite elegant. The two finished breakfast in silence. Qin tidied up the food containers and naturally turned on the television. The morning news was about the theft incident at Wabaijia's warehouse last night. So much inventory disappearing into thin air is clearly unlikely, but there are no signs of loading or unloading vehicles, and not even a suspicious vehicle appeared within a 10-mile radius. This is similar to the methods used in several theft cases by the Foot Basin Chicken. Could this be a supernatural event? The notion of the supernatural is even more ridiculous, but the explosion yesterday was inexplicable, and these thefts are also baffling. We don't know if they are related. Do men have a sixth sense too? Qin casually mentioned, almost hitting the truth. Su Yan felt that Qin Su had suspected her regarding the 2 explosive incidents, but as for the zero-cost purchases, it shouldn't be too concerning. But then again, suspicion is just suspicion. Enough about them. How is Luo Fuan doing? His situation is even more miraculous than the theft incident. I heard him say that after someone fed him something, his wounds suddenly healed. By the way, you were the only one who entered the clinic during that time. As he said this, Qin was watching Su Yan closely, trying to glean some hint from her expression. The only person who entered the clinic during that time was her. Perhaps the incident with Luo Fuan was related to her. However, could such an incomprehensible matter really be related to her? She was just a girl under 20. Qin didn't even dare to make bold assumptions. This is not like bombing an arms dealer. If the timing, location, and people are right, a girl could potentially accomplish it, but healing a severely injured person in less than half an hour with today's technology, no one could achieve that. You can't be serious, can you? Is there really such a thing? Qin, you don't suspect that I have such an otherworldly ability, do you? I'm not a deity. Su Yan had survived 6 years in a world of disasters, and besides her shock, she showed no more than that. I don't expect to read her truth or falsehood from her expression. Qin stared at her for several seconds before breaking into a smile. If only you had that ability. If I had that ability, I would make a cloth banner like those used by semi-immortals in TV dramas, with the word Sai Hua Tua in bold letters at the top and living dead flesh and bone written below. The business should do very well, right? If you had that skill, you wouldn't need to hold up a banner to sell your wares. You'd have people coming from all over the world seeking you out. I think so too. Su Yan stifled a yawn at the right moment. This topic was too difficult to navigate. Still want to sleep. I haven't slept enough yet. Will you stay with me? Su Yan wrapped her arms around Qin's neck, tilting her head up to ask sweetly. What could Qin do when his delicate girlfriend acted spoiled? He decided to risk his life for his girlfriend. Su Yan was already wearing pajamas and could just slip under the covers. Qin, dressed in long pants and a sweater, debated whether to lie down as he was or change first. Although they had done what couples do before, it had been while they were not fully aware. Before Qin could prepare himself mentally, Su Yan's phone rang. Qin handed her the phone from the bedside table, and Su Yan leaned against him to answer. The voice on the other end spoke fluent English. Miss Su, the house has been renovated as requested. When will you come for the inspection? So soon. I won't have time until tomorrow morning at the earliest. The original completion date was supposed to be 3 days later, so this expedited schedule was not to her liking. To inspect the house, she would have to return to the country, but without someone trustworthy to assist her, Su Yan could only arrange for the manager of the security company to meet her tomorrow morning for the inspection. This meant she would have to fly back to her home country this afternoon. Just after confirming her romantic relationship with her crush, she had to part ways. Though it was only 2 or 3 days with her safety guaranteed, they had only 16 days left, and every day was so precious. Sitting so close, Qin naturally overheard the phone conversation and asked, "Is your apartment ready?" This is a house in the country. I thought I could go back during the holidays, so I had someone renovate it. What should I do? I need to go back. Do you want to come with me? I can't leave here for now because Luo Fuan has returned to the country today. Suyen roughly understood that something had happened with Luo Fuan, and he would need to return for an inspection. It would be best if they could find some clues and conduct some research, but that was destined to be in vain. Noticing Su Yan's dilemma, Qin Yi gently reassured her, "You're just going back for the inspection, and we'll see each other again soon. Book the ticket. I'm afraid that after a few days back in the country, I won't be able to find you again." Su Yan was indeed so insecure. "No way. Since we've confirmed our relationship, I will never hide anything from you again. I'll report my itinerary to you every day, and we can still video call." His voice was warm, and his beautiful eyes were fixed on her with sincerity as if he could see into her heart. Su Yan felt a wave of guilt for hiding so much from him. But what she was hiding was her trump card for survival in the apocalypse, so all she could do was silently apologize to him, her boyfriend. "Okay, you have to keep your word." "I keep my word." With his assurance, Su Yan finally picked up her phone to book the ticket. There was a flight from Night City to Jiang City at 4 in the afternoon, and Su Yan booked a first-class seat. The flight duration was 15 hours, meaning she would land at Jiang City Airport at 7 the next morning. "Do you need to bring anything back? If so, we can go buy some now." "No need, my only caring uncle is no longer around, and the others aren't worth my effort. You still have me. Once I finish my work here and return to the country, we will get engaged." He wanted to say marriage, but his girlfriend was still too young. Okay. She understood what he wanted to say. In the future they would be a family, and he would love her. Even though this beautiful promise was hard to realize, Su Yan felt very happy. "Sleep now, you can sleep until lunchtime, and then it's time to head to the airport." Qin Yi lay half reclined, wrapping the little woman in his arms. Su Yan hugged his arm, closed her eyes, and entered her mental space to check on the two little ones. They were being well taken care of by Mei Mei and Lili. After glancing at the spoils from last night, which had piled up into little mountains, she decided to organize them later when she couldn't sleep on the plane. Soon Su Yan's breathing became even and she fell asleep. Looking at her peaceful and beautiful sleeping face, Qin Yi couldn't help but lower his head and gently kiss the corner of her lips. The little woman seemed to sense it, pouting her glossy lips slightly. He smiled, very satisfied. It turned out that deciding on someone could happen in an instant. One was a thief last night while the other had overthought things, causing them both to fall asleep until the housekeeper called to ask if lunch should be arranged. Qin Yi picked up the phone and held it to Su Yan's ear. "Please arrange for a Chinese lunch for 2. When asked about the dishes, Su Yan replied, "Just do as you see fit." For someone staying in a presidential suite, saying "do as you see fit" means to do it to a high standard. The butler understood that. After hanging up, Qin Yi lifted Su Yan from the bed. "Go wash your face, the food should be here soon. Lunch won't arrive for at least half an hour, but I'm already very hungry. What should I do?" Qin Yi chuckled. This cunning little fox always wanted to eat him up. What a little demon. The little demon's wishes must be fulfilled. He held her slender waist with one hand and lifted her chin with the other, pressing his lips against hers. The little demon was truly delightful. It wasn't until the butler outside the room announced that lunch had arrived that Qin Yi went to open the door and let the butler set the meal in the dining area. "Yan, it's time to eat." "Coming." After tidying up her loungewear and fixing her hair, Su Yan lazily moved to the dining table. During the meal, Qin Yi kept teasing Su Yan to make her laugh. However, having just confirmed their romantic relationship and knowing that disaster was imminent, there were not many sweet days left, making it hard for Su Yan to be happy. There were only 3 hours left until boarding, and it would take about an hour to drive from the hotel to the airport. Su Yan said there was no need to pack, but Qin Yi still found a small suitcase from the wardrobe and packed her laptop, toiletries, and a complete outfit neatly. Su Yan quietly watched from the side. If she didn't know this man's background, she would have doubted how many relationships he had been in to be so adept at packing a woman's things. "Don't be gloomy. I promise I won't lose contact." I'll reply to messages instantly. "Can you smile for me? Actually, I should be the one worrying. I finally got myself a girlfriend. If you leave and don't come back, I'll be single for the rest of my life." Yan, you won't let me become a bachelor, right? I've got you wrapped around my finger. You want to be single? No way, you wait for me here." Su Yan quickly took a shower, chose a trendy hoodie to match with flat leather boots, and tied her hair in a simple ponytail, looking youthful and bright. Qin Yi helped her carry the small suitcase, and after Su Yan closed the door, she handed him the key card. In the bustling airport, amidst the crowd, the two did not indulge in excessive affection. However, the man stood with remarkable straightness, watching the petite woman pass through security until her figure disappeared from view. On the plane, Su Yan was not idle. Instead, she was busy devising a stockpiling strategy. Since she was returning to the country, she needed to gather items not available abroad. Otherwise, by the time she returned next, when the natural disaster had begun, there would be nowhere to stock up. If it weren't for Qin Yi, Su-Yen actually had no need to go to Night City again after returning, considering that only a little over 10 days remained until the natural disaster began. This time the focus in the country was mainly on fruits, animal cubs, fruit tree seedlings, and seeds. Oils and salts for cooking were top tier domestically, and she needed to stock them up as well. For the sources listed above, Su-Yen had already checked the suppliers and factories in Jiang City while on the plane. Having completed her preparations, she finally closed her eyes and fell asleep. When she awoke, the plane had already landed in Jiang City. Taking a taxi directly to the Lanjingtai community from the airport, after having a video call with Qin Yi in the car, Su-Yen had set her phone to reject all calls except for Qin Yi's, not wanting her precious stockpiling time to be disturbed. Then she switched to another phone with a new SIM card and called a few suppliers. Upon returning to the 32nd floor of Building C in Lanjingtai, the security project manager was already waiting at the door. "Miss C, you are truly punctual. Show me around, please." The manager gestured for her to follow and began explaining the door behind her. "Miss Su, these 3 doors are constructed from the latest explosion-proof series materials. The innermost door is equipped with fireproof heat insulating and soundproof features, while the middle door is made from special steel used in bank vaults. Let's just say that it cannot be breached even with artillery fire. The outermost door is also made from special steel for vaults, but unlike the middle door, it has a shooting port. Additionally, it uses a sliding door design, allowing the steel plate of the upper half of the door to slide down, transforming the upper half into a barred gate for conversations between those inside and visitors outside. The door is also equipped with hidden surveillance from various angles." Su-Yen did not fully understand, but watching it gave her a strong sense of security. After all, these 3 doors would serve as her protective barrier, allowing her to stay safe here for at least 2 to 3 years. This money was well spent. Seeing Su-Yen satisfied, the manager continued his introduction. "All the exterior walls of this house, the flooring underfoot, and the ceiling above have been specially modified with 10 centimeters thick explosion-proof steel. All the glass inside and out is explosion-proof, bulletproof, and resistant to extreme temperatures. The drainage system has also been specially treated to ensure that not even a bug can crawl up." Su-Yen realized that as long as the load-bearing columns of this building were intact, the house would not be destroyed. Even if the load-bearing columns were gone, the house would not collapse, it would simply settle on the ground. "Very well, I am extremely satisfied with the modified house. Thank you, Miss Su. The identical unit across from this one has also been renovated. As per your request, 2 doors have been installed at the corridor entrance, 1 explosion-proof security door and 1 barred door." Su-Yen inspected everything one by one and finally took the key from the manager's hand, signing off and paying the remaining balance without hesitation. After the security project manager left, Su-Yen applied makeup to disguise her original appearance in the newly renovated room and put on a wig before heading out. Su-Yen rented a truck and first went to a previously contacted agency to rent a secluded large warehouse before heading to the fruit wholesale market. With 10 days left until the Lunar New Year, the inventory at every wholesale stall was abundant. At the center of the wholesale market, there was a designated area for parking procurement vehicles. After parking her truck and opening the cargo door, she went to check the stalls. "Boss, I want all the apples you have in stock. Deliver them to the truck with the license plate number 5678 and arrange them neatly." "What?" The fruit vendor doubted he had heard correctly. "I said I want all your apples, hurry up and don't waste time." Oh, coming right up." Hearing the words counting money, the vendor felt relieved, knowing she wasn't here to cause trouble. After all, with market prices being what they were selling, goods was a given. In less than 2 minutes, the vendor handed Su-Yen a calculator displaying a string of numbers. She scanned the vendor's payment code with her phone, received the goods list and payment receipt, and the rest was no longer her concern. At the stall next door selling various pears, Su-Yen repeated the same operation. The goods from the 2 stalls basically filled up the truck she had rented. What remained was to arrange for delivery. She made sure that all goods would arrive after 8 in the evening. During this time, the stalls would not be busy, making it convenient for Su-Yen to receive the goods. Creamy green dates, dondong strawberries, sugar tangerines, citrus fruits, ice sugar, oranges, Hainan longan, and rose grapes. She ordered as many fruits as were in stock, ensuring that all goods arriving by 10 o'clock the next evening would be delivered to her door. Of course, she also offered a very attractive price. Upon hearing this, the wholesale vendor realized there was a lot of room for negotiation. With money to be made, they could search tirelessly for goods. Immediately, one call after another was made, and they quickly arranged for the source suppliers to deliver goods overnight. Su-Yen merely handled the payments, someone else would do the legwork. After finishing up at the fruit wholesale market, she drove the truck to the grocery and grain oil wholesale market. During this time, she had already moved the goods from the truck into her space. At the grain and oil wholesale market, she ordered peanut oil, sunflower seed oil, olive oil, blended oil, salt, various sauces and seasonings, and anything that could be measured by the ton was ordered by the ton. She arranged for as much as she could have delivered to the warehouse before 10 o'clock. The deposit was whatever the merchants called for and she paid whatever they asked. Then she took her purchase orders and moved to the next place. After scanning 2 wholesale markets, it was already 6 in the evening when Suyen drove to the warehouse of the coal merchant she had arranged. "Boss, what types of coal do you have here? How much do you have in stock?" "Girl, the way you ask is just right. It's the peak of winter for this business and I have plenty of stock. I currently have several tons on hand and there are a few large trucks arriving tomorrow. Deliver tomorrow's goods directly to my warehouse. Name your deposit. Just keep whatever you have in stock for me and deliver it by 10 tonight. Girl, why not let me deliver it now? It's a big business and such opportunities are rare." The boss thought to deliver early to free up space. By tomorrow night at 10 he would have more than just 3 trucks. He could still bring back a lot of goods tonight. Nobody will be there to receive the goods if delivered now. I still need to go buy some fruit tree seedlings before heading back to the warehouse. Hey girl, there are fruit tree seedlings less than half a mile away. I'm quite familiar with the owner. He has all kinds of seedlings, large, small, and fruit-bearing ones at various ages. Boss, you're such a good person. Take me there to finalize the deal and you can deliver everything together. No problem. The seedling vendor was at a nursery and before the truck even stopped the seedling owner came out to greet them, already aware that a big client was coming. The owner spoke like he was reciting a script and Suyen felt a headache coming on, feeling that the seedling owner was just short of offering a money tree, lacking nothing else in terms of trees. "Boss, let me be clear, at the latest by 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow my seedlings must be loaded and shipped out. How many seedlings can you provide starting now? I want all sizes of seedlings regardless of their age, and the fruit-bearing ones are even better. You can take as many seedlings as I can provide." "Yes." Suyen added, "Please have the workers dig quickly. I will subsidize the digging workers with 200 yuan a day. By the way, I have no problem with the advance payment you received and my clients need it urgently. There's no need to consider the unit price and total amount. She still has over 700 million in her account. If she doesn't spend it, it will just be useless paper for burning in the future. If she doesn't buy these materials, they will likely be destroyed in the flood later. She will salvage whatever she can." After sending Suyen off with countless thanks, Boss Meow and Boss Tan busily spun around like a top. Suyen timed her return to the rented warehouse, parked the car, opened all the warehouse doors, and then took out the packed meals to eat in the car. After that, for every batch of goods received, she matched it with the corresponding order and settled the payment on the spot. Whenever a delivery truck left and the next one hadn't arrived yet, she would store the goods in her space. That night, Suyen was busy receiving goods at the warehouse until 1 o'clock in the morning before returning to Lanzhong. She moved the expensive bed and mattress bought through overseas zero-cost purchases into place, arranged the bedding, took a quick shower, video called her boyfriend to report her safety, and checked on the child in her space before sleeping. She set the alarm for 3:30, calculating that she could only sleep for an hour and a half. The vegetable wholesale market opened at 3 in the morning, and by the time Suyen arrived it was already 4:30. Inside the market there were tricycles, small trucks, and large trucks present. She first loaded tomatoes, potatoes, sweet potatoes, taro, carrots, white radishes, lotus roots, yams, eggplants, broccoli, various scallions, ginger, garlic, various chilies, and various melons. All these items are durable goods. Once the truck was full, she followed the same procedure as yesterday, scheduling a delivery time for the items to be sent to the warehouse. After buying enough durable root vegetables, she began to gather leafy vegetables. She loaded cabbage, bok choy, spinach, lettuce, and celery onto the truck, and then looked for someone willing to deliver. She offered extra money and agreed on a time for delivery to the warehouse in the evening. Next, she went to the seed station and requested a large batch of various seeds, loading them onto her truck. By this time it was already noon, so Suyen found a small restaurant to eat and rest for a bit. After the meal, she went to the hatchery for chicks, ducks, and geese, getting 100 of each variety, with a male-to-female ratio of 2 to 8, totaling 300. She had bought quite a few calves and lambs when she was in the bear country. Now she planned to get some piglets. After buying piglets, she went to the slaughterhouse and arranged for a batch of slaughtered pigs and poultry to be delivered to the warehouse the next morning. She also contacted the compressed biscuit factory, instant noodle factory, and mineral water factory, instructing them to deliver goods to the warehouse after 10 in the evening, ordering as much as she needed. Of course, she requested public accounts from all 3 manufacturers, paying each one 100,000 yuan upfront. She wasn't worried about them not delivering. A business was tough these days, and these manufacturers wouldn't pass up such large deals. Feeling that she had stocked up enough, she planned to return to Yingjiang and check for any missing items in a few days. Suyen drove the truck back toward the warehouse, but perhaps because it was overloaded, the truck became difficult to handle. She moved the goods into her space, making it much easier to drive. Well, it felt much better, but just as she was nearing the warehouse, Suyen's truck suddenly veered towards a steep slope, rolling down with both her and the vehicle. Before reaching the bottom, she appeared in her space. However, she faced a problem. Her body had left the driver's seat when entering the space, and when she exited, she would still be in the driver's seat. Su-Yen checked on the two little ones. Exhausted, she rested for 10 minutes before stepping out. After 10 minutes, the truck should have stopped rolling. Upon exiting the space, she saw the glass in the driver's side shattered, posing a risk of injury from sharp. The truck had crashed into a pit with the front and driver's door tightly wedged against a brick wall and the passenger side against a mud wall, meaning she was trapped in the driver's seat. She wasn't injured, but being stuck was quite awkward. Squad leader over here. Hurry, bring tools, let's get her out first. Did someone come to rescue her after the rollover was discovered? Heaven had opened a window for her. Su-Yen dared not move, sitting there as she heard the sound of banging on the wall. How many people are in the car? Are you all right? Just me, I'm fine, but I'm stuck and can't get out. The soldier outside shouted, and Su-Yen replied in a voice pretending to be frightened. Don't be afraid, protect yourself. The wall will be dug open soon. She wasn't afraid, but aside from her messy hair, wasn't she too clean and unharmed? Su-Yen didn't want to hurt herself, she was afraid of pain. After thinking for a moment, she grabbed some dirt to dirty herself a bit. It was best not to explain what couldn't be explained. Just as she was prepared, a large hole was already smashed through the wall. A cute head poked through the hole and a pair of hands lifted her from her seat, saying, "Don't be afraid, it's all right." Thank you, comrade. No need to thank us. It was already dark. With the soldier's flashlight, Su-Yen surveyed her surroundings. She was in an abandoned factory built right next to a hillside, with the truck having rolled into the ditch between the factory's back wall and the hillside. 3 people came to break the wall to rescue her. One of them said, "Madam, are you hurt anywhere? We'll help you with a simple treatment first, then send you to the hospital for a checkup." Thank you, comrade. I should be fine. Su-Yen stomped her feet twice and patted her body with both hands to indicate she was indeed fine. Did she not get hurt falling from such a height? The 3 of them stared at Su-Yen for a while, and another comrade lifted her hands, signaling the one with the small first aid kit to come forward and check. Wow, you really aren't hurt. Yes, comrade, I'm really fine. It's unreasonable not to have suffered any injuries from such a high fall. It wasn't that the 3 comrades wanted her to be injured, but it was too strange. At that moment, her phone started ringing in the direction of the overturned truck. My bag. The phone. Su-Yen turned to grab it, but the one who had carried her out had already stepped forward to help her pick up the phone, also gathering the scattered order slips one by one. Comrade, here is your phone. The soldier handed the phone to Su-Yen. Thank you, I'll make a call first. It was Genie calling, and the phone had stopped ringing, and Su-Yen redialed. As soon as the call connected, the other side picked up. Yen, what happened? I'm still outside, I was driving. I'll call you when I get home, okay? Okay, be careful. After hanging up the phone, Su-Yen accepted the friendly reminders and education from the 3 comrades. She learned that they were soldiers from a nearby military base who had come to rescue her after seeing a car roll down the slope while they were taking a walk after dinner. After Su-Yen repeatedly confirmed that she did not need to be sent to the hospital and informed them that she needed to rush back to the warehouse to receive goods, she bid farewell to the 3 comrades. Without caring about the car, she climbed the slope and walked to the warehouse. She couldn't remember how the personnel at that base had fared in her past life, but she knew they must have been steadfast on the front lines, continuously searching for survivors. Su-Yen silently noted this down. When she returned to the warehouse, trucks began arriving one after another, and the sellers took care of the unloading. All she needed to do was handle the paperwork. Constantly checking the paperwork and transferring the final payments. During the gaps between the arriving trucks, she made sure to store the goods from the warehouse into her space. In any case, this warehouse could never be filled to capacity. For tonight's goods, Su-Yen worked from evening until 10 o'clock the next morning. After tallying the accounts, she was set to return home with 700 million, not bargaining or counting the goods. As long as she could buy them over the course of 3 days, she still held 100 million. Taking a taxi back to Longing Terrace, she had a bowl of instant noodles, washed up, and immediately lay down on the bed. Her body was utterly exhausted, yet her mind was very clear. In her mind were images of Uncle Su-Er-Chin-E from her past life, the lovely soldier who saved her last night, and even her unnamed biological parents. After 6 years of the apocalypse, having grown accustomed to the indifference of humanity, Su-Yen thought her heart had become very hardened, yet she did not realize that a car accident had evoked so many emotions within her. Whether in a disaster-stricken world or a time of peace, Su-Yen was always a beneficiary protected by so many people. There had always been a group of lovely individuals who genuinely cared for the people. Should she give the bosses a heads up? As for exposing herself, Su-Yen was unwilling. It was true that she had excellent resources. If utilized well, they would surely benefit humanity. In a time of peace, she might consider collaborating with the country by offering some high-tech solutions. But in a disaster-stricken world, no matter how advanced the technology, it would be of no use. If floods would still be floods, earthquakes would still be earthquakes, and the calamities that would come would be experienced regardless. Moreover, there would always be parasites wherever one went. After the last disaster, according to the rumors she heard at the base, the higher-ups had split into several factions, and not every faction was genuinely concerned for the people. If she exposed herself, she would surely become the target of contention among the factions. She did not wish to get involved, as it was already difficult enough during the disasters. She just wanted to live a little more freely and raise her 2 little ones well. She was just an ordinary person with not much she could do. She considered herself incapable of sacrificing herself for others. If there were a way to avoid exposing herself, she could at least give a reminder of whether the higher-ups believed it or not was beyond her control. Su Yan entered her space, glanced at the 2 little ones sleeping, and opened the display screen to scan the pile of gold that had accumulated over 30,000 kilograms. It was a lot, but still far from the 100,000 kilograms needed to upgrade the space to level 6. However, the items available for purchase in the interstellar dimension should be able to buy quite a lot. She began checking the things that could be purchased. One item called Advanced Artificial Intelligence caught Su Yan's attention. This AI was truly all-powerful. Not to mention its other capabilities, she valued its functions in piloting warships, controlling spacecraft, and being a top-notch hacker. Without warships or spaceships, but a hacker could be useful. For example, after hacking all security surveillance, could it quietly send messages to the bosses? 2,000 kilograms of gold for 1 advanced artificial intelligence. Buy it. It's just 2,000 kilograms of gold, a small price to pay. With a wave of her hand, Su Yan selected the black and white dumpling design. Don't ask, it's just that the love for black and white dumplings is ingrained in the bones of the Chinese people. After powering it on, binding her genes, and naming it, the dumpling came to life. A living, bouncing dumpling. Su Yan petted it a couple of times. So soft and fluffy. Master, are you feeling unwell? What can he do to help you? Yes, this advanced artificial intelligence was named Hehe by Su Yan. Hehe, I need to send some documents to a highly secure location. Can you do it quietly? Are you referring to the planet you are on? Yes, I can do that provided you allow me to connect to the internet first. Alright, connect to the internet. Su Yan took Hehe out of the space and gave it her laptop to use. Hehe asked her to wait for half an hour. So she waited while browsing for other items she could buy. The space button. The icon was lit up, indicating it could be purchased. The space button was about the size of a thumb, round and silver gray. The 100 cubic meter version cost 5 kilograms of gold. The 1000 cubic meter version cost 50 kilograms of gold. The 10000 cubic meter version cost 500 kilograms of gold. And the 10000 cubic meter version cost 5,000 kilograms. And so on. Speaking of which, the 10000 cubic meter version would be quite useful for individuals, as it could hold a lot, but if used by the state to preserve the seeds of human civilization during disasters, it truly wouldn't hold much. Exactly. Seeing the space button, Su Yan's first thought was to buy a few and send them out with the messages. Should she buy the 10000 cubic meter version? One would cost 5,000 kilograms of gold. Currently, she had just over 30,000 kilograms of gold in hand. Buying 3 10000 cubic meter space buttons would use up 1.5 thousand kilograms of gold, leaving the remaining gold for emergencies in the space. Su Yan had long realized that her space couldn't possibly lack gold. In critical moments, gold could save lives, so she needed to hoard as much gold as possible. Then she could hang up the fresh fruits and vegetables she had collected these days and continue selling them. Half an hour passed. Master, I have received everything from this planet. Regarding the delivery to a highly secure location you mentioned, it is quite simple for Hehe. Alright, wait for me to prepare. Hehe bounced a couple of times on the ground, adorably tilting its head as it replied, okay, master. It took an hour to recall the strange phenomena that occurred half a month before the disaster in my past life. Documenting these events before the disaster is better for gaining trust. Then I detailed the various extreme disasters that occurred after the disaster began. Finally, I added the usage of the space button. I gave the 3 space buttons the letter and the address to Hehe. Alright, go now and don't let anyone or any equipment discover you. Master, you need to provide me with a flying device, one that can also be invisible. What? Su Yan certainly knew what a flying device was. When she bought the space button earlier, she had also looked it up. That thing was superior to all transportation tools on this planet. Really impressive, right? The price was even more impressive. Let's just say buying one would completely deplete the more than 10,000 kilograms of gold she had left. That would cost her life. Master, a flying device is an essential means of transport. Buying one is not a loss. It can be used even by your grandchildren. Don't be stingy with spending money. Once I assist you, you won't have to worry about lacking funds. Money in this world can be obtained easily. What's the use of money when the end of the world is upon us? What she wanted was gold. End of the world. Destruction of the planet. It won't be that severe, but it's not far from it. Upon hearing Su Yan's report about the current situation, he had much more to say. He remarked that since everything was bound to be destroyed, they should grab as much as they could while they still had the chance. After this village, there would be no such store, so a flying vehicle was essential. With a flying vehicle and He's assistance, even with less than half a month remaining, they could accomplish a great deal. Did buying the flying vehicle mean that they ran out of gold? Let's do it. If they were unwilling to help their own country, then they could target outsiders. The security on this planet was child's play for advanced artificial intelligence akin to entering a no man's land. Weren't the treasure vaults everywhere just easy pickings? He also said that he had absorbed knowledge from this planet and learned many things, such as how over 100 years ago 8 wolves banded together to bully a lone rabbit. How could that be tolerated? Before the apocalypse struck, wouldn't it be satisfying to see the villains suffer, giving oneself years of enjoyment? One must admit Su Yan was deeply moved by He's words. Master the flying vehicle is absolutely necessary. Alright, no need to say more, I'll buy it, is that okay? From now on don't call me master, call me Su. Okay Su. He mischievously blinked his gemstone-like eyes. Su Yan truly doubted whether this artificial intelligence was designed solely to swindle her out of her gold, draining her of every last coin. Su Yan didn't rush to make the purchase. Instead, she scanned the fruits and vegetables she had received over the past 2 days and uploaded them to the platform to exchange for more gold. Selling off some was fine, but she wanted to keep a little bit of her assets. In the end, Su Yan bore the heart-wrenching pain and pressed the purchase button. A sleek, technologically advanced, and incredibly cool flying vehicle appeared in the empty space. So beautiful. Truly worthy of being crafted from mountains of gold. She asked where do you want to take off from? From the rooftop. You first need to bind your genes, then grant authorization to me. Under the guidance of the artificial intelligence, Su Yan completed the binding and authorization, and the two of them headed out to the rooftop. Thankfully, living on the top floor was quite convenient. Once on the rooftop, the flying vehicle had an invisibility function. Activating it made the vehicle undetectable to anyone outside the rooftop. Satellites wouldn't be able to spot it either, only those bound to it could see the invisible vehicle. No time to waste, it's up to you now. Don't worry, Su will first deliver the message, and then head to Night City. Su Yan had already discussed going to the capital and Night City with This was her first time riding such a stylish flying vehicle, and she was quite excited. Su Yan touched everything, but upon looking at the control panel, she felt quite lost. Without the artificial intelligence to pilot it, she wouldn't have known how to operate it. Su, I'm flying very smoothly. Before she could finish her thought, Su Yan's insides churned, feeling as though her brain was about to be shaken apart. Who would have guessed that in the blink of an eye they had already reached an altitude of 10,000 meters? Tuanzi, is this what you call smooth flying? Do you think sending me to the sky isn't enough and want to send me to heaven too? Su, close your eyes and don't look outside, you'll get used to it. But really, is there a heaven? I don't want to talk to robots. With that, she decisively closed her eyes. Su Yan certainly didn't want to vomit on the expensive flying vehicle that cost her a mountain of gold. Meanwhile, the Su family led by Su Jiao was frantically searching for Su Yan. Dad, mom, eldest brother, second brother, I really have something important to discuss with Su Yan. What do you want with that little brat? It's rare for her to go abroad and not flaunt herself in front of our family. Let her be. Su Jianmin believed it was unnecessary to spend time and money tracking down a daughter who wasn't even biologically theirs. Eldest brother Sui said, I've had my friends contact the forces in Night City to investigate. Jiao, don't worry, I believe we'll have news soon. Yes, Jiao, we should trust eldest brother. Second brother Su Fan chimed in. Su Malan Yuru also comforted the anxious Su Jiao. Jiao, taking care of your health is the priority. There will be plenty of time to deal with that little girl later. Jiao didn't want to rush either. 3 days ago, she had suddenly fallen down the stairs from the 3rd floor of the villa and hit her head, which triggered her memories from her previous life, or what one might call a rebirth. However, she had awakened too late. In her previous life, she had taken what should have belonged to Su Yan, and in this life Su Yan had gotten to it first. Now she could forego any shares. All she wanted was that emerald ring. In her previous life, shortly after a natural disaster when money had completely lost its value, Su Jiao rummaged through jewelry to trade for food, and her wound accidentally brushed against that emerald, which opened up a space, one large enough to be over 20 square meters. Although it wasn't very large in the apocalypse, this space could be immensely useful, and she absolutely needed it. Su Jiao hadn't yet mentioned the space and the apocalypse to her family. She thought that this space was just right for one person, allowing her to stockpile supplies in advance. She would fare quite well in the apocalypse, but it wouldn't be sufficient for a whole family. Jiao, what's wrong? Mom, it's nothing. At that moment, Su Yi's phone rang. It's someone overseas checking on Su Yan's whereabouts. Then hurry and answer, eldest brother. Su Jiao eagerly leaned in to listen. The whole family focused on Sui as he answered the call. On the call they reported that Su Yan had given birth to a pair of children over a month ago in a maternity hospital, and after her discharge they checked the apartment she lived in, but the issue was that she was now missing. Until 3 days ago, Su Yan had reappeared at the Night City airport boarding a flight back to her home country. This doesn't add up, eldest brother. After she left her apartment, and before appearing at the airport, where was she? There's no way to track it, but she's back in the country now, right? It's better since it's easier to find her back home. Hearing that she was back, Su Jiao also sighed in relief. Indeed, finding Su Yan would be easier domestically. Su Yan checked into a hotel, but not under the name Su Yan. The Su family couldn't find her as she only used her real identity when buying her flight ticket back. It's just an old piece of jewelry. There's plenty at home, and you can ask Dad to buy you a new one. You can also choose from Mom's jewelry. No, that one is different. I don't care, I want it no matter what means I have to use, whether stealing or deceiving, or even if I have to buy it with money, I want that one. Though the Su family didn't understand why their daughter and sister was so fixated on that item, they promised to do their best to find her and retrieve it. Su Yan was unaware that she had already been plotted against by the Su family. Her flying vehicle had reached the sky above the capital, and Hihi calmly descended towards the square at the center of the highest power. Hihi, little Tuanzi, are we being too bold? Is it really safe? Don't worry, Su, the flying vehicle and I are products of a high-level civilization. With the current technology on this planet, they will absolutely not discover us. Little Tuanzi opened the hatch, rolling down with a clatter. As previously agreed, he would take the letter and spatial button to deliver it while Su Yan waited in the flying vehicle. As long as she remained in the vehicle, no one would discover her. Of course, she could leave by simply wearing a concealment outfit, but it wasn't necessary. In just 10 to 20 minutes, he returned. Su, everything went smoothly. That was fast. Yep, when I make my move, it's always quick. Now we head back to Huilingjing platform, then set off to Night City, right, Su? That's right. With the aircraft, won't it just take 2 hours to get to Night City from here? Yes, Su. It takes 15 hours by plane. The aircraft only takes 2. He mentioned that this model is the slowest, faster ones can reach the solar system in 2 hours. Goodness. What a marvel. But thinking that the aircraft is built from a mountain of gold, the speed is quite... truly the suffering endured is not diminished. With the aircraft, there is no need to rush for flights. She can refund the tickets online, as seeing that there's time she can tidy up the house. Su Yan made a list of items, locating each one and moving them out from her space. In a 4-bedroom, 2-living room spacious apartment with an area of 280 square meters, the living room is large, the rooms are spacious, and the balcony is generous. It was originally luxuriously decorated, just needing furniture. Su Yan lives in the master bedroom with a large walk-in closet and a grand bathroom, with the adjacent large guest room serving as a children's room, while the 2 remaining guest rooms are temporarily empty. First, she hung up special blackout curtains, then decorative curtains, followed by the bed, mattress, wardrobe, dressing table, sofa, tea table, dining table, and chairs, dresser, corner cabinet, shoe cabinet, and the bed and small table and chairs for the children's room, along with various plush toys, etc. In the living room, she designated a leisure area, creating a small playground for children complete with a ball pit, slide, and rocking horse. For the kitchen, she set up all the electrical appliances she could think of. Fortunately, there is a space to cheat. Large items can appear exactly where she moves them from, eliminating the need for heavy lifting. Otherwise, Su Yan would be completely exhausted trying to manage it all. Once everything was arranged, she ordered takeout to eat before locking the door and heading to the roof, ready to fly. Tuanzi, lock onto the central bank's vault in Night City. Find a place to land stealthily. When we get close, I'm going to take a nap. Okay. Su Yan is currently particularly enamored with gold. Since she has this capability, she wants to try robbing the vaults of capitalist countries with $0. She feels no psychological pressure at all. The aircraft soon landed on the rooftop of the central bank building. He equipped Su Yan's laptop with a super protective system before hacking into the bank's various security systems, allowing Tuanzi to navigate through obstacles, unlocking doors as needed, heading straight for the target. When Su Yan stood in the vault on the 18th underground level of the central bank, the boxes of gold before her were even more spectacular than the 30,000 kilograms she had stored in her space before buying the space button and the aircraft. There were also glass safes with numbers attached, sparkling with diamonds of various colors. Large round natural pearls, imperial green jade. All moved back to her space. Otherwise, when the land sinks, the Eagle Sauce fellows won't be able to protect these treasures either. Taking them is better than letting them sink into the sea. This also indirectly counts as protecting human property, a great love. After collecting an entire vault of gold, Su Yan silently thanked the gifts from God. Having completed this task, it was just midnight, perfectly timed. In high spirits, Su-yen discussed with Hee if we go to London Fog to pull off another heist, will we have enough time? Absolutely, Susu. With me around, it'll definitely help you multiply all the gold you spend many times over. Hee Tuanzi, I love you. She ruffled the plush Tuanzi's head, which surprisingly lowered its head shyly. In one night, she cleared out 2 vaults across 2 countries. Su-yen thought that selling fruits and vegetables at the Dimensional Mall was already very profitable, but unexpectedly, this was even more lucrative. She returned to the hotel in a very good mood. A yen. As soon as Su-yen stepped into the room, Chin-yi pulled her into his arms. Su-yen released her suitcase and wrapped her arms around his waist while Chin-yi carried her to the living room sofa. A yen, I feel like we've been apart for a long time. Me too. In the 3 days that Su-yen was away, Chin-yi experienced the taste of longing, a feeling he had never encountered in 24 years, even though their formal acquaintance was not long. She worried about him going missing, unaware that he shared the same concern for her. Chin-yi's changes were most evident to Su-yen. At this moment his eyes were filled with her. What she wanted she had obtained. Su-yen smiled gently, slightly closing her eyes, and offered her. With her hands encircling the man's neck, she slowly moved down to the hem of his shirt, slipping her fingers underneath, gliding upward, before resting on his firm abdomen, her fingers tracing gentle circles. The tender and lingering kiss, paired with her soft little hands deliberately caressing, reignited the suppressed passion within Chin-yi. He tightened his grip on the girl, his breathing and heartbeat intensifying. In his youthful vigor, with a seductive little enchantress in his arms, what should he do? A yen, stop. I can't take it. But I like it. I really like it, Iga. His rationality and restraint crumbled under her proactive confession, deliberate temptation, and sincere affection. A yen, don't regret it. No regrets, ah. The two completely succumbed. From the sofa to the bed. 2 hours later, Su-yen was utterly exhausted, allowing Chin-yi to carry her into the bathtub. Only when she soaked in the warm water did she feel revived. The man quickly took a shower, wrapped himself in a towel, and prepared to clean the woman in the bathtub. I can wash myself. It'll help you. He gently brushed her shyly blushing little face with his fingers, washing her without further ado. After cleaning her up, he wrapped her in a clean towel and carried her back to bed. So tired, I want to sleep. Dare you not behave? I want dare again. Thinking of the intensity from earlier, Su-yen wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. Chin-yi chuckled softly, tossed the towel aside, then lay down holding the woman in his embrace. When he woke up again, it was evening, and Su-yen found herself gazing into a pair of deeply affectionate eyes. Awake. Are we going out for dinner, or should we order room service? So tired, but I still want to go out for a walk. Chin-yi's long and handsome fingers traced the little woman's cheek, smiling at her warmly and mischievously. Do you know you're tired? Are you still tempting me? No, I want. A yen, once it starts there's no end. You can't say no. All right, no end. Very obedient, let's get up and eat. Chin-yi kissed her forehead and helped her up. Su-yen did not hesitate, washed up, dressed neatly, and prepared to go shopping, wanting to see as much of the world's splendor as possible before the disaster strikes. The two left the hotel without taking a car, strolling down the street to a nearby Chinese restaurant, booking a private room. They called the waiter to order food, and after finishing the menu, the waiter casually turned on the television in the private room, which was currently broadcasting the evening news. According to reports from relevant personnel, at 6 o'clock on January 23rd, the long-dormant Ganagai-no. One volcano erupted, causing widespread disaster in the Ganagai region. At 1 o'clock this morning, a theft occurred at the central bank vault of Yeqing. The thief employed advanced techniques, using a hacker attack to disable the bank's security system. So far, officials responsible for the case have not obtained any information regarding the perpetrators. At 1 o'clock this morning, a theft occurred at the central bank vault of Yeqing. The thief employed advanced techniques, using a hacker attack to disable the bank's security system. The perpetrator Su-yen watched the news report on television with great interest. The security systems at both banks are touted as the most cutting-edge in the world. What kind of expert could have evaded such tight security and stealthily taken away so many gold bars? Who knows? Since the security is so top-notch, who could have such remarkable skills? Could it be an issue of internal personnel? Indeed, there have been quite a few strange occurrences lately, including matters concerning Luofuan and those 2 explosions, all of which feel uncomfortably close. I have a bad premonition. What kind of premonition? Chin-yi stared at Su-yen for a full minute before smiling and shaking his head, saying, I can't quite put it into words. If only you could sense the impending doom, Su-yen thought to herself. Meeting his gaze, Su-yen half-jokingly and half-seriously said, I've seen a lot of doomsday theories online, and with so many inexplicable events happening recently, could it be that a great disaster is indeed approaching humanity? He asked, do you still believe in that? She replied, I don't know. Su-yen couldn't definitively say she believed or disbelieved, as she wouldn't reveal her deepest secrets. She was acutely aware that even though they were now sleeping together, Chin-yi would still suspect that her miraculous recovery from severe injuries was related to the two arms dealer warehouse explosions, although he never voiced this suspicion. If tomorrow were the end of the world and I asked you to come with me, would you? To live in seclusion with you? If it's the end of the world, where could we possibly go? Are you testing me, Ian? Is it that if I misstep in my answer I would lose you? Oh, I'm just asking casually, you can just answer casually. I can't leave with you, I can't let go of my family nor the burdens on my shoulders. But I will take you with me, I'm confident I can protect you. If I can't protect you, it means I must have died in front of you. Suyen couldn't help but laugh at her own naivety. She had no ties in this world, but Chin-yi did. It was no wonder Chin-yi responded that way. He had never experienced natural calamities or the end of the world. He hadn't seen people fighting over a mere piece of bread nor witnessed the sight of countless people starving, freezing, or drowning right before his eyes. He had never faced the relentless despair of day after day with no end in sight. So he was confident he could protect her. But she didn't believe it, at least she didn't think he could protect her now. In your silence, have I disappointed you? No, your way of thinking is very normal. We are different, I have no ties except for you, but you have not only me but also many family members and responsibilities on your shoulders. Of course, Su-yen also had two small companions to worry about. But I didn't see satisfaction in your eyes. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat, and after eating we can go shopping. Just then the dishes arrived and the two began feeding each other, too busy to talk. After finishing their meal, they strolled around taking photos on the street, then entered a mall to shop. In the luxury clothing store, she bought clothes, skirts, shoes, and various accessories. She bought everything she liked, not just for herself, but also for him, wanting to spend the 100 million she had on hand. However, Chin-yi insisted on competing with her to pay. I have money, I can buy it myself. I have money too, don't worry, I can afford my girlfriend's expenses. You pay for this one and I'll buy the next one. You can't keep competing with me to pay or else I won't buy anything I like. Alright, I'll listen to my girlfriend. After buying so much in this store, Chin-yi thought Su-yen had probably bought enough, so he didn't dwell on the payment. Little did he know he underestimated her. In another store, Su-yen saw styles she liked and had the sales staff pack them in her size or his size to be sent to the hotel shopping extravagantly. After more than an hour, Su-yen managed to spend over 30 million. When they returned to the hotel, it was already past 10 o'clock at night, and Su-yen, exhausted like a little puppy, curled up on the sofa and didn't want to move. Meanwhile, Chin-yi was full of energy, replying to messages, and then began to organize the items that had been delivered from the mall into the wardrobe. Iga, I'm going to take a shower. Go ahead. Su-yen took a clean set of pajamas into the bathroom. After closing the door, she first checked on her two little companions, asking about the kids, Mei and Lily. Then she took Hee out of the bathroom. Tuanzi checked the location of the nearest water tower factory here. Hee's smart brain activated, and in less than a minute 3 water tower factories were available for Su-yen to choose from. She made no choice and decided to take them all, planning to collect them when she had time. She had already stocked up quite a bit of drinking water in Jiang City. Although her space had a river, it was still safer to store some water for daily use. After coming out of the bathroom, half an hour had passed. Iga, I'm going to sleep now. Go ahead, wait for me. After organizing everything, Chin-yi hurriedly took a shower, eager to embrace his fragrant and soft little girlfriend. Su-yen experienced just how terrifying a man who had developed a taste could be. A man was like a leech, sticking to her and unable to be shaken off. Ian, let's do it again, shall we? Isn't once enough? Just now you said it was the last time. Her tender lips were kissed again. While others begged men to slow down and prolong the time, Su-yen went the opposite way. Woo-woo, this part did not pass review, please ignore it, everyone. Just as she was catching her breath, the phone on the bedside table rang. Who calls in the middle of the night? Is it mine or yours? Mine, it's a call from the mainland. With the time difference, it was no wonder the call came at midnight. Chin-yi threw on a bathrobe and got out of bed, standing by the window to take the call directly. Aside from responding with okay and yes, he hardly spoke throughout the call. After hanging up, he walked back to bed and gently embraced the woman. Ian, my superior told me to return to the country by February 6th at the latest, and I need to investigate some matters before going back. His superior didn't mention the reason for the urgent return in the call, but Chin-yi sensed that this call was unusual. He only knew that the family required him to return by that specific day. Su-yen nodded. She had a rough idea of the reason, likely due to her letter. Just as Su-yen had guessed, the top brass of Huaxia Group discovered the letter she had sent via artificial intelligence and the space button. Coincidentally, the letter mentioned the eruption of Ganagai-no, one volcano, which was confirmed to be true that same day. Additionally, the officials had witnessed the effects of the space button, shocking all the top executives. A top-secret meeting was held among the group's higher-ups. During the meeting, they also discussed the theft incidents at 2 foreign bank vaults. The bombing of a chicken toilet and the thefts from the 2 major vaults led several big shots to conclude that the person who sent the letter and the space button was the same individual behind the explosions and thefts. Moreover, this person was someone from their own country with a sense of patriotism. The call Qin received was a decision made after the high-level meeting to recall all top talents from abroad before the natural disaster struck. I am stepping out for a while. I'll be back by morning and bring you breakfast, and all right, I'll wait for you, and off he went, just as well. Su-Yan could now head to the 3 water tower factories to collect their inventory. Then she would go to the freshwater lake atop Mount Eaglejiang, mainly famed for its pristine purity, potable without filtration. And no sooner had Qin departed than Su-Yan, exhausted yet resolute, drove to the outskirts and boarded her aerial vehicle. The haul from the 3 water tower factories was staggering, so vast that where all those towers filled, the water alone would sustain her for 10 lifetimes. Returning from Mount Meili at 5 a.m., she decided why stop now. And locate the largest pharmaceutical warehouse in Night City and go there immediately. Su-Yan was watching the morning news, reporting precisely the thefts from Night City's 3 water tower factories and the pharmaceutical company. And breakfast is ready, my dearest Ian. You seem unusually cheerful today, and what makes you say that, and when your mood is low your words aren't the same. Setting down the meal, Qin drew the approaching woman into his arms and pressed a kiss to her lips. And sweet enough, and sweet. Keep it up. After lingering in each other's embrace, they finally sat down to eat. Qin gazed intently at Su-Yan and asked gravely, the recent bank vault heists, the string of incidents across Japan, and this morning's thefts at the pharmaceutical company and water tower factories in Night City. Do you think they're linked? Committed by the same person or the same organization? Yes, absolutely, and she didn't merely suspect it, she was the perpetrator. Yet she could not confess. And I've been assigned a task, use my final week before returning home to investigate these incidents as thoroughly as possible. That's an immense challenge. I'd wager you'll uncover nothing. Think about it, this is foreign soil. Even local authorities investigating their own affairs have drawn blanks. How likely is it that an outsider could pierce such secrecy? Qin smiled faintly. He knew the odds were slim. His superiors had merely asked him to try, holding no real expectation. Yet inexplicably, he sensed his girlfriend knew more than she let on. Perhaps men possess a sixth sense after all. And Ian, in 1 week come home with me, will you? And not for now. I'll stay here and wait for you. She knew he wouldn't return to Night City after this trip. And though Su-Yan would eventually leave, she needed him to believe she wouldn't. And this time, I'll most likely remain in Jingqing. I truly hope you'll return to study there. Qin, I won't be returning just yet. I understand the nature of your work. I respect it fully. I only ask the same understanding and respect in return. But I worry for your safety, and I promise to take impeccable care of myself. Should anything arise beyond my control, I'll withdraw to the homeland without delay. Qin held her gaze steadily, trying to see through the woman who had utterly captivated him. Love did not erase his doubt, it coexisted with it. His eyes scanned her like searchlights, penetrating yet ultimately unable to pierce her veil. And Qin, your gaze frightens me, and he instantly shed his professional intensity and slipped seamlessly into the role of devoted boyfriend. Then he chuckled softly, self-deprecatingly. And perhaps I'm losing my mind. Eat up, it'll turn cold, and will you be busy later? If so, don't worry about me. I'll sleep soundly in the hotel, and I have commitments this morning, but I'll return this afternoon to keep you company, and we'll share dinner together. Su-Yan nodded. She cherished every remaining moment with him, but reality demanded action. He would attend to his duties, and she to stockpiling supplies. After Qin left, Su-Yan rented a freight truck and drove to the countryside to acquire fresh fruits, flowering trees, and fruit-bearing shrubs, commodities intended for barter with gold. Over the next few days, Qin worked diligently by day, while Su-Yan occasionally ventured out for opportunistic acquisitions, taking whatever proved useful or valuable in the moment. At night, within the hotel room lying side by side, they deliberately avoided speaking of their impending separation, choosing instead to lose themselves in fervent tender intimacy, drawing deeply from each other's love. Su-Yan purchased another spatial ring, 10,000 cubic meters in capacity. And beyond the goods acquired during her recent opportunistic raids, she also transferred a substantial portion of her pre-existing reserves into it. From coal and primitive stoves to generators, motorboats, air-cushioned vessels, speedboats, combat boots, tactical uniforms, and bulletproof vests, anything her existing storage space contained she loaded inside. She allocated half of everything procured from arms dealers, long and short-barreled firearms, cold weapons, protective gear, off-road vehicles, tanks, aircraft, and fuel in multiple grades into the spatial ring. Still unsatisfied with its security, she bought 2 heavy-duty bombs and 2 laser rifles from the interdimensional marketplace, each carefully sealed in its own reinforced case accompanied by usage instructions and safety notes. The laser rifles were formidable, powered by controlled nuclear fusion energy cells, each cell sustaining full operational life until the weapon itself wore out. She also acquired 10 vials of human cellular regeneration serum at 10 kilograms of gold per vial and placed them alongside the rifles in their case, complete with detailed instructions. Every contingency she could envision she addressed. Finally, Su Yan consulted the AI. Is there any way to place a binding restriction on the spatial ring, undetectable to Qin Yi, so only he can open it, rendering it inaccessible to anyone else who might find it? Yes, using a single strand of his hair, we can lock onto his genetic signature. Note this only locks the biometric identity. Actual activation still requires binding. So once locked, only Qin Yi's blood can bind and activate it. Others cannot even initiate genetic binding. Correct. Perfect, that was precisely the function she required. And Qin Yi's hair was plentiful. Su Yan retrieved 2 strands immediately and had Hehe guide her step-by-step through the genetic locking process. On Hehe's recommendation, she also purchased several communication terminals and a signal relay transmitter. Once deployed atop a high elevation and activated, the terminals would establish connection for voice calls and precise geolocation. One terminal was placed inside the spatial ring, and Qin Yi's flight home departed tomorrow at 10 a.m. Everything had been arranged. She only awaited his arrival tonight so she could fasten the spatial ring around his neck. Su Yan ordered dinner, but by 8 p.m. he still hadn't returned. She called him. Ni's phone was off, and she dialed again every hour, each time met with silence. Unable to sleep, Su Yan instructed Hehe, the AI assistant, to breach the 3 biotech research institutes operated by Eaglejiang in Night City and planted a heavy bomb at each site. Should the Eaglejiang authorities learn that insomnia drove her to detonate research facilities, they'd scarcely know how to react. And not until past 9 a.m. The next day did Su Yan receive Qin Yi's call. I'm sorry. Yesterday's emergency forced me to power off my phone. Where are you now? Just arrived at the airport. No time to visit you. I'm traveling with 2 teammates and wait for me. I'm coming to you. Time isn't, and he hadn't finished before Su Yan ended the call. And she knew time was short, but she would make it. Su Yan had hack into all the operational systems of the Night City airport until she had enough time to meet Qin Yi. Soon after, Su Yan received a call from Qin Yi. Yan, I just received news that the airport's operational systems have inexplicably crashed and flights will be delayed by 3 hours. I know I'm on my way to the airport. Wait for me. Alright, drive carefully. Regardless of whether the separation was for a month or a year, for a couple in love, parting was always agonizing. Qin Yi also wanted to see his girlfriend. For delays exceeding 3 hours, the airport would arrange hotels for passengers to rest. Qin Yi sent Su Yan the room number of the hotel assigned to him. Not long after he arrived at the hotel, Su Yan also rushed there. After ringing the doorbell, it was Qin Yi who opened the door. Yan. Iga. Su Yan entered with a small suitcase containing Qin Yi's clothes and 2 large bags. Seeing her struggle with so much, Qin Yi felt heartbroken and hurriedly took them from her. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. This is my girlfriend, Su Yan. Qin Yi introduced his girlfriend to his 2 teammates. Yan, these 2 are my teammates and buddies, Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan. Hello, I brought something for Iga and disturbed your rest. I'm sorry. No, you and Iga take your time to chat. I'll go out with Lao Zheng for a stroll. Yes, Lao Chen, and I will go outside for some fresh air. Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan left the guest room, turning back to give Qin Yi a gesture of encouragement. Su Yan felt extremely awkward. Once the door was closed, Qin Yi embraced Su Yan tightly. Yan, listen to me. Can you return to the country as soon as possible? I have a very bad premonition, as if something significant is about to happen. It would be safer domestically and more convenient for us to meet. It's going to be hard for me to travel abroad again without any special tasks this time. I promise you I will return to the country, but not right now. You're still in my arms, and I'm already starting to miss you. Yan, I'm not afraid of not being able to see you. I'm afraid of losing touch with you. That would drive me insane. Who wouldn't go insane? If it weren't for the impending natural disaster apocalypse, how could Su Yan bear to... But having returned from the apocalypse, she understood one thing. Under the natural disaster apocalypse, civilization collapses and order disintegrates. Someone like Qin Yi is a beacon of righteousness. If she chose to be with him in this time, he would not understand her perspective on life. And she would certainly disagree with Qin Yi's methods on certain matters, as she had seen too much of that in her previous life. In a world where civilization collapses and order disintegrates, interpersonal relationships are no longer suited for the peace of prosperous times. It is difficult for 2 people with differing moral and value systems to reach the end together. In her previous life, Qin Yi did not survive the apocalypse, but this time is different. Su Yan believes that with her support he will be able to endure. She believes that in this life Qin Yi will be fine. What Su Yan is doing is not a lack of love, but a hope that they can go further together. If not, then remembering each other's most beautiful selves is also good. Qin Yi, can you stay for me? Just delay returning home for half a month. Yen, I'm sorry, I cannot disobey. Alright, I respect your decision. But Ika, no matter what difficulties you encounter in the future or what dangerous tasks you execute, please make sure to prioritize your own safety. If you dare to leave me, I will dare to put 1,000 green hats on you, green until the underworld. She wanted to say even harsher words, but her mouth was blocked by him. He kissed her fiercely. To call it rough would be an understatement. The strength in his hands tightened, making Su-Yen feel as if her waist might snap. You let go, I'm suffocating. Just before losing consciousness, he finally released her, and Su-Yen experienced what it meant to escape death. Men should not be provoked, otherwise their lives may be at stake. Yen, take back what you just said, I won't allow it. You can only be mine. You promise me too. I promise you I will take care of myself. I understand that only by living can I marry you. Su-Yen took off the space button necklace strung with many supplies from her neck and hung it around Chini's neck. Once I put this necklace on you, you must not take it off again. You must wear it while bathing, sleeping, and executing missions. Alright, I'll wear it every day. Chini reached out to touch it. The gray-white round pendant the size of a thumb was unidentifiable in material. Even the chain was very special. After all, how could something given by his girlfriend be ordinary? Indeed, it is not ordinary. It is a fortune worth tens or hundreds of billions given to you by your girlfriend. I had a master bless this necklace. The master said that in very dangerous and urgent situations, if you drop a drop of blood on it, your wishes will come true and it could save your life. Did you remember? What the hell, a drop of blood can make wishes come true and save lives. It's just to make Chini activate the space button in a critical situation, as she could not tell him now that this is a space button. Later, when communication is cut off, she won't be able to inform him. She can only hope that in life and death situations he will think of her. If he is about to die and doesn't think of her, doesn't recall her instructions, Su-Yen would think that all her deep feelings have gone to waste, and the two little ones would be left with only their mother. Su-Yen would not be so blindly optimistic as to gamble on the kindness of fate. The big shots also have 3 space buttons. Given Chini's status, he would learn about the existence of space buttons soon after returning. At that time he would know what the thing hanging around his neck was. At that time it wouldn't matter whether it was exposed or not. In the apocalypse, finding someone is not easy. She firmly believes that, even if Chini knows it was her, he wouldn't expose it without her consent. Chini did not understand, but he took Su-Yan's serious admonition to heart. I remember everything you say, and would never dare to forget. Alright, I should go, otherwise your teammates will start gossiping about you. Your things are in the suitcase. Those 2 bags are our gifts for your teammates. Stay a little longer, let me hug you more. Su-Yen did not wait for the airport to resume operations to send him off to board, as she was afraid of such a farewell and preferred for him to see her leave. Hey Lao Chin, are you back to your senses? Sister-in-law has been gone for a while now. Sigh, this really tortures the dog. Don't make a fuss here, this is what your sister-in-law gave, 1 for each of you. He pointed to the 2 large bags. Chini also didn't know what his girlfriend had prepared for his teammates, so he opened the suitcase his girlfriend sent. Wow. This is a watch I can't afford. Wow, this is sports gear I can't afford. Wow, this is chocolate I can't bear to eat. Sister-in-law is truly amazing. Sister-in-law is the best in the world. Lao Chen and Lao Zhang kept shouting. Chini's suitcase was even more extravagant, filled with luxury items like clothes, shoes, watches, and razors. Lao Chen, we could tolerate you having a girlfriend, we could tolerate your girlfriend being beautiful. But how can we endure that your girlfriend is wealthy, generous, beautiful, and loves you so much? Then Zhang Yuan and Chen Dingshan playfully teased the gloomy Qin, which finally lifted his spirits. After returning to the hotel, Su-Yen allowed herself to feel down for an hour. Then she cut off all means of contact. There are 3 days left, and she still needs to make another round of 0 yuan purchases. Su-Yen prepared to gather some gall chickens from the best supermarket that stocks them. She found that gathering from supermarkets is quite good, as they have everything you can think of or not. Another reason is for fairness. The central bank's vault of gall chickens must also be visited, or else Eagle Sauce, John Bull, and Foot Basin Chicken would accuse the thieves of favoritism. In the afternoon, Su-Yen packed all her belongings in the room into her space. Chini had left, so there was no need to stay here anymore. After dinner, she left the hotel, drove to the outskirts, boarded the aircraft, and flew to Gall Chickens with Tuanzi Hihi. First, they raided the supply warehouse of the Carrefour chain, then headed to the central bank vault. But Gall Chickens couldn't be this poor, could they? Was it to prevent theft that the vault was moved, leaving only a little bit of resources? A little bit is still necessary. She couldn't go empty-handed. Only having that little bit made Su-Yen feel very unhappy, extremely unhappy. With a heavy bomb of 60 kilograms of gold, Su-Yen decided to return the favor with 60 kilograms of gold. After placing the bomb, she gathered a batch of Gall fashion and shoes from the nearby commercial street, as well as a batch from a pharmaceutical company's warehouse. Having not received any gold, she could only vent her frustration on these small items. Then the aircraft turned around to collect the inventory from the Lagerfeld supermarket and later went to the Wanfo Kingdom to stock up on fruits with the remaining 70 million. Now she had completely spent all the money in her hands. On the eve of the global heavy rainfall, Su Yan returned to Longjing Terrace. In the past few days, the news of theft abroad was entirely due to Su Yan's contributions, but she didn't look at it and severed all means of contact. After getting off the plane, Qin Yi couldn't contact his girlfriend. Upon returning to the army, he was met with reports and meetings. After 3 days, he could finally reach out to the outside world and learned that he had returned due to news of a natural disaster apocalypse. This news was unexpectedly credible, and whether it was true would soon be revealed. Meanwhile, he was the captain of a newly established emergency rescue special operations team. Report team member Luo Fuan has arrived to report. Old Luo, what's your situation now? Luo Fuan had rapidly recovered from a serious injury and was sent back home for various research examinations. It was only now that he had come out and had become Qin Yi's team member. The situation is that all indicators are normal and there are no special cells in the body. The rapid healing of the wound is considered unsolvable. Well, normal is a good thing. After greeting his teammates, Qin Yi fell silent, holding his phone while waiting for news from his girlfriend, also praying that the predicted heavy rain wouldn't come. Luo Fuan also greeted Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan one by one. Boss, what's this about? Missing my sister-in-law, of course. She's a really beautiful sister-in-law. Luo Fuan had a very close relationship with Qin Yi. How could he not know that his brother had a wife? Under Luo Fuan's questioning, Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan each revealed everything they knew. Wait a minute, in Night City, as far as I know, Iga has only interacted with one beautiful girl with the surname Su, right? Yes, her name is Su Yan. As Chen Dingshan spoke her name, Luo Fuan slapped his forehead, realizing he knew his brother would be captivated by this girl. Wait a minute. Su Yan. When he was seriously injured and unconscious, someone fed him something. He reported this truthfully after returning. At that time, he hadn't completely lost consciousness and had tried to open his eyes to see who it was, but it was too blurry. Hearing the name Su Yan now, he suddenly felt that it should be. Igo, I have something to tell you. Luo Fuan pulled Qin Yi aside and quietly expressed his suspicions. How can you be sure? I'm not sure. When they asked me, I said it was probably a woman. When Chen Dingshan mentioned sister-in-law and Su Yan, I thought the shadow from that time looked like her. If you're unsure, there's no need to mention it. Let's wait until we contact her and ask. Understood. I also think it's impossible. Luo Fuan truly felt it was impossible. Qin Yi was different. He recalled seeing her come out of a small clinic at that time. She just happened to be at the clinic, and there were 2 coincidental explosion incidents. Moreover, she managed to escape from the people who had tied her up. He doubted her identity. Could she be from another mysterious department in the country? Qin Yi frantically called his girlfriend, but couldn't get through, and the messages he sent received no replies. The torrential rain arrived on schedule, accompanied by his anxious impatience. The next morning, the entire earth resembled a place submerged in water. Although the governing bodies had received the natural disaster news and prepared in advance, they still held some reservations. Now various orders were being sent through special channels to regions across the country. Qin Yi also led his team members into tense work. Su Yan, who had slept until naturally waking, turned on the television to watch the national channel. It was only the next day's rain, but the shops, warehouses, and houses in low-lying areas of various cities were already flooded. Pulling open the blackout curtains, it was clearly 10 in the morning, yet outside was dark and gloomy with rain pouring down incessantly against the glass. Fortunately, soundproofing was done, so the sound of the rain was minimal. In the distance, the greenery on the streets was seen leaning in various directions, with rain hitting the cars parked along the roadside. The water had already submerged half of the wheels of the vehicles. Further away, the towering buildings had dark clouds pressing against their rooftops. The constantly shifting cloud layers resembled a black hole threatening to swallow the skyscrapers and the city. It had just begun, and it was already terrifying. Afterward, there would be tornadoes and severe typhoons. Not to mention that it was now the spring festival, which normally shouldn't have typhoons in early spring, but now it was abnormal and any extreme phenomenon could occur. This rain was similar to her past life. The difference was that this time Su Yan was well prepared, staying far away from the extremes, living alone in Longjing Terrace. While in her previous life, she had moved to a high-rise apartment under Sui's name only after the villa was flooded 3 days later in the rain, which was about 2 kilometers away from Longjing Terrace in Jinlong City. Just as Su Yan was thinking about how to resolve her grievances with the Su family, a thud-thud sound came from outside the door. She checked the surveillance and found it was exactly what she had wished for. The Su family had gathered together. The ones banging on the door were Sui and Su Fan, cursing. Knowing they could find her here, they were certain she was inside. Su Yan opened the 2 inner doors and slid down the top half of the outer door, asking through the railing, "What do you want?" "Oh, you know how to open the door. Mom and Dad, and we have been here for so long. Are you deaf?" Sui stopped banging and pointed at Su Yan, scolding her. Su-Yen, what does it mean to turn off your phone and block us? You deceived our family out of tens of billions and now we have to come looking for you in such heavy rain. You're something, huh? Open the door and I won't kill you. Su-Fan had beaten Su-Yen countless times since childhood. Unfortunately, Su-Yen was no longer the one who would bear grievances. Firstly, the equity transaction was mutually agreed upon. How could it be said to be deception? Secondly, did I ask you to come in such heavy rain? Why hasn't this heavy rain drenched you? You. Su-Fan wanted to speak again, but knowing that this person wouldn't say anything good, Su Jiao tugged at the corner of his shirt, and he managed to swallow his words. Sister, I came to see you with Mom and Dad. You can't just leave us at the door, can you? Su Jiao said in a high-pitched voice which sent shivers down people's spines and was utterly disgusting. I'll leave you all at the door, so what? Su-Yen looked at the nauseating and pretentious woman as if she were watching. Su Jiao stomped her foot, nearly breaking character as she pointed at Su-Yen. Xiao-Yen, open the door for a bit, let us in to talk. Su Mulan wore a forced smile. With a cold face, Su-Yen patiently asked, if you have something to say then say it, if not get lost. There's no way in. This property at Longjao Terrace was bought for Su-Yen by her second uncle, and the Su family surely found out about her here through some means. Now this family was braving the heavy rain to come find her, definitely with ill intentions. Or perhaps they wanted to get something from her. There was no way she would open the door. Seeing Su-Yen firmly refuse to let them in, Su Jianmin simply laid out his purpose directly. Xiao-Yen, the money from the shares is useless to you, but if you give it to me it will be useful. Su Jianmin's tone was as if he were at a bank withdrawing money, utterly self-assured. Su-Yen glanced at Su Jianmin, Lan Yuru, Su Jiao, and the two brothers. Then she lightly responded with an "Oh. What do you mean Dad wants to take money from you because he thinks highly of you?" Su-Yen didn't wait for Su-Fan to finish, slamming the middle door shut with a bang, choosing not to speak when they couldn't talk properly. Wait. Sister, I have something to discuss with you, Su Jiao shouted anxiously, knowing that once this door closed it wouldn't be easy to break it open. Don't call me sister, I don't have such a vicious younger sister, and besides my mom only gave birth to me. She has long since passed away. What are you talking about? How do you know? Lan Yuru was astonished at how Su-Yen knew. My second uncle told me, Su-Yen said, raising the door panel again. Since they wanted to talk she would engage them properly. Having lived once more, Su-Yen had no intention of pretending to have a deep sisterly bond with this woman. She also intentionally revealed that she knew she wasn't a biological child of the Su family, indicating that the other members of the Su family should refrain from bothering her, otherwise she wouldn't mind sending them off to meet their great-grandmother early. What are you saying? Even if you aren't a biological child of the Su family, you were raised by the Su family. How dare you rebel? Su Jianmin reacted strongly, still coveting the money in Su-Yan's hands. I hope you both understand one thing, it was you two who took me from my second uncle to raise me. Furthermore, do you need me to go through how you raised me one by one? It was my second uncle who raised me, not you. Don't think I don't know how much my second uncle has done for you. You ungrateful wretch. Su Jianmin pointed at Su-Yen and scolded. Xiao-Yen, how can you talk to your dad like that? You can't deny that you were raised by the Su family. Hurry up and apologize to your dad. Oh, we are all family. Lan Yuru still wanted to use the moral obligation of being family to bind her. The two brothers in the Su family were silent at this time, as they had always known that Su-Yen was not their biological sister. Su-Yen sneered. She had initially thought that if Su Jianmin and Lan Yuru didn't provoke her she would not actively seek revenge, considering they had coexisted peacefully for over a decade. But what happened? Su Jiao felt uneasy, worried that once the facade was broken it would be difficult to obtain the emerald ring. I have something to discuss with you. I know that among the jewelry left to you by my second uncle there's an emerald ring. I've recently taken a liking to collecting emeralds, could you let it go? No way. An emerald. They braved the heavy rain to demand an emerald. This was quite suspicious. They certainly knew there was something special about the ring. She could be reborn and so could others. Su-Yen glanced around the 5 people outside the door, noticing only Su Jiao's eyes filled with greed and determination, while the others only showed anger. Why not? You have so many pieces of jewelry, what harm is there in giving me one? We can buy it from you if necessary, just name your price. Sorry, when I was abroad those items went to the auction house. Don't think you can name a price, I couldn't buy them back even if— No. How is that possible? How could you sell them? Su-Yen, are you crazy? You're the one who's crazy, your whole family is sick in the head. Get lost. Understanding why this family had come, Su-Yen had nothing further to say. She slid the door panel down and with a bang closed both doors inside. The natural disaster had just begun, she couldn't deal with the Su family yet. Once order completely collapsed, that would be her time for revenge. Not to mention that in this lifetime Su dad, Su mom, and the 2 Su brothers hadn't laid a hand on her yet. Su Jiao's scheme to drug her and ruin her reputation, a Su-Yen didn't believe that family was unaware of that. Just now when Su Jiao mentioned the emerald, Su-Yen noticed the expressions of the other 4 and combined it with Su Jianmin's lingering greed for those billions. It seemed they did not know the end times had begun. Could it be that the daughter of the Su family wants to enjoy the space all by herself? That shouldn't be the case. However, refusing them this time with that family's nature, especially Su Jiao's shamelessness, they would definitely come again. Revenge was to be had. She was still thinking about waiting until order was completely chaotic. It seemed Su Jiao couldn't stay long. Su Yan ignored the family shouts outside and focused on what she had to do. She needed to tidy up the space first. Just from the stock of goods she had collected from the few supermarkets abroad, it was enough to keep her busy, and she also needed to plant various seedlings. He helped me organize the supplies. Received. After analyzing the current status of the space, I recommend that Su categorize the items into several large categories, storing similar items in one storage area to make future retrieval easier. Oh right, there's plenty of gold, so I won't upgrade for now, I'll just buy it. There's already one storage area for preservation, so let's build another preservation storage area, one for fresh fruits and vegetables, and one for various meats. The ordinary items will be divided into daily necessities, snacks, drinks, clothing, furniture, baby supplies, dry goods, small appliances, large machinery, and outdoor survival gear. Additionally, various vehicles, airplanes, and boats, both large and small, are parked in a designated area within the space. Those water tanks are stacked on large ships to save space. Each storage area can be moved wherever they want with a click. Su Yan, who had a bit of OCD, arranged the current 12 storage areas neatly at the edge of the space. She let the artificial intelligence operate the mechanical arms to slowly help her sort the goods while she went to plant trees. She had already had he download various survival skills categorized, so now she just needed to open videos on cultivating crops and learn to plant trees. Planting trees isn't difficult, she got the hang of it. The small farming machinery she got for free was really useful. Su Yan pushed a digging machine and began to dig holes by the river. Estimating how large each mature fruit tree would grow, she left a certain distance between them, dug a row of holes, and planted a row of trees: apple trees, pear trees, peach trees, etc. Each type of fruit tree was grouped together. With those seedlings over a meter tall once planted by the bare riverbank, it looked quite nice with a touch of green. By the river, from the foot of the mountain to the peak, she planned to plant fruit trees everywhere, taking her time, as she would eventually finish planting. The space, aside from having no night, has a flow rate the same as the outside world. The trees planted would grow normally in a slow process, so the spaces between the trees could also be used to plant some fast-growing vegetables. After planting many trees and vegetables, she finally saw the little lambs, calves, and piglets running around. The chicks, ducklings, and goslings were fine as they were kept in cages. This wouldn't do. If the pigs, sheep, and cattle trampled on the fruit tree seedlings and vegetable patches, it would all be in vain. Fortunately, these young animals weren't too many. Su Yan planned a large area by the mountains specifically for raising livestock. The area for raising was all fenced off with stakes and iron wire. Speaking of iron wire, she had to thank the few large supermarkets she collected. There were quite a few rolls of. After a busy day, she ate in the space. Su Yan spent over 10 hours in the space. She had planted about 50 or 60 seedlings, and in the spaces between each seedling, she also planted small bok choy, beet greens, lettuce, spinach, loofah, cantaloupe, and so on, planting a bit of everything to ensure a comprehensive variety. It was already the morning of the second day after emerging from the space, and the rain poured down harder with the wind growing increasingly fierce. Looking out from the window, the towering skyscrapers swayed precariously in the wind, threatening to topple at any moment. Downstairs, the Longjong Terrace was relatively elevated, yet the water had already seeped into the first-floor residents' homes. In the community garden, various garbage floated on the water's surface. The not-so-tall greenery trees had only half of their crowns visible above the water, swaying chaotically in the storm, as if to demonstrate the last stubbornness of their existence. The entire city was no longer capable of normal travel. Water and electricity supply remained intact, though it was uncertain how much longer it would last. Su Yan took a shower before bringing the two little ones out of the space into the children's room to prepare milk for them. She could only hold one child at a time to feed them. This time she fed the older brother, while the little sister looked at her with tear-filled eyes, pouting as if on the verge of crying. Su Yan felt a deep pang of sorrow. She gently coaxed, "Shall Wei, be good. Mommy will feed your brother first, and then I will hold you longer later, okay?" Little Wei let out a soft whimper and slowly began to suck on the milk bottle that Lily had put in her mouth. After both little ones finished their milk, in the spirit of fairness, Su Yan put down the brother and picked up the sister, soothing her gently. The little girl already knew how to flash a toothless grin at her mother. After playing with the two little ones for a while, Su Yan went to cook herself a bowl of tomato beef noodles for breakfast. After finishing her breakfast, she thought, well, today will be a day of rest. There was so much land in the space that it couldn't all be planted in just a day or two. There was plenty of time ahead to plant slowly. Su Yan made herself a glass of juice and settled on the sofa, ready to take it easy. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, someone was knocking at the door. Surely the Su family wouldn't be in such a hurry to send themselves to death. Su Yan grabbed her phone to check the surveillance and saw two people in property uniforms. She only opened the two doors and the outer door had only slid the steel plate upwards. Su Yan asked through the railing, "What is it?" "Hello, Miss Su, I am Manager Wang from the Lanjiang Terrace property. Given the current weather conditions, travel is impossible. Considering the needs of the residents, our property has brought a boat to help purchase goods for everyone. I noticed you have not joined our resident group, so I came to inquire. Your service is commendable." Su Yan replied casually, hoping to still speak amicably in a few days. "So, Miss Su, what do you need to buy?" "Yes, I want various seafood as much as you can procure. If there is fresh beef, I will take 20 pounds. For chicken, I want those that have been raised for at least 360 days, and for rice, I want authentic Thai jasmine rice or wuchang rice. For fruits, I need durian, avocado, cherries." Miss Su, please stop. These items cannot be bought at the moment. Still wanting seafood. Imported fruits. The young lady of the Su family truly knows nothing of the hardships of the world. Given the current situation, being able to buy noodles, instant noodles, rice, flour, salt, and oil is already considered having connections. Manager Wang could no longer bear to listen, quickly interrupting before Su Yan could finish. "Can't buy those. Then I won't need them. I have already contacted someone to deliver goods to me." "Alright then, Miss Su can join the resident group where daily purchasing information will be sent out at irregular intervals. You can check the group messages or tag me whenever you want to buy something." "Okay, I will join the group now." Su Yan replied using a phone number that no one knew to scan the QR code to join the group. "Alright, we will take our leave now." Su Yan nodded expressionlessly, emanating an aura of not being to be trifled with, as if warning them not to bother her. She did not need anyone to purchase for her, as she had all the supplies herself. She did not want to pretend to lack supplies to prevent others from coveting her. Such a tactic was unnecessary, and even if she pretended, it would not work. In the eyes of outsiders, she lived alone and had a beautiful face with doors that were fortified by bombs that could not be blown open, and she herself did not go out every day. No matter whether she had supplies or not, those who were intent on taking advantage would still do so, whether they wanted to rob her supplies or her house. Those who should and should not intervene would come forward. She deliberately asked for things that could not be bought at the moment, revealing that someone was bringing her goods to let these people know she was not a lonely woman trapped here. In the elevator, another property worker, who had not spoken a word, said that Miss Su is a bit strange. "Did you see her door?" The Su family ranks among the top 3 on the Jiangcheng wealthy list. It is normal for the daughters of wealthy families to have some peculiar habits. Would you be scared if I gave you that much money? It's not unusual for someone with their wealth to install a few more secure doors. Yes, it's not unusual. Miss Su is so beautiful. I have worked as a security guard in so many Han communities and have never seen anyone more beautiful than her, though she looks cold and unapproachable. Have you ever seen any wealthy young lady who is easy to approach? If you want to court disaster, be careful in your service. Got it. Su Yan slumped back onto the sofa, idly scrolling through the incessantly flashing messages in the newly joined WeChat group. Building A, room 101, we are currently crammed in the hallway on the 3rd floor with 4 family members. The children are cold and hungry, and we can't even boil a pot of water. There's no place to go to the bathroom. Does anyone have an extra room we can borrow? Please, we will pay. Building F, room 102, I will pay 2 at a 5-star hotel rate. If anyone has an extra room, please speak up. Building C, room 801, high price for food, I want anything edible. Who has it? Building B, room 902, pictures. I have it, but am not selling. Following the person posting pictures, there was a string of complaints, most of which were humorous jabs at him for intentionally provoking envy. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, order was still maintained, and everyone was sustaining a facade of harmony. Su Yan inwardly scoffed at the person posting pictures flaunting their pantry. It was a signal for others to come and rob him. After setting the group messages to silent, Su Yan tossed her phone aside. She pondered whether to turn on that freak. In the end, she couldn't resist pressing the power button. The notification tones for missed calls and WeChat alternated incessantly, almost causing her phone to crash. Su Yan glanced at her phone. Apart from the ill-intentioned calls from her family, the remaining missed calls were all from Qin Yi. On WeChat, Su Jiao sent the most messages, all asking her about the emerald ring, while a few familiar friends and classmates also messaged to check on her, including Li Muhua, asking if she was okay and where she was. She had subtly reminded Li Muhua before the flood to stock up on food and water. The debt of gratitude was settled, and she probably wouldn't see him again, so she decided not to reply. The rest were all acquaintances she was not particularly close to, and there was no need to respond. The remaining messages were all from Qin Yi, showing 99. After opening it, the latest messages were inquiries about her safety, but she dared not scroll up to read further. She only replied with 6 words: safe, don't worry, take care. Then she powered off her phone. Taking advantage of the remaining internet connection, Su Yan released Hee the little dumpling from the space. Su Hee misses you. The black and white little dumpling jumped joyfully in circles. Suyen scooped the soft little dumpling into her arms, continuously rubbing it. The texture was simply too delightful, and no matter how she squeezed, she didn't have to worry about it getting hurt. After enough cuddling, she said, download all the maps of this world first, as well as the series of courses from elementary to high school, and then download all the entertainment videos, novels, anime, and so on. You are a mature artificial intelligence. Now download everything useful you can find. Susu, I've prepared quite a number of martial arts suitable for ladies, including Sanda, Taekwondo, grappling, and military boxing for your daily practice, along with various shooting techniques. You should practice diligently or you'll become too weak. Oh right, having so many weapons without knowing how to use them is pointless. I should learn shooting, but Sanda and Taekwondo are tough. With my incredible cheat, maybe I should skip those. Susu, say something. Alright, I'll learn. The little bundle of joy spun around happily upon hearing this. Suyen briefly considered the hardship of training, but quickly dismissed the thought she was definitely going to learn. She did not want to suffer the same losses she had in her past life. No matter how powerful the cheat was, it was still just a cheat. What if one day it stopped working? One cannot rely solely on external forces. True strength lies in self-improvement. Determined, she decided to first enhance her physical fitness before moving on to other skills. Suyen retrieved a treadmill from her space, placing it in a suitable spot, and asked Hehe to find her a drama to watch while running. She planned to run for a week to adapt, then would incorporate push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, planks, squats, and other exercises into her routine. After all, she had plenty of time to mold herself in the direction of a female special forces soldier. The direction was set, the extent of her transformation did not matter as long as she worked hard to survive. After running for an hour and becoming completely soaked, it was lunchtime. Suyen rinsed rice in a pot, then chopped up a hen and added ginseng slices to stew. Once she finished in the kitchen, she showered and changed into comfortable home clothes. By then the food was ready, the soup was nearly done, and she quickly stir-fried some carrots with beef. In the afternoon, taking advantage of the electricity and water still being available, she decided to prepare some dishes for storage. After lunch, Suyen began her work, pulling out 3 large rice cookers from her space, cleaning them, and starting to cook rice. She also found several clean containers with lids to store the rice and dishes. Indeed, the containers were necessary. She planned to cook just a few of her favorite dishes that were easy to store, so she could take out just what she needed later. Beef brisket stew with white radish, stewed beef, stewed lamb, stewed pig trotters, stewed goose, poached chicken, salt-baked chicken, 3-cup duck. She would stew several pots a day, each dish filling a large container. Don't ask why a young lady would cook so many dishes. After 6 years of the apocalypse in her previous life, although resources were scarce, after the natural disasters, she had been the one cooking for that family for 6 years. Moreover, nowadays there are plenty of cooking videos available. If you can make one dish, you can make 10. At most, the first pot might not taste quite authentic, but gradually it would become delicious. First, she would wash and stew the beef brisket, which was easy. She planned to stew 3 pots of that and 3 pots of lamb chops. Then she would boil a large pot of water to make a few poached chickens, starting with these. She had many pots. When Suyen was shopping at the supermarket, she had acquired countless cookware. She worried about using too many electrical appliances simultaneously, fearing to overload the circuits. Otherwise, she could easily handle 10 to 20 pots at once. She spent the entire afternoon in the kitchen. The range hood couldn't keep up with the smoke and odors. She was enveloped in the smells of beef, brisket, radish, poached chicken, and lamb. She resembled a mobile food vendor. Once again, she had to wash from head to toe. After cleaning up, she ate her meal, then entered her space to prepare a shooting range and set up a target. Hehe was in charge of teaching, starting with handguns, explaining the basics of breathing, grip, aiming, and firing. Susu, you're amazing. Keep it up. Hehe cheered enthusiastically. The little bundle of joy praised Suyen with utmost sincerity, while internally thinking, isn't mastering such basic things just a matter of a glance? Susu is too weak. Suyen remained calm. A sharpshooter is made with bullets. She wasn't in a hurry. After practicing for an hour, she exited her space to spend 2 hours with Xiao Rui and Xiao Wei. Afterward, regardless of the chaos outside, she peacefully fell into a deep sleep. This was her monologue. Upon waking, a new day began. The first thing Suyen did was pull back the curtains to look downstairs. The water level had risen rapidly, reaching the 2nd floor. The rain showed no signs of stopping, and the wind had intensified. If it was level 8 yesterday, today, it was at least level 10, with howling winds, mixed with the sounds of shattering glass, along with men's curses, children's screams, and women's cries, creating a unique morning symphony of the apocalypse. At the 2nd floor window, a few daring men formed a group to lift 2 bound door panels like a boat, intending to go out in search of food. Unfortunately, their lives were too fragile for such boldness. As soon as one jumped onto the door panel, he lost his footing and fell into the water, taking another with him, and both were terrible swimmers. The onlookers upstairs gasped in shock, and the 2 struggled in the water before sinking. Those still eager to try saw the fate of the 2 and lost their resolve. Look, this is the consequence of relying solely on takeout. By the fourth day, they had run out of food and lost their lives in the search for it. Pulling down the blackout curtains, Su-Yen proceeded to wash up, then fed breakfast to the two little ones. After playing with them for a while, she entrusted them to Mimi and Lily for care while she started having breakfast and planning her day. 2 hours on the treadmill plus half an hour of sit-ups, then a break of 1.5 hours before cooking lunch. After lunch, she planned to work in her space for 2 hours growing vegetables and practice shooting for 2 hours. If anything delayed her, she would push it back, but the planned schedule had to be followed throughout the day. Before running, she took out a few cleaned chickens from her space, chopped them, and put them in a pot to stew a large bucket of chicken soup, all for the times when cooking would be inconvenient in the future. During her break, Su-Yen boredly turned on the TV, which was filled with scenes of armed police and military personnel using rubber boats and motorboats to rescue drowning individuals or retrieve essential supplies amid the raging flood. At the bottom of the TV screen, a long string of red words scrolled continuously. This heavy rain and typhoon are escalating. The disaster area covers the entire country, and the situation is extremely severe. Please, citizens, do not go out unless necessary and stock up on food while waiting for rescue. This scrolling red text hinted at something those who are even slightly sensitive might think of the apocalypse. Young people living with their parents are not currently lacking in food due to the older generation's good habit of stocking supplies, while those living alone or young couples are mostly the ones facing shortages. Young people who can cook crave freshness of the meat and vegetables they buy daily are only enough for that day. Those who can't cook rely on takeouts every day, often having just a few bags of instant noodles at home. In such weather, how could they go out to stock up on food? Rescue. Su-Yen tried hard to recall the timing of rescues in her previous life. It occurred half a month after the natural disaster began. Many who ran out of food or couldn't grab any had already starved to death. Rustling. The TV screen went black. The signal was officially cut off. As the TV went silent, she could hear someone knocking on the door coming from the hallway. The water had risen to the second floor, and the elevator was no longer operational. Who climbed up to the 32nd floor to trouble her? She first looked through the observation window and saw an unfamiliar man and woman, neither of whom were holding any weapons. Only then did Su-Yen open the blast-proof door and, through the barred gate, ask, "Who are you? What are you doing knocking on my door?" "Hello, we are tenants from apartment 3102. My name is Chinli, and this is my husband Lu Xinhao. Here's the situation. The glass of our window was shattered by the typhoon. You're not living in 3202, are you? Could we stay with you for a few days?" The woman looked at Su-Yen, appearing to smile earnestly, but her expression was one of calculation. "We will pay rent." The man beside the woman quickly added, as if he were the only one in the world with money. Su-Yen couldn't help but ask herself, do I really look like someone who is short on cash? This man doesn't think it, doesn't he know the housing prices in Longjing Terrace? Those who can afford 2 penthouse apartments in Longjing Terrace wouldn't be short on a bit of rent. She coldly glanced at the couple. No rent. After saying that, she shut the door, unwilling to listen to any more nonsense. In her past life, she had too much experience, and no matter how you talk to them, you would end up being morally coerced with phrases like neighborly harmony and mutual assistance. If you refuse to help, you are deemed a heinous villain. Returning home, everything was dim. She had only been out for a short while and the power was out. She went back into the kitchen and turned on the tap. The water was gone as well. Ugh, and the gas is out too. The water, electricity, and gas were all completely cut off. Su-Yen picked up her phone to check. There was still a signal. Feeling impulsive, she clicked into the owner group chat for a quick glance. What she saw was quite interesting. After several messages from lower floor residents seeking temporary housing, there were the couple who had just banged on her door, frantically criticizing her in the group. "We have vacant rooms on the 32nd floor of Building C. As you all know, this building is the king of the complex, spacious enough to accommodate several lower floor residents. Unfortunately, my husband and I just inquired, but others are neither offering to lend nor rent. Those who can afford to live in Longjing Terrace are all highly educated elite individuals and should have more empathy. They should understand that during disasters, neighbors ought to help each other through tough times. Yet they let their houses remain vacant, watching lower floor neighbors crowded in the corridors without extending a hand." This woman was clearly inciting hatred against Su-Yen, making it seem as if she owed the lower floor residents dozens of lives. Was she trying to rally all the lower floor owners to attack her? After the woman posted several messages, several residents from the first, second, and third floors immediately tagged Su-Yen in the group. Su-Yen ignored them and quietly observed, "Everyone, don't waste your efforts. I live below her, and when I found her, she didn't say a word. She definitely won't respond here. If you want to borrow a place to stay, perhaps it would work if several owners went together. As far as I know, apartment 3201 is only occupied by her, and she hasn't come down since moving in, so she must have plenty of supplies." Haha, this is mobilizing the power of the masses. Just because there are more people, they can move in. That's quite an optimistic thought. Moreover, they are openly stating in the group that she lives alone and has a lot of supplies. What a malicious intent. Are they trying to incite villains to deal with her? Or should I just send a group message? Suyen typed to the one in 3102, you don't need to stir up trouble in the group. This is my territory and I am unwilling to share. No matter how many people come asking to borrow or rent, the result will be the same. Before you morally coerce me, you should first ask yourselves, if someone asked you to lend them food or water right now, would you do? The house is mine. I won't lend or rent it out. Don't waste your breath tagging me. Therefore, whoever knocks on my door and causes trouble will be on their own. After Suyen sent this message, someone immediately replied with insults. What do you mean yours and mine? In the face of life, everything must yield. You must give up your house. I heard there's only one girl living there. A young woman should be more charitable and have a spirit of giving, otherwise she will have trouble finding a good family to marry into. Who's going with me to knock on the door? Damn it, people are dying from the floods. Those who haven't drowned are not far from starving to death. Let's take a chance. I don't believe a group of people can't handle a single woman. In the group there was a stream of accusations directed at Suyen. Property manager Wang, everyone's houses are private property and owners have the right to dispose of their own real estate as they wish. Outsiders cannot occupy them. Furthermore, I regret to inform you all that purchasing supplies will be suspended starting today. What? Just a couple of days ago I could still buy a few packs of noodles and now you say it's suspended. Wang, you haven't reduced the property fees and now you're not handling anything. Yesterday you said you would think of a way to accommodate the flooded residents. Have you arranged that? Now we can't even buy a pound of vegetables a day. Wang, what about the vacant houses in Longjing Terrace? Have you counted? Hurry up and redistribute. Damn the useless property management. Don't make me pay property fees. Wang was quite willing to procure supplies as he could make some profit, but the suppliers had all been flooded. As for the accommodation of lower floor residents, the property management had always made arrangements. However, this community has a good location with a high occupancy rate, and the property management couldn't find many vacant units to accommodate the flooded residents. Some vacant houses were also untouchable by the property management as their owners had connections. For instance, with someone like Suyen having vacant properties, manager Wang wouldn't even dare to ask for fear of offending someone. For ordinary people's vacant houses, the property management also faced immense pressure in arranging temporary housing for lower floor residents. After all, the houses are private property and the property management is not a government unit that can requisition them, that will fearing complications in post-disaster handling. The group was in turmoil. After denouncing Suyen, they began cursing the property management. Suyen didn't want to waste time reading these messages. Just before she exited, a sudden message came through the group, which was extremely discordant amidst the insults. I am an internal medicine doctor. I have a young patient with a high fever and the situation is critical. Could anyone here spare some fever-reducing medicine? An internal medicine doctor from the 11th floor. She glanced at the children's room, thinking of her two little ones. Suyen tagged the doctor from the 11th floor. Is it for an infant or a child? A 4-year-old child. I happen to have a box of children's fever-reducing medicine. You can come up and... Closing the group chat window, Suyen went to add diesel to the generator stored in the utility room. When she modified this safe house, she had made the utility room soundproof so the noise wasn't loud. She connected the hallway door to electricity and turned it to maximum power. Whoever knocked on the door would be electrocuted. To avoid accidental harm, she wrote "Beware of electric shock" in large letters to post outside when she sent out the medicine. The water was cut off, so she moved a water tank from the balcony outside the kitchen for easier access to water. She also brought out some coal and a coal stove, which was very suitable for dishes like stewed goose in an iron pot. After finishing these tasks, she glanced at the surveillance monitor. Outside the hallway door stood a woman in her 30s or 40s, quite beautiful with short neat hair exuding an elite vibe. Suyen took the medicine and opened the door. Seeing Suyen, Luo Wanning was momentarily stunned, having not heard that there was a female star living in this building. She was truly stunning. Hello, I am Luo Wanning from the 11th floor. Hello, I'm Suyen. Do you need these medicines? Luo Wanning took a look and saw 2 boxes of oral medicine and a box of cooling patches, just what she needed. I appreciate it, Miss Sue. What would you like in exchange? I don't want anything, no money either, I have 2 kids at home too. She expressed her understanding as a fellow parent while also hinting a bit. Such a young mother. Though puzzled, Luo Wanning didn't ask out loud. She readily accepted the medicine, saying, all right, thank you again. So I will. You take the medicine and get busy. The child is the priority. Okay. Luo Wanning hurriedly ran downstairs with the medicine. She dashed down to the 10th floor where Uncle Zhang was waiting by the door. Luo Wanning quickly entered the children's room and tore off a piece of the fever patch to stick on the child. Uncle Zhang, is the hot water ready? It's ready. I heard you say that the 32th floor owner is hard to get along with. What will you use to exchange? I'm worried I can't provide anything. Seeing the messages she sent in the group, I thought she was difficult to deal with, but in person I found her quite nice. There's no need for anything in return that Miss Sue has kids too. This flood is uncertain in when it will pass. She's doing you a favor, adding a layer of protection for her child. Still, I'm very grateful for her help. She doesn't seem like a cold-blooded person. The 32nd floor is her place, and she installed a heavy door at the hallway to keep people out, clearly not wanting to interact with outsiders. Those asking to borrow her house are simply asking too much. That's true. Wait, did she install a door in the hallway? They say that the old become wise. Uncle Zhang could infer much from just one door. It seems that aside from not wanting to interact with outsiders, there must be something more on the 32nd floor, something related to the surname Su. I heard that the top floor was purchased by the Su family. There are many surnames Su in Jiangqing, but only one prominent family. Could the Su family possess undisclosed information from the meteorological department? It seems this natural disaster won't be over anytime soon. Uncle Zhang shared his concerns with Luo, wanting advising her to conserve food and drink at home and not to lend anything out. Su Yan was unaware that she unknowingly influenced two households. She had already entered the space to practice shooting, bringing the two little ones and Mei Mei along. Shooting practice continued for an hour with Hihi providing guidance. Once the hour of learning was up, she switched to planting mode. Su Yan discovered that the trees planted in the space were thriving. The seedlings planted the previous night looked vibrant and showed no signs of having been transplanted. In particular, two 3-year-old mango saplings, which had just begun to flower when planted, were now in full bloom, filling the air with a delightful mango flower fragrance. The soil in the space is vastly different from ordinary dirt outside. It appears that even fertilizers are unnecessary. This means she should plant those larger seedlings first to enjoy the fruits of her labor sooner. Looking at the large fruit seedlings in the storage area, Su Yan felt grateful that the seller had provided her with mature saplings at a high price. Aside from the mango trees, the grapevines were also budding. The other varieties had a few years' worth of seedlings, but none had begun to flower. It was already 7 p.m. Su Yan took the two little ones out of the space. Wherever she went, they would follow. She washed the rice and started cooking. Dinner consisted of pan-fried yellow fish, poached shrimp, and stir-fried vegetable hearts. After dinner, she decided not to enter the space again, as she had completed her tasks for the day. Tonight was likely to be turbulent. Su Yan moved a small tea table close to the balcony, lit a small charcoal stove, and decided to indulge in poetry while brewing tea. She placed some chestnuts to roast beside it. Outside, the typhoon continued to howl and wreak havoc, leaving the already battered earth in tatters. The once vibrant city was now shrouded in darkness. Inside, one person sipped tea quietly, creating an elegant and relaxed atmosphere. The outside world and indoors felt like two entirely different realms. Su Yan pulled down the blackout curtains and turned on the lights. While others were without power, her home had electricity. She released Hihi from the space, saying, "Tuanzi, you'll be in charge of monitoring the hallway from now on. Alert me if anyone approaches." Okay, Susu. The interstellar AI was indeed overkill for guarding the house. After enjoying a few roasted chestnuts, Su Yan went to the children's room to play with the two little ones, only to end up falling asleep herself. It was Hihi who woke her up. Upon waking, Su Yan glanced at her watch. It was not yet 1 o'clock at night. Susu, look. Hihi displayed the hallway footage for her. Outside the hallway door stood a crowd of over 10 people, with 3 of them sprawled on the ground. Those people neither looked at nor believed the words on the door. It was clear that the 3 on the floor had been electrocuted while attempting to break in. Some attempted to drag away the 3 who had been electrocuted, while others discussed how to deal with the door. Among them were the couple from 3102. Su Yan pondered how to teach the remaining individuals a lesson. Should she take a tang knife and confront them? Su Yan was not foolish enough to think she could defeat so many by herself at the moment. Su Yan contemplated what kind of lesson to impart to these individuals. Meanwhile, they were brainstorming ways to breach the door. Chinli remarked, "This door wasn't electrified at noon. This isn't just about whether the door has electricity. The entire city is without power. Where would this house get any? Do they have a generator? In that case, we definitely need to take this floor down. Find a way to cut the electricity to the door or use insulating materials to separate it before smashing it down." You're talking too much. Those 3 still have breath in them. They were only trying to help everyone and got electrocuted. We need to save them first. The one suggesting to save them was probably quite close to the 3 who had been electrocuted. They're not dead, they'll wake up soon. First, we need to deal with the door. We can't just slink away with our tails between our legs. That would disgrace our families. You lack loyalty. You talk about loyalty, but when it comes to dividing the rooms, will your family get the small? These people realized that this disaster would not conclude anytime soon. Those with connections had heard some news from abroad. The actual situation was not just a nationwide disaster, but a global one. Currently, the typhoon outside was churning up the city's floodwaters just like giant waves in the ocean. It was the same across the country and the globe. If they didn't take action to save themselves, they would only be left to collect corpses when help arrived. Among these people, a few households had run out of food and drink and could only rely on rainwater to stave off hunger. Their only thought was to seize Su Yan's 2 apartments and stockpile food, ensuring they had sustenance during this period. When the time came to hold them accountable, they would only face compensations, as surviving was the most important thing. These people had a well-thought-out plan, but unfortunately their calculations were no match for bullets. Su Yan emerged with a handgun, opened a door inside the hallway, and shot a few individuals for practice through the barred door. Bang! 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 They're killing people. 3 shots rang out and 3 of them collapsed with gunshot wounds to their legs. At the moment of the gunfire, the crowd was stunned, scrambling to flee downstairs in shock. They had only intended to steal food and shelter, never expecting to encounter violence. This Su surname had just injured someone and was wielding a gun. Why are you running so fast? Aren't you going to break down the door? Don't you want to seize my house? You are breaking the law. You've injured people. As long as we report this, even if the police can't come now, you won't escape after the flood. Open the door and surrender the house. This matter can be overlooked. No way, it must be pursued. She needs to be imprisoned. You want to pursue it, do you? Su Yan, having just put away her handgun, casually pointed it at one of them. The man, startled and wishing to say something, quickly shut his mouth and retreated to the corner of the stairs, fearing being the first to be shot. Ordinary people have an innate fear of guns. They had been so tough moments ago, but now they were timid, scrambling back to the corner of the hallway. No one dared to help the electrocuted, and those with injured legs ignored their pain, rolling down the stairs in their desperate escape. Today is just a minor warning. If you dare to break down the door again, it will be death. To these people, Su Yan now appeared as a female demon, a madwoman who would shoot at the slightest provocation, capable of taking anyone's life with a mere gesture. What were they still trying to steal? They needed to run and save their lives. Watching the group carry the unconscious and injured away, Su Yan closed the door and asked Hehe to extract this segment of surveillance footage and send it to the owner's group. The video clearly showcased a group of people attempting to break down the door at night, 3 of whom were electrocuted, and then Su Yan shooting 3 more. She attached a message: "This is just a minor lesson. Next time the gun will be aimed not at limbs, but at hearts and heads." Hehe, make sure that users who view this video in the group cannot save it. Set a timer to erase the video traces. Understood, Susu. She was not afraid of being reported. Even if someone were to investigate her, they would never acknowledge it if they found her. With the gun stored in her space, no one would discover it even if they searched her house. There was no evidence proving that she had harmed or killed anyone. The people watching her were not just the 10 or so who came tonight. As time went on, the number of those who would plot against her would only increase, especially since she was a wealthy, single, beautiful girl. By revealing her weapons and ruthless methods, she would enjoy a brief period of peace. If there were truly those unafraid of death, she was not worried about them either. She had plenty of weapons. As long as it wasn't an army coming, she could handle it. The worst-case scenario was that she might not prevail, but that was fine. The space was her retreat. The video Su Yan sent to the group had awakened all the residents of Longyang Tower, who were asleep. Those who wanted to participate but ultimately hit the brakes were relieved they hadn't gone. Otherwise, if they had been shot, they wouldn't make it to the hospital and would be left to suffer until death. Oh my, is there electricity on the door? Where does the electricity come from? There's actually a gun. How dare they use a gun? Is this woman insane? She's going to prison for this. The ones bold enough to send messages in the group were the brave ones. The rest silently watched the video and warned their families not to provoke the woman in Unit 3201. Luo Wanning was also keeping an eye on the 32nd floor. She had known about the people going upstairs since they arrived. She wanted to alert Su Yan but could not contact her. Zhang Bo was anxious, pressing his ear against the window to listen for any sounds. He couldn't help, but he didn't want anything to happen to the person who kindly helped his grandson. The above reactions were still considered normal. What was abnormal were those with a bit of a dark background staring at the gun on the video with a glint of greed in their eyes, thinking about Su Yan's house. No matter which building the residents lived in during the day, they could see the 32nd floor of Building C from the windows. None of the windows on that entire floor had been damaged by the wind, and now they saw that safety doors had been installed in the hallway. This house, once secured, was a fortress. Su Yan was unaware of all this. Even if she knew, she wouldn't worry. After returning home, she cleaned herself up and changed into comfortable pajamas. Before bed, she habitually pulled back the curtains to check the situation outside. The rain hitting the window glass sounded like transparent bullets. No wonder so many ordinary windows on various floors were shattered. They were either broken by the typhoon or smashed by the rain. Outside it was pitch black, but once her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she could still see those large buildings. Just looking at them, Su Yan was stunned. In the distance, a gray-white moving column of wind was strikingly visible in the night. This was a tornado. The tornado, shaped like a funnel, was small at the bottom and large at the top, speeding towards a landmark building 2 to 3 kilometers away from Longyang Tower, the Via Tower. In an instant, the Via Tower was uprooted, and as the wind column passed over the fallen building, the entire tower was gone. Not only was the Via Tower gone, but everywhere the tornado passed, all buildings vanished. Thank heavens the tornado just brushed past Longyang Tower. Suyen thought if it had come 500 or 600 meters closer, would her safe haven collapse. In the face of natural disasters, humans are too fragile. After the tornado passed, it waited for an hour without any major disturbances before Suyen dared to lie down. By dawn, the water had risen to the 5th floor. While there was still internet access, Suyen asked Hehe to send back some information about the community. She wouldn't go outside, but she couldn't be unaware of what was happening outside. Hehe's panda eyes flashed a beam of blue light at the television wall, which was divided into a 9-grid format, with each grid displaying a different scene. The first grid showed a complete view of the 9 buildings of Longyang Tower, with more than half of the windows broken. There was a man on a certain floor draped in a plastic tablecloth holding a bucket on the balcony to collect rainwater. It was obvious he had no raincoat and was worried about being blown away while using an umbrella. The plastic tablecloth could not withstand the heavy rain, and he was drenched like a drowned rat. 2 of the grids showed people on lower floors crowded in the hallways of higher floors with clothes, bedding, pots and pans, and household trash piled everywhere, leaving just enough space for people to pass through, while the elderly and children had to huddle against the walls. Others from upstairs and downstairs gathered together, pointing at the 32nd floor of Building C, cursing Suyen as cold-blooded and inhumane, wishing her dead. Hehe, stop it. It was distressing to watch. Does Su not want to know the situation around her? Since there is internet now, should we look further away? Otherwise, we won't have anything to watch if the internet goes out. That works too. I'll look at whatever you send back. He was very good at organizing videos. First, she sent a panoramic view of Jiang City, which was completely submerged. The city's greenery was gone, all submerged underwater. Even buildings that were 10 stories high had lost their tops. Another scene showed soldiers on boats salvaging survival supplies and rescuing people trapped on rooftops. In yet another scene, Suyen saw 2 familiar faces. Those were the soldiers who had rescued her when supplies were hoarded near the warehouse before the disaster. Apart from their sidearms, they had almost no supplies, and dozens of personnel in matching military uniforms were crowded under a leaky rain shelter. He also seemed to do this on purpose. As the camera panned, the scene switched to the Su family. The few members of the Su family were having breakfast and seemed to be doing quite well, likely because Su Jiao had hoarded supplies in advance. He sent the sound back too. In the next second, the audio synchronized. It was such a coincidence that this family was discussing the matter of the ring. Why are you only saying this now? If I had known that ring was a space ring, I should have taken it long ago. Sai, I really don't know how to say this to you. Su Jianmin slammed his chopsticks down on the dining table in frustration, unable to eat. Why are you angry? Once the wind dies down, we'll go find Su Yan and get the ring back. If she doesn't give it to us, we'll just take it. I don't believe she can outmatch the 5 of us alone. Lan Yuru is so foolish. Where does she get such confidence? Last time they couldn't even get through the door of Su Yan's house. Does she think she can just walk in this time? Su Jiao said last time Su Yan said she sold the ring. Her parents were concerned about the ring, but Su Yi detected something else. His cold gaze fell on Su Jiao. Jiao, you knew the apocalypse was coming, and that it was a space ring. You originally planned to take the space for yourself, disregarding our lives, right? Am I right? Now I want to know how you knew all this. Yes, Jiao, why didn't you say it sooner? If you had told us early on, it would have been ours. Su Fan also pounded the table in distress. Hearing the eldest son question the daughter, Su Jianmin and Lan Yuru finally realized that this daughter might indeed have such intentions. Su Jiao would never admit that she had such thoughts. I dreamt it. If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. I wanted to confirm that it was real before I told you. Moreover, I used the pocket money you gave me to buy food supplies. The rice and flour we have at home were all hoarded by me. Dad, Mom, eldest brother, second brother, how can you suspect me like this? If she hadn't realized she couldn't get the space, Su Jiao wouldn't have revealed that she had stocked up on supplies. She was just that selfish. Now she was forced to be open about it because she couldn't guard or carry so much herself. After hearing Su Jiao's explanation, Su father and Su mother could reluctantly accept it. After all, she was their own child. They couldn't chase her away like they did with Su Yan, could they? As long as Su Fan could eat, it was fine. Su Yi was not so easily fooled. His cold eyes stared at Su Jiao, mocking her inwardly. This sister only revealed the secret because she knew she couldn't secure those supplies. Truly selfish. Su Jianmin asked, where are the supplies stored? In the house Mom bought for me. Is it in the Palm Garden building? No. 5. Yes. Upon hearing the exact location of the supplies, the faces of the Su family members improved slightly, but then they all showed expressions of deep sorrow. A space that was a mysterious space. If there was a space in the apocalypse, it would be convenient to carry supplies and wouldn't be discovered by others. Lan Yuru said maliciously, "We still need to go find that little witch Su Yan to get the space ring back. She definitely won't sell it, I know her too well. Since it's a relic, she will surely keep it as a memento. I wonder if she knows the secret of the ring." Su Yan would never touch the survival supplies of unrelated people, but now that she knew Su Jiao had a room full of supplies, not taking them would be a disservice to herself, who had suffered in both this life and the last. It seems she has to go out. Since Su Jiao hoarded supplies and moved into Su Yi's house in Jinlong City before the natural disaster, she must have prepared water transport. Not a single crumb of the supplies hoarded by Su Jiao could fall into the hands of the scum of the Su family. Su Yan immediately set off, braving the rain and wind, to lock the door and head to the rooftop. The rain was still pouring, but the typhoon had weakened significantly. She took out the aircraft from the space and activated its stealth mode, with He sitting in the driver's seat, flying Su Yan towards the palm garden. Even at the slowest speed, they arrived in the blink of an eye. The aircraft landed on the rooftop of Building 5 in the palm garden, and Su Yan released the small lock from the space to unlock the top floor corridor door. Knowing it was Building 5, she wasn't sure which floor it was, but the Su family had a habit of only buying villas and top floors when purchasing houses. This made it easy to find. Su Yan walked to the top floor, where there was only one household, and without hesitation let the small lock directly open the lock. Sure enough, upon entering there was only a passage, while the rest was piled to the ceiling with boxes and bags of supplies. This was a design of one household per floor, estimated to have an area of over 400 square meters, larger than the Lonjiang Terrace layout where Su Yan currently lived, indicating the abundance of supplies. Her hands kept touching the supplies without needing to look at what they were, as she would gather them first. Without the support of supplies, let's see how long the scum of the Su family can last. Su Jiao said these were hoarded with her pocket money. In just over a year back at the Su family, she had amassed so much pocket money. Su Yan had been in the Su family for 18 years, and the so-called parents and 2 brothers had given her a total of no more than 10,000. If it weren't for her second uncle. Thinking of her second uncle, she also thought of Chini, wondering how he was doing. She remembered the soldiers who had helped her during the stockpiling incident. Can you help me find someone? The networks and surveillance facilities across various places have been damaged to varying degrees, so it's difficult to find without a specific location. I only know he is in the capital of Forget It. I won't look for him anymore. He wants to soar like an eagle, guarding the high territory. She only wants to be an old turtle hiding in her hard shell and living to protect the 2 little ones until they grow up. That day at the airport hotel, she tried once again to make him stay, but she still couldn't keep him. She knew she could use means to keep him by her side, but then he wouldn't be him anymore. Since it was like this, it was better not to pay attention. Su Yan realized this and decided not to add to her own troubles. To live well. From now on, let it be. Human emotions are very complex. You're an artificial intelligence, why study human emotions? Be careful not to burn your chip. Woo-woo Su is bad. Let's go to return a favor. In the last life, there was also a group of lovely people who sincerely served the people. They were in an apocalyptic world of crumbling order, but still held on to their original intentions. They sacrificed their lives for the country and the people. Su Yan couldn't do it, but she admired them. Such people have better physical and mental qualities, they should survive and are more suited to carry on the flame of human civilization. Setting aside human emotions, such people deserve help. Su Yan had He land the aircraft near the group of soldiers. She stowed away the aircraft, put on a raincoat, released the largest motorboat, filled it with rice flour, oil, and salt, and even brought out a barrel of gasoline for backup. The largest motorboat couldn't carry too much, so she simply inflated a rubber boat, which carried instant noodles and purified water trailing behind the motorboat. It felt like something was missing. After checking, Su Yan found the problem was that these items were too clean. She sprinkled some mud and water on the outer packaging of the supplies, found 2 large plastic tarps to cover the items on the boat, and then set off to another hill. Fortunately, the typhoon had weakened, otherwise these 2 small boats would have capsized. The sound of the motorboat was quickly heard by the people on the hill, who all looked towards the source of the sound. Su Yan stood on the boat and waved. Seeing the girl on the boat wave at them, several soldiers picked up their guns and walked down. Comrades, help me dock. Okay. 2 people stepped forward to help Su Yan stabilize the 2 boats. They also saw clearly that the boat was filled with supplies, and the rubber boat at the back was piled high with instant noodles and water. After 3 days without food, people who had survived solely on rainwater, upon seeing the instant noodles on the boat, felt their stomachs growling. But before understanding the situation, they remembered the discipline of not taking a single needle or thread from the people standing still. To be honest, if it were ordinary people, say the residents of the Lonjiang Terrace community, if these 2 boats were placed in front of them, they would definitely rush forward to grab them, fighting among themselves. Why did Su Yan choose to actively help the people before her? Because they were worth helping. Comrade, what It's me and the one you saved after smashing the wall and the car window behind the abandoned factory. My name is Su-yen. What about the other person, comrades? The two comrades in front were indeed the ones who saved Su-yen by smashing the wall and window. Su-yen smiled and explained to the two. So it's you. You don't look quite the same. Yeah, I was wearing makeup at that time. At that time, Su-yen's makeup was such that even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. Are you talking about our squad leader? He went out to rescue and lost contact 3 days ago. As the network was still intact, losing contact meant something everyone was unwilling to speculate. The few of them appeared to be the soldiers of the squad leader they mentioned, and as soon as the squad leader was mentioned, their expressions became solemn. Su-yen immediately changed the subject. There is food on the boat, hurry and bring the supplies down. Comrade Su, are you here to deliver supplies to us? Yes, hurry and boil some water, first soak some instant noodles. Thank you. Salute. Everyone had been cold and hungry on the hill for 2 or 3 days, and now was not the time to be sentimental. Since she had come specifically to deliver supplies, they could only accept and express their gratitude. Hey, no need to be so formal. Everyone saluted Su-yen before boarding the boat to move the supplies. Su-yen got off the boat and asked the two comrades who had saved her, only to find out that all the soldiers stationed there had been sent out for disaster rescue, and this team was arranged to stay behind to transfer nearby civilians and the team supplies. When they had sent the last batch of civilians onto the boat, the only boat and the supplies on it were snatched away by the civilians. The 10 or so of them lost their boat and communication devices and were stranded on this hill. At this time, Su-yen learned the names of the comrades who had saved her. One was named Hu Zhanchao, another was Jiang-su, and the squad leader, who was not here, was named Wei Cheng. Jiang-su asked Miss Su, how did you know we were here? I don't know. I remember you mentioned that your base was nearby when you saved me. I thought you might be in need of supplies, and since you helped me, I wanted to help you in return, so I came out to take a chance. Fortunately, I arrived not too late. Miss Su, I can't thank you enough. Without you, we probably wouldn't have lasted until we could contact the organization. But please don't put yourself in such danger again. Helping others is important, but you must ensure your own safety first. Just like now, you could gather more helpers. I will be more careful in the future. I only came out when I saw the typhoon had lessened. I didn't call for help because my things are nearby and it wouldn't be convenient for others to find me. By the way, I left a boat for you. I'll head back first. No way, it's too dangerous for you to go back alone. We will escort you. Jiang-su and Hu Zhanchao insisted on seeing her off. Su-yen had no choice but to wait while they had some instant noodles to fill their stomachs. She realized that the soldiers only brought some drinking water and instant noodles, and there were still many supplies left on the boat. Why aren't these being taken? Miss Su, leaving these will be enough for us for a few days. No one has much spare food at home. You can take these back with you. My family runs a large supermarket. Because the supermarket is in a low-lying area, it flooded right after the heavy rain. At the time, we moved everything to higher ground, and it turned out we did the right thing, so we have plenty of supplies. These are all for you. She intentionally mentioned having a supermarket and emphasized not letting anyone discover where the supplies were hidden, so she tried to keep her story consistent while delivering the supplies. In the end, unable to argue further, and with the troops indeed lacking supplies, Jiang-su and the others gratefully accepted. Jiang-su, Hu Zhanchao, and 2 other comrades took a motorboat to escort Su-yen back to Lanjingtai. Having 4 soldiers escort her back to Lanjingtai had the added benefit of letting the residents know that Su-yen was protected by military personnel, making anyone with ill intentions think twice. Being strong is one thing, but having powerful allies is another. The more leverage one has, the better. After having injured a few people with guns last night and being escorted back by the soldiers today, Su-yen believed that her doorstep would be quiet for a while. Upon returning outside Lanjingtai, she found the water level had risen again, almost reaching the 6th floor, and the window on the 7th floor of Building C had been smashed. Seeing the boat and the armed soldiers on board, the people upstairs rushed down from the 7th floor thinking a rescue team had arrived. Comrades, please save us. We can't live like this. Comrades, we have nowhere to stay and no food left. Can you please give us some food and water? Comrades. A group of people bombarded the approaching boat with questions and demands. Jiang-su jumped onto the 7th floor first and then pulled Su-yen up. Who is she? She seems to be from the 32nd floor. Someone recognized Su-yen and instinctively took a few steps back, recalling the video from the group. Jiang-su addressed the crowd saying, our mission is to escort Miss Su home, not to serve as a rescue team. How is that possible? You are soldiers, you should be responsible for the safety of the citizens. You must help us. You can't leave, you have to die before we do. Leave all your food behind. Jiang-su used his hands to shield Su-yen from the crowd, calmly telling those who were obstructing them, we did not receive a rescue mission for Lanjingtai. No one listened to Jiang's explanation. The crowd continued to chatter, saying things that normal people would. The faces of these people resembled those who had robbed them of their only boat and remaining food. Jiang-su felt a mix of grievance and despair. He couldn't clarify his feelings. It seemed that many invisible yet precious things were slowly slipping away in this world. Jiangsu simply remained silent, focusing on protecting Su-Yen. Su-Yen understood Jiangsu's position. Knowing these people were shameless, he still couldn't confront them. She urged Jiangsu to get on the boat quickly, saying, "I can go up by myself, but you should head back." Seeing that Su-Yen truly didn't need an escort, especially since they were right at her doorstep, Jiangsu reminded her again to be careful and stay safe before turning back to jump on the boat. After Jiangsu's boat left, Su-Yen's previously warm smile was immediately replaced by a strong aura of killing intent. The change was quicker than any Sichuan opera face-changing act. Those who had designs on her despite their reluctance had to step aside to let her go upstairs. Climbing from the 7th floor to the 32nd was even more exhausting than running on a treadmill for an hour. Su-Yen resolved never to take the stairs again unless absolutely necessary. After returning home and taking a shower, Su-Yen entered her space to practice shooting. After sufficient practice time, she began planting fruit tree saplings and sowed vegetable seeds in the gaps between them, making sure to catch up on all the plans she had missed today. In the following days, she stuck to her training and fruit tree planting routine, also moving the sheep pen, cow pen, pig pen, and chicken coop a bit closer to the small river, ensuring that the animals could drink water. After relocating, she reinforced a barrier since the previous one had only been set up casually. As the livestock grew, the makeshift barrier was easily pushed aside. The small river at the foot of the mountain was also separated with fine mesh. She released the ducklings, goslings, and fish fry bought earlier into the downstream, using the net to prevent them from swimming upstream. Su-Yen was concerned about a future water shortage, so she planned to use the upstream water for consumption. As for where the downstream water flowed, only heaven knows. After working hard, she would occasionally take breaks to set up a charcoal stove and stew some meat or soup. From time to time, she would leave her space to check outside, and thankfully, there were no reckless individuals trying to break in anymore. The internet had finally been completely cut off, and her phone could now only serve as a brick. The water had risen to the 10th floor, but thankfully the heavy winds and rain had finally stopped. Previously, during the storm, the rubber boats would have capsized, but now with the winds calmed and the rain ceased, rubber boats could come and go in the community. After observing the situation outside for a while, Su-Yen pushed the twin baby crib into the living room, entertaining the two little ones while Mei Mei and Lily went to prepare milk powder. The Tumenhold babies had delicate fair faces and clean beautiful eyes like black grapes, watching her intently as they moved their tiny pink lips, babbling in baby language. Su-Yen felt her heart melting. The two little ones seemed to be responding to their mother's overflowing love, and the siblings lying in the crib unexpectedly managed to roll over with great difficulty. "My little babies can roll over now. No matter what you say, mommy can't understand. Come drink your milk and fill your tummies." Su-Yen took the milk bottles from Mei Mei and Lily's hands, having to feed one with each hand to be fair. Very good, now they could drink milk without crying. Unlike when they were just born, if she dared to feed them both at once, they'd create a crying duet. Su-Yen felt complete with both a son and a daughter. Regardless of the world's end outside, her task was simply to survive well and raise her children. Just after feeding the two little ones, the surveillance that had been quiet for several days was stirred. A person appeared in the hallway, and upon closer inspection, it was the internist Luo Wanning from 1101, with whom she had previously made a transaction. She instructed Mei Mei and Lily to take the baby crib back to their room and went outside to open the door. "It has been just over 10 days since the last time I exchanged children's fever medicine." Back then, Luo Wanning was still the image of a clean and capable elite doctor. Now he looked haggard with deep-set eyes and so thin that his clothes barely fit him. Luo Wanning was also surprised by Su-Yen in front of him. There had been no water or electricity for over 10 days. No matter how abundant the food supply was, there would always be a shortage of water, right? Yet Miss Su in front of him had a porcelain white complexion with a hint of rosy pink. The light green sweater and white trousers she wore made her look fresh and elegant, her entire being clean and spotless. In Luo Wanning's eyes there was nothing but envy. "Dr. Luo." Su-Yen called him back to reality. "Miss Su, do you have a rubber boat at home? Are you looking to borrow it?" Su-Yen nodded coolly. "Can I rent it from you?" "Mr. Zhang on the 10th floor, and I want to go to the nearby high-rises to search for supplies. It will just be the two of us using it, and I can offer 1/3 of the supplies we find as rent. What do you think?" She went straight to the point without mentioning starving or freezing children at home to evoke pity. Instead, she presented the rental conditions directly, which showed that Luo Wanning was someone who understood the nuances of human relationships. Su-Yen was willing to exchange fever medicine earlier to ensure that she could find a doctor for her child in case of any emergencies. Since this Dr. Luo was perceptive, she was also willing to cultivate a good relationship, so she agreed to the borrowing. "That's fine, well, go by your terms. If there is gold, I will accept gold instead of supplies." "Great, thank you so much. Really, thank you. Just wait while I get it for you." Su-Yen returned home and found an unopened rubber boat from her space. She had no intention of deliberately making it look worn out. She was already famous in the Lanzhong community. No matter how poor she pretended to be, if others had their eyes on her, they would still scheme against her. Only by being strong could she not fear the wolves. Holding the rubber boat, Su Yan returned to the hallway. Here you go. Thank you, truly thank you. You're welcome. I'm collecting rent for it. All right, I'll call you when I return with the supplies. Luo Wanning thought to himself that if he was giving away a third, he needed to be present to divide it. Otherwise, it would be misinterpreted that he either gave too much or too little. Su Yan didn't care much about the supplies, and what mattered to her was the attitude. She nodded in agreement and then closed the door. Back at home, she had breakfast and continued with her day's plan: first physical training, then practicing shooting in her space, and finally planting fruit trees. The space was vast, but as long as she kept planting, she could fill it completely with various fruit trees. She also planted many flowers around the villa in her space. In this apocalyptic world where mountains and rivers lay in ruins, the vitality of spring, the heat of summer, the harvest of autumn, and the grandeur of winter were now gone forever. Yet Su Yan hoped that her space could slightly compensate for these regrets for her two little ones. Even if the space could not be inherited and would vanish with her passing, at least her children had experienced the beauty of the 4 distinct seasons, hadn't they? Aside from training time, she had planted over 30 fruit trees and harvested a batch of the earliest planted chickweed from the empty spaces between the fruit trees. The chickweed was tender and vibrant green, far more than she could eat, so she stored some in the temperature-controlled warehouse to eat slowly. The remainder Su Yan put up for trade in the dimensional mall to earn gold. In the dimensional space, gold was essential. No matter how much gold she hoarded abroad before the disasters, it was still insufficient. On the other side, the Su family trapped in Jinlong City had run out of food for 2 days. Finally, after the rain stopped, Su Jiao took them to the palm garden to transport supplies. It's still you, Jiao, who saved our family at a critical moment. With so much material in such a large house, we can live comfortably for a few years now. You two brothers must remember your sister's kindness, or without her we'd all starve. Got it, Mom? You keep saying it, and you never get tired of it. Mom, she's not using her own money to hoard supplies. How can you give her so much credit? Mom, listen to what brother and second brother are saying. They've never liked me and even blame me. Su Yi and Su Fan were unhappy that Su Jiao had hidden from them that she knew about the apocalypse in advance and had been upset about it. Although Su Jiao was their biological sister, they had only recognized her for a little over a year. The 3 siblings were all cold-hearted and distant, lacking much affection. If it weren't for the room full of supplies hanging over their heads, their tone would have been even worse. What affection? They only saw the benefits. Am I wrong? If it weren't for your selfishness, how much could our family hoard with that much money? What kind of person do you think you are? Alright, second brother isn't climbing to the top floor enough to tire you out. And Jiao, what your second brother said is also true. Let's argue less. Su Jianmin spoke up, and the quarrel subsided as they lacked the energy to continue. Su Jiao harbored resentment towards her 2 brothers and quietly planned how to deal with Su Yi and Su Fan later. Otherwise, should she give each of them some supplies to let them return to Jinlong City while she stayed in the palm garden guarding a room full of supplies. Su Jiao never expected that Su Yi and Su Fan had also made the same calculations, wanting to grab more supplies and thinking of ways to push others away. Others still clung to fantasies, believing that the disaster would pass soon, but the Su family, having heard Su Jiao talk about the apocalypse, understood the importance of supplies and began to plot. They climbed and paused repeatedly. The 5 members of the Su family finally managed to reach the top floor, and thinking about the hundreds of square meters of the house filled with food and water, they no longer complained of fatigue and rushed towards the door. Before opening the door, Su Jiao even playfully rolled her eyes at Su Yi and Su Fan. As the door opened, where were the supplies? Where were the promised heaps of supplies in the entryway? Where are the supplies? Where's the rice flour, oil drinks, and mineral water? Su Jiao, you lied to us. The first to go mad was Su Fan. Su Yi and Su Jianmin pushed past the obstructing Su Jiao, running into the room to look around, only to find it was completely empty. Su Jiao knew best how much she had piled up. This was her trump card, her confidence for survival in the apocalypse. Now that not a single thing remained, her heart twisted, and she felt herself wobble. Lan Yiru supported the about-to-fall Su Jiao, anxiously asking, Jiao, what happened? Did we go to the wrong place? This is the place. It's all gone. Su Jiao sat down heavily, feeling as dejected as she had been fortunate just moments before. The Su family had searched every room but found nothing. The hope she had just felt was now matched by her disappointment. Su Jiao, you wretch. Not a single honest word from your mouth. Are you addicted to deceiving people? You made me climb such a tall building, you deserve to die. Su Fan cursed and kicked at Su Jiao. Su Jiao was no pushover either, and the 2 siblings began to wrestle with each other. Though Su Jianmin and Su Yi did not join the fray, their disappointed and resentful glances towards Su Jiao spoke volumes. They did not believe she was lying about the supplies, or rather they resented her inability to safeguard them, suspecting she must have let something slip while hoarding. Lan Yiru, who doted on Su Jiao without thinking, also had her grievances against her daughter, but still tried to mediate, saying, "Get up first, and think about where things went wrong." "Mom, I didn't lie. The supplies are missing. It must be Su Yan's doing. It has to be her. How could she know? I just feel it is her, only her. She cursed me." Su Jiao's face was bruised and battered from Su Fan's blows, her unkempt hair from over 10 days without washing, and, when she spoke of Su Yan, her teeth clenched in rage, resembling a madwoman. Sui added, from the few doors at Su Yan's house, she very likely knew about the apocalypse in advance. Su Yan has always been timid and has no close friends. Since she might have hoarded supplies, we should at least show her some goodwill, as her family having raised her for over 10 years, it's crucial to get her supplies now. Let's head to Lanjiao Terrace. Su Jianmin's words were met with agreement, and they immediately set off for Lanjiao Terrace. Having finished their tasks in the space, Su Yan emerged with 2 small items and a handful of greens. Su finally came out. There were a bunch of idiots in the hallway all afternoon, and they needed to be electrocuted a few times before they got a clue. Oh, let's see. With a wave of its paw, the panda-like AI Hihi displayed the images immediately. It was the Su family who had arrived around 2 in the afternoon. Upon arrival, they smashed the safety door of the hallway. Even after being electrocuted, they kept cursing and smashing, taking turns to do so. Now only Su Jiao remained unhurt. In the footage, the Su family was analyzing Su Yan, connecting her to the safety door and speculating that she had set up defenses in advance. If she had prepared in advance, she must have hoarded supplies, and they were discussing how to seize the house and rob the supplies. If they could think of this, wouldn't the residents of Lanjiao Terrace also have their suspicions? Su Yan's door was still intact. Oh, why hadn't they considered that? Indeed, they were fools. The little AI Hihi was right. The Su family had yet to leave, and it seemed they wouldn't stop until she showed up. Since they had walked right into her trap, she would let them stew a while longer. Su Yan slipped on a long down jacket and tucked a small silenced pistol into her pocket before stepping outside. Outside the safety door of the hallway, the 5 of them looked haggard, their clothes disheveled, and they sat on the ground exhausted. Seeing the Su family's miserable state lightened Su Yan's mood. "Su Yan, are you deaf? Why did it take you so long to come out?" Su Fan struggled to lean against the wall and shouted loudly at anyone in sight. Su Yan did not target anyone specifically, but was just cautious, not turning the electric safety door to its maximum. Su Fan still had the energy to yell, indicating that the shocks hadn't been strong enough. Next time she would increase the voltage. "If you have something to say, then say it. If you can't speak properly, then get lost." "You." Su Fan attempted to continue his tirade, but Su Jianmin, gritting his teeth, stood up and slapped him. After dealing with Su Fan, he turned to Su Yan, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than crying. "Xiao Yan, your second brother deserves a beating. I'll help you teach him a lesson." That slap felt more like a scratch. Is this what teaching a lesson looks like? Does he really think I am still the old soft persimmon? Su Yan said nothing, coldly watching his performance, curious to see how far he would go. Lan Yiru replaced her expression with a false smile, saying, "Xiao Yan, we've been here all afternoon. Why don't we go inside and talk?" "Oh, so you want to come in, and then kick me out to seize my house, right? How could that be? You are my daughter. Oh, we are family. We would only stay for a while. How could we rob you?" "Daughter. Ugh." Su Yan almost retched. How could someone be so thick-skinned? Having lived under the same roof for more than a decade, which siblings don't quarrel. Even if we are not blood siblings, Su Yan, we share the same surname. In times like these, we should unite and overcome this disaster together. So what? What do you want to say, Sui? Of course, he wanted to barge in and seize the house and supplies, especially seeing her tidy appearance and rosy complexion, better than when they all lived together in the Su family villa, clearly not lacking food and drink. But Sui dared not speak his mind. He was momentarily speechless. If it were before, Su Yan would have been moved to tears. Why had she become so impervious now? "Yes, Xiao Yan, we are family. Oh, we should help each other in the face of difficulties," Lan Yiru chimed in to ease her eldest son's awkwardness. Su Yan once revered her as a mother, blindly protecting Su Jiao. When Su Jiao slandered her in the Su family villa, this woman believed everything she said. How could Lan Yiru have the audacity? Fine, these people have no shame. Su Yan still did not respond. Su Yi discreetly nudged Su Jiao beside him. To survive, Su Jiao had no choice but to lower her head despite her grievances. She pleaded in a soft voice, "Sister, I was wrong, please forgive me. In this world, my only family left is Dad, Mom, and you. I will change my foul temper and do whatever you say from now on." "All right, then I say you should die. If you die, I will forgive you." "Sister, do you really have to be so heartless?" Heartless. When you plotted against me on my birthday and ruined my reputation, did you think about sisterly bonds then? Also, I'm not afraid to tell you, as long as Su Jiao is around, there is no way for me to reconcile with you. I have food, but I won't support Su Jiao. Whoever helps me take revenge will be my kin." Su Yan wanted them to feel that whoever made Su Jiao suffer would have a chance of winning her over. She also made it clear that she had food, it was up to them to risk it. In any case, whether she said it or not, no one would believe she had no food. Su Yan was confident she could protect whatever she had. If they could tear each other apart, Su Yan wouldn't rush for revenge, letting them enjoy a few more days of the apocalypse's pleasures was also good. Indeed, after she finished speaking, Su Fan's expression shifted, first glaring fiercely at Su Jiao. Sui, having gained some wit, realized that appealing to emotions was futile, sneered, Su Yan, you don't need to sow discord. Is that so? Then may I ask, Mr. Sui, if the tactics Su Jiao used on me were used on you, how would— For a moment, Sui felt a pang of guilt. His conscience only supported that guilt momentarily. Unable to refute, he simply fell silent. At worst, he could go out and search for supplies. His family wasn't the only one in this predicament. Xiaoyan, how have you changed so much? Ms. Lan, I have become this way because of you all. Before I change my mind, you should leave. But whoever helps me take revenge will be my kin. This statement stands true. After saying this, Su Yan shut the door. It was impossible to let the Su family go, as she just wanted to watch the show. She had He keep the surveillance outside the hallway on while she went to wash rice and cook. Outside the safety door of the hallway, just as Su Yan expected, a dog-eat-dog scene was unfolding. Dad, big brother, look, the whole world has no electricity, but here we have it. Su Yan is clean and rosy. It's clear she has water, electricity, and enough food. This is the apocalypse. Are we all to suffer because of Su Jiao? Su Fan, are you trying to kill me to show loyalty to Su Yan? Mom, look at your second brother. Xiao Fan, say less, and don't have any other thoughts. Jiao Jiao is your real sister. Stop arguing here, there must be surveillance. As Su Yan washed the rice and vegetables, she nodded to the sounds coming from the surveillance. It seemed Sui was still perceptive. Having surveillance is great. What's wrong with showing loyalty? If you all aren't willing to deal with Su Jiao, then I will. Su Fan acted decisively, grabbing Su Jiao's hair and slapping her face back and forth. With surveillance, Su Yan would see him make a move, no matter what. He did not want to return to that rundown house in Jinlong City, where even mice would cry if they got in. Su Fan's plan was to deceive Su Yan into letting him stay in her house before making further plans. Coincidentally, Su Jianmin had the same idea as Su Fan. He kicked Su Jiao twice, shouting, "It's all your fault." Jianmin, Su Fan, are you all crazy? Lan Yuru rolled and crawled in an attempt to stop them, but could not as she clung to Su Jianmin's leg, refusing to let him hit Su Jiao. Su Jiao tried to protect her head and face with her hands, but against a frenzied Su Fan it was futile. At first, Su Fan held back, but once he started hitting, he became reckless. As long as he could get into Su Yan's house, he was willing to go all out. You all are actually hitting me. Stop. Don't think I don't know what you did to Uncle Air. If Su Yan finds out, you'll be dead. Slap. Now it wasn't only Su Fan who was being slapped. Su Jianmin's large palm struck Su Jiao without holding back. Even the coldly observing Sui lost his composure and yelled, "Su Jiao, are you crazy?" Seeing Su Jianmin attempt to silence Su Jiao with a slap indicated that there must be serious issues involved. Regarding Uncle Air, Su Yan would never let it go. She took off her apron, wiped her hands clean, and donned the outfit that held the silenced pistol before stepping out again. Stop making a scene outside my door and embarrassing me. Come in. The Su family members froze for a few seconds, contemplating that entering might be a trap. However, the allure of water, electricity, and food was too tempting. After all, the five of them were not too cautious. Su Yan led them into the unoccupied room 3202 and casually closed the door. You can fight here. Once you kill her, this place will be yours, and I have food and drinks too. Xiao Yan, look, Xiao Fan has already taught Jiao Jiao a lesson. We should forgive each other. Under the natural disaster of the apocalypse, how nice it would be for our family to help each other out. Lan Yuru kept pulling at Su Yan to speak, while Su Jiao, perhaps truly beaten hard, headed straight for the sofa in the living room and collapsed on it. The three men from the Su family exchanged furtive glances, thinking they were being discreet, unaware that Su Yan was watching them closely. Before they could raise their hands, Su Yan abruptly pushed Lan Yuru aside and seized Sui, who was sneaking up behind her. Sui had practiced a bit when he was younger, but had stopped when he couldn't endure the hardship. This level of skill was nothing more than a pathetic attempt. Su Yan easily pinned him to the ground. Before Su Jianmin and Su Fan could react, Su Yan had her gun pressed against Sui's head. I want to see who else dares to move. With this skill, you think you can sneak up on me? No, please. Su Jianmin, Lan Yuru, and Su Fan all dared not move. Su Yan, it's a misunderstanding. There were no misunderstandings. Su Yan pressed harder on Sui's leg, causing him to scream in pain. The three stayed still, but someone was bold. Perhaps she didn't care whether Sui lived or died. Su Jiao, who was on the sofa, thought Su Yan couldn't see her and disregarded her, picked up a wooden chair and smashed it at Su Yan's head. The moment Su Jiao picked up the chair, she was hit by a bullet from Su Yan. Su Yan aimed at Su Jiao's legs, testing her shooting skills after practicing for so long. The first shot at her enemy was unexpectedly accurate. This shot threw the three men of the Su family into disarray. They thought that as long as they got inside they could overpower Su Yan with numbers. They never expected that Su Yan would have a gun. Get her gun. Sui, pinned down and unable to move, shouted loudly. Sui's shout snapped Su Jianmin and Su Fan back to reality. Indeed, they needed to disarm her to have a chance. Lan Yuru, who had been stunned, was also roused by Sui's shout, and she cried out, rushing towards Su Jiao. Jiao, my dear. Su Yan, you die. Su Yan would never give the Su family a chance to snatch her gun. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets were fired, hitting Su Jianmin, Su Fan, and Lan Yuru respectively. None were fatal injuries, but these were people who had lived pampered lives and had never endured such pain. They all fell to the ground moaning incessantly. Let them cry as much as they wanted. The soundproofing here was excellent, and who had the mood to meddle in others' affairs at this moment? I ask you answer, otherwise the next round targets the heart. After taking down the others, Su Yan turned the gun back to aim at Su Yi, almost straddling him. You ask, what have you all done to my uncle heir? You only get one chance, lie and you die. Su Yan exuded a chilling aura, and the others, still howling and clutching their injured legs, were trembling in fear. They regretted coming to find Su Yan more than ever and had never been this terrified. Sui couldn't see Su Yan's expression, but he could sense the killing intent in her voice. I don't really know. Say it. It was Dad and Mom who wanted to take back. A.E. Shut up. Shut up. He couldn't speak, saying it would mean a quicker death. Su Jianmin was hysterical, filled with fear towards Su Yan, perhaps mixed with a hint of guilt for harming his brother. He was acting like a madman, slapping the ground continuously, tears streaming down his face. Sui knew that speaking could lead to a quicker death, but he still held onto the hope of being the only one unharmed and thus having a chance to survive. At this critical juncture, his own safety was the most important. See, this is the Su family's finest. Su Yan tightened her grip on Sui's leg, twisting his hand painfully. Take it easy, I'll talk. Sui then revealed that the plan regarding Su Group shares had begun a year before Uncle Su Jiangwo's hospitalization. Uncle's health was not poor enough to be beyond treatment, but it was Su Jianmin and Lan Yuru's greed that bribed Uncle Su Jiangwo's attending physician, turning a common illness into a terminal one. Beasts. A den of beasts. You all shall die. Starting with Sui, 5 gunshots rang out, this time lethal, and Su Yan couldn't even bear to give them a moment more to breathe. Her second uncle treated her like his own child, yet in both lives she could never see him for the last time. He was her regret, just as it was in her past life a regret she could not escape in this one. If it weren't for them causing her second uncle's death, Su Yan would have taken Su Jiao's life, but she didn't hate the other 4 members of the Su family that much. However, since it involved her second uncle's vendetta, she could never let them go. Putting away her gun, Su Yan took out a large wooden box from her space and packed the 5 of them inside before returning it to her space, planning to toss it outside when the time came. After dealing with the corpses, she took out a large water tower and rinsed the living room thoroughly. By the time she finished, it was already 7 in the evening. Back at 3201 to make dinner, lacking an appetite, Su Yan only stir-fried a plate of chicken feather vegetables and made a pan-fried yellow fish, eating just a little. After finishing her meal and putting away the bowl, her little companion, He reported again, Su, someone is looking for you at the hallway. Su Yan glanced at the image He provided. It was Luo Wanning. Instead of knocking, she just looked at the door, knowing there was hidden surveillance. Su Yan went out to open the door. Miss Su, do you have some time now? I have time. Then is it convenient to go to my place for a distribution of supplies? Su Yan seemed to remember that Luo Wanning lived on the 11th floor, needing to descend 20 floors. Would she have to climb back up 20 floors after? She hadn't even considered sharing supplies with them. To trek through mountains and waters for such a trivial amount. It was better to pass. Are you still going to look for supplies tomorrow? If so, I'll lend you my rubber boat for the month. I don't currently lack supplies, just give me some gold as rent. Yes, renting is best. I have gold. I was lucky today and picked up some. I'll bring it to you shortly, but how much gold do you need for the monthly rent? Who in the Lanjiangtai community doesn't have some gold? Even if there are no gold bars, there would be gold jewelry. Now gold is of little use to those lacking food and drinking water, but it is useful to Su Yan. How much for the monthly rent? Su Yan thought for a moment and said half a pound. Half a pound is only about 250 grams, negligible to her, as selling a few bunches of chicken feather vegetables would earn more. Lending the rubber boat to Luo Wanning was purely helping her. After all, she was a doctor. All right, I'll go downstairs to get it for you. Upon hearing it would cost half a pound of gold, Luo Wanning didn't bargain. Previously trapped in the community, she didn't realize it. Today she went out and faced a vast whitewater world, hearing some talk about the apocalypse. To her, gold was far less practical than food and drink. Su Yan said thank you and waited at the hallway. After about 10 minutes, Luo Wanning returned with 2 small gold bars and several pieces of jewelry. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Here are the 100-gram bars along with these pieces of jewelry. See if it's enough. Good. Su-Yen received the gold and casually asked what's the situation outside now. She wasn't skilled at chatting with people, or perhaps it wasn't unskilled, but rather that Su-Yen resisted communicating with unfamiliar or strange individuals. Yet she felt it awkward to take the items and turn around to close the door without saying anything. Today, while sweeping through high-rise office buildings, I encountered others searching for supplies. Everyone is saying the apocalypse has come. In this round of floods, it's estimated that over half of the people in Jiang City have died. This estimate has some basis, just look at our Lanjiangtai. Since the flood began, every household has lost someone, and now in a single building at least more than half of the units are vacant. They say it will be hard to return to the peaceful days of prosperity. Outside, everyone is fighting for supplies. Even a piece of wood that could serve as firewood is being fought over. Right now, gold has no substantial use. It's not as practical as 2 pounds of grain. I know you are taking care of me and Uncle Zhang, which is why you're willing to accept gold. Miss Su, thank you very much. You're welcome. Gold is useful to me. Then I won't take up your time. We'll talk later. Alright. As Luo Wanning walked 2 steps away, she turned back and whispered, I just encountered someone from the 31st floor asking what happened upstairs. I didn't respond, so be careful. Su-Yen nodded to indicate she understood. She locked the door and returned home, taking a shower from head to toe. Only after cleaning up did she go to the children's room to play with the 2 little ones. At 7:30 in the morning, he reminded her just in time that another boring and tedious day was about to begin. She washed up, fed the 2 little ones milk powder, practiced physical exercises in the living room, had lunch, then practiced shooting in her space. Her time was well organized by Su-Yen. However, the wooden box containing the 5 members of the Su family was just placed beside the shooting range, easily visible. Truly unlucky. Would it be better to take it out and throw it away first to avoid disgust? She didn't practice shooting anymore. After settling the 2 little ones, she locked the door and took Hihi to the rooftop. Disposing of the corpses didn't require going too far, but since she was out, she decided to take a stroll. Su-Yen thought about which direction to go while moving her flying device outside. Hihi, bring up the Jiang City map. Let's check out the nearby logistics park to see if we can find anything. Okay, Su, it's set up for stealth flying. Slow down a bit. Received. Su-Yen went towards the seaside, thankful for the map. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to distinguish between sea and land. She first moved the box of corpses from her space and threw it into the sea. Then she directed Hihi to the largest logistics park in Jiang City. However, with such a massive typhoon and flood, even the highest logistics park would be submerged and containers would inevitably be blown away by strong winds or washed away by water. Su-Yen didn't expect to find anything in the park. Instead, she planned to check nearby. However, what she could think of, the organized groups could think of even sooner. There were already over 10 boats in the vicinity of the logistics park diving to salvage. Let's go, Hihi, we'll head to that distant hill. Returning empty-handed isn't her style. She needed to pick up some. By the mountainside, there were many bits of trash swept over by the water, forming little garbage hills, as well as trees of various sizes blown askew by the typhoon. It seemed this mountain had yet to be visited by anyone searching for supplies. Hihi, get close to the mountainside. Received. Flying at super low altitude by the mountainside, she could clearly see what was underwater. Look, she really discovered several containers stranded, revealing a small corner. Su-Yen disembarked from the flying device, put away Hihi, concealed the flying device and her high-tech stealth suit, and changed into diving gear. Diving in, she retrieved the containers one by one into her space. After finishing with the ones on the surface, there were still more below, accumulating over a dozen in total. Just as Su-Yen was about to retrieve her flying device and head home, 2 dogs came running towards her, panting heavily. The dogs halted 2 meters in front of her, staring up at her. It seemed they were confirming she wasn't someone who would eat dog meat. Once assured, they slowly approached her. One of the dogs grabbed Su-Yen's pants leg and tugged towards the direction they had come from, while the other led the way, stopping and looking back whenever it noticed she wasn't following. The dogs were police dogs, still wearing tactical vests, but they were so thin they were left with nothing but skin and bones. Are you pulling me to help? From the dog's actions, Su-Yen guessed it was likely the case. After she asked, the guiding dog barked softly, and the one tugging at her pants leg pulled with a bit more force. It seemed she was indeed being taken by the 2 dogs to help. Having been approached, and with her innate affinity for soldiers and police officers, she was willing to follow them to see what was going on. After walking about a kilometer, they reached the base of a large tree where a skinny young man lay. Su-Yen felt something was off. Upon checking, she realized he had already passed away, seemingly having just drawn his last breath. Such matters Su-Yen had seen many in her past life. It wasn't numbness, she felt little fear or sadness, only a trivial sense of lament. He's gone, let's dig a hole and bury him. Su-Yen gently patted the heads of the 2 dogs as a form of comfort. The 2 dogs understandingly lowered their heads, softly whimpering as if in sorrow. Taking a large iron shovel from her space, Su-Yen began digging a hole beside the tree, and the 2 dogs helped by scratching the earth with their front paws. Was he your trainer or your owner? Woof woof woof. Both dogs barked 3 times in response. I understand he was your trainer. It's a pity you couldn't save him in time. I'm very sorry. Seeing that this kind-hearted stranger understood their words, the 2 dogs lowered their heads and resumed digging the hole. After finishing the hole, they found no identification on the man, so they decided to bury him. After filling the hole, Su-Yen squatted down and asked the 2 dogs, do you want to come with me? Woof. Woof. It seemed they were willing. Su-Yen put away the shovel, ensured no one was around, then released the flying device, laying a large waterproof cloth on the seat before signaling the 2 dogs to get on. The 2 dogs glanced back at the mound of earth where the man was buried, then quietly jumped onto the waterproof cloth. Upon returning to the Lanjiangtai community, a fairly large cargo ship was docked on the water surface of the community's central garden, loaded with supplies and guarded by armed soldiers. The ship was currently docked at Building B, distributing supplies to the residents on the 9th floor. Rescue personnel had arrived with supplies. Su-Yen remembered that in her previous life, rescue supplies arrived earlier than at this moment. Never mind, why think about the past? She instructed Hee to quietly glide over to take a look. A table was set up on the ship for registration, and someone shouted through a loudspeaker, you must present your ID to collect supplies, no proxy collection allowed. Shouting so earnestly and clearly, yet some still couldn't understand human language. Comrade, my husband can't walk. I have his ID, why can't I collect? My grandson is sick, if I can't collect, how will we survive? Please help, comrade. Several elderly ladies crowded the 9th floor window, waving ID cards and constantly speaking. Form an orderly line. 1 person, 1 ID for 1 portion. You young comrade don't understand. Exactly, it's so inhumane. People are starving to death and you only come now, yet can't help. The noise was chaotic and everyone had something to say. In the rush to collect supplies, an elderly lady was pushed out of the window and fell into the water. This forced a soldier to jump into the icy water to rescue her. Clearly the soldiers had encountered many such situations, explaining repeatedly, while the others didn't follow the rules. Everyone had become numb, their faces showing helplessness and fatigue. Silence. Form a line. 1 person, 1 ID, no proxy collection. A soldier with a firearm fired a shot into the air, which finally quieted the scene. It was evident that not many people remained in Building B. Under the premise of order, 1 person registered while another distributed supplies. Each portion included a roll of 1 kilogram of noodles, 2 pounds of rice, a white radish, a large cabbage, 2 pounds of potatoes, a bag of salt, a pound of frozen pork, and a large bucket of drinking water. In just over 10 minutes, the supplies for Building B were distributed, and they proceeded to Building C. Building C was where Su-Yen lived. The same issues of proxy collection and fighting over space ensued before the distribution could proceed smoothly. Just as Su-Yen was about to let Hee fly up to the rooftop, she heard someone reporting her. Comrade, I report that there are gangsters in our community and they have guns. The one reporting was a scruffy, middle-aged man. Gangsters. What's going on? The mention of guns instantly grabbed the soldier's attention. It's on the 32nd floor of Building C. A few days ago, they killed over 10 people in our community. Gunshots rang out all night. I'm not lying. Ask anyone else if you don't believe me. Do you know how many there are? No, I don't know. The 32nd floor in Lanjiangtai is a mystery. All sorts of rumors circulate. The man didn't dare to say he had only seen 1 woman, fearing no one would believe him. Your report has been received. We will verify it at your residence. Thank you, comrade. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to sleep at night, and even during the day we'd be on edge. Hearing they would verify it at her residence, the man's face lit up with the pleasure of revenge. Damn it. Su-Yen cursed inwardly as she returned to the rooftop. She stored the flying device back in her space, led the 2 dogs downstairs, and placed them in the empty house at 3202. Then she quickly found a bag of dog food from the mountain of supplies, poured out 2 portions into a bowl, and added some drinking water to ensure the dogs had a full stomach. Su-Yen hurried back to 3201 to turn off the electricity, tearing down the notice outside the door that warned of electric shock. She threw out things that shouldn't be in the house back into her space, and moved some rice flour, cooking oil, and drinking water to a corner of the dining room. As for the security doors in the hallway and at home, why was the house so clean? The Su family prominently appeared on the Jiang City rich list. This was easily explained. As for guns, they were not possible. She practiced shooting in her space. After checking and finding no suspicious items, Su-Yen went to discard the tactical vests from the dogs, otherwise it would be troublesome if someone accused her of abducting police dogs. The individuals who came to check on her arrived quite quickly, knocking loudly on the hallway door. You 2 are not allowed to wander around here, understand? Woof. The door to 3202 didn't need to be closed as Su-Yen went to open it. Hello, comrade. We received a report that someone here is armed and has committed murder. We need to conduct an inquiry and inspection, so please cooperate. This is our identification. The four soldiers hadn't expected that the person reported would be such a clean and remarkably beautiful young woman, causing their voices to soften. They didn't believe that the girl in front of them was an armed murderer. Someone reported that I committed murder. And with a gun. Comrades, please come in and check. I don't want to bear such a crime. Su-Yen opened the hallway door. Sure enough, this door drew the attention of all four. The female soldier taking notes asked Comrade, please provide your name, age, and occupation for registration. Su-Yen, age 20, a sophomore student. How many people live in your home? Just me and my two children. 20 years old and already has children. The four of them couldn't help but focus their gaze on Su-Yen. Su-Yen felt a perfectly balanced embarrassment and unspoken troubles on her face, receiving several sympathetic glances. She could choose not to reveal the existence of her children, but she did not want to disturb the children's room nor the toy house beside it, as she had put much thought into preparing those for the two little ones, and moving them would alter their original state. One person scrutinized the security door and said, Miss Su, a door of this level is not easy to create, is it? Indeed, it's not easy. My second uncle spent over 10 million to have it made. Not just this door, but the main door of the house is also of this kind. My family bought both apartments on the 32nd floor to install this door to prevent anyone from disturbing me. Oh, then let's take a look. Please. Su-Yen led the four of them to room 3202, which only housed two dogs and was empty enough to see straight through. Of course, the doors and windows of the room might also be considered special by the soldiers. Fortunately, they did not notice the special steel embedded in the ceiling and walls, or else it would have been hard to explain. Are the two dogs police dogs or military dogs? I don't know. Yesterday my parents came to visit me and found the dogs in the water, so I kept them. Su-Yen was not afraid that someone would expose her story. Yesterday the entire Su family came over and anyone in the building should know about it. Moreover, the dogs had very little activity, so they could only have arrived yesterday. Do you live across the hall? Yes. Su-Yen then took them to room 3201, opening one door after another, and the way she opened the doors made it seem as if she was opening a bank vault. Upon entering, the room was neat and tidy, prompting the soldiers to involuntarily glance at their shoes. It's fine, come in. I've stored quite a bit of rainwater for cleaning. I live here alone, so it's easy to clean. This explanation, that a person lives in a spacious several hundred square meters flat, was quite enviable. Su-Yen took the initiative to open the doors to the master bedroom, guest bedroom, and children's room, allowing them to inspect as they pleased while she returned to the children's room to check on her kids. The four inspected carefully, having many questions, but no matter how big the doubts were, they could not be linked to gun violence. They could only say that Su-Yen had ample food and drinking water, and with two security doors for protection, she lived quite freely. Are these your two children? Are they twins? Yes. Seeing the four enter the children's room, Su-Yen placed the two little ones onto the crib. The two little ones, having never seen strangers, were surprised to find several people looking at them, and they began to gurgle and smile. No one can resist the smile of such soft and beautiful human infants, and even the two particularly serious soldiers were infected by the children, breaking into silly grins. The female soldier taking notes could not help but reach out twice to hold a child, only to pull back again, wanting to hold them, but worried that the children's mother might find her unclean. Although Su-Yen had a slight cleanliness obsession, she was willing to fulfill the wish to hold such adorable beings. She brought Xiaowei to the female soldier, saying, if you like, you can hold her. She is the younger sister, very well behaved, and won't cry. Can I really hold her? That's great. The female soldier put down her notebook, rubbed her hands on her clothes, and cautiously took the child into her arms, wearing a face full of maternal smiles. Su-Yen then picked up the older brother, Xiaorui, and asked the three soldiers, the older brother is also very well behaved. Who else wants to hold him? No, just looking is fine. The three soldiers waved their hands, nervously fearing that their rough hands might harm such soft and fragile little creatures. Su-Yen placed Xiaorui back in the crib, while the female soldier reluctantly returned Xiaowei. After checking the children's room, the entire house was thoroughly inspected. Su-Yen pushed the crib out of the living room. Please sit down. Su-Yen invited them to take a seat while she went to get cups to pour water. Miss Su, there's no need to pour water. We're not thirsty, really not thirsty. Drinking water was so scarce now that each person would only have one cup which they couldn't drink. Su-Yen did not insist and put the cups back. Comrades, you've finished your inspection. My suspicions should be cleared now, right? We only did the registration. Objectively, you have no motive for murder, and we have not found any firearms on you, but we still have many questions here. Please ask. No questions meant something was off. Su-Yen knew that her living conditions were too good, which raised suspicions, but she could argue. No, she could explain. Miss Su, your living conditions, given the current situation, are not easy to achieve, and the decoration of your house is of top-level security. We want reasonable explanations for these. The one asking the questions was the leader, and after he finished, he glanced at the two little ones, suggesting that these two children were also not quite normal. Su Yan asked. First, are you locals from Jiangcheng? The four exchanged glances, wondering what being local had to do with anything. The female soldier replied, I am from Jiangcheng. Then it's good that you're local. My second uncle is Su Jiangwo, the chairman of the Su Group in Jiangcheng. My father Su Jianmin is the general manager of the Jiang Group. I am the only daughter of the Su family. A year and a half ago, after getting drunk in a hotel, I was schemed against, which resulted in my having children. Due to health reasons, I could not terminate the pregnancy, so I chose to give birth. But I was betrothed to Yang Yunwen, the eldest son of the Yang family, another prominent family in Jiangcheng since childhood. However, with this incident occurring, the engagement naturally fell through. Yang Yunwen felt that he had lost face and kept causing me trouble. My family then bought this house for me, and the renovations were done to ensure my safety and prevent disturbances. My family does not lack resources. Before the heavy rain arrived, water flooded our mall, prompting many to move supplies from the first to the third floors to higher ground. Su Yan's words provided reasonable explanations for the children's situation, the security of the house, and how she managed to live so well under the natural disaster. Of course, Su Yan's account was half true and half false. I know. Last year, when I was on leave, the matter between you, Miss Su, and the young master of the Yang family stirred quite a commotion in Jiangcheng. The incident of being pregnant before marriage even trended on social media. So you're the unfortunate Su. Yes, I am that unfortunate Su. Su Yan said self-deprecatingly. The female soldier realized she had spoken too freely and smiled awkwardly, rubbing her hands in embarrassment. Su Yan's story was generally acceptable and not much could be faulted, especially with the confirmation from the local female soldier. The three soldiers nodded in agreement, indicating they had no further questions. Su Yan curiously asked, do you know about the base at Xiling? We know. We're from there. The female soldier blurted out eagerly. Do you know Weicheng, Lieutenant Wei? I know. We're stationed at the same base, just in different companies. Look, this brings them closer together. The three soldiers and one female soldier asked about Su Yan's relationship with Wei Cheng, chatting warmly. Su Yan spoke only the truth this time, about the life-saving grace and the recent delivery of supplies. This conversation continued for quite a while. The talkative female soldier informed Su Yan that the officers and soldiers at the Xiling base were responsible for the rescue efforts in this area, as the police department was severely understaffed and they were temporarily in charge of maintaining order. This meant that Su Yan had a strong backing at the Xiling base. Later, Su Yan happily escorted the four comrades to the hallway, watching them leave with reluctance. Downstairs, everyone from the 31st floor and below knew that someone was checking the 32nd floor, with doors half opened, waiting to hear the commotion. Unfortunately, they would not hear any sounds of Su Yan being investigated or arrested. Finally, after sending them off, Su Yan knew that she would eventually experience being checked, but she also gained a lot, at least in the future. When faced with issues, she could easily recite a string of names to contact people at the Xiling base. Su Yan settled the two little ones, then took Mei Mei Li and He out from the space, powered on the devices, and started cleaning the house. After finishing with her home, she went to tidy up the two dogs across the hall. First, she bathed the dogs, cleaning them twice, and for the third wash, she disinfected and treated them for pests. The dogs were washed 3 times. Fortunately, they were German shepherds with short fur, making grooming easier. Just before the disaster, she had acquired many pet supplies from several large supermarkets abroad. After cleaning them up, she applied medication to the injuries on the dogs. The 2 dogs were truly well behaved. No matter how much Su Yan fussed over them, they did not make a sound. If she did not know they were police dogs, she would have suspected they would not bark even if a thief entered. Was it that she had too much of a connection with the 2 dogs, or that they had become attached to her as their benefactor? You guys really know how to choose your owner. In today's environment, there are probably not many families that can afford to keep you. Now that you are at my house, you can rest assured. I won't let you go hungry. By the way, I need to give you names. What name should I give? Wealth, fortune, prosperity. One is yellow-brown and the other is black-brown. Let's name them by color. You will call you De Huang and you De Hei. How does that sound? If you accept these names, just bark once. Woof. Woof. Very good, you 2 brothers can go off and play. After finishing with the dogs, Su Yan tidied up everything and disinfected the entire house. She was exhausted and realized it was dinner time. Su Yan locked room 3202, returned to room 3201, washed rice, put it on the stove to cook, and then went to the space to pick vegetables. She had compared and found that the vegetables she had stored previously did not taste as good as those grown in her space. As long as she could grow them, she would not eat the stored ones, knowing they would not spoil in the temperature-controlled warehouse. She picked a handful of bok choy, sliced a piece of beef, and took out 2 chicken wings. For dinner, she decided to make roasted chicken wings, stir-fried beef with coriander, and stir-fried bok choy. After dinner, she arranged for shooting practice that she had missed today, practicing for an hour before coming out of the space, taking a shower, playing with the children for a while, and then going to bed. Su, wake up, Su, wake up. In her daze, Su Yan heard someone calling her by her ear. When she opened her eyes, it was the super intelligent Hee who had a small round body. Hee, what are you doing? Sue, your little ones are sick and crying nonstop. Mei and Lily are trying to soothe them. I came to wake you up. Hearing that the children were ill, Su Yan quickly got out of bed, put on her slippers, and rushed to the children's room. Master Xiaowei has been crying. Xiao Rui is the same. The robots Mei and Lily were each holding one child, gently rocking and soothing the two little ones. However, no matter how they comforted them, the two little ones just kept crying. Mei, Lily, can you give medication to infants? Mei shook her head. We are nannies, not doctors. Lily nodded stiffly. Yes, just nannies. Both little ones were sick at the same time, causing both concern and difficulty for Su Yan. She felt their foreheads and found them slightly warm, but she could not discern anything else, and the children could not articulate where they were uncomfortable. Looking at the time, it was just past midnight. She first returned Mei and Lily to the space, placed the two little ones in the crib, put on a down jacket, took a handgun and flashlight, and then went to the 11th floor to find Luo Wanning. Dr. Luo. She knocked on the door of 1101 for quite a while before it opened. Miss Su. Dr. Luo, my child is sick. Please help me take a look. Okay, just a moment. Luo Wanning went inside, put on a coat, reminded her daughter a few times, grabbed a medical bag, locked the door, and followed Su Yan upstairs. Thinking of the two little ones being sick and crying in the room without anyone to comfort them, Su Yan rushed up the 20 floors in one breath. As a professional, Luo Wanning also hurriedly followed. Dr. Luo, you can enter directly. Oh, all right. Luo Wanning was worried that her dirty shoes would soil the floor. After interacting several times, this was her first time entering Su Yan's home, and she was astonished by its cleanliness and tidiness. Su Yan brought the children out from the children's room, and Luo Wanning opened the medical bag, putting on disposable gloves to examine the children. The children cried loudly, their faces and necks turning red. Watching the children cry, Su Yan couldn't help but shed tears as well. The preliminary diagnosis is a bacterial-induced upper respiratory infection. If there are medications, it shouldn't be a big problem, but I do not have the proper medication here. Write down the names of the medications for me, and I'll go find them. I have some infant medications stored, but I don't know how to use them. All right. Luo Wanning quickly wrote down a few names of medications and tore off the note for Su Yan. Please help me take a look at the child, and I'll go find the medicine. Go ahead. Luo Wanning rocked the crib, feeling quite emotional. As a mother herself, she understood the hardships of a young single mother raising two children, and only those who are mothers truly comprehend the struggles. Fortunately, it appeared that she was not lacking in material resources, otherwise how would the two children survive? But that was only temporary. What about the future? She did not know when the disasters would end. Seeing that Su Yan was at most 20 years old, only 7 years older than her daughter, Luo Wanning was filled with both worry and pity for Su Yan. Dr. Luo, I found the medicine. Give me the medicine. You go boil some water. Su Yan brought over a complete set of boiled water bowls and spoons. Luo Wanning administered the medication to the child while teaching Su Yan how to give medication to the child in the future. Su Yan secretly appreciated the benefits of having a doctor around. Did you remember? I remember. Thank you, Dr. Luo. Good. Give the medication again in 3 hours. It should improve by morning. Keep an eye on the child's condition. If anything seems off, come downstairs to call me. If there are no abnormalities, these medications can be stopped after 2 days. Okay, I noted that down. Thank you. Su Yan escorted Dr. Luo to the safety door of the hallway and handed Luo Wanning a shopping bag containing 2 rolls of noodles, 2 large cabbages, and 6 eggs. She had no idea whether it was too much or too little. Luo Wanning opened the bag to take a look. The cabbage was as fresh as if it had just been picked from the field, and the eggs were hard to come by these days. Miss, you've given too much. I only diagnosed you, and the medicine is your own. You don't need this much. Just take it. You'll have to trouble me in the future, and my family is not short of food for now. All right then, if there are any problems, feel free to come find me anytime. Luo Wanning was not one to be shy either. Over the past few days, she had searched high-rise office buildings for supplies and had indeed found some snacks, instant noodles and biscuits, but there were no vegetables. She was in dire need of eggs and cabbages. Her 13-year-old daughter was at the stage of growth, and without greens for several days, the little girl suffered from severe constipation, crying out in pain every time she went to the bathroom. Su Yan returned home and couldn't sleep, having to watch over and soothe the 2 little ones. Perhaps due to the medication, the 2 little ones cried less fiercely and gradually fell asleep. Su Yan dared not close her eyes for even a moment, watching the little faces that had turned red from crying slowly regain their fair complexion. Seeing that their condition did not worsen, her heart finally felt a bit more at ease. As the night guarded dawn broke, it was time to feed the little ones their medicine for the 3rd time. She first mixed the formula to feed them, likely due to their illness. The children only drank half of what they usually would. Half an hour after the little ones drank the formula, she gave them their medicine. During the process, the little ones inevitably cried out loudly. After taking care of the two little ones, she let Mei Mei and Lily come out to see the children and allowed Hee Hee to check the surveillance. Only then did Su Yan prepare breakfast for herself. After feeding herself, she went next door to feed De Huang and De Hei. The two dogs seemed much more energetic than yesterday, eagerly jumping onto Su Yan, their front paws resting on her as they stood up. You two have injuries, get down quickly, don't rub your medicine onto my clothes. Woof. Woof. De Huang and De Hei reluctantly put their front paws back on the ground, as if complaining to Su Yan about why she didn't like them. Alright, eat well and play by yourselves. Once your injuries heal, I'll keep you close. Be good now. The two dogs understood, watching their owner lock the door and leave before they began to eat their dog food. Back at home, Su Yan ran for 2 hours, did sit-ups for half an hour, and then prepared lunch. After lunch, she moved to her space to practice shooting. After practicing shooting, it was time to feed the animals. Previously, Su Yan fed the cattle, sheep, and pigs every 2 or 3 days, not because she didn't understand that like humans, livestock needs to be fed daily, but because she forgot to stock up on their feed. Each time she fed the animals, she could only give them the greens she had stored. Greens are so expensive, hence she fed them every other day depending on availability. Strangely enough, feeding them every 3 days didn't cause any fuss. The animals would eat when there was food and ignore it when there wasn't, relying on a whatever attitude to grow. Feeding animals was also labor-intensive. For cows and sheep, she could simply throw the greens to them, but piglets normally required the greens to be chopped and cooked. However, Su Yan was too lazy to bother with cooking. The chopped greens were used to feed not only the pigs but also the chickens. The ducks and geese in the river, along with the fry, were also fed chopped greens, differing only in how finely they were chopped. Su Yan praised herself for being clever, as any livestock could be fed with greens, which were a universal feed. Seeing that her stock of greens had dwindled again, she truly felt she was in trouble. These were still young livestock. If the cattle, sheep, and pigs grew a bit more, each one would consume a lot, and she had dozens of each species. This was not something to dwell on. She quickly operated the earth-moving machine, digging, leveling the ground, planting fruit trees and vegetables. As long as they didn't die, she would plant them as much as possible. Currently, the space was at level 5 with an area of 2 square kilometers. Excluding a few ordinary warehouses, 2 climate-controlled warehouses, and a small villa, there was still plenty of space to plant. The current amount of gold was enough to upgrade to levels 6 and 7, but Su Yan was not in a hurry. She intended to fill this 2 square kilometer space first before spending a fortune to upgrade. Busy Su Yan had dinner in her space, bringing the 2 little ones along. The medicine was also administered in the space, and by 10 o'clock at night, the 3 of them emerged from the space. Hee Hee, did anyone come today? Hee Hee blinked her panda eyes and showed 2 video clips. One was of the couple from the 31st floor sneaking up the hallway in the afternoon, looking around nervously outside the safety door, wanting to knock but not daring to. The other clip showed Luo Wanning in the evening, standing outside the safety door of the hallway for over 10 to 20 minutes. When she saw no one coming to open the door, she left. Su Yan treated the couple from the 31st floor as if they did not exist. Luo Wanning must have come up to check on whether the 2 little ones were feeling better. At Luo Wanning's home, she was currently watching out the window with Uncle Zhang from the 10th floor. What I've heard is that several people in the building have teamed up with outside thugs to blow open Miss Su's door tonight. Although there is that door in the 32nd floor hallway, it can't guarantee absolute safety. Uncle Zhang, should I go up again? That Miss Su, raising 2 children alone and living so well, must have some hidden cards. I always feel she is not simple. It would be good to remind her, even though she might not need our warning, but friendships develop through such interactions. The current situation is chaotic, especially unfavorable for us elderly and weak women and children. If we can maintain a friendly relationship with Miss Su, it could be very beneficial in the future. This Uncle Zhang has a keen insight. He has never met Su Yan, but can infer so much just from what he has heard. If Su Yan knew, she would give Uncle Zhang 100 praises. Speaking of the outside forces, Uncle Zhang, why don't our families team up? During the day, we can go out to find supplies, and it would be good for Qian Qian and Xiao Xian to have companionship. At night, if someone tries to break in and rob, it would be easier to handle. That sounds good. We both have similar house layouts. They are both 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with the living room and kitchen shared, and each family can occupy 2 rooms, which is just right. Uncle Zhang's wife passed away a few years ago. His son and daughter-in-law work in a neighboring city and were not home before the disaster. He doesn't know if they are still alive, and even if they are, they won't be able to return anytime soon. Currently, only he and his grandson Xiao Xian live there. Luo Wanning's home also only had her and her daughter left. Her husband was on a business trip before the disaster and has been missing ever since. With such a simple family structure, they rented Su Yan's rubber boat to go out together to find supplies these past few days. It indeed turned out more beneficial than problematic to live together, and they hit it off to stay on the 11th floor of Luo Wanning's place, planning to move in tomorrow. Regarding reminding Su Yan, Luo Wanning decided to go up to the 32nd floor one more time. When Luo Wanning reached the hallway entrance of the 32nd floor, Su Yan had just finished feeding the dogs and was coming out of 3202, preparing to return to 3201. Luo Wanning climbed quietly, clearly not wanting anyone to know she had come to the 32nd floor. Su Yan silently opened the door, signaling for Luo Wanning to enter and speak. Miss Su, I heard that the few families you taught a lesson to have joined forces with outsiders to prepare to blow up your door tonight. You need to be careful. It's all right. One will be dealt with and two will be dealt with as a pair. Luo Wanning expected Su Yan to remain calm upon hearing this, but she did not anticipate such a nonchalant and domineering response. She began to believe what Zhang Bo said about Miss Su having a card up her sleeve. Su Yan also understood that Luo Wanning's 2 visits to remind her indicated a willingness to be on good terms. She always welcomed those who understood boundaries while she despised those who took advantage of others. Then I can rest assured. The children are feeling better, right? Much better. They just fell asleep. That's good. Be careful, I'm heading back. If I hear any news, I'll come up to tell you. It's better to know in advance than to be ambushed. All right, thank you. Please wait a moment. Su Yan went into the room and soon came out with a walkie-talkie. Dr. Luo, take this walkie-talkie. You won't need to climb the stairs all the time. It can communicate within a 20-kilometer range. There were quite a few of these walkie-talkies in the weapons cache seized from arms dealers in Night City, and they were the latest models. This is a good item. It will make things much more convenient. I'm leaving now. Luo Wanning recalled Zhang Bo's words. Miss Su was not simple. Look, she even had walkie-talkies prepared. Contact me if something comes up. Su Yan escorted Luo Wanning to the safety door of the corridor. It seemed that tonight would not be peaceful again. She wondered why those people were so determined to target her. In her previous life, it was also after the rain had stopped, but the water had not receded, that various evil forces in the city began to plunder. First, she increased the voltage of the safety door to the maximum. Su Yan estimated the weapons of that rabble. At most, they had pried open the police station's door and obtained some conventional firearms. She was alone, her shooting skills still newly practiced, hovering at an inconsistent level. With so many opponents, it wouldn't be possible to shoot it out bullet for bullet. She needed to use heavier firepower, at least an AK, and if there were many of them, she would give them a few grenades. Su Yan also found all the weapons that could potentially be used and placed them uniformly on a rack for easy access. It was truly all set, just waiting for the villains to be cannon fodder. After midnight, the walkie-talkie rang. Luo Wanning said, Miss Su, many people have come, probably around 20 or 30, and they are already upstairs. Received. Don't come out. All right, let me know when it's resolved. After saying that, Luo Wanning cut off the call, more anxious than Su Yan, fearing that one more word would leave Su Yan without enough time to prepare. Not just Su Yan was preparing. In the launching tower community at this time, many people were still awake, whether out of jealousy or hatred or simply to watch the show. All were waiting for news about a large group of armed people dealing with the 32nd floor. Su Yan could not wait for the people to come to the door before taking action. She quietly opened the door and went downstairs, preparing to take out a few at the corner of the stairs between the 32nd and 31st floors. Coincidentally, she heard Qinli and Lu Xinhao from 3102 talking at the door. We're lending them a place for cover and retreat. What if that woman on the 32nd floor seeks revenge on us? Qinli expressed her concerns. Can 20 or 30 people with guns not break down that door? As long as they get the door open, we can benefit. It's a no-loss deal. What are you worried about? Hurry up and go in. They are almost here. Oh, it seems that group of cowards had already found a retreat point, quite cautious. Did they think they could hide by running into the 31st floor? Did they believe she would only dare to stay behind the safety door and wouldn't chase them out? That group was just 2 floors away from the 31st floor. Seeing them reach the 30th floor, Su Yan pulled out 2 grenades and threw them down, then quickly returned to the 32nd floor and locked the safety door. Bang! Bang! Shit. Get down. It was too late to get down. The 2 grenades took out 7 people and injured several others. Clearly the weapons were quite effective. Shit, our operation has been compromised. Leave 2 to deal with the injured, or the rest charge in. Avenge. Screw them. If we take this floor, we can rest easy in the future. Hurry up and follow closely. Let's see if this door can withstand it. I'll shoot it a few more times. Lao Chi shall go, you 2 provide cover. I'll blow the door. Su Yan saw from the monitoring footage provided by Hehe why they wanted to blow the door. They had made homemade explosives. Her gun was already aimed at the shooting hole first, targeting the one who was going to place the explosives. Su Yan saw clearly that among the large group only 6 were armed, while the rest had long knives and axes, thinking they were formidable, but it was just one explosive package. After she shot the person with the explosive, the remaining people had already started to shrink back in fear. However, retreating was useless. Su Yan called out each of their names, targeting the 6 armed individuals first, then aiming at the couple hiding on the 31st floor. She could not leave these 2 troublemakers behind. As arrogant as they were when heading upstairs, they were now as timid as turtles. They thought they could seize the house and resources, even planning how to divide them. In the end, they ended up running with their tails between their legs. Su-yen had prepared to respond seriously, but did not expect the opponents to be so easily defeated. However, it still added to her practical experience with firearms. She did not dare to become complacent, knowing that besides her good weaponry, she had also relied on the top-level safety door to easily fend off the attackers. Su-yen picked up the explosive package and finished her work. Reconnecting the safety door to the power, she told Luo Wanning that it was all taken care of before going to shower and sleep. Meanwhile, many spectators waiting at Longing Tower after hearing 2 explosions soon followed by a round of gunfire, then silence. After about 20 minutes, they saw a few beams of flashlight guiding less than 10 people onto a boat, leaving in a hurry. Given the situation, it was obvious that the group from outside had not only lost, but also had many casualties. After this night, rumors of a female demon on the 32nd floor of Longing Tower began to spread. However, it also intimidated many petty criminals. At least no one would dare to think they could take on the 32nd floor with a lousy gun like a burning stick. Life was neither good nor bad. A day by day passed. The 2 children had fully recovered and the water level had dropped to the 4th floor. The higher areas in the city are already dry and 2 government-operated stores have opened for business. Should we go seize supplies? Seizing supplies. Su-yen did not believe she could get anything and did not need to. However, going out to see the situation was acceptable. I want to go, but I can't go too early. You go first, take the walkie-talkie, and it will be convenient to communicate later. Understood. Having a walkie-talkie is really convenient. No, if you go, no one will watch the kids. You better not go. Wait until we come back to help you watch the kids, and then you can go. I'll go later. I have someone to help watch the kids. As for who would help, Su-yen would not say no matter who asked. Smart people like Luo Wanning would not press for details. All right then. Since having the walkie-talkie, Luo Wanning occasionally chatted with Su-yen a few times, and she had already changed from Miss Su to a Yen. Su-yen also changed how she addressed Dr. Luo to Sister Luo. In order to have more time for farming, Su-yen reduced her exercise time, changing her running to 1 hour sit-ups to half an hour and shooting to half an hour. This way she could still dig for 2 hours in the morning before lunch. When she got busy, she just grabbed a bite to eat. Today was the day to feed the animals. It was every 3 days, and under normal circumstances these livestock were barely hanging on, growing meat. That was rather unlikely. The problem was that the livestock, fed only once every 3 days, still managed to grow at an alarming rate. Su-yen speculated that due to the spatial conditions, since the vegetables and fruit trees grew quickly, the animals must also grow faster while eating less. At least it meant she hadn't wasted so many vegetables. However, the stock of vegetables was still quite concerning. Su-yen fretted, losing several strands of hair in the process. It seemed that the task of growing vegetables was a long-term commitment. Perhaps she should try feeding the livestock once a week. If she did that, would those livestock complain about her? Su-yen felt as if she had forgotten something anxiously. Oh, cows and sheep eat grass. Growing grass should be much easier than growing vegetables, right? Aside from the few trees that naturally came with the little hill when it was formed, she hadn't had the energy to plant fruit trees on the hill. So scattering grass seeds over the hill would suffice. After that, she could let the cows, sheep, pigs, and chickens roam freely on the hill as long as she fenced the base to keep them from wandering around. That's the plan. This time she went to the market specifically to look for grass seed sellers. Su-yen chose a set of navy blue casual attire, wore sports shoes, carried a backpack, and put on a mask before setting off. Taking the stairs was out of the question. Su-yen used a flying device to stealthily glide from the rooftop, finding a secluded spot near the market to land before rowing a rubber boat over. On the water's surface, many rubber boats were traversing, some returning from the market with purchased goods, while others were headed toward the market. Most of these people appeared as refugees, looking haggard. A few who were dressed better and had supplies on their boats became prime targets for looting. Those who pursued and robbed while avoiding harming lives were considered to have a moral baseline. Those without moral boundaries directly used long wooden sticks with sharp knives to puncture others' rubber boats, leaving both the person and their possessions empty-handed. Su-yen had witnessed several such incidents. It wasn't until she got closer to the market that things calmed down, as there was police presence around the market. The market was located on the 3rd floor of a building in Dacia. This was a well-chosen location with a large platform in front of the 3rd floor, providing ample space for people to move around. Along the edges of the platform there was a row of empty spaces for people to set up stalls selling various goods. Upon stepping onto the 3rd floor platform, Su-yen deflated the rubber boat, rolled it up, and secured it to a hand-pulled cart. Yes, it was that kind of small cart that aunties used to browse the vegetable market in the early morning. Sister Luo, where are you? We're inside the market. We've been waiting in line for half the day and just got in not long ago. There's nothing good, and getting food relies entirely on looting. I can't even squeeze my way to the food section, and there's a purchase limit. Have you arrived? After the flood, there was extreme cold, which was soon followed by a snowstorm. In southern cities, people usually dealt with winter by wearing just a sweater. After the flood, there was extreme cold, which was soon followed by a snowstorm. In southern cities, people usually dealt with winter by wearing just a sweater. If it got colder, it would be a base layer with an outer jacket. There weren't many warm winter clothes available. By reminding them with Luo Wanning and Zhang Ba's intelligence, they should be able to buy some. Luo Wanning and her daughter were scrambling to grab rice when they suddenly heard Su Yan's seemingly random question about cold-resistant winter clothes, which puzzled them. Zhang Bo, did a Yan ask if there are any cold-resistant winter clothes in the market? What does that mean? It means we should buy winter clothes. We need to get winter clothes and also buy several thick blankets. Zhang Bo was quite clever. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood without needing to think. He pulled his grandson out of the rice-grabbing frenzy. Luo Wanning followed closely behind with her daughter. It's already late February in the lunar calendar. The weather is warming up. Do we really need to buy winter clothes? That would only be the case under normal circumstances. Haven't you heard rumors about the end of the world? In this apocalyptic scenario, extreme cold, extreme heat, snowstorms, and earthquakes could all happen. It's better to be prepared. All right, let's buy then. After their quiet conversation, they rushed toward the clothing area. Currently, clothing was much cheaper than food, with a long-down jacket from an unknown brand costing just over 1,000. You must understand that money is truly worthless now. Even though money has become so worthless, not many people could produce a significant amount. Aside from a small portion who preferred to keep cash, those who were used to digital payments had long since found that impossible. However, the market was quite humane, allowing transactions in gold. At the checkout, there were people responsible for testing the purity of the gold, weighing it, and converting its weight into cash value to help customers settle their bills. Luo Wanning had learned from others that gold could be used for transactions in the absence of cash. She sighed, realizing why Su Yan had accepted gold when renting the rubber boat. Su Yan must have had insider information, and she believed it. Su Yan was unaware of Luo Wanning's many thoughts about her. Instead of rushing to line up to enter the market, she wandered around the third-floor platform. Hey girl, want some stockings? I have sanitary napkins, 2 pounds of rice for 1 pack. Want to trade? Anyone need candles or coal? The more you buy, the better the deal. Su Yan looked around as small vendors quietly advertised and shouted loudly, but nothing caught her interest. Girl, you're not buying anything. Are you selling something? An older woman quietly approached Su Yan and asked in a low voice. I didn't see anything I wanted. She found it strange that she wasn't the only one browsing the stalls, so why was this woman following her to sell? Did she look like a wealthy woman? What do you want to buy, girl? Just say it and I might be able to help you find it. But first, let's be clear, I only accept gold or barter, no cash. Oh, now she understood. The woman was a middleman. Su Yan ignored her and continued browsing. After visiting more than 20 stalls, she still hadn't seen any sign of grass seeds. Girl, just tell me what you want. I, Auntie Ba, am very trustworthy. Anything you can name I can find. Really? The woman calling herself Auntie Ba patted her chest in assurance. I want seeds, grass seeds. I need as many as you have, and they shouldn't have been soaked in water. Other vegetable seeds would also be good. Auntie Ba regretted her earlier words. She could obtain food, clothing, and heating weapons through her contacts, but she never imagined someone would want to buy grass seeds. Buying vegetable seeds was understandable, as one could grow a few plants at home with some soil and a box, but grass. Growing grass. That was absurd. You don't have any, do you? If you don't, then forget it. What if I do? What will you trade for them? After boasting earlier, Auntie Ba didn't want to ruin her hard-earned reputation here and decided to mobilize others to search. What do you want in exchange? Meat. Fresh meat, any kind, pork, beef, chicken, or duck will do. All right, if you have what I want, I'll have what you want. We'll meet here at this time tomorrow. After waiting in line for half an hour, I finally entered the mall. This mall is a temporary venue with goods piled up like in a two-on shop at a vegetable market, only much larger. The food and drink section is packed with people, truly depending on seizing opportunities. Even if one manages to grab something, there are limits on how much one can buy, while there are very few people purchasing other items. Su Yan specifically sought out items that no one wanted, as she still had some cash left. Cash will soon be eliminated, and since this mall still accepts cash transactions, it truly benefits the public somewhat, taking advantage of the country's welfare. Fish food. That's great. 5 kilograms per bag, with 4 bags available here. 4 bags won't last long, but saving a bit of vegetables is worth it, so Su Yan tied all the fish food to her handcart and took it away. The people nearby, seeing what the girl in the mask bought, internally exclaimed crazy. If Su Yan knew this, she would certainly retort that in 2 years this fish food would cause many to fight over it. A fish can be eaten, and people can eat it too. After strolling around the mall, she only managed to acquire 4 bags of fish food. Exiting the checkout area, Su Yan connected with Luo Wanning via the intercom. I'm out here on the platform, where are you guys? Still in line to check out. Su Yan put away the intercom and waited for them outside. Miss Su, are you Miss Su? Jiang Su had been staring at Su Yan for a while, feeling that her figure resembled someone he knew, but the large mask obscured her face, so he wasn't sure and decided to call out, hoping to rectify his mistake if he was wrong. Jiang Su. It's me. It really is Miss Su. Our class was ordered to maintain order in the mall today, and I didn't expect to see you right after we arrived. Hu Zhanchao was sent elsewhere, but our squad leader Wei is here too. What a coincidence. Indeed it is a coincidence. Our squad leader has been wanting to thank you for a long time. You saved our entire class. Wait a moment, I'll call the squad leader over. This Jiang Su really doesn't treat her as an outsider, chatting non-stop the moment they meet. Without giving Su Yan a chance to decline, he has already dashed off to call squad leader Wei. In just a few minutes, Jiang Su and squad leader Wei rushed over to her. Comrade Su Yan, hello. Hello squad leader Wei, I didn't expect to see you here. Yes, I truly didn't expect it. Comrade Su, thank you for your help with those boys. I have heard all about it. It's the least I could do, you all saved me too. Su Yan has always believed in repaying kindness and vengeance. She is not cold-blooded, but she doesn't help just anyone in distress either. There are countless suffering in the world, and she can't help everyone, nor is it her responsibility. She only extends a helping hand to those she deems worthy, like the admirable people in front of her. Well then, I have some matters to attend to, you all chat. Wei Cheng truly just came to say thank you. After expressing his gratitude, he left. However, he seemed quite busy as he hurried off. Jiang Su glanced around, signaling Su Yan to follow him away from the crowd. Then in a mysterious tone he said to Su Yan, our squad leader asked me to remind you to stock up on warm clothing and store food properly. The weather may not improve. What's going on? Will there be a disaster? Su Yan feigned ignorance, realizing that the upper echelons had already made the apocalypse somewhat public, and she didn't expect Wei Cheng to have his subordinate subtly hint at it to her. Jiang Su didn't directly answer Su Yan's question, but instead expressed with some emotion, the prosperous days of yesterday seem unlikely to return. This isn't just an ordinary flood, the entire planet is submerged in water. One can imagine how severe it is, but just keep this between us, and don't speak of it outside. Understood, I will listen to you. If the upper management struggles to maintain stability and the notion of the apocalypse were to leak from them, it would solidify the arrival of the apocalypse. The public's hopes for restoring order would be dashed, undoubtedly leading to an increase in shady forces with no transition and directly stepping into the law of the jungle. In such a case, ordinary survivors would find life even more difficult. The methods of the group center are commendable, but the saying that man can conquer nature seems a bit powerless before such a massive disaster. Miss Su. Sorry, I was lost in thought for a moment. Jiang Su breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his previous words had scared the girl. Yan, so you're here. I wondered why I couldn't find you anywhere. Luo Wanning and Zheng Bo emerged after finishing their checkout, 2 adults and 2 children, all laden with large and small bags. Just happened to run into a friend chatting. Buying so many things. Wait a moment, I'll go put the inflatable boat down. Su Yan took the inflatable boat off the handcart, inflated it, and tossed it into the water. Luo Wanning set his things down and also took out the inflatable boat he rented from Su Yan. One boat can't fit everything we need to. Yan, you need to help me carry some items. No problem, I don't have much stuff, just go ahead and place yours. Jiang Su, seeing Su Yan's neighbor had arrived, stopped talking and quickly helped to move the items onto the boat. After everything was neatly stacked on the boat, Su Yan took out 2 large waterproof covers from her backpack to cover them. Jiang Su, I'll head back first. Okay, be careful. Su Yan's inflatable boat carried Luo Wanning's daughter Qian, while the remaining space was filled with their supplies. Luo Wanning, Zhang Bo, and Xiao Xian were on another inflatable boat with their supplies filling every available space except where they stood. It wasn't about how much they bought, but rather that thick clothing and blankets took up space. Even when pressed and packed, it still looked bulky, along with some other miscellaneous items, each a little bit accumulating into a large pile. I didn't expect you to buy so few things. Had I known, I would have bought more, since there's still space on your boat. Do you still have money? Su Yan's question caught Luo Wanning off guard. He truly had no cash and very little gold, having spent some renting the boat from Su Yan. The cash for buying supplies had come from Zhang Bo. I borrowed money from Zhang Bo, and later, I'll repay him with other supplies I find. Zhang Bo chuckled. I have this habit of not feeling secure if I don't keep some cash at home. Huh. Zhang Bo, is that what you call keeping cash? How distrustful are you of the bank to stash so much? But it turned out to be fortuitous. Indeed, I thought that money could only be used to start a fire. Mom, Grandpa, Zhang, Sister Yan, someone is chasing us. Qian, responsible for holding onto the items on the boat, kept a lookout. They want to seize our supplies. Ning paddled the boat while Xiao Xian sit tight. Zhang Bo pulled out a large machete from under a pile of supplies. but a machete has no advantage on the water. Su Yan asked, Zhang Bo, can you use a gun? Yes, Su Yan took out a pistol from her backpack and tossed it to Zhang Bo. She had noticed earlier that the boats chasing them also had 2 vessels, and the people on the front boat had guns. They probably thought that the boat carrying Luo Wanning's group piled high with supplies would be an easy target. It seems that even if many managed to procure supplies, they might not safely bring them home. Su Yan didn't find excuses to take a flying vehicle back. She was worried that Luo Wanning and the others might encounter robbers, and she wanted to help them. Unexpectedly, the robbers truly came, leaving her with no time to spare. This was troublesome as there were 2 children on the boat. Before leaving, Su Yan bought a bulletproof helmet from the Dimensional Mall and placed it in her backpack. She had a son and a daughter to care for, and she valued her safety greatly, refusing to put herself in danger. After making arrangements with anti-boss, Su Yan lost interest in browsing further and decided to go inside the market to take a look. After some thought, she decided to let go of the items from the Dimensional Mall. She quickly rummaged through the weapon storage and pulled out 2 helmets that she acquired for free, taking advantage of her backpack. Put this on, this one is for Xiao Xian. Su Yan handed one to Qian Qian and passed the other to Zhang Bo. Thank you so much, Su Yan. Zhang Bo understood the function of the helmet and hurriedly put it on his grandson. I'm sorry, Zhang Bo, Luo Jia, I only have 3 and no extras. She also put one on for herself. Su Yan, I can't thank you enough, but I know that thank you is too light a phrase. The safety of her daughter was paramount, and this was not a trivial item. Su Yan carrying 3 helmets was something Luo Wanning found hard to believe. The 2 boats quickly caught up, and Zhang Bo urged everyone to hold on tight as he slid his pistol into his sleeve. I'm calling you, stop. Throw your things over or else you will regret it. The man dramatically rested his gun on his shoulder, standing at the bow of the boat waiting to receive the supplies. Behind the dramatic man were 2 more guns. Another boat also had a gun, totaling 6 people and 3 guns. The 2 boats soon blocked Su Yan and Luo Wanning's rubber dinghy. The surrounding boats saw the situation and quickly moved away, fearful of provoking these malicious forces. We really don't have anything valuable. The world is tough right now. Can you show some mercy? Stop wasting time. If you don't throw your things over right now, The dramatic man took the gun off his shoulder and aimed it at Zhang Bo, the gun barrel representing the unfinished threat. The other 2 with guns also aimed at Su Yan and Luo Wanning. Zhang Bo, your life is more important. You handle throwing the things to the boat on the left. On the left boat, there was only 1 person with a gun. Su Yan emphasized the word handle heavily, meaning for Zhang Bo to deal with the one on the left, and Zhang Bo understood. Su Yan would deal with the 2 guns on the right boat. As soon as she finished speaking, a pistol appeared in her hand. Bang! Bang! 2 shots, then the gun was put away. At the same time, Su Yan fired. Zhang Bo also took down the guy on the left boat. Damn me. I was careless, let's run. The 3 remaining men on the attacking boats attempted to turn around to flee. Such people would harm others again if they escaped, and Zhang Bo shot the 2 on the left boat. Su Yan also took down the last person on the right boat. She was worried that Zhang Bo would let someone go, but she didn't expect the old man to be so decisive. From the moment they were intercepted to the elimination of the 6 men was only 5 minutes. It was Luo Wanning's first time witnessing a gunfight up close, and to say she wasn't scared would be a lie. She held Xiao Xian tightly as soon as the shots rang out. On Su Yan's boat, Qian Qian was also pale and crouched over the pile of supplies. It's over. Su Yan patted the little girl's shoulder. Sister Yan, you are so amazing. Although she was scared to death just moments ago, now she looked at Su Yan with admiration, continuously praising Sister Yan. You were like a female hero, so dashing. I love it. In response to the admiration from the 30-and-a-half-year-old girl, Su Yan smiled and pinched the little girl's face under the helmet. Xiao Xian also looked at his grandfather with bright eyes, shouting, Grandpa is mighty. All right, hold on tight, Grandpa. We'll go to the boat to collect the things first. Oh yes, there were still things to collect. The robbers' 2 rubber boats were piled with supplies which now all belonged to them. Wait a moment, Zhang Bo, let me paddle over a bit closer first. Luo Wanning finally came to her senses and hurriedly paddled the boat. Zhang Bo, leave that empty boat for the supplies. Su Yan also approached the other boat, moving supplies onto Zhang Bo's boat, tossing the dead from the boat into the water, and then deflating and packing away the rubber dinghy. Luo Wanning and Zhang Bo were quite pleased. This trip was full of danger, but ended with great rewards. Not only did they acquire a lot of supplies, but they also obtained 3 guns, dividing them among the 3 families, so each family would get one. Upon returning to Lanjiang Terrace, moving the things upstairs was a big project. Zhang Bo quickly wrapped the 3 guns in waterproof tarps and passed the items from the boat to Luo Wanning at the 4th floor window. Su Yan helped move the items to the hallway. They finished moving all the supplies from the 3 boats and deflated the boats to store them. Yan, stay here and keep an eye on things. I will go upstairs with Zhang Bo to move the supplies first. Okay, you go ahead. Other people saw that they had brought back the supplies from 3 boats and all wanted to come over and take advantage of it. Although they couldn't get anything, it was still good to take a look. But when they saw Su Yan playing with a small pistol, they gasped, "Oh my, a female demon." They dispersed. Luo Wanning and Zhang Bo made several trips before finishing moving everything. On the last trip, Su Yan carried her hand truck up the stairs. Yan, come inside. Let's sort things out and divide them up. Alright. In Luo Wanning's living room, it was a complete mess filled with the spoils of this haul. Su Yan pulled up a small stool and began sorting through the items from the 2 boats with Luo Wanning and Zhang Bo took out the pistol and returned it to Su Yan. "Thanks to you for having this today, otherwise we would have been in trouble and might not have made it back at all. It's very chaotic outside now. You all need to be careful when searching for supplies or buying things in the future. Zhang Bo, you can keep the gun for self-defense, I have others." No, I received 3 from there. By the way, how about we each take one of those 3? I know that I and Ning are taking advantage of you, but as you said, the outside world is indeed as dangerous as a dog-eat-dog situation, and we need guns. But Ning and I discussed it, you take the lion's share of the robber supplies you choose first. Let's divide the 3 guns and supplies equally. If possible, Su Yan didn't want anything at all, but she understood that the rule of sharing supplies couldn't be broken. That's not acceptable. We've already taken advantage of you, let's do it as Zhang Bo said, you take the lion's share. Yes, Yan, let's do it as I said. You are willing to take care of us, but we can't always shamelessly take advantage of you. With both the old man and Luo Wanning insisting this way, Su Yan could only nod. However, while choosing items, she happened to find jewelry made of gold weighing about 1 kilogram. She took most of it, and there was also a jade bracelet that looked nice, which she also took. The rest were all snacks, instant noodles, rice flour, and seasonings, none of which she took. Additionally, she left 2 bulletproof helmets for her 2 children to use. And Ning, let's go to the mall again tomorrow and spend the cash and gold we have. I estimate that mall won't last many days, and even if there's gold later, we might not be able to buy anything. Speaking of which, we truly gained significantly today. Those 2 helmets are excellent items, bulletproof. Yan took the gold and jewelry, which seems like she took the lion's share, but in reality she was also taking care of us. Zhang Bo, I understand everything you said. Also today Yan promised to go to the mall, but she only bought those 4 bags of flour mud. I think she specifically went for our safety. Indeed, in the community it's rumored that she is a female bully and a demon, but in truth, she has a kinder heart than anyone else. Su Yan didn't expect that going to find lawn seeds without buying anything else could create such a beautiful misunderstanding. Returning home, Su Yan took a shower, changed into comfortable loungewear, and then brought the 2 little ones out from the space. She pushed the crib to the kitchen door and started cooking. Having stockpiled so much food and drinks with the space continuously producing more, Su Yan refused to deprive herself. Being able to eat is a blessing, especially since she was training every day and not gaining weight. She first chopped a duck to stew with Huai Shan and then started cooking rice. A 5 to 6 kilogram duck could make a pot of soup that would last more than 1 meal. Each time she stored the soup in ceramic bowls in the constant temperature warehouse of her space, ready to take out whenever she wanted. She first chopped a duck to stew with Huai Shan and then started cooking rice. A 5 to 6 kilogram duck could make a pot of soup that would last more than 1 meal. Each time she stored the soup in ceramic bowls. Tonight Su Yan only cooked rice and stewed soup, relying on her stock from the space for the dishes. After feeling quite tired from her outing today, she went to bed early after dinner, unaware that the Lanjiangtai community was in an uproar. With the mall reopening these days and Lanjiangtai being an affluent community, the surviving residents were frequently coming and going to purchase large amounts of supplies, making them targets for the black forces led by Zhu Rou. Zhu Rou, as his name suggests, made a living selling pork. His knife skills were exceptional and his gang members wielded slaughtering knives, with a small portion also armed with guns. Each building in Lanjiangtai had survivors banding together. Manager Wang from the property management also gathered a group of people in Building E. When others came to rob, they certainly wouldn't just wait idly. As soon as Zhu Rou and his men entered the territory of Lanjiangtai, manager Wang used a loudspeaker from Building E to address the entire community. At that moment, everyone who was sleeping wished they could keep one eye open. With Wang's shout, most people woke up. The bolder survivors gathered together to guard the entrances of their buildings while the timid blocked their doors. Though blocking doors might not be effective, Uncle Zhang also took out the newly acquired firearms to check how many bullets he had. Luo Wanning kept calling Su Yan on the intercom. Su, someone is looking for you. Someone is looking for you. The little one he kept shouting in Su Yan's ear, finally managing to wake her up. Sister Luo, what's the matter? Yan, about 7 or 8 boats have come to the community, probably with over 100 people, and they are here to rob us. Oh, I'm fine here, you and Uncle Zhang, be careful, don't confront them hidden, just guard your own doors. You should be careful too, your reputation is too loud. I'm worried they're coming for you. Okay, I'll get up and take a look. After ending the call, Su Yan found it impossible to sleep again. She pulled back the curtains and saw several boats parked in front of the entrances of Building A and Building B. Su Yan selected an assault rifle and went to the balcony. The commotion in buildings A and B was loud with sounds of doors being smashed, cries and gunfire creating chaos. Finding a suitable position on the balcony, she aimed precisely at the entrance of building C. Soon the Yen, should we shoot? It was Uncle Zhang asking. Yes, let's keep them out of building C. She couldn't manage the other buildings, but if the bandits got into building C, Su Yen would definitely face disturbances. It was necessary to prevent them from getting to the 32nd floor, or to keep them downstairs. Stopping them downstairs was more appropriate, otherwise she'd have to clean up the mess left by the dead in the stairwell. Before long the robbers from buildings A and B had emerged, continually moving supplies onto the boats, clearly having gained a lot. After loading their things onto the boat, some people stayed to guard it while more than 10 others rowed 2 boats towards building C. They were coming to their doom. Yen began to take aim at the robbers one by one. This group of bandits was more professional than those who had chased them down during the day. They reacted quickly and aimed at the 32nd floor. Seeing the enemy aiming at the 32nd floor, Uncle Zhang started shooting. Bang, one down, bang, another. 2 floors instantly dispersed the robbers' firepower. This made it faster for Su Yen to take them down one by one. All the robbers preparing to come to building C were wiped out. The remaining ones no longer dared to provoke building C. This group of rabble had heard of the name of the female demon of C-32 in Lanjiangtai. Initially dismissive, they now experienced her power firsthand. As long as those people didn't come to building C, Su Yen's gunfire would cease. Those in buildings A and B cheered for the female demon, who avenged them, while some cursed her for not acting sooner. If C-32 had acted earlier, they wouldn't have been robbed or lost lives. Those in other buildings who hadn't been targeted prayed for the female demon to kill off all the robbers. Su Yen was unaware of all this, and even if she knew, it was irrelevant. She had no obligation to risk herself for unrelated people. She also couldn't forget how many had tried to take advantage of her in Lanjiangtai. To repay kindness with kindness. Fools, she wouldn't do that. Yen, those people no longer dare to come to building C. Yes, if they come to building C, they will be killed. Su Yen cleaned her hands and face, went to check on the 2 little ones in the children's room, then snuggled back into bed. Downstairs, after losing more than 10 brothers, Zhu Rou also realized that as long as they didn't provoke building C, the female demon would not act against them. They weren't fools and wished to stay as far away from building C as possible. It wasn't that Zhu Rou had no plans for the 32nd floor, but he had underestimated the female demon upon arriving. To take building C, he would have to think of another way in the future. These bandits unhesitatingly circled around building C, heading to other buildings instead. 32nd floor, help us. Building C, 32nd floor, why aren't you shooting? Keep shooting. Upon hearing, some people in building C were gleeful while others shouted back. Now you know to call for help from the 32nd floor. How many times have you little bastards attacked our building C? Where do you get the nerve to ask for help? They deserve it. The female demon is from our building C, so we want help. Those who haven't tried to smash Su Yen's door in building C truly hoped that the 32nd floor wouldn't help the other buildings. They thought about it, bullets were limited, and once they were gone, they were gone. It was best to save bullets to ensure the safety of building C. In fact, some from other buildings even began to think about targeting building C, wanting to occupy an uninhabited room there, ensuring safety in case such incidents occurred again. Early the next morning, quite a few people indeed came to building C looking for vacant rooms, including manager Wang from the property management. Wang Xinwu was the first to arrive. He understood the benefits of being close to the water platform. He chose room 3102, which was the house of the couple who had died during the storm after their window shattered, and they had wanted to borrow Su Yan's room 3202. Wang Xinwu moved in with a few property staff. Once settled, his first task was to knock on Su Yan's door. When he saw the big words, "Do not touch, there is electricity," on the door, he hesitated to knock. After waiting a while, he felt that waiting wasn't a solution. He knew that if there was no major issue on the 32nd floor, they would not open the door, and that the doctor on the 32nd floor had a close relationship with the one on the 11th floor. Wang Xinwu went to ask Luo Wanning how to contact Su Yan. "Why are you looking for her?" "Just to get acquainted and cultivate good relations. After last night, I realized it is only safe in building C." The words sounded somewhat incongruous coming from a property manager. Yet one could tell Mr. Wang was speaking honestly, and since the catastrophe, the management under his leadership had not preyed upon the residents. Luo Wanning called Su Yan over the walkie-talkie. Su Yan had only just woken and glanced at the brick-like phone on her bedside. It was past 10 in the morning. "Sister Luo, you looking for me?" "A Yan manager Wang came to see me and said he wants to pay you a visit upstairs." "There is no need for a special visit." Hearing Su Yan manager Wang signaled Luo Wanning to let him speak. "Miss Su, I mean no harm. I moved into 3102 downstairs today. As neighbors, I just wanted to ask you a few things. Aside from my own domain, you may move about the compound as you please without consulting me. You are the property management after all." "Yes, I know. One more thing, Miss Su, everyone knows what happened last night. Alone you cannot stand against the ruffians outside. I want to gather the surviving households of Lanjiangtai into a team to better resist outside threats. I sincerely invite you to join. No. After refusing, Su Yan cut the call. Whether Wang Xinwu could unite all of Lanjiangtai, whether his intentions were genuine or merely for show on behalf of the residents, none of it concerned her. Try to use her name as a banner. Impossible. Su Yan only wished to mind her own affairs. The fewer people she dealt with, the less likely her secret would be exposed. After receiving Su Yan's refusal, Wang Xinwu did not go back to the safety gate on the 32nd floor to seek people out. There were, however, other ill-intentioned people eyeing Su Yan. One was a second-rate little celebrity, namely, he who had also just moved from another block into Building C. Before the disaster, his agent used to look after him, and now he was with his agent Song Ge. Little he whether we can eat and stay warm this time depends on you. Brother, I heard at an event people saying the young mistress of the Su group is almost otherworldly in beauty. She outshines top actresses by miles. Would she deign to notice me? No matter how rich or beautiful she is still a woman. I hear she's not even 20. Young girls like to be coaxed. Think about the situation now. Where would she find a handsome man? You live in Lanjiangtai. This is your unique opportunity. Trust me, spruce yourself up and strive to secure a place on the 32nd floor. I'm telling you, we use nearly all our remaining firewood to heat water for your washing. You must make something of yourself. You must succeed. Do it like this. Song Ge, like a pimp, washed Li He's hair while instructing him on how to seduce women, even demonstrating the postures with blunt clarity. Su Yan turned a deaf ear to outside affairs, as she ran with disciplined rhythm, practiced shooting, and after lunch had time to tend young fruit trees for a while before departing from the roof toward the mall. She had thought she might have to wait, but the moment she reached the mall's outer platform, she was hailed by Bagu. Little sister, you finally came. The thing you wanted was not easy to find. I mobilized our whole supply chain to find a few bags of lawn seed. Come, let's talk over there. Bagu was effusively enthusiastic, tugging Su Yan toward a less crowded corner to speak. How many bags? How many jin per bag? 5 jin per bag, 6 bags in total, ryegrass seed. It's still a grass seed and far better than that lawn seed of yours. A look at the picture on the packaging, it grows so well. Bagu feared she might not make the sale because, strictly speaking, Su Yan had asked for lawn seed, and what she found was not an exact match. They walked to a corner, and it turned out Bagu had not come alone. There crouched a young man with a handcart loaded with 6 bags, presumably the grass seed. Let me see. It was clear the bags had never been soaked. The original packaging bore the words ryegrass seed. Su Yan suddenly realized this was the fodder for cattle and sheep. She had been foolishly searching for lawn seed. By a fortunate accident, Bagu had found exactly what Su Yan needed. This will do, right? How would you like to trade? Su Yan feigned reluctance as she accepted. She could not show satisfaction, otherwise these brokers would surely raise the price. Su Yan's demeanor made Bagu's heart skip. She had indeed been considering a higher price, but seeing the customer's expression, she was not pleased. After all, the customer had asked for lawn seed. What Bagu had found was pasture grass. One kind spreads low and short, the other grows taller. They were not the same. We really put in a lot of effort to find the seed. Look, we even came with 2 people today. How about 15 jin of pork for 1 bag? The pork must be fresh. That's too steep. Apart from me, no one would want the seed, and fresh pork is a highly prized commodity now. Fresh especially is scarce. 10 jin per bag, if that's acceptable trade. Su Yan was telling the truth. Fresh meat could be obtained, but it was exceedingly difficult to come by. Girl, you just shaved off a third at once. Would be cutting into the boss profit. How about this 6 bags for 70 jin of fresh pork? Let me earn a little for running the errand. Deal. To be honest, if you can procure fresh meat, I believe you must have channels. I want a long-term cooperation, not a one-off deal. 70 jin of pork for the 6 bags was acceptable. Su Yan nodded in agreement. Wait here for me a moment. Okay, be careful. Su Yan slipped away, turned several corners, entered the mall restroom, retrieved 2 large black shopping bags from her space, and nested them together, then placed a quarter of a pig into the bags. The pork she had stocked had been transported straight from the slaughterhouse to the warehouse. Each hog was quartered, and a quarter weighed roughly 50 to 60 jin. She weighed it with a handheld scale, 63 jin. Su Yan then added another previously cut piece, weighed again, and it totaled just over 70 jin. She secured the load on the handcart and returned to the corner. Here, have it weighed. No problem. Bagu opened the black bag, pressed the meat with her hands, and seeing it was freshly slaughtered, was satisfied. Fresh enough, and the weight is correct. I won't pinch you half a jin to account for the bag. Thank you. Su Yan nodded. Bagu instructed the young man to lash the 6 bags of seed onto Su Yan's handcart. Other cart would pull the pork. What should I call you, girl? Next time there's stock like this, come to Bagu. I hang around this area. My surname is Su. That's fine for now. When I have goods, I'll find you. Miss Su, it's settled then. We'll be off. This stuff relies on freshness, and I must deliver it to my client. Bagu and the young man pulled the cart away gleefully. Since she was there anyway, Su Yan hauled a few bags of grass seed and wandered through the stalls to see if anything curious was on offer. Miss Su. Who was calling her? Su Yan turned toward the voice. Hello, Commander Wei. What a coincidence, I saw you yesterday and today. Su Yan smiled and nodded. It was indeed a coincidence, yet Commander Wei calling her in the crowd suggested there was something else on his mind. Are you here to buy fodder seed? Yes. I don't really know what to buy, the scarce items I can't snatch away. Come, let's talk over here. Whenever someone says, let's talk over here, there is always a matter to discuss. Miss Su, I won't beat around the bush with you. I heard from Jiangsu that your family's mall moved to higher ground when the disaster began and nothing got flooded. Yes. Do you have extra medicine, Miss Su? I'm running low on medicine for colds and fevers and for treating external injuries. I'm short even on bandages and alcohol swabs. Jiang City has a distribution for medical supplies, but it's limited and can't keep up with the high demand. I know these things are precious. If you have enough for your family, could you sell the surplus to us? Before the disaster, there were over 2,000 of us stationed here, but now only a little over 1,000 remain. Most of those who survived, aside from those who sacrificed during rescue efforts, fell ill from the cold and being submerged in water without timely medical treatment, resulting in many casualties. Wei Cheng spoke these words with sincerity. As he spoke, he felt slightly embarrassed. He feared Su Yan might think he was trying to elicit sympathy, but in truth he was merely stating the facts. The reality was even more dire than he conveyed. Su Yan was well aware of these matters and listened intently. While she didn't often exhibit such selfless devotion, she deeply admired such admirable individuals. If I can help, I'm willing to assist. Lieutenant Wei, I have a pharmacy section in my supermarket, and I'll prepare the supplies to send to you. That's wonderful. Thank you, Su Yan. Once you have it ready, I'll send someone to pick it up. By the way, offering you money right now would be a trap. What do you want in exchange? I want gold in exchange. You can send someone to building C 32nd floor of Longjing Tower tomorrow morning. Jiangsu knows the place. All right, it's settled then. This really resolves a significant concern of mine. I have some gold left. I picked up quite a bit during rescue operations. After bidding farewell to Wei Cheng, Su Yan didn't linger and took the seeds, paddling her rubber boat to a deserted area on the rooftop, flying back with her aircraft without the need to climb 32 floors. As soon as she got home, she entered her space and started her plowing machine on the small hill. Planting grass was the easiest. She only needed to plow a shallow layer of soil while scattering seeds. She worked until 10 at night, having planted a third of the small hill. Watering was also convenient and quick. With a watering device ready, she could soak the ground thoroughly, lasting for half a month. Su Yan couldn't wait to see the seeds sprout and grow into grass to save her increasingly depleted vegetable storage. She was particularly grateful for the various agricultural machinery she had stockpiled during her time with Eagle Sauce, which saved her a lot of trouble. After stopping the plowing machine, Su Yan went to organize the medicines. She had collected warehouses from several pharmaceutical companies abroad with various kinds of medicines in large quantities. However, she didn't give too much away. For cold, fever, anti-inflammatory, and pain relief, she provided 50 boxes each and filled 2 large boxes with bandages, alcohol, and disinfectant cotton. Having arranged for Wei Cheng's people to come for the medicines in the morning, they indeed arrived early. Before 8 o'clock, the little one, he had already woken Su Yan up. There are people at the stairway entrance. Someone is here to visit. Go, go, go. Su Yan pushed He away, turned over, wanting to sleep again, but suddenly remembered the medicine. Show me the surveillance footage. They've arrived. On the screen, 4 soldiers stood at the entrance of the corridor, one of whom was Jiangsu, holding a small box in his hand. Oh no, she had been so busy planting grass last night that she forgot to take down the electricity present "Do not touch" sign outside the door. If they ask about it, she'll need to come up with an excuse. Su Yan hurriedly got out of bed to wash up. After dressing, she went to the children's room to return Mei Mei and Lily to the space, then tossed He back into the space before going out to open the door. Hello, please come in. Miss Su, we came too early and disturbed your rest. We apologize. Comrade Su, hello. Except for Jiangsu, the other 3 consistently addressed her as Comrade Su. Their 3 shouts of Comrade Su hello were powerful and resonant. Seeing the uniformity in the attire, hairstyles, and the similarly strong and resolute faces of the people before her, she was reminded of Qin Yi. She wondered whether he was safe in the capital and when he would activate that space button. She hoped the space button would assist him, while also wishing he wouldn't need to use it, leaving her in a conflicting state. If he didn't need it, it would mean he hadn't encountered any life-threatening danger. She had instructed him to drip blood on the space button if he faced a life-and-death situation. Su Yan was slightly lost in thought when Jiangsu timely broke the awkwardness. Miss Su, this place is very safe. This door is quite special. Indeed, we owe it to these 2 doors. Su Yan welcomed the 4 into her home, which was more secure than the corridor entrance, with an extra door and a clean, tidy living room, surprising the comrades once again. However, they were there for a transaction, not an inspection, so they didn't probe further into the reason. Lieutenant Wei informed us to assess the quantity of Miss Su's goods before calculating the gold. How much goods do you have for us? With Jiang Su being so familiar with Su Yan, their conversation was much more casual. The other three, aside from greeting after entering, hadn't spoken since. It appeared that Jiang Su was taking the lead. They were there to escort him. Please wait a moment, I will bring it out. Su Yan went to the storage room and pushed out 4 large boxes of supplies. Jiang Su and the others were surprised. They hadn't expected to find so many. With these medicines, they would be set for quite a while. Not all of it is medicine. These 2 boxes contain supplies for disinfecting external injuries. Count them while I prepare breakfast. Everyone can have breakfast here before leaving. Great. Jiang Su didn't hold back. Having received relief supplies from Su Yan before, he knew that she wouldn't mind treating them to breakfast. No need. No. What could the 3 who said no do? Jiang Su accepted the invitation. They could only repeatedly express their gratitude. With outsiders present, Su Yan kept breakfast simple, boiling noodles in 5 large bowls, 1 for each person, topping the noodles with a spoonful of the previously stewed radish and beef, and adding a fried egg for each. Within 10 minutes, 5 bowls of noodles were served on the dining table. Breakfast is ready. Everyone please come and eat. Coming. I haven't smelled such delicious aroma in ages. It's making me hungry. As they walked over, Jiang Su tugged at the 3. So sumptuous. So fragrant. Thank you, Comrade Su. Su Yan handed the bowls closer to them. Everyone, don't be polite. Eat while it's hot. Otherwise, if the noodles become mushy, it won't taste as good. Did I not cook enough? Should I prepare another pot? It only takes a few minutes. No need, we're full. We're just used to eating. Did I not cook enough? Should I prepare another pot? It only takes a few minutes. No need, we're full. We're just used to eating quickly. You take your time. Well, wait over there. Jiang Su even thoughtfully collected their bowls and took them to the kitchen. Su Yan told him to leave them as she would wash them later. She couldn't let a few people wait for one person. She quickly finished half a bowl of noodles and returned to the living room. Is the order ready? Yes, I've written the quantities on paper. Please check if it's correct. Su Yan glanced at the note Jiang Su handed her. Correct. And the price. I'm not sure about the price either. You should have a procurement system at your station. Just calculate it based on previous prices for gold. Converting the previous prices into gold meant that Su Yan would take a loss. Medicine would only become more expensive as time passed, but she was unwilling to profit from the military. According to the previous price, you would be at a loss. Just double the previous price. No excuses allowed, or else Lao Wei will deal with me when we return. Alright. If they didn't collect Jiang Su and the others wouldn't take it directly. Doubling the normal medicine price wasn't considered a profit. But Su Yan wouldn't be losing either. Such transactions were easy for everyone. After calculating the price of the medicine, they began weighing the quantity, and Jiang Su had brought a complete set of items. At market price, this batch of medicine is worth over 150,000. Doubling it would make it 320,000. Miss Su, this is 700 grams of gold. Alright, cash and goods exchanged. It's a pleasure doing business. Then we will take our leave. Everyone is waiting for the medicine to save lives. Then I won't keep you any longer. Su Yan escorted them to the hallway. Go back, Miss Su. Close the door properly and don't go out alone. If you must go out, remember to be safe. I know you all be safe too. Su Yan watched as they each carried a box of medicine and disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Just as she was about to close the door and go back to planting fruit trees, someone rushed up from downstairs. Miss Su, please wait a moment. The newcomer looked clean and refreshing, quite handsome in a delicate way, just like a youthful heartthrob. Who are you? Hello, Miss Su, my name is Li He. Su Yan was taken aback for a moment. She didn't remember who Li He was. However, since he introduced himself without saying anything else, he must have a bit of fame, thinking she would know him. Li He felt a bit awkward as he realized that Miss Su in front of him did not remember or recognize him. Li He then smiled lightly, revealing a perfectly awkward expression. I was an actor before playing the immortal in Supreme Charming Immortal Lord. I remember now, it was you. Su Yan couldn't recall at first due to the 6 years of apocalyptic memories separating them, but now reminded, she truly remembered. The androgynous immortal he portrayed was vivid, and Su Yan quite liked the character. Seemingly sensing that Su Yan genuinely remembered and was not merely being politely, he revealed a clean and sincere smile. Thank you for your appreciation. So, what brings you to me? Nothing, I'm just moving from building E to building C this morning, living in 1401. Just wanted to get to know Miss Su. Your reputation is quite remarkable. Remarkable. More like infamous. But Su Yan didn't mind. The more fearsome the reputation, the better, as it could deter a lot of harassment. After all, those without strength wouldn't dare provoke her. Now that we've met, please go back. I have things to attend to. Then Miss Su, I won't keep you longer. Su Yan nodded in response and shut both security doors. Li, he let out a sigh of relief. The rumors about Miss Sue were true. Her beauty was stunning and cold as ice, and she wasn't interested in celebrities at all. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have thought of using his appearance to exchange for resources, but times had changed, especially with such a beauty. He wished he could express his willingness 1,000 times over. However, she showed no interest in him. But just seeing her this morning and noting her room number was already an accomplished task. Otherwise, Song-go would have been nagging him endlessly. The personnel from the original Jiangqing Western Ridge base were temporarily stationed in a high-rise commercial building in the city center not far from Longjing Terrace. Jiang Su and the others quickly returned to their temporary base with the medicine. So much. Hu Zhanchao came out with a few people to receive the goods. Yes, thanks to Miss Su. Where's Lao Wei? Jiang Su carried a box of gold as he had to report back after returning. Lao Wei is receiving people dispatched from the capital. You can go see him, he said, to find him when you return. Got it. In a separate room, Wei Cheng was reporting the basic situation of Jiangcheng to a group of people from the capital. The visitors included one of the group's high-ranking officials, Minister Hu Changlin, along with several accompanying deputies. They were transported by helicopter, and among them was Yang Jingwei, a member of Qin Yi's Special Emergency Rescue Team. Yang Jingwei was a life-and-death brother of Qin Yi for many years, and before the natural disaster they were both top figures in his special profession. They were incorporated into the newly formed Emergency Rescue Special Action Team at the onset of the calamity. This action team was primarily responsible for the protection and rescue tasks of high-ranking officials and academic luminaries. Additionally, they had to salvage vital national high-tech data and equipment that couldn't be relocated before the disaster struck. Jiangqing was the city with the most high-tech industries after the capital, which attracted significant attention from above. Hence, high-ranking officials came down to establish a base. Report the medicines have been retrieved. Here is the list. Very good, well done. You may leave now. Yes. Jiang Su bowed to the crowd and turned to leave. Hu Changlin curiously asked, what? This is the medicine list. We are seriously short on medicine and can only seek help from local businesses. But now everyone knows that medicine is more precious than food and those businesses are all hoarding it. This time the supplier is a young girl. I inadvertently helped her before the disaster and she was willing to part with quite a bit. Really? A young girl can make such a significant decision. Does her family run a pharmaceutical? Probably not, I'm not sure. I heard from my soldier Jiang Su, who just came in, that Miss Su is the daughter of the Su family group in Jiangqing. The Su family group is a major taxpayer here, involved in many industries. Su Yan's words about the mall moving to higher ground when the disaster began and having a pharmacy counter were repeated by Wei Cheng to Hu Changlin. Upon hearing the name of Jiangqing's Su family, Yang Jingwei recalled his friend's instructions and found an excuse to go out and look for Jiang Su. Hello, my name is Yang Jingwei. Hello, my name is Jiang Su. We heard that I wanted to ask you about something. Yang Jingwei and Jiang Su walked to the end of the hallway. Jiang Su was puzzled. He had been in the military and had little contact with the outside world. What could he know? If it were an internal matter, the other party wouldn't need to ask him. The person in front of him held a rank. He looked up to it. If they didn't know something, how could he, a mere soldier, know it? Go ahead and ask. I heard you are familiar with that Miss Su. She is Su Yan, the daughter of the Su family group in Jiangqing, right? Yes, could you take me to meet her? What does that mean? Are they looking to buy medicine from Miss Su? Is the capital also short on medicine? It might be possible, just like Jiangqing with not many pharmaceutical factories and medical companies around. There are quite a few, but why is there still a shortage? Of course it was due to the unexpected typhoon and heavy rain wreaking havoc. They must have rescued quite a bit, but a large portion is in the hands of those businesses, while some that weren't submerged are in the hands of those searching for supplies. The internal stock is really low. Merchants are cunning. Aside from a few conscientious ones like Miss Su, most merchants hoard medicine and don't. Thus it is understandable that someone from the capital wants to meet Miss Su and buy medicine. Jiang Su felt he had grasped the truth. However, Jiang Su stated, I can't take you to see her without Miss Su's consent. That's fair. Just make an appointment with her first and mention that I'm a friend of Qin Yi. It was possible to help someone, and Jiang Su agreed. He didn't directly promise to take someone to find Su Yan, as he had his own small ulterior motives. He thought that with such a large family business in the capital, they shouldn't encroach on the limited resources of Jiang City. Upon entering Miss Su's home, Jiang Su realized that this Miss Su was no ordinary person. To live so comfortably after the natural disasters in conditions where water, electricity, and gas were cut off, and even to maintain a sufficient power supply at home, was evident just by seeing that the hallway door had electricity. It's not that generating electricity is particularly difficult. Even ordinary people can luck into finding a generator or two if they venture out for supplies, but the challenge lies in the diesel. Most individuals may have some diesel, but not much. Generators consume fuel. How much diesel would be enough for them? Since Miss Su is bold enough to use it, she must have plenty. Perhaps her family's enterprise has a warehouse somewhere in a high location, having many supplies. Perhaps in the future even the commander would need to purchase certain items and would have to seek out Miss Su. Though he was just a small squad leader, he was the small squad leader stationed in Jiang City. He privately hoped to keep Miss Su to himself, not wanting people from other places to encroach on Jiang City. Jiang Su thought that when the time came to help young Jingwei arrange meetings, he could have a good talk with Miss Su, suggesting that good resources should first support Jiang City, and only if there were surpluses consider the capital. One must admit that Jiang Su was overthinking. Yan Jingwei was merely helping a brother inquire about his girlfriend's whereabouts. If it weren't for the fact that this escort mission was temporary and coincidentally Qin Yi had a more important task that couldn't be swapped, he would have been the one to come here. Recalling how his brother would hold the unknown material pendant given by his girlfriend whenever he had time, Yang Jingwei felt it necessary to inform Qin Yi about the girl's news as soon as possible. He was preparing to dial a satellite phone. Indeed, the only communication available now relied on satellite phones within the organization, but it wasn't very stable, fluctuating between being functional and non-functional. Yang Jingwei thought it over and decided to wait until he confirmed everything before telling him. If it turned out not to be the case, giving him hope only to let him down would be too much of a blow to his brother. Since Su Yan bought the grass seed, she had even saved time on physical training and shooting, focusing all her thoughts on planting grass on the small hill. She finally managed to spread the grass seeds across a small hill. Next, she needed to encircle the entire mountain from the foot, ensuring that one area included the river downstream so the cattle and sheep could drink water. The project at the base of the mountain was quite large. Currently, the young animals were still small, and the grass had not yet grown, so there was no rush. Su Yan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Su finally came out. Many people have been looking for you, but I couldn't notify you while you were in space. Come, let's see who it is. In order to plant grass, Su Yan and the two little ones had been sleeping and eating in the space. He had extracted a clip from the surveillance footage at the safety door in the hallway, and indeed quite a few people had come by. Luo Weining had come, Li he had come, and others she did not recognize had also visited. However, they did not appear to be robbers as they hadn't broken any doors. Additionally, Jiang Su had come by. She didn't care about the others, but she still had to ask Jiang Su and Luo Weining. Su Yan first spoke with Luo Weining over the intercom. It was Luo Weining who had come up to see what was wrong when he couldn't reach Su Yan. How to contact Jiang Su. Jiang Su had been here a day ago. Su Yan thought that she might go to that shopping mall the next day, but unexpectedly early the next morning Jiang Su came again. Jiang Su really didn't want to come, but he couldn't resist Yang Jingwei's help in getting him a day off. Su Yan went out to open the door for Jiang Su. Miss Su, if you had a doorbell it would be so much easier. Aside, I wouldn't have to run back and forth. If I had a doorbell, could I still have peaceful days? That's true. Not only would neighbors press it, but also robbers with bad intentions from the 32nd floor. Wouldn't that be a nuisance? Have you had breakfast? No. Alright, you sit first. I'll cook breakfast and make yours too. Jiang Su didn't sit down either. Having become so familiar with Su Yan, he felt no need for formality, pulling up a stool to sit at the kitchen door watching Su Yan cook breakfast while stating his purpose. You mentioned someone named Yang Jingwei who claims to be Qin buddy. Yes, do you really know him? I don't know him. Then that's strange. Could it be a case of sharing the same name? But their backgrounds are almost identical. Su Yan didn't want to establish contact with Qin so early, otherwise wouldn't she just go to the capital? Her past experiences made her aware that with each wave of natural disasters the higher-ups would split into factions. If Qin learned her secret, she couldn't guarantee he wouldn't push her into the spotlight for his beliefs and mission. Her original intention was not to become a pawn in the power struggles of the elite. Even if the situation wasn't that dire, she didn't want to take the risk. As natural disasters grew more frequent, she would wait until he had adapted or accepted the survival rules of the apocalypse before meeting him. I truly don't know him. If the one inquiring about me doesn't believe it, you can bring him here. That's Rita, who would not recognize a friend. It's not like I'm collecting debts. As long as Yang Jingwei genuinely came, Su Yan would find a way to persuade him not to disclose her information to Qin. If Yang Jingwei didn't come, it would mean he believed her words, thus sparing her the trouble of explaining. Breakfast is ready. Su Yan cooked a pot of shrimp and lean meat porridge and steamed a basket of crystal dumplings. Miss Su, I realize that coming here is just to enjoy better food. Don't call me Miss, just call me Yan. You're welcome to come often for better meals. Alright, thank you, Yan. Su Yan served 2 bowls of porridge. Jiang Su was unceremonious, enjoying the dumplings and porridge. Hey Jiang Su, do you feel it's gotten quite a bit colder today? Now that you mention it, it is indeed a few degrees colder than yesterday. Previously, during the heavy rain and typhoon, it was cold with chilly winds and rain, but the temperature had risen significantly in the past few days. Su Yan thought it was her sudden adjustment after spending 2 days in space planting grass, but it turned out to be a real drop in temperature. In her previous life, she remembered that the flood continued for 2 months before a rapid drop in temperature led to a cold wave followed by a snow disaster. Could it possibly be early this time? Suyen was aware that extreme cold was on the way, and a few days earlier Wei Cheng had also reminded Jiangsu about the ongoing disasters. Thus they exchanged a knowing glance. Did our commander's whispered words come true? Probably. After finishing breakfast, Jiangsu returned to the temporary base. Yang Jingwei was already waiting, and upon seeing him return he hurriedly asked, "How did it go?" "I relayed your words and Miss Su said she doesn't know Qin. Could it be a case of namesakes? There should be quite a few people with the name Suyen." Namesakes are easy to explain, but finding someone with the same background is difficult, especially if they come from a prestigious family. Yang Jingwei expressed some doubt. "Indeed, I find it strange too. Miss Su even said that if you don't believe it you can go find her and compare the photo your brother gave you. This. If the other party isn't intentionally avoiding, then normally she truly does not know him. Could it be that my brother's girlfriend is an imposter? The reason for suspecting that my brother's girlfriend might be fake is because this Miss Su is a local and those in the army have genuinely interacted with her, making it hard to fake, so there's a high chance that my brother has been deceived emotionally by a woman. Analyzing this way, the situation is quite serious. Regardless of its truth, it's best not to inform my brother about this news for now. However, I should still meet the Suyen when the opportunity arises. I'll inquire for a few more days to see if there are any other Suyens. If Suyen knew how much Yang Jingwei was considering for her brother, she would sincerely thank him. She restructured her training plan, allocating all the time for running and sit-ups in the morning to practice military boxing. She maintained shooting practice for half an hour, and the remaining time was spent setting up a fence in the space. However, even though it was just a small hill surrounding it would require a considerable amount of wire mesh. She hadn't specifically stocked up on wire mesh before the ones she previously used for enclosing livestock were taken down and repurposed, yet she still lacked half the length needed for the mountain's base. Suyen thought about spending 200 kilograms of gold to open up another trading dimension, for instance, a modern dimension where she could purchase wire mesh. But then she reconsidered. Opening a dimension costs 200 kilograms of gold. Spending so much just to buy a wire mesh does not seem worth it. She had a large reserve of gold, but one must remember that the space is a gold-devouring beast. Her current level 5 space had cost her 10,000 kilograms of gold to upgrade. If she were to upgrade to level 6, it would require 100,000 kilograms of gold. To reach level 7, it would require 200,000 kilograms of gold. The space is Su's greatest reliance, and its operation depends on the support of gold. Although the gold requirement for upgrading is a one-time payment, what if she needs to buy something? Or if the space changes rules requiring rent later? The more gold she hoards, the more confidence Suyen has. Therefore, she really cannot afford to spend recklessly. She never expected that one day, even with 20 to 30,000 kilograms of gold in hand, she would still feel so poor and insecure. She decided to exert some effort and search for supplies. She could look for that intermediary Ampa who helped her find grass seed. Let Ampa leverage her trading network. It would be much faster and easier than searching herself. Checking the time, it was only 4 in the afternoon. Suyen still wore her black sportswear, a mask, and a large backpack as she set off to the market. Sure enough, as soon as she appeared, Ampa sprang out from who knows where, enthusiastically approaching her. "Miss Su finally came. Do you have any goods? What do you want to exchange? If you have goods to sell, we can buy from you as well. Choose any gold jewelry you want. We can definitely trade." Ampa rambled on without stopping. Suyen nearly couldn't keep up. "Ampa, could you let me speak?" Sure, Miss Su, please go ahead." Since Ampa exchanged 70 pounds of fresh pork after that time with the grass seed, she had been praised by her superior, so she came here every day looking for Suyen, hoping to obtain fresh pork again. Today she finally saw her and got so excited that she couldn't stop talking. "I need wire mesh approximately like this, 1.5 to 2 meters high, about 200 meters long." Suyen worried that she might not be clear, so she showed Ampa the photo of the wire mesh she took with her phone. Last time it was for grass seed, and this time it's for wire mesh. One has to wonder if Miss Su can get any. Of course, what you need is in Aunt Ba's hands, but if you don't come for a few days, where will I go to inform you once I find? You'll find it. It'll come by the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. Alright, let's say the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. Will Miss Su still exchange for fresh meat? Can it be half pork and half chicken? Duck meat is fine too. Just do your best to find the goods, and I will do my best to get you fresh meat. It's settled then. Miss Su is really straightforward. Ampa wore a motherly smile, patting her chest and assuring that she would find the wire mesh for Suyen with all her heart and effort. Miss Su was her goddess of fortune, trading the most sought-after fresh meat for those useless items. After finishing the conversation, Suyen returned the same way. It felt even colder than noon. The water in the city had yet to fully recede, and the water level of the Lonjiang Tai was at the second-floor ceiling. Back on the rooftop of Building C after coming down from the terrace, Su-Yen first went to see the dogs. After this period of nurturing, Da Huang and Da He had completely regained their peak appearance, their fur shiny and smooth, and both dogs looked majestic. Oh whoa. As soon as Da Huang and Da He saw Su-Yen, they excitedly pounced on her, whimpering softly, their tails wagging like windmills. The two dogs hadn't seen Su-Yen for a couple of days and were extremely worried. They were afraid that their current owner might suffer the same fate as the previous one, worrying that their current owner might also be buried in the ground, leaving them without a master. All right, I've been busy these past few days and couldn't take care of you, but starting today you can stay with me. Woof. Woof woof woof. The two dogs were so happy that they ran around and circled in the living room. But I must say this first, you cannot touch my two little cubs, cannot go on the bed and cannot go on the sofa. Da Huang and Da He barked twice in unison, and then each grabbed their food bowl and walked toward the door, not wanting to stay in this house without a master for even a moment. After closing the door, Su-Yen led the two dogs back to the house across the street. As soon as they entered, the dogs sprang up with joy, inspecting every corner, and after finishing their rounds, they happily barked woof woof woof. Thinking that they would likely face a drastic drop in temperature tonight, Su-Yen found two soft and thick dog beds to place beside the sofa before heading to cook dinner. She added 2 large chicken legs to one dog, the kind that was pan-fried to a crispy brown. The dogs, who had been hungry and craving food, enjoyed the fragrant chicken legs while expressing their gratitude with soft whines. Seeing the dogs eat so deliciously, Su-Yen thought of making something for herself to eat. A steak, perhaps. She found an oxtail, a tomato, a small potato, half an onion, and a small carrot to make a borscht. Then she pan-fried 2 pieces of steak, made a vegetable salad, washed a few strawberries and cherries to make a small plate, and finally poured herself a glass of red wine. She had eaten a bit much, but now Su-Yen could eat without gaining weight, and since she had stocked up so many supplies, it would be enough for her family for several lifetimes. Furthermore, the space continues to produce. What's the point of saving it? After dinner, Su-Yen watched a drama while playing with the 2 little ones. The children were now rolling over smoothly. The twin-designed crib was spacious enough for them to roll around, and they often giggled, their laughter possessing a healing quality, a miraculous power that could sweep away all worries. At 10 o'clock in the evening, preparing for bed, she worried that the rapid drop in temperature would be unbearable for the 2 little ones, so she sent them to the space to sleep. In the middle of the night, Su-Yen was awakened by the cold, shivering uncontrollably, her feet unsteady on the ground, her teeth chattering involuntarily, making a clattering sound, which frightened her into burrowing back under the covers. She reached out to find the air conditioner remote. Fortunately, the air conditioning was functioning without any issues. The renovation of the house included this central air conditioning system, customized to cope with extreme weather. What is extreme weather? Now that it was like this, Su-Yen thought. Thankfully, she had invested back then. The quality was good. A few minutes later, once the indoor temperature returned to a suitable level, Su-Yen dared to lift the covers and get out of bed to find a thermometer. -27 degrees. During the day, the temperature was around 12 degrees Celsius. Now it was -27, a cliff-like drop. Su-Yen picked up the intercom to call Luo Wanning, worried they had fallen asleep. After several minutes of buzzing from the intercom, she finally heard Luo Wanning's hoarse voice. Yen. It's so cold, how about you? Luo Wanning's teeth chattered as he spoke. I'm fine here. I was worried you might be sleeping too deeply to notice the temperature drop, so I wanted to check in. I woke up from the cold, I just went to dress Qian and add some blankets, and I also lit a pile of firewood. That's good to hear, just be careful. You two, especially with the children, make sure to keep them warm. After hanging up the intercom, Luo Wanning realized 1 basin of firewood was not enough, so he went to gather more. Qian was bundled up in all the clothes she could find, and even after that she wrapped herself in a blanket and sat next to the fire pit, her little face expressionless. Little Xian was similarly bundled into a ball with his small hands nearly stretching into the flames to warm. Uncle Zhang was chopping firewood. He had collected quite a bit during the past couple of days while searching for supplies, managing to find some rubber boats and other items which would last them for the time being. Thanks to a Yen mentioning the need for winter clothes and blankets a few days ago, otherwise we would really be struggling now. Indeed, at that time I thought we might have bought too many blankets. Tonight many people in the Longjing district might not survive. Indeed, Uncle Zhang's words proved accurate. In the middle of the night, the Longjing district community stirred as those frozen awake rummaged through their belongings for thick clothes and blankets, trying to light fire pits for hot water. Those who woke up from the cold were the lucky ones. Those who remained asleep perished quietly in their dreams, but upon reflection, it was perhaps a more merciful end. Given the current state of the world, suffering while alive was truly worse than a clean death. It was not just the Longjing district, but all the disaster-stricken people under the extreme cold. A significant portion of the global village would not awaken tonight. Li He and Song Go, who had recently moved to the 14th floor of Building C, had already run out of anything that could burn as firewood. The two of them could only dismantle two solid wood doors from their rooms to chop for warmth. This is the South, how could it be this cold here? What does it matter north or south now? When there was still internet, someone had mentioned that natural disasters were global in nature. These cursed days are truly unbearable. You should hurry to the 32nd floor tomorrow, okay? Wang Xinwu on the 31st floor and several property management personnel were also fortunate enough to wake up from the cold cursing at the sky while trying to kindle a fire for warmth. In the entire community, only Su Yan was sleeping comfortably. In the morning, she habitually looked out the window and saw the entire city had transformed from a water city to an ice city overnight. People walking on the ice were dressed in bizarre outfits, seemingly putting on every piece of clothing they could find. Not yet accustomed to walking on the ice, they slipped and fell like clumsy geese, only to struggle back up and continue on. Su Yan glanced at her thin silk robe and felt a stark contrast. After washing up, she threw on a light jacket and cooked herself a bowl of beef brisket noodles, the broth being pure chicken soup with the beef brisket poured on top. Woof. Woof. De Huang and De He circled the dining table, eager for food. You two can have dog food along with some ham today. Su Yan set the noodles aside, filled the dog bowls with dog food and ham, rubbed their heads a few times, and told Mei Mei and Lily to stay in the space before she went to eat breakfast. After the two dogs finished eating, they lay nearby staring at Su Yan. De Huang, De He, are you still hungry? The dog let out a lethargic woof. This is my first time raising dogs. Could they be feeling depressed? Su Yan muttered to herself. He rolled over, educating her. Dogs need to be taken out regularly. You've kept them cooped up at home for so long, especially these breeds that are very energetic. When they work as police dogs, they have tasks or training every day. If you don't train them, you at least need to take them out to play around every day. Oh, so it's just about walking the dogs. Su Yan washed her bowl, preparing to take the dogs to the rooftop. Su, wait a moment, someone has come outside the safety door in the hallway. Just in time to take the dogs out to have a look. She turned off the electricity behind the door and opened just the inner door. As soon as the door opened, the two dogs pressed their front paws against the railing, barking at the few people outside. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. At that moment, De Huang and De He were exceptionally fierce. Su Yan almost forgot their identity as police dogs. Indeed, this was how dogs should behave. Su, Miss Su. He quietly took 2 steps back. Even though there was a railing door in between, he still felt afraid. Miss Su, your 2 dogs are really well trained. They look like they have undergone systematic training. Wang Xinwu looked at the dogs with a somewhat burning gaze akin to a predator eyeing its prey. No wonder the dogs reacted so strongly. Besides Li He and Wang Xinwu, the other 3 people appeared to be a family of 3, a middle-aged husband supporting a middle-aged woman with his 16 or 17-year-old son, someone Su Yan did not recognize. Su Yan pushed the 2 dog heads away from the railing door and asked the people outside, do you need something? Wang Xinwu forced a smile. Last night it got colder. I heard many people in the community died, so I was worried about you, Miss Su, and came to check on you. I'm glad you're okay. Su Yan responded with an O and then looked at Li He behind Wang Xinwu, and you. I'm also here to check on you. Are you really that kind-hearted? Don't think that others don't know your little intentions. After Li He finished speaking, he was retorted by the middle-aged woman supporting the unfamiliar husband and son. After retorting Li He, the middle-aged woman introduced herself to Su Yan. Hello, Miss Su, I live in 1502. My name is Fang Yunji. This is my husband Cheng Daxuan and my son Cheng Tianyu. Dr. Luo recommended us to come up. Fang Yunji looked around and did not mention why Dr. Luo had introduced them. Su Yan could roughly guess. She looked at Li He and Wang Xinwu. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine and not frozen to death. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Wang Xinwu came to check on Su Yan, perhaps with the intention of taking advantage of her living situation. Li He often lingered around Su Yan, hoping to live off her. Wang Xinwu's plans fell through, and lingering in the hallway yielded him no favor. Su Yan urged him to leave, and he did so quickly. With that family of 3 presently, he couldn't employ any tricks, and he sensibly left the building. After sending those 2 away, Su Yan finally asked Fang Yunji, what brings you here? Well, we went downstairs this morning to search for supplies and accidentally broke my leg. Dr. Su mentioned that you might have some medicine for external injuries. I wanted to ask if you could sell me some if you do. Only then did Su Yan notice that Fang Yunji was putting weight on one leg, which explained why her husband and son were supporting her on either side. Miss Su, if you have it, name your price. We can pay if it's affordable, if not we will gather more. Fang Yunji and Cheng Daxuan seemed to be straightforward people. Su Yan thought it was a good attitude that Cheng Daxuan suggested naming a price, agreeing to pay if they could afford it, or to seek more if they couldn't. If Luo Wanning could introduce them to buy medicine, it seemed that the Cheng family had a strong relationship with him. Did Dr. Luo mention what medications you need? Yes. Please wait a moment, I'll see what I can find. Su Yan looked at the note Cheng Daxuan handed over and felt certain there were some medications available, though she couldn't promise too much. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Su, we are very grateful to you. You're welcome. Su-Yen returned to her room and quickly retrieved 3 boxes of medicine along with supplies for disinfecting and bandaging injuries to take back to the hallway. The medicine is ready, but I only accept gold and jade jewelry. While searching for medicine, Su-Yen had considered that she didn't lack food or other common supplies. Given that gold was likely scarce after so many days of government market openings, she could only settle for jade or other valuable jewelry. Alright, thank you, Miss Su. Can you take a look at this bracelet? I'm not sure about its authenticity or value. I found it while searching for supplies the other day. That's enough. The bracelet looked quite nice. At first glance, Su-Yen couldn't tell if it was of low quality or a collectible. Since Fong Yunji didn't boast about how valuable it was and spoke truthfully, she was willing to accept it. As for whether it was a gain or a loss, after accepting it she wasn't too concerned. After receiving the bracelet that Fong Yunji took off her wrist, Su-Yen handed the medicine to Chung Daxuan. After seeing off the Qing family, Su-Yen couldn't bear the cold any longer. Taking the dogs up to the rooftop. No, she needed to return and get enough warm gear first. Su-Yen went into her space to find the high-tech thermal clothing she had stocked up on at a high price. After putting it on, she stepped out onto the balcony and exclaimed, "What a ripoff." It wasn't that it was useless, or rather its effectiveness was disappointing. Su-Yen decisively opened the dimensional shop searching for higher quality thermal clothing. Indeed, she found some, but the price was exorbitant. The stealth clothing she purchased was only 70 kilograms of gold, yet the thermal clothing was even more expensive, costing over 160 kilograms of gold. Where's their sense of pricing? How dare they ask for such an amount? The description of the thermal clothing stated that it could automatically adjust to optimal conditions based on the wearer's perception of hot and cold with a comfort level akin to a second skin, and it could also adapt in size and color. In the end, it was just thermal clothing. If you ask whether Su-Yen was willing to spend 160 kilograms of gold to buy it, the answer was a definite yes. If she felt pained about spending gold, it was better than freezing to death. After making the purchase, Su-Yen put on the thermal clothing without hesitation and exited the space, rushing to the balcony to test it out. As it turned out, let's just say the thermal clothing bought for 160 kilograms of gold was indeed genuine. The brief description in the dimensional shop was not exaggerated. Su-Yen felt that the interstellar products were quite honest. With the thermal clothing, she could wear whatever she wanted, looking however good she liked. Su-Yen put on a set of sportswear and found 2 dog outfits for De Huang and De Hei, saying, "Dogs, let's go to the rooftop." Woof. With 1 person and 2 dogs, they dashed up to the rooftop. Su-Yen began practicing military boxing. De Huang and De Hei ran around like crazy, circling for a few laps, playfully tussling and rolling. "You two come here and practice with me." The 2 dogs barked and jumped to Su-Yen's side, ready to practice. They were capable. During their previous training, they practiced every day with their instructor. They never expected that with a new owner they would still be subjected to rigorous training, resulting in a pitiful whimper. "Are you unwilling?" Woof woof. It wasn't that they were unwilling, it was just that she was too weak to withstand their attacks. Woof woof. De Huang was right. Su-Yen didn't understand dog language, but suddenly realized that the 2 dogs were trained professionals adept at tackling and capturing. The instructor had only trained 1 dog each. She had overestimated her abilities. "Then De Huang, you go first." Woof. With the dogs joining in, Su-Yen found that training with them was much more beneficial than practicing alone. Knowing that the 2 dogs would be her loyal partners in the future, she couldn't treat them differently. After De Huang was done, it was De Hei's turn. On the rooftop, 1 person and 2 dogs were training vigorously. Meanwhile, downstairs, Wang Xinwu and Li He were eavesdropping keenly on the Qing family's attempt to buy medicine from Su-Yen. Neither Wang Xinwu, who could become the property manager, nor Li He, who had risen to a second-tier celebrity, were fools. Their interest in Su-Yen was merely to gain some advantage, but their methods were ineffective. After witnessing the Chung family's approach, disregarding the connection through Dr. Luo, the way the Chung family conducted transactions with Su-Yen was worth learning. While it's certainly desirable to gain without effort, their capabilities simply couldn't achieve that. Being able to exchange valuable items like jewelry, antiques, or paintings found while searching for supplies with Su-Yen was already a significant advantage. Wang Xinwu returned home and closed the door, telling his subordinates that in the future they should try to find more valuable items when searching for supplies. You all know that the person upstairs is the daughter of the Su family. People of their status may have received internal news before the disaster and stockpiled many survival supplies. For now, we don't need to exchange anything, but who knows about the future? Do you understand what I'm saying? Understood. Very clear. In the future, while looking for supplies in addition to food and drink, focus on finding valuable items. Wang Xinwu appreciatively patted the subordinate who understood his intentions. Li He returned and shared his thoughts with his manager Song Ge. Song Ge said, "You still have a few valuable items in hand to try to see if they can be exchanged. That Miss Su is living quite well, almost as if nothing has changed since before the disaster. The things you can exchange with her are not just medicine, do you understand? I understand what you mean, not just medicine, perhaps clothes and food can be exchanged in the future. The prerequisite is that you must earn her recognition, so test the waters first. Got it, Sangha? As long as you don't always urge me to seduce her, I generally listen to you, Sangha. After several years of friendship and given the current situation, I still need you for protection. Your martial arts background is solid, it's not a problem to fool ordinary people. Before long, Li He and Wang Xinwu appeared simultaneously outside the safety door on the 32nd floor, each carrying items they had prepared for exchange. Wang Xinwu and Li He exchanged glances, turning their heads in sync. They say that the older brother doesn't smile at the younger brother, and that the snail doesn't smile at the shell, but they really didn't need to be like this. As Su Yan came down from the rooftop with her dog De Huang, and De He barked incessantly at the door. Upon seeing those two again, she thought they were truly relentless. Hee Miss Su, Wang Xinwu said with a beaming smile, overly flattering, I also want to trade with you. Su Yan ignored Wang Xinwu and asked another, Li He, do you also want to exchange for medicine? Yes, is that possible? Li He unfolded the diamond necklace he was holding for Su Yan to see. I have jewelry to trade. Miss Su, please look at it in exchange for medicine. Are both of you ill? What sickness? Or are you injured? They were neither sick nor injured, they just wanted to trade and confirm that Su Yan was willing to exchange with them. Knowing their intentions well, Su Yan impatiently replied, if you are really injured and need medicine, I happen to have suitable medicine to exchange, but the price won't be low. Thank you, Miss Su. Just hearing that from Su Yan was enough for Wang Xinwu. He didn't ask for too much as it was futile to beg. Li He also thanked her towards the closed door. People like Wang Xinwu and Li He couldn't be said to be particularly bad. They simply wanted to take advantage, to cling to someone powerful seeking benefits. It was just an ordinary mindset. Su Yan paid them no further mind and took De Huang and De He back home to prepare lunch. After lunch, Su Yan went into her space to drive in the fence posts. Once the posts were set, she could put up the wire fence and secure it. By the time she came out of the space, it was already evening. The intercom was buzzing with calls from Luo Weining. Sister Luo, is there something urgent? Yen Zhangbo and I went to a far-off area in the suburbs today to look for supplies, and we found a hill with plenty of free-range chickens and geese as well as several cows. Each of us carried back a few chickens and geese, and we used firewood to hold the things in between. If we had transported them openly, we surely would have been robbed halfway. We thought to invite you to join us tomorrow to kill the remaining ones and bring them back, dividing it among the 3 families. Luo Weining and Zhang Bo both knew that Su Yan was not lacking in grain, but acquiring fresh meat like this should still be a challenge. They indeed couldn't carry that much. If they took a little each day, who knew if the supplies would still be there tomorrow? Besides, there was the thought of sharing the benefits with Su Yan. Su Yan was not short on supplies, having stored plenty of meat, but since this meat was already on the table, wouldn't refusing it be a bit ungrateful? Then why wait until tomorrow? What if there's none left by then? Let's go tonight. I'll call you downstairs in a bit. Bring the kids and I'll arrange a vehicle first. Yen, do you still have a car? But can a car drive on the ice? Others can't, but mine can. Alright, I'll tell Zhangbo to prepare something to eat right away, so we can set off. She didn't even need to use a customized vehicle. She had received several all-terrain military vehicles from arms dealers, which were now coming in handy. Su Yan did not take the stairs. She took De Huang and De He up to the rooftop flying device to go out unseen, found an unoccupied stretch of road, filled the car with gas from her space, and even picked out several knives for killing chickens and cows to put in the car before driving back to Lanjiang Terrace. Before long, a military truck that anyone would envy parked downstairs of Building C. Sister Luo, I'm downstairs. Okay, we'll be right down. All the survivors in Lanjiang Terrace, upon hearing the sound of the car, poked their heads out to look downstairs. Although it was night, the imposing vehicle parked on the ice was still visible with its driver's cabin lit up. These people were all guessing which big shot had arrived. When Luo Weining and her daughter appeared with Zhang Bo and his grandson, there was no need to guess anymore. The truck surely belonged to the 32nd floor of Building C. Yen, I know you're powerful, but I didn't expect you to have such capabilities to acquire this kind of vehicle as well. Acquiring the vehicle isn't the hard part, you also need fuel. Yen, I can drive this truck too. Since Zhang Bo said that, Luo Weining was also itching to try. Yen, I can drive too. Let Zhang Bo drive, he's more professional than us. Zhang Bo was a veteran and often drove military trucks. Yen got out of the driver's seat and Zhang Bo laughed heartily pleased as he looked at the wheels that could drive on ice, jumping into the vehicle and handing his grandson over to Luo Weining. The 2 women along with the 2 children took the second row while the dogs were pushed to the cargo area. Zhang Bo stepped on the gas and with a boom it felt like he was driving a tank. Qian Qian and Xiao Xian were thrilled as it was their first time riding such a massive vehicle, screaming with excitement. With no one on the roads at night, they sped along recklessly, taking an hour to reach their destination. It's so far, you must have spent all your time just traveling back and forth today, right? How many chickens could they catch? Speaking of this, Zhang Bo felt a bit proud. I said these things should be ours. Luckily, I had several pairs of roller skates from my son back home, otherwise how could we have traveled so far? Zhang Bo parked the vehicle in front of a few small houses. Again, the chickens and geese are behind these small houses, there's a large chicken coop behind them, and we tied the 3 cows inside the house. Sister Luo, you take Qian Qian and Xiao Xian inside the house, start a fire to warm them up, and hang this lamp inside the house. Su Yan handed Luo Weining a rechargeable lamp, then went to the cargo area to let Da Huang and Da He out along with a large backpack containing items she had packed that might come in handy. Da Huang, you stay here, Da He, you go to the back. You two are responsible for guarding, understand? Woof. The 2 dogs responded and went to their respective posts. Yan, I'll go check if they are still there. Okay. Zhang Bo took a flashlight and went to the back of the house. Su Yan went to check on the cows tied up in the shed. The 3 cows were lying inside, shivering from the cold. Zhang Bo returned beaming after checking the meat was still there. The chickens and geese are still around, there are over 100 of them. Did you kill them all? Not all. Let's go inside and discuss with Sister Luo about what to do. The fire had already been lit, and the few sat around the fire arranging the fate of those poultry. Zhang Bo said, in this weather if we kill them they can be preserved, otherwise how can we take them back to raise? Luo Weining replied, killing and freezing them is fine, cured meat is also delicious, and we won't lack meat for a long time. Su Yan was indifferent, but she suggested to Luo Weining and Zhang Bo, if you lack other supplies you can trade some of them, keeping part for yourselves to eat. To get a good price it's better not to kill them all. Tonight we'll only kill the 3 cows, tie up the chickens and geese, and throw them directly into the cargo area. Close the door of the cargo area, when we bring them back many people will want to trade. Otherwise the 3 of us would be killing all day and night without finishing. Today we took the initiative. Who knows, someone might come looking by dawn. On the fire pit in the room a large pot filled with water was placed. Uncle Zheng took down the 2 doors of the small house and laid them on the open space in front, arranging utensils like knives, axes, ropes, buckets, and basins for use. Uncle Zheng, I brought a knife, please choose one that is suitable. Alright, Aining Anyan, you 2 go catch the chickens. The few cows are on the brink of freezing to death, I can handle it alone. Uncle Zheng searched through a pile of tools for a hammer, a boning knife, a sharp knife, a slicing knife, and a long iron hook, while marveling at how thoughtful Anyan was. Moreover, everything he needed was available, otherwise with just his 2 kitchen knives he wouldn't be able to finish butchering 1 cow in an entire night. With the knives ready, Uncle Zheng went to lead the cow, which was not easy to pull as it was barely alive from the cold. It felt like a tug-of-war between man and beast. The cow seemed to understand its fate and struggled desperately, rolling on the ground when unable to stand. After tying the hind legs tightly, he needed to tie the front legs as well. The front legs of the cow were much harder to control, the cow's head would push against him. Uncle Zheng tried to hook it with the iron hook several times without success and simply swung the hammer down at the cow's head. With 1 blow the cow was finally knocked out. After securing all 4 legs he used the sharp knife to make an additional cut on the cow's heart, then let it bleed out. On such a cold day the cow's blood coagulated as it flowed out. After draining the blood he began to skin. Su Yan and Luo Wanning were not doing much better, the 2 women chased after chickens. While Uncle Zheng had already brought down 1 cow, they had only caught about 10 chickens. How long would it take to tie up these hundreds of chickens? Sister Luo, this is truly inhumane, we need to think of another way. What good idea do you have? If only we had a net we could drive them into a corner, then throw the net over them, and catch them one by one. If there's a net, I'll go get it from the car. Whether there was a net in the car was irrelevant, since Su Yan said there was one, there must be. She went to the car and retrieved a fishing net from her space. With the net, catching the chickens and geese became much easier. It took 2 hours to tie up the chickens and geese, with a total of 90 chickens and 23 geese. After getting everything loaded onto the carriage, Su Yan realized she smelled entirely of chicken droppings. Sister, don't smell it. After a while, besides the smell of chicken droppings, you'll also have the stench of blood and the smell of beef. We still need to clean the beef offal. That stuff is delicious when stewed in a pot. Stew a pot. Great, let's go wash some out and simmer a pot of beef offal first. Do you have any spices? I must have some. That's good. Luo Wanning casually dragged out 2 fallen beams next to the chicken coop, took an axe, and began to chop them. A promising internist who should be wielding a scalpel now handled the axe with surprising skill. Be careful, watch your hands. What should I watch out for? Am I going to wield a scalpel? Luo Wanning was well aware that Su Yan wanted her to take care of her hands, but she didn't take it seriously. While Luo Wanning chopped wood, Su Yan moved bricks to a sheltered spot to set up a stove. She then went back to the car to bring down a bag containing pots, bowls, sauces, spices, and chopsticks. Su Yan skillfully scooped several large chunks of ice into the pot, set it on the stove, and lit a fire with some dry grass, adding more firewood. How does a young lady like you know how to do these things so expertly? During the summer vacation of my 3rd year of junior high, my family sent me to a 2-month wilderness survival training camp. I thought it wouldn't be too hard. Is this how wealthy families train the next generation? If it were me, I wouldn't want my daughter to suffer this kind of hardship. Of course, that was a thought from a peaceful era. From now on, I will also try to teach my daughter the survival skills of this harsh world. Thank you for the reminder, Anyan. Your thoughts are correct. Suyen had not intentionally reminded her, she just found a casual excuse for being able to work. However, it was a good thing that Luo Wanning thought that way. Luo Wanning finished chopping the wood and took a basin to collect the beef offal for cleaning. She cut out some beef intestine, tripe, liver, brisket, heart, kidney, and lung, washing them clean and sending them to Suyen's pot. Suyen picked out all the beef lungs. No more beef lungs. If you say no, then no. I also think they taste bad. She wouldn't eat any kind of lung. She felt that lungs were responsible for filtering out dirt. Can you stew it? I can. On Uncle Zhang's side, 3 hours had passed, and he still hadn't finished with 1 cow. It would take until at least 9 in the morning to finish butchering the remaining 2 cows. Luo Wanning quickly went to help Uncle Zhang. Suyen blanched the beef offal, then washed it clean with fresh water, cleaned the pot, added water, beef offal, and spices to stew. After adding more firewood, she took a knife to help with butchering the beef. When the 2nd cow was killed, the pot of beef offal began to emit a delicious aroma. Sister Qianqian, can we go check on the pot outside? Not yet, it's not cooked. We can't go disturb it. I'm not disturbing, I just want to smell the meat aroma, I'm just going to sniff it. Alright then. Qianqian nodded. She looked at how hungry the children were. In the past, these families' children were so picky about food that they had to be forced to eat a few more bites. Now they could swallow an entire cow. Uncle Zhang's sister Luo, the beef offal is ready, let's eat a bit first. Qianqian and Xiaoxian are also hungry. They're not hungry, they're just greedy. After stewing for over 2 hours, the beef offal was soft and tender. Suyen used clean scissors to cut it into small pieces. Luo Wanning was preparing the sauce. Uncle Zhang pulled Qianqian and Xiaoxian away from the pot, otherwise the 2 children's saliva would drip into it. Look at how greedy you 2 are, why the rush? For a while our home won't lack meat. But Grandpa, what will we do when it's— We'll talk about that when it's gone. Sigh, not to mention meat in a while, even places with food will be stripped bare, that will truly be a case of calling out to the heavens for help. Uncle Zhang was a surprisingly optimistic old man. He often sighed these days, worrying about his son and daughter-in-law's unknown fate. If something happened to him, could his grandson survive? Come on, Qianqian, Xiaoxuan, you 2 take your bowls and sit by the fire in the room to eat. Luo Wanning mixed the meat in the children's bowls and seasoned it. Thank you, Aunt Luo. Xiaoxian received a bowl full of beef offal and couldn't wait to take a bite, not fearing the heat, swallowing it whole. Qianqian took a fragrant bowl of meat and happily skipped back into the house. Uncle Zhang, Luo Wanning, and Suyen sat by the stove roasting and eating. After a hearty meal, they began to slaughter the remaining 2 cows. Exhausted, they didn't finish until after 9. Luo Wanning asked Uncle Zhang, how much net meat do you estimate there will be? Not counting the entrails and excluding the tail, bones, and head, the pure meat from 1 cow should be around 300 to 400 pounds. I had already portioned the meat while slaughtering the cow. The 3 cows were essentially the same size, with each cow packed into 3 large bags, and these 3 portions would be distributed, 1 to each of you. The remaining would be mine. 1 cow per portion. Uncle Zhang had it all calculated. If all 3 cows were slaughtered together, weighing would be too much trouble. Luo Wanning wasn't the type to fuss. Any portion is fine, it's all the same. And there are 90 chickens, each of you can take 30, and I'll take 7 geese. Sister Luo and Uncle Zhang, you can each take 8. Suyen quickly divided the chickens and geese. Luo Wanning and Uncle Zhang had no objections to the beef and chickens, but insisted on taking 7 geese each, allowing Suyen to take 9, saying the other 2 were for transportation. Suyen didn't want to argue with them, and 9 it was. The beef was packed into bags, then carried onto the carriage, divided into 3 portions and placed properly. They had frozen solid like stones, so there was no worry of the chickens and geese pecking at them. After everything was loaded onto the carriage, ice was added to the pot of beef offal to start boiling noodles for breakfast. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, a group searching for supplies was drawn by the aroma and headed up the mountain. De Huang had been on watch halfway up the mountain all night, thinking he could finally call it a day, only to discover movement at the foot of the mountain. Woof woof. Master, enemies are approaching. Seeing De Huang's anxious demeanor, Suyen knew something was up. Zhang Bo Luo Jia, I'll go down with De Huang to take a look. Be careful, come back at the first sign of trouble. Yan, I'll go with you. No need, too many people is counterproductive, and my De Huang is a police dog. Suyen retrieved an AK from under the back seat and led the dog out. Luo Wanning watched Suyen with admiration, noting her impressive poise. Zhang Bo, however, was captivated by the striking assault rifle, reminiscing about his days before retirement when he had handled one himself. De Huang led the way, and after just a few minutes they spotted over 10 people coming up from the foot of the mountain, seemingly searching for supplies. Su Yan took out binoculars from her space and confirmed they were ordinary people. This small hill was not high and the group would reach the place where they slaughtered cattle in less than 10 minutes. After confirming, she led De Huang back. As long as they were simply searching for supplies and did not provoke her, there would be no issue, but if they were greedy, then there would be trouble. Yan, what's going on? Luo Wanning asked. They appear to be ordinary people looking for supplies, more than 10 in total, Su Yan replied as she opened the car door. Qian and Xiao Xian, get in the car first. We're also done packing, let's go then. Zhang Bo pulled out a long sharp knife for stabbing cattle and placed it under. Luo Wanning put all the bowls and chopsticks into the pot and directly placed it in the car. Su Yan instructed De Huang to call De He back from the back mountain, and once both dogs jumped into the car, she locked the cargo area. Zhang Bo drove while Luo Wanning sat in the back seat keeping an eye on the two children, and Su Yan sat in the passenger seat with her assault rifle and pistol close at hand. Just as they drove away from the small bungalows, the group of people arrived. From the looks of the group, they were also after the cattle and chickens. Upon seeing blood splattered everywhere, they realized they were too late, their eyes gleaming with greed, as they shouted about robbing the car and reclaiming their chickens, ducks, and cattle. A few brainless individuals already stood in the middle of the road with knives trying to block the car. Zhang Bo did not stop, instead flooring the accelerator and charging through. Su Yan thought Zhang Bo might show mercy, but she was surprised at how quickly the old man's mentality had shifted over the past month. He had adapted well to the survival rules of the apocalypse. Seeing that the car showed no signs of stopping, those blocking the road were quickly yanked back by their companions. However, Su Yan noticed that 2 people had been run over, their legs crushed by the vehicle. Have these people gone mad daring to block such a vehicle? Zhang Bo, I thought you would stop just now. Do I look like a soft-hearted person to you? Others are robbing our chance at survival. I will not show mercy. Ever since Ning borrowed a rubber boat from you, we have encountered many ordinary people while searching for supplies. Normal people don't interfere with each other's pursuits. Those who rob do not deserve mercy, for they will not spare us either. The elder sees things clearly. Su Yan felt reassured. The 3 discussed how to handle the beef, geese, and chickens along the way. Zhang Bo said, I want to trade 100 pounds of beef for rice, freeze the rest to eat slowly, and make some beef jerky when I have time. I'll trade 20 chickens for flour and exchange 5 geese for potatoes, radishes, cabbages, and seasonings. As for me, I'll trade whatever method Zhang Bo uses. We have the same goods and the same number of people. Then let's drive directly to find the second-hand dealers, no need to haul it upstairs. As soon as Su Yan mentioned it, Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning agreed. Just in time, she had also arranged to meet with Bagu today to see if she could find some barbed wire. The closer the vehicle got to the urban area, the more attention it attracted. Many people out searching for supplies looked on longingly, with some foolish enough to try to block the car. Zhang Bo drove recklessly, accumulating a great deal of animosity. He parked the car in an alley next to a state-run mall. Just as Su Yan was about to get out to find Bagu, she saw Bagu running into the alley chased by 3 women. One of the women chasing Bagu yelled at the top of her lungs while pursuing, "Watch me beat you, old whore. You old hag, I'll make you seduce men everywhere. That broken man of yours is like an old tree stump, short, ugly, and moldy. I wouldn't want him even if you paid me. If you're so anxious about that old stick, better lock it up tight, otherwise someone else will pick it up for firewood and you won't even find the ashes. You whore, your man is the real old stick. Sisters, let's go beat her. Just you 3 old sows trying to catch me. Come on, if you can catch up, then let's talk. Come on, you old hag from the old stick family." Bagu was quite the provocateur, running a few steps to gain distance before turning around, hands on her hips, and shouting back. The 3 women were equally fierce, pursuing with determination. Together they managed to pin down Bagu. The one who had been cursing raised her hand ready to slap Bagu when Su Yan instructed Zhang Bo to honk the horn loudly. Only then did the women notice a car parked in front of them. Bagu spotted Su Yan in the passenger seat, naturally recognizing her as family. "My big niece is here. Go ahead, hit me, just watch my big niece run you over." With that moment of hesitation from the 3 women, Bagu broke free from their grasp and ran towards Su Yan. The 3 women did not dare to pursue further, cursing the air before leaving. "Big niece, I've finally waited for you. To wait for you, I've been harassed by 3 dead women. It's truly infuriating. You seem to be enjoying yourself while cursing. Let's not talk about that. Miss, your car is truly impressive. It can drive in this kind of terrain. By the way, I found the items you needed. Oh, where do we trade? Did you bring what I asked for? Get in the car to talk, it's warm inside." Su Yan let Bagu into the back seat and introduced her to Luo Wanning and Zhang Bo. "Zhang Bo Dr. Luo, my surname is Lu. Everyone young and old calls me Bagu. Just treat Bagu as my name. I'm a second-hand dealer. If you want to buy or sell anything, I'm your best bet. Bagu runs an honest business. Stop bragging." Su Yan remained silent. Bagu could probably chat for 2 hours. After greeting Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning, Bagu started discussing how to trade for the barbed wire. "Big niece, the things you want are not easy to find, but luckily I didn't let you down. According to the quantity you provided, I'll calculate it as 200 meters. Today you helped me out, so I'm definitely on your side. For pork it'll be 200 pounds, and if it's fresh chicken, ducks, or geese, it'll be 100 pounds. What do you think, Bagu? Stop, when did I become your big niece? Just now. Oh, then consider it a recognition gift of 200 meters of barbed wire for your big niece. Dear niece, please don't hold my past mistakes against me. Just let it go. If I hadn't shouted your name, those 3 sows would have torn me apart. Since I acknowledged our relationship, they wouldn't dare touch me in front of a helper. You wander around here every day. If you can escape today, what about tomorrow? You've seen that young man from that day. Don't be fooled by his inability to accomplish anything. He's quite skilled in fighting and usually protects me. If he hadn't been busy today, those 3 old tree stumps wouldn't have dared to confront me. Enough with the boasting. Get me the barbed wire and I'll give you the chickens. Suyen knew that if she didn't steer the conversation back to business, the aunt could ramble on forever without addressing the main issue. No wonder she can be a second-hand dealer with such a silver tongue. Is the chicken fresh? The chicken is still breathing. You can take it home and raise it for eggs. Just wait right here. I'm going back now to have someone bring the goods over. The plump aunt was all talk and immediately jumped down from the car. Aunt, wait a minute. After you finish talking with a yen, we need to discuss something. Huh. Does Luo girl have business too? I do. The aunt slapped her thigh and laughed heartily, then closed the car door and sat down properly, using her eloquence to exchange pleasantries with Uncle Zhang and Luo Wanning, praising Qian Qian and Xiao Xian profusely, making Uncle Zhang and Luo Wanning feel guilty if they didn't do business with her. Once she figured out what Uncle Zhang and Luo Wanning needed and what she could use to exchange, if Suyen hadn't been sitting in the passenger seat, the aunt would have hugged her niece and showered her with kisses. I'll go back and have someone prepare the goods. I'll come find you guys shortly. Remember to bring the scale. The aunt didn't even look back, waving her hand behind her to indicate she understood. Luo Wanning couldn't help but remark this line of work should be quite profitable, but it's not something just anyone can do. You need to be smooth-tongued and shameless. Not only smooth-tongued, but also sharp-eyed. Upon seeing this car, she immediately said it belonged to a yen, even though I was the one driving. She didn't even acknowledge the car as mine. After a night of hard work, everyone was tired. Qian Qian hugged Xiao Xian and had already slumped over in the seat half asleep. Luo Wanning adjusted the 2 kids' heads to prevent them from waking up uncomfortable. She recalled that the back of the car was filled with pots and pans. Let's make lunch here while we wait for the aunt to wake up, which will take at least 2 to 3 hours. Su Yan and Uncle Zhang expressed no objections. They dug ice blocks to melt water for washing the pots and pans, then boiled water to cook the noodles, simple and quick. Luo Wanning didn't let them go down to help. Just as Su Yan was about to take a nap, she was pulled back by the woman who had scolded the aunt as a sow. The 3 women's mouths were moving rapidly, and with the doors and windows closed it was hard to hear clearly, but one could tell they weren't saying anything pleasant. Su Yan was all too familiar with those 2 soldiers. One was Jiang Su and the other was Hu Zhanchao. As she opened the car door, a woman pointed at her and accused her of stealing the car. It's this car. A car like this obviously isn't something an ordinary person can afford. It must have an improper origin. Hurry and check them. Comrades, is there a reward for reporting? If there's a reward, we'll choose food and meat. Luo Wanning had just started a fire, and seeing someone looking for trouble came over with a piece of wood to help, fearing Su Yan might be at a disadvantage. Su Yan urged Luo Wanning to go back and watch the fire. Uncle Zhang, who was about to get out of the car, was also persuaded by Su Yan to stay inside and wait. Seeing Su Yan, Hu Zhanchao and Jiang Su felt so awkward that they were staring at the ground, embarrassed to be dragged over by 3 aunties and even run into someone they knew so well, accusing her of stealing a car and wanting a reward. It was hard to tell if they were stupid or had gotten into the habit of casually slandering others. Su Yan scoffed, then tell me who can afford a car like this. What are you trying to check me for? Of course we're checking you for stealing the car. Yes, it's definitely stealing the car. Comrade, she's in cahoots with that second-hand dealer woman. The car must have been stolen. She should be arrested. Su Yan stopped Jiang Su, who was about to speak out against the 3 women. She continued, if it turns out this car is mine, then you would be slandering me, and for these 2 comrades it would be a false report, wasting public resources. You can't avoid punishment. Do you still want to insist on what you just said? They just wanted to take revenge and perhaps get something out of it, thinking they might get lucky. Su Yan's attitude now left them uncertain. The 3 women exchanged glances, looking at Hu Zhanchao and Jiang Su. Jiang Su cooperated with Su Yan, nodding at the 3 women. What she said is correct. Slander and false reporting are punishable offenses. Otherwise, if anyone sees something they don't like and just reports it, wouldn't that create chaos? The one with the fiercest look said, then please comrades, hurry up and check. If you find out, don't forget the reward. If not, you must acknowledge that casually slandering others and false reporting are punishable acts. Jiang Su was also quite speechless at these unreasonable ants. No need to check, just a glance at this car reveals it hasn't been submerged in water. Nowadays you can hardly find a car in Jiangcheng that hasn't been through water. Plus there's no place in Jiangcheng to steal this car, it's definitely not something ordinary people can possess. But is Su Yan an ordinary person? Clearly the issue lies with the 3 ants. Moreover, these 3 ants are always loitering outside the mall begging from those purchasing supplies. If they don't get anything they kneel and cling to people's legs, preventing them from leaving. They're just that shameless. These people need to be dealt with. The 3 women nodded with hard expressions. Su Yan couldn't help but smile a little unkindly. She dug this pit with the intention of teaching these ants a lesson. She asked Jiang Su Hu Zhanchao what kind of punishment will these 3 face. Those who slander and falsely accuse like them will at least have to do labor reform at a temporary shelter for half a month, Jiang Su said. You know them. I know better than you whether this car is hers. You've been causing trouble in this area more than once or twice. How many people have you harassed in the last few days? Zhanchao cuffed them. Okay. Hu Zhanchao took out 3 handcuffs chaining the 3 women together. Miss Su, brother Su, I'll take them away now. Go ahead. Thank you, comrade Zhanchao. Hu Zhanchao smiled shyly at Su Yan and led away the chain of women. Su Yan curiously asked Jiang Su, you're responsible for mall security, but also have to do police work. There have been many internal adjustments. You could say it's a military-police collaboration. As long as you catch those who haven't caused you trouble, that's good. Not a hassle. Your car is impressive. It's fully armored to the highest level with specially customized all-terrain tires, the all-purpose vehicle loved by foreign mercenaries. Am I right? You have sharp eyes, completely correct. Hehe, it's purely a hobby. Are you maintaining order in the mall again? Yes, additionally, that tall building in the mall along with the dozen or so buildings next to it will become Jiangcheng's temporary shelter base in the future. It's currently in planning. Would you like to move in when it's ready? If you come, I'll inform Squad Leader Wei and save you a VIP spot. I don't like crowded places, I don't plan to move for now. Su Yan thought of Uncle Zhang and Luo Wanning. She knocked on the car window and called Luo Wanning over. Uncle Zhang's sister Luo Jiang Su said a temporary shelter base is being established at the mall. Do you want to reserve a spot in advance? What about you? Uncle Zhang and Luo Wanning both asked Su Yan the same question. My house is quite safe and I love the quiet, so I don't plan to move. Then I won't consider moving for now either. Me neither. I'm worried that if I move my husband won't be able to. Su Yan did not move as her house was safe enough and using her space was not suitable in crowded places. She also knew that this temporary settlement would not last long. According to the trajectory of her past life, this base would last at most 3 years. She suggested that Uncle Zhang and Luo Wanning move indeed, because the safety within the base was significantly better. Staying safe for 3 years was also good, but since they did not want to move, she did not insist. Uncle Zhang and Luo Wanning thought that Su Yan had her reasons for not moving, and as long as they followed her lead, they would not go wrong. Alright, I can't even offer a favor to send someone off. This was also within Jiang's expectations. Comrade, we appreciate it. How about a bowl of noodles? It's ready. Yes, eat something warm. Ning, please bring another set of chopsticks. All right then. Jiang Su was about to say they should eat, but he caught sight of Yang Jingwei coming from another alley. Brother Yang, what brings you here? I ran into Hu Zhanchao and he told me you were here, so I came to take a look. Yang Jingwei also came to inspect this place designated as a temporary base. He encountered Hu Zhanchao handcuffing 3 women and learned that Su Yan was here, so he came. Do we need to make another bowl? Luo Wanning looked at Su Yan for help. Uncle Zhang's sister Luo Yan, you should eat your noodles quickly, don't let them get cold. Well, head back first. Jiang Su tugged at Yang Jingwei to leave. No rush. I heard there's a really great car here, I'm curious. Can you introduce it to me? Yang Jingwei's gaze fell on that car, and then intentionally or unintentionally shifted to Su Yan beside it. Not older than 20, Genie said his girlfriend was very beautiful and Zhang Yuan claimed his sister-in-law was stunning. He always thought it was exaggerated, but if it was the lady before him, it was indeed the truth. This is Su Yan, and these 2 are her neighbors Uncle Zhang and sister Luo. Jiang Su pointed to Yang Jingwei and introduced them. This is Yang Jingwei, a soldier king from the capital. Upon hearing Yang Jingwei's name, Su Yan felt a surge of dread, as she should not have come here today. No wonder he kept glancing at her. It seemed she would have to put in a lot of effort to manage the conversation. Hello. Su Yan nodded in greeting. In her past life, she had never met Yang Jingwei. Uncle Zhang was warm and cheerful when he saw a soldier asking, would you like to have a bowl with us? Luo Wanning merely nodded and left. If they continued chatting, the water in the pot would dry up before the noodles were even added. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, but I'll pass. You go ahead and eat. I need to talk to Su Yan about something and we'll leave after that. Then you both can talk in the car, it's warmer inside. Uncle Zhang got out and even urged Xian Xian and Xiao Xian to get out of the back seat. What was meant to happen couldn't be avoided as Su Yan gestured for Yang Jingwei to get in the car to talk. The 2 sat in the back seat. Su Yan spoke first. Last time I heard Jiang Su say you wanted to see me to find someone for your brother. Yes, Qin Yi and I are not only comrades, but also brothers. I thought you said you didn't know Qin Yi. I originally believed that, but now I don't. You know him, or you are Qin Yi's girlfriend, or rather his fiancé. Once the conversation began after getting in the car, Yang Jingwei, who had studied micro-expressions, observed Su Yan. Even though she pretended to be calm when he mentioned Qin Yi, the emotions in her eyes betrayed her. Su Yan lived until the age of 25 in her past life. The 6 years of apocalyptic life taught her to be indifferent and to exude a killing aura, but it did not teach her to suppress her emotions. I'm not here to cause you trouble, I'm just helping a brother confirm if you're alright. Why are you afraid to admit it? Are you so sure? Yes. Yang Jingwei was very certain. Su Yan felt that whether she admitted it or not was no longer important. As long as Yang Jingwei believed it, he would report this to Qin Yi. I am the Su Yan you were inquiring about on behalf of Qin Yi. Also am a mother with a 4-month-old baby. Would Qin Yi's family agree to him marrying a woman who has a child? If you truly care for him, just let him think I died in the disaster. Su Yan half-lied, leaving Yang Jingwei somewhat puzzled. He recalled how Qin Yi looked heartbroken whenever he mentioned Su Yan, and he believed his brother would definitely fall out with his family for her. But so what? The Qin family is the Qin family, he was just helping a brother inquire. Since he had obtained definite information, he completed his brother's request. I helped Qin Yi gather news about you, and once I confirmed the mission, it was completed. As for what he chooses to do, that's his business. I believe his judgment is sharp enough to discern true feelings from false ones. You only have a child, you aren't married. Su Yan was at a loss for words. Things were not going as she had anticipated, as she might as well give up. Is he doing well? Did he ask you to relay any messages? How much better can the current situation get? It's good enough to be alive. He has given instructions, his exact words were, I know you must protect yourself and wait for me. What does he know? Su Yan knew that the space button Qin Yi had was still unopened, as she couldn't understand what he meant by those words. Will you be able to contact him and tell him my news? I will let him know. Alright, I will formally visit your sister-in-law another day. You should go eat your noodles, I should be leaving now. Then goodbye. Yang Jingwei and Jiang Su did not stay for the meal, and Su Yan had no appetite to eat, merely having a few bites. After finishing, the few of them waited in the car for another 2 hours, until a small cargo truck slowly came into view at the alley entrance. How slow could it be? Like a turtle crawling, it was incomparable to Su Yan's car that could exceed 100 on icy roads. Ampa jumped down from the small cargo truck saying, sorry for making everyone wait so long. This little vehicle can't move, but there are too many items, so we can't do without it. Hello, Miss Su. It really is you. I am Lu Shui from the Lu family. A beauty came down from the driver's seat of the small cargo truck and walked straight towards Su Yan. Lu Shui, the leading heiress among the rich second generation in Jiangqing, while Su Yan is also among the top rich second generation. Although she doesn't mingle in the second generation circle, she knows the people she should know. How could Lu Shui come with Aunt Ba? Aunt Ba's surname is Lu. Could Lu Shui be the head of this second-hand dealer group? Normally these rich second generation types would disdain making such money, they wouldn't lower themselves to it. But Lu Shui is an exception. It's said that girls should be raised in wealth, especially since she's a second generation heiress. No matter how wealthy she is, it's never too much. However, the Lu family raised Lu Shui in poverty. She worked part-time from high school to earn her living expenses, and it wasn't until after graduating from university that the elders of the Lu family finally gave her a few property deeds and a bank card with a large sum of cash. Su Yan had heard about the Lu family from her second uncle before. Miss Su. Hello, Miss Lu. How did you end up here together? Aunt Ba is a distant aunt of mine. I heard her say that you have a very impressive car here, so I was curious and came to take a look. Su Yan rubbed her forehead. It was again because of this car, which seemed to have brought her trouble from the start. Oh, then take a look. I've seen it. It's incredibly impressive, Miss Su. I want to buy this car from you. Can we talk? Moreover, my car consumes a lot of fuel. Are you sure about this? With gasoline being one of the most difficult resources to come by, if it weren't for the large stock I have and the safety net of the dimensional shop, I wouldn't dare drive it this way. I don't drive often, so getting some fuel to feed my beloved car shouldn't be a problem. Su Yan subtly refused with the issue of fuel. Did Lu Shui not understand this? Let's just say it outright. I don't lack resources and am not selling my car. No, just because you don't lack resources doesn't mean you wouldn't want more. There's still business to discuss, right, Miss Su? Lu Shui unceremoniously walked up to Su Yan, linking arms with her, acting quite familiar. No wonder she could lead a group of resellers. Being rejected didn't faze her at all. She could still put on a friendly face. What Su Yan didn't realize was that in Lu Shui's eyes, as long as this car was still here, there was room for negotiation. It wasn't about whether the business could be done, it was about willingness to invest capital. If that wasn't enough, time could be slowly spent to negotiate. Lu Shui loved cars and had a lot of knowledge about them. For a vehicle like Su Yan's, which was hardly different from a tanker, only 2 words were I want it. If Lu Shui knew that Su Yan had many more cars like this, she wouldn't know how to react. I really don't plan to sell it, I need the car too. Alright, if you're not selling, then you're not selling. No need to rush, I'm not going to steal it from you. We're all from the same circle in Jiangcheng. Now 50% of the population in Jiangcheng has perished in the recent typhoon disaster and extreme cold. Yet here we are still able to meet. There's a good connection between us, right? You must come to my house to play, or I'll go to yours. We will become very good friends, or at least excellent partners in business. What do you think? Su Yan felt nothing. Were all the people from the Lu family this eloquent? Lu Shui linked her arm, and Su Yan had no chance to escape. If she tried to shake off that affectionate grip, it would be wrong. After all, the beautiful girl had no ill intentions, she just wanted to do business and be friends. Could you let go of me first? What about that side, aren't they weighing the meat? Don't you want to go take a look? No need, they can't even handle such trivial matters well. Why should I keep them around? Fine. Su Yan was utterly exasperated. She sat in the car with Lu Shui, at least it wasn't cold in the vehicle. On the other side, Aunt Ba was stunned by the chickens and geese found in the car. She didn't expect that aside from the quantity she was trading, Su Yan wouldn't say she was a big dealer, but both Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning had left a lot for themselves to eat. She really wanted to exchange everything for her own. Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning weighed everything one by one while Qian Qian and Xiao Xian ran back and forth helping out. Qian Qian guarded her family's goods, worried her mother would miscount, silently calculating the numbers again. Xiao Xian also watched his family's things, guarding against being stolen. Although there was currently no one in the alley, they had sent Aunt Ba to instruct the people who came with the car to guard the front and back alleys. Su Yan's 100-pound chickens were weighed by Zhang Bo at 110 pounds to hand over to Aunt Ba. 10 pounds were for plucking the feathers. By the time everything was weighed, half an hour had passed, and the items were loaded onto their respective vehicles. Aunt Ba knocked on the car window looking for Su Yan and her real niece. Shui, it's ready. Not in a hurry, I and a Yan have a rare chance to catch up. We sisters still need to chat for a while. Alright, you two nieces, take your time chatting. Aunt Ba returned to her small truck to check on the goods. Let's chat next time, I need to hurry back. When is next time? You must tell me the exact time. Are you coming to my house, or am I going to yours? Su Yan sensed that if she didn't specify a time, this beauty would cling to her car and not leave. The day after tomorrow, I'll go to your house, how about that? Sounds good. With that confirmation, Lu Shui briskly took a walkie-talkie out of her backpack and handed it to Su Yan. We'll contact each other the day after tomorrow. Lu Shui jumped out of the car with grace, swinging her high ponytail, turning back to smile and wave at Su Yan. I must say she was truly a beautiful and handsome woman. After Lu Shui and Aunt Ba's small truck slowly crawled away, Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning finally let Qian Qian and Xiao Xian get into the car and drove back to Lanjiang platform. Last night the people in the neighborhood heard the sound of the car. They only got a rough idea in the evening, but now it was daytime. As soon as Su Yan's car appeared, Lanjiang platform erupted with excitement. It wasn't that they hadn't seen cars before, but they had never seen such a monstrous vehicle that could drive normally in the icy cold. Wang Xinwu from the 31st floor, Li He from the 14th floor, and Song Ge hurried down to fawn over it. Miss Su, if you have anything heavy to move, just let us take care of it. Wang Xinwu was the first to rush down with a few younger brothers. Miss Su, Song Ge and I are here to help too. Although Li He lived on a lower floor, he and Song Ge only opened the door to come downstairs after hearing Wang Xinwu's footsteps, so they were a step slower. There were other residents in Building C who had nothing to do with Su Yan. Considering they wanted to curry favor but were afraid of provoking the female demoness, they envied Wang Xinwu and Li He for being able to put their pride aside to get close. There's quite a lot to move, I'm really sorry for the trouble. No trouble, no trouble. Su Yan opened the trunk and seeing the bags of rice and flour, the men were not surprised at all. But when they saw the chickens and geese with tied feet, they turned green with envy. No need to move the barbed wire. Zhang Bo, can you separate the items from our 3 families in the trunk? Otherwise, if we load them up, it'll be a mess. Sure, Ning, you keep an eye on them. Alright, Zhang Bo, it won't get mixed up. With free labor available, they might as well borrow some of Su Yan's fortune. Otherwise, moving so many things by themselves would be exhausting. Wang Xinwu patted his chest, assuring, leave the heavy stuff to us brothers, we'll make sure not a single item goes missing upstairs. Thank you, just put it on the 11th floor. Luo Wanning gave the heavier items to Wang Xinwu and the others, while the lighter ones were for Li He to carry. Qian Qian and Xiao Xian also picked up some smaller items to go upstairs. Zhang Bo, I'm leaving all my things in the trunk, and I'll drive the car away later. Understood, yours won't go up, since it's something that can be put into space. With a wave of my hand, Su Yan didn't waste any labor. In no time, Cheng Daxuan from the 15th floor and his son Cheng Tianyu returned to the neighborhood carrying a large bundle of firewood and also came over to ask if they needed help. With so many people, it took less than half an hour to move all the grains and poultry to the 11th floor. Suyen didn't go upstairs as she took her 2 dogs for a drive, parking in an empty area, stowing the car into space, and then taking a flying vehicle back to the rooftop of Building C. Back home, the little dumpling began to report on the events of the night and the day, detailing the situation at the corridor entrance. Last night, Suyen Zhongbo and Luo Wanning made quite a noise driving out. There were still some stubborn groups in the Longjiang platform community who teamed up to try to smash the security door at the corridor entrance on the 32nd floor. Upon viewing the surveillance footage, 2 groups of people had come during the night, and the ones who were shocked yet unwilling to leave were Wang Xinwu from the 31st floor and his brothers, who drove them away. During the day today, another group of about a dozen people, including Wang Xinwu along with Li He and Song Go, were blocking the corner between the 32nd and 31st floors. Upon viewing the surveillance footage, 2 groups of people had come during the night, and the ones who were shocked yet unwilling. Not at all. I have it all accounted for. I also gave some potatoes and carrots to thank them, and just a bit of beef to the Chung family. Alright, that's good to hear. Putting down the intercom, Suyen went into the space to check on the children, and untied the remaining live chickens and geese from the car. She left 2 behind, tossed the rest into the chicken coop, and sent the geese downstream into the river, while storing the beef in the warehouse. Wang Xinwu and Li He had their own little schemes, but as long as they didn't cross her bottom line, Suyen didn't feel too disgusted. She knew that even without Wang Xinwu and Li He helping to drive those people away, no one could break into her home, but she wouldn't ignore what they had done either. Suyen took the 2 chickens left over from the space and delivered them to the 31st and 14th floors. Since the Chung family had already received beef from Luo Wanning, she didn't deliver to them. Da Huang, let's go. Help me deliver a chicken to the 14th floor. Woof woof. Da Huang was very happy to assist his master. The master still favored him a bit more. Whenever there was something, they looked for him instead of Da He. Da Huang provocatively barked twice at Da He. Da He was indignant, baring its teeth at Da Huang. If it weren't for Suyen being there, the 2 dogs would have already gotten into a fight. Suyen ignored their little antics and wrote a note saying 32nd floor, thank you. She attached the note to the chicken's neck and went downstairs with Da He. Suyen knocked on 3102 and the door was opened by Wang Xinwu. Miss Su, please come in. I won't go in. I'm just delivering you a dish. Suyen handed the larger chicken to Wang Xinwu. We didn't help much, so how can we accept such a heavy gift? Just take it, I can't owe anyone a favor. Suyen was quite clear-cut about this, not wanting to owe any favors. However, it had been a long time since Wang Xinwu had eaten fresh chicken, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. The eyes of several of his brothers behind him all fixed on the chicken. If he didn't take it, his subordinates wouldn't let him off easy. Alright then, thank you, Miss Su. You're welcome. I only delivered to this family. At Li He's place on the 14th floor, I flipped the chicken over for Da Huang to hold by the foot, saying, Da Huang, you take this one to the 14th floor. Remember the little white face in the red coat who helped move things just now? Da Huang's tail wagged in acknowledgement, and it quickly dashed downstairs. Wang Xinwu was stunned, thinking, can a dog really remember floors? Miss Su's dog has become quite clever. Is the nickname Little White Face serious? I'm off now. Miss Su, take care, goodbye. After Wang Xinwu closed the door, several of his brothers rushed over to snatch the chicken. Wow, it weighs at least 6 or 7 jeans. That's enough for us to eat 2 meals. No, let's stretch it to 4 meals, be frugal. Wang boss is truly wise, saying to cling to the 32nd floor for meat. This meat came quickly. Quick, go boil water to kill the chicken. Wang Xinwu swatted away the hands reaching for the chicken feathers, saying, let me tell you, all learn from this. Don't be like the other foolish tenants in the complex who just think about stealing hard, but don't have the capability to do so. I know I can't win in a fight, so what should I do? Join indecisively. Wang bro is brilliant. The flattery from the younger brothers was quite loud. In the future, be a bit smarter. If anyone has their eyes on Miss Su, lend a hand. Although she doesn't need our help, our attitude must be right, understand? And reporting back, running errands, we can all do that. Yes, Wang bro. Learned my lesson. Got it. When Li He on the 14th floor received the chicken delivered by Da Huang, he was also scolded by Song Go. See, I told you to go to the 32nd floor to show your face and get familiar with people. This is already a big step, even though you haven't been able to move to the 32nd floor yet, right? Song Go, don't flatter me. Let's just stick to our roles and don't think too much about the rest. Was that thinking? That's just human nature. Song Go sighed, feeling that the group he was leading was disappointing. If they were competent, they would have already moved into the 32nd floor. Li He kissed the chicken and stuffed it into Song Ji's arm, saying, go kill the chicken, tonight we'll have an improved meal. Suyen locked the door only after waiting for Da Huang to return at the corridor entrance. Exhausted and not wanting to cook, she ate the leftovers she had saved up while Da Huang and Da He had their dog food. After washing herself from head to toe, Suyen took the children to bed. Usually she rarely slept with the children beside her, but today she missed her boyfriend, and it felt nice to have her and Qin Yi's child beside her. Suyen recalled Yang Jingwei relaying Qin Yi's words, I know you must protect yourself well, wait for me. What did he? How much did he know? Qin probably still had no access to the 3 space buttons she sent, so the most likely thing he knew was that Luo Fuan's miraculous recovery was related to her. Su-Yan could only think that perhaps Luo Fuan hadn't been completely unconscious at that time. Whatever, she didn't want to think about it anymore. From the fact that Qin had Yang Jingwei send a message, it was clear he hadn't leaked anything. What Su-Yan speculated was basically the truth. Luo Fuan told Qin that he had indeed not been completely unconscious and vaguely glimpsed the figure feeding him medicine resembling Su-Yan. What Qin knew was just this. He had also speculated about this miraculous medicine and thought that various unreasonable incidents abroad might be related to Su-Yan, but it was merely speculation without any way to verify it because a natural disaster was imminent. After a day of work, Yang Jingwei had been trying to reach Qin via satellite phone, but after several attempts he couldn't get through. The person who answered told him that Qin was on a mission. He had come to Jiangqing merely to escort a leader, and now that the mission was complete he would be returning to Beijing in the next few days. It would be the same to talk to Qin when he got back. In order to bring back more news about Su-Yan for his brothers, Yang Jingwei went to Lonjiang Station the next day. Su-Yan had just finished training in the morning when she heard He say, "There's someone outside the corridor door." He didn't need Su-Yan to instruct him, and directly displayed the video. It was Wang Xinwu from the 31st floor. Su-Yan opened the door and asked, "Manager Wang, is there something?" "Miss Su, someone named Yang is downstairs looking for you. I came to ask if you want to let him up." Su-Yan didn't understand. Wang Xinwu explained, "A few of my brothers and I formed a team. We've been keeping watch downstairs of Building C during the day and night from today. If any outsiders come looking for someone, they have to get permission first. So I came up to ask you. Let him come up then." "All right, Miss Su." After Wang Xinwu left in about 10 minutes, Yang Jingwei arrived outside the door. Su-Yan was at the entrance of the hallway to greet someone. "Hey, raise the milk powder for the child," Yang Jingwei said, handing a large shopping bag to Su-Yan. "Sister-in-law, you really are quite unexpected." "Thank you, please come in." Su-Yan smiled as she accepted the bag and invited Yang Jingwei inside, choosing not to respond to the unexpected comment. De Huang and De He, seeing a stranger being welcomed by their owner, merely lay in their nest and glanced a couple of times without making a sound. "Qin is worried about your safety. Now that he sees your situation here, he will be reassured when he returns." Yang Jingwei believed that the 2 doors at the hallway entrance, the 3 doors at the home entrance, and the traces of the explosion he saw downstairs as well as the bullet holes in the hallway were all related to Su-Yan. "Please sit down and have some hot tea to warm up." "Thank you, sister-in-law. I'm going back to the capital in a couple of days. I just wanted to ask if you have any messages for Qin. Before the internet was cut off, I reported my safety to him. Now you can see for yourself and you will tell him about my situation, won't you? If you pretend you have no news of me, I would be very grateful to you." "Sister-in-law, I haven't interacted with you much, but I can see that you're a person with strong opinions. Perhaps you have your reasons for not wanting Qin to know or contact you, but I don't know. Everyone has secrets, but emotionally speaking, I certainly choose to help my brother. If you have a reason that can persuade me, I might consider hiding it for you. I'm glad Qin has a brother like you." Thank you. I heard from Jiang Su that you don't plan to stay in the temporary shelter. You said it was temporary, so I won't stay. Your place is quite nice." Yang Jingwei picked up the teacup, took a couple of sips of the pre-rain Longjing tea, and surveyed the whole house. The water and electricity were sufficient, and with the outside temperature plummeting below freezing, the room was as warm as spring. If he claimed he was not curious about his brother's girlfriend, no one would believe it. Before coming here, he had inquired with Wei Qing and happened to run into a soldier who had distributed relief supplies at Lonjian platform. From him he heard about Su-Yan's house renovation, her being young with a pair of children, and the abundance of supplies. Su-Yan even kept her situation from Qin. If he were to ask, Su-Yan would either refuse to answer or tell a lie. So it was better not to ask. Yang Jingwei set down the teacup and casually stood up to walk toward the balcony to look outside, actually observing. Previously, Su-Yan had already hidden suspicious items away. As for the children's toys and baby supplies, she had not collected those. The 2 children were taking a nap in the children's room. Let him look. If it's something that cannot be explained, then there is no need to explain it. Su-Yan went to the kitchen to peel apples. With water and electricity in good supply, it was not surprising that she had saved some fruit. "The house was prepared for me by my uncle, Su Jiangwo." "Yes, it seems you have investigated me thoroughly." No, I only heard about it when I arrived at the Jiangcheng base." "By the way, sister-in-law, where are the 2 children? Can I see them?" In the living room, dining room, and kitchen there were many baby supplies. Su-Yan had mentioned the children yesterday, and she had no intention of hiding anything. She just hadn't said whose children they were. "The children are sleeping. Can I see the children?" "The children are asleep, so let's not disturb them." Although the child was only 4 months old, Xiao Rui still bore a resemblance to Qin. For now, it was not convenient for those familiar with Qin to see the child. "All right, I came here today just to take a look and report back to my brother. Unless something special happens, I will leave Jiangcheng tomorrow or the day after. In that case, I wish you a safe journey. Thank you, I will head back to the base now. Wait a moment. After receiving a few cans of milk powder from him, Su Yan realized she needed to give him something in return and entered the room that stored the food supplies. She took a bag and filled half of it with chocolate ratatouille jerky and compressed biscuits, then thought for a moment and added 2 sets of thermal clothing for men into the bag. The thermal clothing was a product of the Eagle Empire. There were many of these, and it would be a waste not to give them to someone. Although it could not be compared to the interstellar thermal clothing she purchased for 160 kilograms of gold, wearing them was certainly better than not wearing anything, so she decided to give them away. After all, Yang Jingwei knew she had been in the Eagle Empire. What wealthy family doesn't have some high-tech items? Well, others also knew she belonged to the category of wealthy families. Take these for your journey. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. You're welcome. After seeing him off to the hallway, she finally felt she had sent him away. She closed the door and returned to the living room. Today was a day of rest, no tree planting, no vegetable planting, no feeding livestock. Su Yan happily let Mei Mei and Lily out from the space to see the children while letting Hee Hee out to be her projector. Turn on the palace drama that I haven't finished watching yet, little dumpling. Okay, Su. Hee Hee's little voice imitated the flirtatious characters in the palace drama, making Su Yan feel goosebumps all over. She scooped up the black and white dumpling into her arms. It was soft, warm, and adorable, even more precious than a real national treasure. Su, you're naughty. You've made the poor thing lose its fur. Speak properly, no spooky stuff allowed. Su. Su Yan covered Hee Hee's mouth. De Huang and De Hei, seeing the TV show starting, came over to watch with great interest. With 1 person, 1 child, and 2 dogs, they watched 6 episodes of the show before it was time to prepare dinner. Su Yan took out 2 pounds of beef that she had brought back yesterday. The chicken from yesterday, still fresh, would definitely make for a tender and smooth white-cut chicken. Su Yan was very skilled at slaughtering chickens. She cleaned the internal organs after killing the chicken, then boiled the whole chicken in water until it was about 80% cooked before taking it out to cut. The chicken offal was boiled in the broth of the chicken. Then she sliced about half a pound of beef and stir-fried it with cilantro. Su Yan's 2 dishes and 1 soup were ready. The beef for the dogs was cooked without any seasoning. She plated the beef for De Huang and De Hei separately, but the 2 dogs did not rush to eat. Eat up. Woof. Woof woof. Only when their owner spoke did they begin to gobble it down. Su Yan suspected the dogs had become intelligent. Their IQ was almost on par with that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Just as she set down the bowls, the walkie-talkie that Lu Shui had stubbornly shoved into her hands beeped. Yan, I'm coming to pick you up early tomorrow morning. No, your little broken car moves like a turtle. Just tell me the address, and I'll go by myself. Su Yan, I have many luxury cars. But given the state of the roads and this terrible weather, those cars can't go anywhere. It's better to take a little broken truck. You come drive me and then take me out for a ride. We'll see. Just tell me the address. After jotting down the address Lu Shui provided, she cut off the call. Lu Shui's residence in Lanting was a high-end community on par with Longjian platform, located more than 10 kilometers away from her place. The next morning, Lu Shui timely reminded her through the walkie-talkie. Su Yan wanted to find an excuse not to go but couldn't resist Lu Shui's enthusiasm, so she decided to just take a stroll. However, it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. She asked Hee Hee about any life-saving measures, such as something that could block bullets or fend off ordinary knife attacks. Su, just buy a protective shield, it's so simple. Am I supposed to carry a turtle shell when I go out? Oh, it's invisible. Alright, it was her own narrow-mindedness. Su Yan had only thought of a shield as a physical barrier and hadn't considered invisibility. Since it was invisible, then it was no problem. 2,500 kilograms of gold. The price made Su Yan wince. It must be said that anything related to safety was never cheap. Staying at home was indeed a means of self-preservation, but after being cooped up for too long, she was afraid of going stir-crazy. With this shield, she could go out freely without feeling guilty for the price of buying it. Buy it. Binding it to activate, controlled by consciousness. It's truly advanced. As long as she wasn't attacked, this protective shield would be invisible. With De Huang and De Hei in tow, she landed near Lanjiangtai on her flying vehicle, finally moving that battle vehicle out. She even used a whole water tower's worth of water to wash the car's interior. As soon as Su Yan arrived at the entrance of Lanting community, the intercom rang at just the right time. Yan, I've asked the 2 guys at the entrance to bring you up. I'm on the 18th floor. Okay. Fortunately, it was the 18th floor and not her own 32nd. Soon 2 guys emerged from the entrance looking just like bodyguards. Su Yan opened the car window a crack. Are you Miss Su? Our young lady asked me to take you upstairs. Sure, where should I park the car? You can park it over here, Miss Su. Will keep an eye on it for you, don't worry. Thanks. Su Yan parked the car downstairs of Lu Shui's building and followed one of them up to the 18th floor, bringing De Huang and De Hei with her. Lu Shui was already waiting at the corridor entrance, and there was even a door installed at her corridor. She took a quick look inside. The layout was the same as her Lanjiang Tai, 2 units per floor. A yen, come in quickly. Climbing stairs is tiring. Living here is really inconvenient. Your place is fine, it's only the 18th floor. I live on the 32nd floor. You're amazing. Wow, a yen, your 2 dogs are so handsome. I also want to raise a dog, but I haven't found a suitable one. Don't tell me you're also interested in my dogs. How could that be? Dogs are living beings, not objects. Even if you gave me one, I might not be able to raise it well. Lu Shui linked arms with Su Yan as they entered her home, which was understated yet luxurious, kept clean and tidy, with a fireplace that provided warmth. Su Yan instructed her dogs to stay at the door and not move. Do you live alone? I live in this room alone. My parents and brother live in the room across from me. By the way, my mom knows I have a friend over and she asked me to keep you for lunch. Don't even think about refusing. I came empty-handed, so I won't impose on you for a meal. Su Yan thought it was better to bring a gift when visiting a friend. It was a courtesy. Since she was going to meet a stranger, she figured it was best not to bring gifts, so she didn't bring anything. That's not fair. Our family doesn't lack for a meal. My dad knows you're coming today, and he has business dealings with Su Ershu, so he wants to meet you. I didn't know. You're just starting college, right? You haven't been involved in the family business, so it's normal not to know. Then I really want Ida. If you insist on keeping me, I will just leave. Alright, I give in. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Lu Shui hurriedly poured tea for Su Yan, grabbed some cookies and chocolates, and even washed a plate of cherry tomatoes. Drink tea. Given the current situation, there's not much to eat. Just manage to eat a little, and then let me take a look at your car later. I know, I just came to drive today to give you a taste of it. A yen, thank you. To be honest, I don't have any friends my age. When I saw you, I felt like we would get along well and become good friends. I don't believe you. If it weren't for that car, the 2 of them probably wouldn't have met. Su Yan chuckled lightly. She just listened to Lu Shui's words without taking them too seriously. You don't believe me. How could you not believe me, A Yen? Let me tell you, I worked throughout high school and college to support myself, and I really didn't have time to make friends. The rich girls in our circle look at me like a monster. I have a wealthy family, but chose to live like a refugee, so they won't become friends with someone like me. From Lu Shui's tone and expression, it didn't seem like a lie. Su Yan understood clearly that the wealthy circles in Jiangcheng were more realistic and more about people grouping with their kind. The daily lives of those rich girls revolved around shopping, dressing up, and showing off their boyfriends. As someone like Lu Shui, who worked at such a young age to support herself, indeed couldn't fit in with them. Let alone those rich girls, even ordinary classmates didn't have time to hang out together. I believe you because I'm also someone without friends. In today's world, having friends is a bit of a luxury. Haha, it's fine. Expensive doesn't necessarily mean good, but cheap definitely means poor quality. Aren't you getting restless? Shall we go for a spin? Let's go. Lu Shui went back to her room to add a thick down jacket paired with jeans and marten boots. Su Yan thought to herself how stylish she looked. Carrying a large backpack, Lu Shui led Su Yan downstairs. Let me drive. I said I would drive. Fine, I won't fight you for it. Su Yan unlocked the car and Lu Shui eagerly jumped in, tossing the large backpack onto the back seat, and drove off with a roar, treating the car like a tank. Seriously, if you can get one through your channels, you can get a second one. You must get me one of these cars. Just tell me what you want in exchange, and I'll get it for you. This can't be rushed. I'll definitely notify you when I have one. She couldn't make promises anyway. She had so many, and if a suitable opportunity arose, she could sell a few, but the person had to pass the test first. I knew it. Wu Yen, this is what a car should be. Do you know that when I drove that old junk car back yesterday, it actually broke down halfway? I had to call several guys to push the car back to Lanting. Tell me, isn't that unfair? So my dear, I'm begging you, please help me get a car as soon as possible. Lu Shui held the steering wheel with one hand and placed the other on Su Yan's shoulder. This startled Su Yan. Was Lu Shui really like that? Take your hand away, focus on driving, or if you crash into me, you'll have to pay. What is that expression of disdain? Me? You wouldn't. You would. I'm perfectly normal, okay? Ha ha. Su Yan laughed heartily, the first genuine smile she'd had in a long time. You're still laughing. I'm not laughing anymore. Where are you going to drive? To stir up some excitement. But I do have a place to go. I can't come back empty-handed. If I don't make a stop, I'll waste half a tank of gas, and that would be a waste, wouldn't it? Got it, you are indeed a qualified businessman. After driving for about an hour, Lu Shui parked the car in front of a not very tall, seemingly deserted commercial building. Su Yan was unsure of her exact location, but she knew it was the outskirts. Where is this? This building has 3 upper floors, which house an old-fashioned jewelry market. Aside from a few personalized custom shops, the rest are all items from older generations which only the elderly appreciate. Young people generally don't know about this place, and most who venture out to seek supplies are young, easily overlooking it. Just look, the exterior doesn't even have a decent sign. Who would expect these shops to be hidden inside? We're here to find some good deals today. Suyen assessed Lu Shui, who was only a few years older than her from head to toe. You should count as a young person, right? I worked 3 years during high school, and I've been working here for half a year. Lu Shui sounded quite resentful when she mentioned her work. There are benefits to working. Look, now you know about a place that others don't. Exactly, hee, let's go in and take a look. Alright. Suyen put on her backpack, bringing along De Huang and De He, letting De Huang lead the way while De He followed behind. It felt a bit safer with the dogs in front and behind. This building has a total of 9 floors. Floors 7, 8, and 9 are shops, while floors 6 and below are all leisure and dining. The elevators for floors above 7 and below 6 are separate, and you can't take the stairs from here. It seems you're really familiar with this place, Lu Shui. You could totally come here alone to find deals. Why bring me along? I want to build a good relationship with you. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't remember me when you find something good later, especially a car. You're quite direct, aren't you? That's just how I am. I hate playing tricks. Besides cars, I also want as many guns and bullets as possible. Suyen looked at Lu Shui with interest, observing her serious expression. What was she even talking about? How could Lu Shui think that guns could be easily obtained? Although she did have quite a few of those things. What kind of expression is that? Auntie has seen you chatting enthusiastically with the soldiers, which means you are quite familiar with them. China has strict gun control laws. In the apocalypse, it's not that strict. If you have connections, you can apply for them. Even if you manage to apply for them, there are limits. How could they possibly be traded? Suyen ignored her, and by then they had reached the 7th floor. The glass doors of those shops were intact. They really hadn't been looted. Lu Shui took out 2 long-handled spike hammers that were significantly larger than a safety hammer from her backpack and smashed down one of the glass doors in just a few moves. After finishing, she handed a hammer and several storage bags to Suyen. Use this to smash the glass cabinets inside. If you see anything valuable and useful, pack it all up. Well, split it later. Just don't talk anymore. Don't complain about how it sounds, it is what it is. Suyen didn't want to deal with the talkative woman. She took the storage bags and went inside to start looting. It was an emerald carving workshop with finished products, semi-finished products, and raw stones, all categorized in glass cabinets. She took whatever was unlocked directly, and for the locked ones, 1 smash was enough to get them. The 2 quickly finished 1 shop and moved on to the next. On this floor, there were around 7 or 8 studios or shops dealing with emerald carving, gold crafting, diamond setting, all of which were precious items. Suyen felt a bit of a psychological burden about what she was taking, but then she thought if the shop owners were still around, even if they couldn't come and collect their things during the flood, they would have had enough time to retrieve them after a few days of freezing. But they hadn't collected them, which likely meant that those people were either no longer alive or not in the city. Therefore, if she didn't take them, someone else would, and it was better for her to benefit than for others. Lu Shui, wait a moment. What is it? Suyen took out a roll of tissue from her backpack, which was actually from her space, and handed it to Lu Shui. Wrap the chains without boxes in tissue, and then pack them, otherwise they'll get tangled together. That makes sense. They also cleared out items like cigarettes, alcohol, tea, biscuits, sausages, instant noodles, etc. They even tore open unopened packages. Suyen was used to collecting these items, having years of experience from her previous life. She noticed that Lu Shui was no slouch either. She opened each package swiftly and skillfully, confirming that she was indeed a rich girl from the Lu family. Don't look at me like that. When the natural disasters started, I went out to loot with my brother and the others. I became familiar with this kind of work long ago. Lu Shui said as her hands kept moving, slicing open another small package. Wow! This shop's owner is impressive. What strange items are there? Suyen leaned over to take a look. It was a whole box of Okamoto products. Do you know? Many people seek this item. This entire box can be exchanged for dozens of kilograms of rice. Several rich kids have pre-ordered from me. Well, then you can deliver them now. But we can't sell them all, right? We should keep a few boxes for ourselves. You can keep them, and let's go to the next place. She had plenty in stock. The inventory in her warehouse could last several lifetimes. Lu Shui placed the package in the corridor and planned to carry it down after collecting enough from this floor. No need to exert that effort. I'll let the capable ones take the safe. I'll head up to the 8th floor first. Okay, I'll come up after I finish these 2. Lu Shui went ahead to the 8th floor while Suyen stored the unopenable safes into her space. After finishing the 8th floor, they both moved several large bags full of loot down to the car, taking a moment to eat something. I have a stove in my car. Let's cook something hot to eat. Great. Hurry up. Suyen took out the alcohol stove and filled a small stainless steel pot with half a kettle of water, adding the previously packed stewed beef along with the broth to create the soup base. When the water boiled, she added a few pieces of rice noodles from Yongqing, cooking for 5 minutes before adding seasoning to eat. The 2 dogs didn't get any cooked food. They were fed dog food instead. Lu Shui, it's time to eat. Coming. It smells so good. Su Yan handed her a bowl and a pair of chopsticks, and the two sat cross-legged in the car and began to eat. If only I could sprinkle some cilantro and scallions on top, it would taste even better. Auntie used a plastic box to grow scallions and cilantro. If I had a car like this along with a stove and food, I'd be willing to search for supplies rather than engage in secondhand trading. You're really talented. How do you always manage to relate everything back to cars? I genuinely need a vehicle that can operate normally in harsh environments. Sigh. Su Yan chose to remain silent. After finishing her meal and cleaning up, she proceeded to loot the night. Dividing the loot was also a skill. Items like cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and snacks were easy, but it was tricky with emeralds and the finished or semi-finished jewelry. Yen, how should we divide it? Let's categorize them. Gold and diamond items should be made into 2 portions based on type. For jade, let's sort them by quality, and then divide them in half. Alright, that works well. Neither of them was overly particular, so they casually divided things, which took over an hour. Today's haul is substantial. I benefited the most. No need to be polite. Help me get a vehicle. Wow, look. Those few over there are also modified cars. Lu Shui eagerly jumped into the driver's seat. Yen, let's catch up. Why should we catch up? Think about it, it's already dark and these military vehicles are leaving the city from downtown. It must be something significant, either a good thing or a bad thing. Yes, you've said it all, but does it really concern us whether it's good or bad? Just listen to me. If it's bad, well, just watch the show. If it's good, we'll share in the spoils. We can't lose either way. With your impressive car along with Da Huang and Da He, the risk factor is 0. So if you're worried, just shove it down inside. After probably following for an hour, the vehicles ahead finally came to a stop. Lu Shui also parked her car a few hundred meters away. They are using flashlights as if searching for something. What could possibly be in this desolate place? It seems they are looking for someone. Then we can only watch the show. I thought we might gain something from it. Lu Shui said, dismissing the idea of good fortune. With the cold outside, she didn't even want to get out of the car. Su Yan felt secure in her double-layered protection. Her thermal suit kept her warm while the shield warded off knives and bullets. Now she was braver than ever. She jumped out of the car, taking Da Huang and Da He with her. Aren't you going to watch? If you're not, just wait in the car for me. I'll take Da Huang and Da He for a quick look around and be back. I'm not looking for anyone. You can take the dogs, but keep the walkie-talkie. I'll call you every few minutes and you need to respond okay. Su Yan made an okay gesture to Lu Shui in the car. There's nothing better than police dogs for searching for people. If the military is looking for someone and she didn't come along, that's fine. But now that she's here, she must do something. Su Yan turned on her flashlight with Da Huang leading the way and Da He bringing up the rear, heading towards a small valley. Just about 5 minutes later, Lu Shui called out. Yen, any findings? We've barely taken a few steps. I'm not a lucky charm. Maybe you really are. Stop chatting, you're distracting Da Huang and Da He. Okay. Su Yan turned down the volume on the walkie-talkie, following Da Huang. Da He was also darting around behind her. There wasn't much water on the mountain and not everywhere was frozen. Su Yan was wearing a full set of sports gear, so climbing the mountain wasn't too strenuous. Wherever Da Huang led her, she followed. Others who saw her flashlight thought she was one of them, so they scattered to search the area without realizing she was an intruder. Lu Shui had called Su Yan for the 5th time. Got it, wait for me 10 more minutes, then head back. They couldn't stay out any longer. Da Huang had led her to the end of the valley, leaving her with no way out. Woof woof. Owner, I found something. Da He heard and dashed off in a flash. Su Yan quickly followed, seeing Da Huang carrying a piece of torn cloth. She shone her flashlight on it. It looked like a piece torn from clothing. Da Huang Da He searched carefully in the area. With the command, the 2 dogs worked even harder. Su Yan followed behind, almost like she was checking for any— Woof. Owner, come quickly. Su Yan couldn't understand dog language, but she could tell that Da Huang's bark was more excited than when it found the piece of cloth. She approached the 2 dogs and the flashlight fell on the elongated shadow on the ground. This was a person. Could it be that she truly was a lucky charm? While a whole team was searching without success, she and her 2 dogs made the discovery. Da Huang and Da He sniffed around the person on the ground. Su Yan thought, could he be dead from the smell? No, it was below freezing. Even if he were dead, he wouldn't decompose. She crouched down, adjusting the flashlight to a softer light before shining it on the person's face. This sight startled her. The person was none other than Yang Jingwei, who had arrived at her home just yesterday. Yang Jingwei had said he was returning to Beijing today. Why was he lying here? His combat uniform was stained with blood and his forehead and hair were covered in dried blood clots. It was hard to imagine how severe his injuries were. Su Yan instinctively reached out to check for his breath. If she hadn't looked closely, she would have thought he was dead. However, his breath was so faint that it was just a matter of time before he would be rescued. There was no doubt it had to be done. A bottle of human cell repair fluid cost 10 kilograms of gold. Now Su Yan felt calm. Items in the dimensional market that cost 10 kilograms of gold were relatively cheap. She bought a bottle. Su Yan unscrewed the cap, raised his head slightly with one hand, and poured the repair fluid into him with the other. A Yen, hurry back, we're leaving a Yen. Coming right away. Su Yan packed up the repair fluid, not waiting for him to wake up. He would surely awaken. She needed to leave before he regained consciousness. She called to the dogs, let's go. Dahe, who had been missing, returned with a backpack in his mouth. It was obvious that the backpack belonged to young Jingwei. Su Yan placed it beside him, thought for a moment, and then pulled out a long men's down jacket from her space to cover him before she and the dogs hurried away, as if running for their lives. After 20 minutes, they finally returned to the road where they had parked. Lu Shui was getting anxious. She had already gotten out of the car and was searching in the direction Su Yan had just gone. You finally came out. You scared me to death. I'm fine. Didn't you say it was cold? Hurry up and get in the car, let's go, it's really freezing out here. Let's go. If I had known, I wouldn't have come along. What a huge loss. Su Yan, with Lu Shui instinctively linking her arm, hurried back to the car. The two dogs jumped onto their second-row seats willingly. Should I drive? You look so cold that it's hard to hold the steering wheel. No, it's a rare chance to drive, don't steal it from me. Lu Shui rubbed her hands together, started the car, and turned back towards the city. Meanwhile, young Jingwei had already awakened. He clearly remembered that he was flying back to Beijing from the temporary military base in Jiangqing. Shortly after takeoff, the helicopter encountered a malfunction. He realized he couldn't save it, so he abandoned the aircraft and parachuted to escape. But he was just unlucky. The parachute had a problem, and it only deployed just before he was about to land. He remembered being severely injured. After cutting the parachute lines, he couldn't even get up, lying on the ground for hours without encountering anyone cold and hungry before finally passing out. Based on his professional knowledge, he judged that the injuries he sustained upon landing were definitely serious. Yet now, aside from feeling slightly cold, he had no visible injuries. If it weren't for the bloodstains on his clothes, he would think the crash was a dream. Moreover, he seemed to have heard someone calling a Yen in his dream. He pushed those thoughts aside. Yang Jingwei, feeling hungry, sat up and saw the backpack beside him. He pulled out a piece of chocolate from it. The chocolate that Su Yan had given him. A Yen. His brother's wife. It should not be a dream about his brother's wife. He had not completely lost consciousness as he heard someone calling a Yen. That is not important. What matters is that he is not injured at all. This is illogical. Yet he is covered with a men's down jacket. Does that mean the one who saved him is likely a man? In that case, it has nothing to do with Su Yan. Or did Su Yan come here with a man? Yang Jingwei had many questions, but no one could provide him with answers. After eating 2 chocolate bars and a bag of jerky, he felt really cold. He wrapped himself in the down jacket, pulled up the hood, and picked up his backpack to head outside. As he stepped out, he noticed the flickering light of flashlights around him searching for him. Yang Jingwei automatically and firmly appeared before the search and rescue team, startling them with excitement. Old Yang, it's great that you are okay. Commander Hua issued an order that we must see you alive. Get away. If you can't speak properly, then shut up. Old Yang, let me check you first. Seeing him alive made everyone both surprised and puzzled. They were happy that he was fine, but confused that he seemed truly unscathed. No need to check, I'm not injured. Yang Jingwei moved his arms and legs to prove he was indeed unhurt. The down jacket concealed the bloodstains on his clothes and hair. It was night, and the person who wanted to check him did not scrutinize closely, so they did not insist on the examination. You are really lucky. After the accident with the helicopter, I parachuted to escape and lost consciousness after landing in a valley. I just woke up. By the way, where did the helicopter crash? On the second peak ahead. Have there been any other people here besides you? There shouldn't be anyone else. That's strange. Did they not find it? At first, a flashy modified vehicle appeared behind our convoy, but after that the distance increased, and I'm not sure if it came here. The search and rescue team, led by Hu Changlin, had 2 of his trusted subordinates. If it were Wei Cheng or Jiang Su, they would recognize that modified vehicle as belonging to Su Yan. A vehicle came. Then it makes sense. Yang Jingwei only asked about its appearance. It was indeed coincidental, as he had seen that vehicle before. On the way back to the city, Su Yan considered many things. Regardless of whether rescuing Yang Jingwei was right or wrong, she would save him again if given the choice, not because he was Qini's brother-in-arms, but because of his identity as a soldier. As she recalled, following the vehicle that was searching ahead, she had initially kept a close distance, and the people in the front vehicle must have noticed the car behind. Yang Jingwei had seen her vehicle before. If he asked, he would surely find out it belonged to her. So what if Jiangcheng had more than one such vehicle? Yan, what are you thinking? I am thinking about whether to get you a vehicle. Really? Lu Shui started to steer with one hand while shaking Su Yan in the passenger seat with the other. Drive properly, just listen to what I have to say first. All right, I'm listening. As long as it's not my life and I can afford it, I'll give it without a second thought. Just to be clear, I do have a channel to get another vehicle, but you must not let anyone else know that you bought it from me, otherwise how many people would come looking for me? These days everyone has some secrets they cannot speak of. I will definitely keep my mouth shut about anything that shouldn't be said. Suyen decided to sell a vehicle to Lu Shui not only to alleviate some of the suspicious eyes, but also for another reason. Just now before returning to the parking spot, Lu Shui anxiously got out of the car to look for her. Lu Shui surely carried a gun. At that time she was in the open while Lu Shui was in the dark. If Lu Shui had chosen to shoot her, the vehicle and today's gains would have belonged to her. But Lu Shui did not do that. Tonight, don't turn off the walkie-talkie. Once I get the vehicle, I'll deliver it outside the community. After I drop off the car, how will you pay? Will my gains today be enough? The gains today were to be split between the two, and roughly estimating each would have several hundred million. Taking 200 million as a base, one vehicle would be 10 million. That's a 20-fold markup. No matter how you calculate it, it's a huge profit. Alright then. Thank you, Yen, you are my sister from different parents. Don't exaggerate or remember what you promised me. Don't worry, if my parents ask where the car came from, I won't tell them either. Back at Lanting, Suyen asked Lu Shui to take her share of supplies away. No need to move it, it's all yours. Just take it away to avoid trouble. Aren't you afraid of a meat bun hitting a dog? You are a bit aloof and cautious, but I trust my judgment. You won't betray me with these things. Thank you for your trust. Remember not to turn off the walkie-talkie tonight. Lu Shui made an okay gesture and walked into the community with great flair. Suyen drove to a deserted area, stored both the vehicle and the goods into her space, changed into her flying device, and returned to Lanjiang Terrace, bringing 2 dogs down from the rooftop to go home. Habitually checking the surveillance with Hehe, she found no one had come today, which was great. After changing and cleaning herself up, she took out the 2 small ones from her space, and seeing the children safe, went to bed to rest. Hehe, wake me up at 4 in the morning. Okay, Susu, good night. The little round one rolled around at the door a few times before coming to the bedside, leaning against the nightstand like a little guardian beast. Lu Shui couldn't fall asleep. After using the walkie-talkie to check in with her salesperson about the day's business, she leisurely ate a midnight snack while keeping an eye on the walkie-talkie. Around 4:30, the walkie-talkie finally made a sound. Lu Shui, come out of your community, turn right, the vehicle is parked there. Okay. Less than 10 minutes later, Lu Shui, still holding the walkie-talkie, ran to the place where Suyen parked. Yen, I see the car. Where are you? You just left the key on the car door like that. You're really something. Aren't you afraid someone will drive it away? I had someone deliver it to you. By the way, I've prepared an extra barrel of gasoline in the trunk. That's it, the transaction is complete. Thanks, sister. After ending the call, Lu Shui went to check the trunk, finding it filled with a 200-liter barrel of gasoline. Truly generous of her sister. Suyen observed Lu Shui driving the car back to the community from her cloaked flying device before returning to Lanjiang Terrace to sleep. The next day, instead of training, she moved all the items received yesterday to the living room and sorted out the jewelry wrapped in tissue paper. The majority were jade and white jade, along with inlaid jewelry including diamonds and various colored gemstones as well as pearls. The items that could be custom-made were all of good quality. Before the apocalypse, the cheapest single item wouldn't be less than 5 figures. Suyen thought that to maximize the value of these items, she would need to open another dimension, as gemstones and precious metals like these are not worth much in interstellar dimensions. They could only fetch a good price in modern or ancient dimensions. Previously, she had been reluctant to use 200 kilograms of gold to open another dimension. Now she had no choice but to do so. What would she do with so much jewelry if she didn't sell it? When she promised Lu Shui to trade these jewels for a vehicle, she had already decided to do this. Opening another modern dimension seemed more reliable than an ancient one. As 200 kilograms of gold reserves vanished from the vault, a modern trading page instantly appeared on the virtual screen. Suyen attempted to scan a high-quality Zhengyang green bracelet, which was valued at 13 kilograms of gold. A piece of sheep fat white jade measuring approximately 10 centimeters by 4 centimeters, weighing around 50 grams, is valued at 4 kilograms of gold. The jewelry embedded with gold, platinum, or pearls is not worth much. Cheap earrings are worth over 100 grams of gold, amounting to just a few tens of thousands. Besides a few diamonds, over 10 carats, jade is the most expensive and the most abundant. After scanning everything for trading on the platform, a total of over 2,700 kilograms of gold was generated, excluding the 200 kilograms spent to access the modern dimension. The rest is pure profit. Of course, the cost of the car is not included. It was acquired at 0 cost. It was a good day with decent earnings lifting her spirits, and she decided to add more dishes for lunch. First, she gave each dog a chicken leg and half a kilogram of ribs, simply pan-fried without seasoning, but the dogs devoured them with delight. For herself, she enjoyed steamed sea-based boiled shrimp, ginseng chicken soup, and cold cucumber salad. She also roasted a portion of lamb chops. These dishes are simple to prepare. Although they seem like a lot for one person, Su Yan can finish them all. Stocking so many goods and cultivating so much space is all for her own enjoyment, otherwise what's the point? If her children were a bit older, she could add even more variety to the menu. With her baby being only 4 months old, Su Yan already envisioned them growing up and sitting at the dining table. Buzz buzz. One of the walkie-talkies on the coffee table rang at an inopportune moment. Dahe, bring the walkie-talkie to me. Woof. Dahe happily retrieved the walkie-talkie for Su Yan while Da Huang, not given an important task, looked quite unhappy. Luo Shui. Yan, wanna go for a drive? I just cruised around the city and found my car is the coolest in Jiangcheng. Not going in seclusion. Now that I can travel easily, can I come see you? Suit yourself, I'm going for a nap. Su Yan decisively ended the call, tidied up the dining table, and washed the dishes. Before she could put down the walkie-talkie, Luo Shui called again. Yan, don't rush, I haven't finished talking. This morning I took my car out for a spin and a very handsome soldier stopped me to ask if I had been to Phoenix Ridge in the suburbs last night. He mentioned that place was where a helicopter crashed. I guess they saw our car last night and will probably trace it back to you quickly. The crash has nothing to do with us, right? Oh, it definitely has nothing to do with us. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so curious and chased after it, you wouldn't have witnessed something you shouldn't have. You must have seen something incredible while taking the dogs up the mountain last night. But don't worry, none of us went there yesterday, I kept my mouth shut. Are you done? I'm hanging up, will treat you to a meal another day. Regardless of what Luo Shui said, she simply wouldn't admit it. Remember, you owe me a meal. For now, Luo Shui remains on Su Yan's trusted list. Treating her to a meal is still acceptable. Su Yan was not worried about how Luo Shui speculated, no matter how she guessed she would never uncover the truth. She believed Yang Jingwei would keep the matter of the severely injured yet miraculously recovered under wraps. After finishing her conversation with Luo Shui, Su Yan did not go into the space to work. She estimated that someone would come to find her. Sure enough, after playing with Xiao Rui and Xiao Wei for over half an hour, he reminded her that someone was at the hallway entrance. Let him come up, just wait a moment, I'll grab something. Every time someone came, they made the effort to run up to the 32nd floor to ask her. It wasn't necessary to make them so tired. Su Yan returned to the living room and took a walkie-talkie from the space. From now on, no need to run up the stairs to use this walkie-talkie. The battery can last a month on a single charge. I'll set up a charging socket outside the door when the time comes. This is much more convenient. Thank you, Miss Su, you really are considerate. Back in the living room, Su Yan had he connect Luo Shui's walkie-talkie channel to her own, so she wouldn't have to carry so many walkie-talkies. Su, I modified the settings, you can connect several more channels and still use just one walkie-talkie. He is really amazing. The little AI was flattered and shy about the praise. In just a few minutes, Yang Jingwei arrived. Su Yan tossed the 3 artificial intelligences back into the space before going out to open the door. Yang Jingwei was wearing a down jacket and carrying a shopping bag. Sister-in-law, I'm here to bother you again. Always welcome, come in quickly. After passing through the safety door of the hallway and entering the home, it could be said that if several people came in a day, opening and closing the door would be exhausting. Yang Jingwei placed the bag on the coffee table and naturally sat down. Sister-in-law, aren't you going out today? Trying to pry for information? Don't even think about it. I have to take care of the children every day and have no time to go out. You sit first, I'll brew a cup of tea. Su Yan quickly brewed a cup of tea and brought over a plate of dried fruits. Yang Jingwei took a sip of the tea and directly asked, Sister-in-law, I have something I want to ask you. What's so? Go ahead and ask. Did you go to Phoenix Ridge in the eastern suburbs yesterday? No, I didn't even go out. This was the honest truth. She never used the hallway to go out, but rather took the rooftop directly, so this answer came without her heart racing, completely justified. Yang Jingwei could not see any flaws from her expression. I can't go out without anyone to help take care of the kids. Is that so? So did someone help you take care of the kids before you went out? Yes, I need to find someone to help take care of the kids before I can go out. Yang Jingwei knew that Luo Fuan had been severely injured and nearly lost his life, yet miraculously recovered within an hour. His current situation was identical to that of Luo Fuan. Before the apocalypse, Luo Fuan had an incident in Eagle Sauce's Night City. After the apocalypse, the same thing happened to him in Jiangcheng. If there was any connection, it was that Su Yan was in Night City at that time and now she is in Jiangcheng. Being in the same place isn't the key. The crucial point is that there aren't many cars traveling on the road now, and Su Yan's car looks like that. However, Su Yan truly has no reason to go to Phoenix Ridge. Since she dares to claim that she never went out of the hallway, she indeed hasn't, and with 2 kids in tow, she can't go out either. Plus, she wouldn't be carrying a men's down jacket when she goes out, right? So this person should be a man. Yang Jingwei had seen the car that Luo Shui drove. It looked exactly like Su Yan's car. However, the road to Phoenix Ridge has a high slope without water accumulation, and without water there can't be any ice. Therefore, any car that has traveled that non-icy road would leave some traces. The car that Luo Shui drove was clearly brand new and the wheels had not touched mud. He couldn't explain it, but even though the evidence pointed to Su Yan being unlikely to go there, he still had a gut feeling it had something to do with her. Yang Jingwei seemed lost in his thoughts, unaware of what he was contemplating. The two individuals, neither too familiar nor too distant, sat awkwardly in the living room, prompting Su Yan to feel the need to break the silence with a topic. She asked, "I heard you were returning to the capital in the last couple of days. Finally, you've asked me. I was supposed to go back yesterday, but my helicopter crashed within the Phoenix Ridge area. So you think I've been there? I had nothing to do with the crash, right? You should be fine too, shouldn't you?" Su Yan regarded Yang Jingwei with surprise. In truth, she knew everything as she could only act. Yang Jingwei was not someone easily deceived, as such individuals underwent comprehensive training in psychology and micro-expression analysis. Su Yan could only try her best to maintain her composure. See, indeed not easy to fool. Yang Jingwei subtly glanced at her while actually studying her. "I thought you would know. Did you come today because of your crash? Did you think I had been to that Phoenix Ridge? Or did you believe I would know something? If that were the case, you are mistaken. I have never been there. I do not know what you encountered, nor do I understand why you believe I have been there. Sorry, sister-in-law, it's my fault for not clarifying. Someone saw your car at Phoenix Ridge. In Jiangqing, the car you drive is very recognizable. Then let me tell you, it was not me. If you don't believe me, feel free to check, but please just make sure I don't find out you're investigating me." Su Yan's tone changed as she could only use indifference to put an end to this matter. Su Yan could not understand why Yang Jingwei insisted on investigating. With natural disasters occurring continuously, survival was becoming increasingly difficult. What was the point of finding out? No matter how miraculous the effects of that restorative agent were, could it end the natural disasters? There was really no need to dwell on this matter. Yang Jingwei also understood that once everything was clarified, aside from confirming who his savior was, what else could be achieved? Would he bring this agent back for research by scientists? Not to mention whether the country still had the conditions to carry out such research. The urgent task at hand was to survive one round of natural disasters after another. However, with Su Yan's reaction, he probably confirmed something. "Su Yan, I'm sorry." Before Yang Jingwei could finish saying sorry, Su Yan hurried towards the children's room, hearing the cries of the two little ones. When the children woke up without their mother, or the two nannies, Mei Mei and Lili, they would start crying. Don't cry, mommy is here." The two little bundles asleep in the bed had faces red from crying, their small hands and feet flailing about in the little blanket. Hearing their mother's voice, the two little ones clumsily turned over, lifting their small heads with tear-filled eyes towards Su Yan, and upon seeing the familiar figure, their loud cries turned into sobs. "Mommy is here, don't cry, be good." Su Yan picked up the two children and pushed the stroller out of the living room, forgetting that Xiao Rui might be recognized by others due to his appearance. Yang Jingwei also approached, wanting to check on the children in the room, but suddenly felt it was inappropriate and retreated back to the living room, waiting for Su Yan to bring the children out. "Yang Jingwei, could you please rock the crib for me? Rocking it like this. I need to go prepare milk for the children." Su Yan demonstrated how to rock the twin crib. "All right, you go ahead." Yang Jingwei squatted in front of the crib, carefully rocking it. The crib gently swayed, and the two little ones gradually quieted down, their pairs of eyes as clean and clear as black gemstones fixated on him. When the two little ones were quiet, they looked obedient, their faces not flushed, but rather lightly pink, making one want to pinch and kiss them. The two little ones, also rare to see a new face, whether it was Xiao Rui or Xiao Wei, moved their lips, making baby sounds like iya iya ya. The two little ones even revealed smiles that could heal all the world's pains. Even the heart of a hardened man would be softened. Yang Jingwei was instantly cured. "The little treasure is truly beautiful. You look just like your mother. You at a glance are definitely a boy, but still quite good looking." Yeah, Gigi. It seemed the two little ones could understand when someone praised them, flailing their hands and feet while emitting soft, adorable sounds. The girl was quite similar to Su Yan, while the boy didn't resemble her much, but had a hint of familiarity. Yang Jingwei thought all good-looking children must look like this. Su Yan quickly prepared 2 bottles of milk and fed one to each. The two little ones excitedly bit the nipples of the bottles, their small hands knowing to hold onto their bowls, gudong, as they sucked eagerly. It looked like the children were starving. "So adorable, so cute. Can I feed one?" "Sure, just hold the bottle like this, let her suck by herself." "Okay." Yang Jingwei took Xiao Wei's bottle, watching the tiny baby suck vigorously, puffing out her cheeks. It was truly healing and relieving. The two little ones looked so fragile, like porcelain that could break with a touch, yet they were also so resilient and strong, exerting all their strength with each sip of milk, as if to say they were determined to grow up quickly. Su Yan fed the children every day, and had been doing so for months, having long passed the stage of curiosity towards newborns. Yang Jingwei, however, had never been so close to such small children and felt deeply moved. Sister-in-law, they are really so cute, so adorable. Human infants are truly amazing, so much so that even a notorious thief would lay down his weapon upon seeing them. Is it really that exaggerated? The children are indeed cute. Yes, children have a special magic. All right, if you say so, I won't argue with you, Su Yan replied. The two of them squatted on either side of the crib, each feeding one child. It was quite strange and unusually harmonious when Yang Jingwei suddenly looked up and realized something was off. A young and beautiful mother, two extraordinarily cute infants. At this moment, when the children finished their milk, the mother gently wiped the milk residue from the corners of their mouths with a small handkerchief, softly speaking to them. After eating, be good and play by yourselves. Yang Jingwei stared a bit foolishly. Su Yan was entirely focused on the children. After wiping their mouths, she took the 2 bottles to the kitchen to wash. Upon returning from washing the bottles, Su Yan thought about finding a topic to keep Yang Jingwei from digging into her secrets. What would it matter if he truly found out? Before she had decided how to say it, Yang Jingwei spoke first. Su Yan, it's getting late, I'll head back now. Alright, I'll open the door for you. Yang Jingwei turned to glance at the 2 little ones, gently pressing his finger against their small cheeks with great fondness. Su Yan escorted him to the hallway. Yang Jingwei, I still hope you don't tell Qini about me. If you really must tell him, please keep the matter of the children a secret for now. Yang Jingwei paused, turning back to look deeply at Su Yan, opening his mouth, but ultimately saying nothing, leaving with a troubled expression. Su Yan, is this a yes or a no? However, judging by his expression, the matter concerning the child should remain undisclosed to Qini. As for the news of his safety in Jiang City, if Qini were to learn of it, so be it. What else could be done? I just hope Yang Jingwei doesn't come around again. Every visit results in an investigation. It's unbearable. Nonetheless, this matter is indeed over, and Yang Jingwei did not pursue it further. After returning to the temporary base in Jiang City, he tried to contact Qin via satellite phone, but unfortunately Qin had taken on a mission in a neighboring city, and the two could not connect. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and made a decision to stay in Jiang City. Su Yan remained quiet for several days, not going anywhere, but staying at home to care for the child and nurture their bond. Feeding the dog, cooking, planting a few fruit trees in the space, scattering some vegetable seeds, or tending to the poultry and livestock. Outside, the cruelty of the situation and the scheming within the community were periodically conveyed to her through the walkie-talkie by Luo Wanning and Lu Shui. The community once again received a distribution of supplies, though the amount was less than the first batch of relief goods. Su Yan still chose not to go down to collect them. She heard Wang Xinwu on the walkie-talkie say that each person would receive 2 pounds of rice, 1 pound of noodles, half a pound of biscuits, 1 cabbage, and 2 potatoes. That was all. People in the community were cursing, lamenting that it had taken over 2 months of disaster to distribute supplies only twice, and the quantity was so small that one could only question whether there would be more in the future. Those complaining failed to consider that Jiang City had a permanent population of over 11 million. To put it bluntly, even if half of them perished during nearly 3 months of catastrophe, 5 to 6 million would still be left without any resources, relying solely on the group's stored grains and the supplies salvaged by officers and soldiers from various factories and warehouses during this period. It may seem abundant, but each mouthful consumed diminishes the stock. After the rescue team finished distributing the supplies and left, unrest began to stir in the community once again. After all, they had just received supplies, and even the smallest morsel was still meat. Every household had something. Those who felt themselves to be powerful began organizing robberies again. Survivors in the Lanjingtai community formed several factions. Wang Xinwu and his few property management subordinates formed a team and moved to Building C along with the dozen households they protected, thus establishing their own faction. Boss, I heard that those punks from Building F want to come after us in Building C. They don't even know where they got a few broken guns, but now they dare to tread on our territory. They even say that Building C is nothing special, and if it comes to a real fight, the 32nd floor won't necessarily help us. They just received relief supplies, though it's a bit less. Even the smallest morsel is still meat. Those scoundrels in Building F are eyeing these things. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. Should we find Miss Su? Wang and the others should have a good relationship with her, right? In the 3rd floor window, acting as an entrance, a group of people who received the news were discussing the situation. Having moved to Building C, they wanted to cling to the 32nd floor, but they also knew that Miss Su from the 32nd floor would not come down. If someone really broke in to rob them, the 32nd floor would certainly not extend a helping hand and might not even be aware. Nonsense. A few punks don't even need Miss Su to take action. The people in the community couldn't handle things, let alone the outsiders. Wang Xinwu did not want to easily lose the goodwill he had painstakingly earned from Su Yan. Exactly, Miss Su is not your parent. Why should she protect you when you are of no use to her? Even if she were to take on a little brother, everyone should be able to perform their role. Li said, but we are outnumbered and we can't compete without guns. Who said we don't have any? Old Zhang on the 11th floor and Dr. Luo have them. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning's 2 guns had long been out of bullets. While Building C was discussing how to respond, the people in Building F were also plotting how to rob the supplies from Building C. The people in Building C have the 32nd floor backing them. Oh, we can't handle that fierce woman. I understand now, as long as we don't disturb the 32nd floor, they won't meddle. That's not right. What do you mean, huh? If we don't rob the 32nd floor, what good things can Building C possibly have? We need to figure out how to rob the 32nd floor to enjoy a life of luxury. We can't just charge the 32nd floor. Oh, we need to be clever about it. Isn't Miss Sue supporting Building 32? If we do this. The people in Building F devised a plan they deemed very feasible for how to outsmart and rob the supplies of Building C. After finalizing their plan, these individuals began to take action. Nowadays, robbing, beating, or even killing can be done at any time, unlike before when they chose the cover of night. Now, any stretch of road or any building might have corpses lying around and no one would glance twice. With the temperatures so low, the bodies had turned into blocks of ice that wouldn't smell. If they didn't stink, they could be treated as ice blocks. Who cares? If they blocked the way, they could just be kicked aside. The people in Building C were aware that those in Building F were eyeing them, but they did not expect them to arrive so quickly. 3 people were left to guard the entrance of Building C while the others went upstairs to organize their forces. But before they could gather enough manpower, dozens of people from Building F charged into Building C. Seeing the ferocity of the attack, how could the 3 guards hold their ground? Stubbornly resisting would mean death. Turning to flee upstairs for reinforcements was still a step too slow, and they were caught on the spot. Bind them. Leave 10 people to guard and no one is allowed in or out. The rest follow me upstairs to continue binding people. The noise had already reached upstairs, and they were notifying each other to grab their weapons. Lu Shui remembered that Su Yan had invited her to dinner. As she arrived outside the Lanjingtai community, she took out her walkie-talkie. Yan, which building and floor are you on? 32nd floor of Building C. Okay, I'll be there soon. Lu Shui parked her conspicuous vehicle inside the Lanjingtai community and jogged towards Building C. In her hurried demeanor, she was very much Lu Shui. However, she did not expect to run into a situation where 2 factions in the Lanjingtai community were engaging in black-and-black dealings. The guards at the entrance of Building C saw a beautiful young woman coming in and, without a word, seized her. Stop. Everyone, I'm here to find someone. Seeing that they had guns, Lu Shui feigned raising her hands while attempting to draw her own weapon, but ended up empty-handed. Her meager skills were no match against a group of men. Tell us, who are you looking for? Who to look for? Should she say it or not? She had just informed Su Yan before coming in. If there was an issue downstairs, Su Yan would have warned her. Since there was no warning, these people were likely just spontaneous guards of the building. After considering for a moment, Lu Shui said, I'm looking for Miss Su. Ha ha, another bargaining chip. This girl clearly is the best friend of that fierce woman. What a stroke of luck. All the goods in Building C combined don't even equal her value. Lu Shui was stunned. Did these people plan to use her to extort Su Yan? Su Yan, such a delicate and soft woman, was being referred to as a fierce woman. This was not the main issue. The problem was that Su Yan was completely unaware that her building had been occupied. Lu Shui regretted it, regretting her carelessness and regretting not bringing a bodyguard when she left home. She thought that the car was safe enough. Although it was indeed safe inside the car, she overlooked the dangers of getting out, which had now caused great trouble for Su Yan. The individuals approaching Building F are armed with guns, yet they refrain from firing. Their target this time is to extort the 32nd floor. Additionally, Building F dares not inflict serious harm on the people of Building C, fearing retaliation from Su Yan. Although they had agreed beforehand to only kidnap and extort without killing with weapons in hand and numbers on their side, the people from Building C are not so easily subdued. In Building C, aside from the elderly women and children sheltering indoors, the remaining men wield clubs and axes, engaging in fierce combat against the thugs from Building F. Wang Xinwu, along with several younger brothers and others from the building, including Uncle Zhang and Luo Weining, are embroiled in a heated battle against more than 20 men from Building F in the stairwells of the 9th, 10th, and 11th floors. Uncle Zhang benefits from his experience as a soldier in his youth, possessing good physical fitness. At 60 years old, he holds his own against 2 opponents. Recently, Luo Weining has been training with Uncle Zhang while also searching for supplies. Not wanting to miss this opportunity for real combat, she wields the Tang Dao she acquired while scavenging. Wang Xinwu and his younger brothers, being security personnel, are holding their ground, relying on their martial skills. The people from Building C are not weak, but they are outnumbered. The men from Building F dare to come and rob, driven by their intention to kidnap and extort, depending on their superior numbers. At this moment, the stairwells of Buildings C and F are engaged in close quarters combat on the 8th, 9th, and 10th floors. Su Yan waits at home for Lu Shui, who is supposed to arrive promptly. Half an hour has passed, and she still hasn't reached the 32nd floor. She tries calling on the intercom, but there's no response. Stepping out onto the balcony, she sees the car parked on the ice in front of Building C. There are people loitering around that car, which seems suspicious. Su-Yen takes out her binoculars to get a clearer view. There's nobody in the driver's seat, and the guards at the entrance downstairs haven't informed her of any visitors. Clearly something has gone wrong. Su-Yen places the children and AI back into her space, activates her invisibility shield, slings a lightweight submachine gun over her shoulder, and grabs a handgun before stepping outside. As she descends to the 20th floor, she vaguely hears commotion coming from the stairwell below. Su-Yen quickens her pace. Upon reaching the As she descends to the 20th floor, she vaguely hears commotion coming from the stairwell below. Su-Yen quickens her pace. Upon reaching the 15th floor, she notices fresh signs of a struggle on the walls of the stairwell, indicating a brawl. Hurry, dogs. The two dogs responding to the command no longer walk, but charge down the stairs, and Su-Yen follows suit. Hand over the keys or we'll break down the door. Hurry up. At the entrance on the 3rd floor, more than 10 people from Building C are tied together, while the men from Building F search them one by one for their house keys. With Qianqian and Xiao Xian at home, Luo Weining refuses to hand over the keys. I can go upstairs and open the door for you. Who are you bargaining with? The man reaches out to search her, taking the opportunity to grope her. You. Just as Luo Weining is about to curse at him, a gunshot interrupts her. The hand that was searching her gets shot. As Su-Yen fires her weapon, several guns from Building F are immediately aimed at her, and those wielding knives press their blades against the throats of the people from Building C. They all know the ruthless methods of the female demon and attempt to use the people from Building C as leverage against Su-Yen. Su-Yen glances around, noting that the tied-up individuals from Building C are somewhat injured, but Lu Shui, who is tied alone in the corner, seems to be fine. Aside from Building C, the other side has also injured several people. We only want supplies and don't wish to kill anyone. The leader drags Lu Shui out from the corner, saying, Miss Su, I'm sure you don't want anything to happen to your friend, right? Yen. Lu Shui tries to say something, calling out her name before stopping. Is it so righteous to rob now? Should I thank you for not wanting to kill anyone? Su-Yen tightens her grip on the gun while her two dogs remain on high alert, ready to follow her command. It's all for survival. Who would want to gamble their life if they can avoid it? We only want food supplies. If you give them to us, we'll release them without a word. Su-Yen knows she cannot afford to lose, but she cannot care for so many others. During a natural disaster, she truly cannot concern herself with everyone's lives. However, if it is her actions that lead to their deaths, she would not want to see that. She knows she can protect Lu Shui, but she worries about the group with Uncle Zhang and Luo Weining. Thus she decides to negotiate, asking, what do you want? We want that car outside, 2 barrels of gasoline, 5,000 jin of rice, 5,000 jin of flour, 500 jin of meat, 100 jin of salt, 500 jin of various vegetables, and the 2 guns you have, along with 1,000 rounds of ammunition for each. This is what one would call an outrageous demand. Wang Xinwu and the others were left dumbfounded, realizing that their kidnapping was merely a means to extort Miss Su, but the question is, are they worth that much? Or rather, do they hold that much value in Miss Su's eyes? Su-Yen sneers, that's far too much, I can't afford it. Let's do this and see who survives in the end. While Su-Yen knows her claim of being unable to provide those supplies may not be believed, she knows that if they engage, the outcome is uncertain. After all, her fierce reputation precedes her. The men from Building F take a step back. Negotiate a price with you, they say. 1,000 jin of rice and flour, 100 jin of salt, and 50 jin of meat. That's too little, we can't accept that. We can't undercut her, or we won't have enough to divide among ourselves. The quantities I stated are what I can offer. If you want more, I'm sorry I don't have it. Besides, even if I had that much to give you, do you dare take it? Or can you protect it once you have it? Unless all of you leave Lanzhong Terrace and Jiangqing from this point on, you can only pray for your own fortune. There's only one chance. These individuals, thinking that killing the people from Building C would lead to Su-Yen's revenge, never considered that they themselves might be retaliated against after extorting her. Su-Yen wonders if they truly believe that once they obtain something, it will belong to them. She is unwilling. Even if they consume it, they must regurgitate it. Hearing Su-Yen list the quantities of rice and flour, Wang Xinwu, he and the others feel a pang of regret, wanting to say, let's just gamble, but fearing for their lives. The main instigators from Building F whispered among themselves, worried that if Su-Yen rejects their demands, they would have no leverage over Building C. The leader of Building F says, Miss C, your price is too harsh. Add another half to the quantities you mentioned. This was your one chance and you've used it. Su-Yen indeed planned to exchange some food for peace, but human greed is insatiable. She had given them a chance. She truly wanted to resolve things peacefully with food, especially since the world has come to this. It's all for survival, but if they don't cherish it, they cannot blame her for being ruthless. How do you want to? She wants nothing. If negotiations fail, she'll flip the table. The air fills with murderous intent, replacing Su Yan's indifference as she quickly gestures to Da Huang and Da He, pointing in two directions. The person aiming a gun at Luo Weining, Uncle Zhang, and Wang Xinwu is knocked down by Da Huang. The one holding Lu Shui is also tackled and bitten by Da He. Su Yan paid no heed to the 4 guns pointed at her. Once the invisible shield produced by the interstellar technology activated, it could block bullets and all cold weapons. As long as they didn't bombard her continuously with cannons, she would be fine. After killing the closest gunman, she stowed her pistol and switched to a submachine gun to sweep her abundant ammunition, allowing her to fire freely without concern. Zhang Bo was the first to react when Su Yan raised her submachine gun, shouting, "Everyone get down." This would allow Su Yan to sweep without harming her own people. At Zhang Bo's shout, over 10 people, regardless of their injuries, cooperatively fell to the side. Guzi and Da Huang tackled those who were about to attack Zhang Bo, biting and tearing at them until they were overwhelmed but not seriously hurt. After Zhang Bo and the others had fallen down, Su Yan timely cleared away those who were preparing to attack them. As she opened fire, she also kept an eye on Lu Shui. When Da He led the person holding Lu Shui away by the nose, Su Yan deftly drew a dagger from beneath her coat and cut the ropes binding Lu Shui. "Here you go." Su Yan shoved her pistol into Lu Shui's hands. "What a good item." Lu Shui, upon receiving the pistol, swiftly dealt with the 2 who had bound her. This forced Da He to change targets and assist Da Huang. From the moment she fired her first shot to now, it had been less than 2 minutes, executed cleanly and smoothly. A third of the people in Building F had already fallen. Everyone present had previously thought that the female demoness on the 32nd floor relied on her weapons and the safety door that could block out evil spirits. Now they realized that when the female demoness Su Yan laid down her weapons, they were utterly outmatched in hand-to-hand combat. Everyone in Building C was relieved to have awakened early, realizing they couldn't win and that joining in was the best option. Lu Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yan is amazing." Those who had come to rob regretted their actions, realizing they shouldn't have provoked this female demoness, but unfortunately there was no remedy for their regrets. "We surrender, we give up." "Don't." They shot. The remaining people huddled in a corner, avoiding the gunfire like it was a plague. "What a bunch of grandsons, weren't you all so bold just now?" "Surrender." "Keep being bold." "Ask me if I'll let you surrender." Transforming from prey to hunter, Lu Shui became arrogant as her status changed, aiming her gun at the huddled individuals and kicking those she found displeasing. "Keep an eye on them. Don't worry, Yan, whoever moves first will be the first to die." Lu Shui also retrieved the backpack that had been taken from her, brushing off the dust before putting it on her back. Xian took a dagger to cut the ropes binding Wang Xinwu, Zhang Bo, and Luo Weining. "Don't cut them all off and waste the rope. We can use these ropes to tie up those people." Right, the wheel of fortune turns. Let's tie them up and exchange them for food. "That works, you tie them up then." After Su Yan finished untying Luo Weining, she noticed a deep cut on her wrist. "Is this so serious?" "It's just a flesh wound, nothing serious." Luo Weining pulled her sleeve down to cover her frostbitten, discolored injury. Su Yan was a bit angry. "Sister Luo, you should have used the walkie-talkie to call me, and Wang Xinwu is your walkie-talkie just for show." "Miss Su, I thought." "Miss Su, this bunch of grandsons barged in and took the walkie-talkies. We didn't." One of Wang Xinwu's subordinates came over to mediate. Su Yan was truly frustrated as she suspected they weren't avoiding troubling her, but thought she wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Perhaps, maybe, likely wouldn't care. But didn't she intervene now? "Lu Shui, didn't you think to use the walkie-talkie to inform me?" Yan, I admit I was careless. After talking to you, I threw the walkie-talkie into my backpack, and as soon as I came in I was bound by a few scoundrels who also took my backpack." "Alright, how to deal with these people is no longer my concern. Wang Xinwu, you handle that. I'll find some medicine for Dr. Luo in a bit, and those who are injured can go to Dr. Luo for bandaging." Su Yan, Lu Shui, and Luo Weining went upstairs first. Da Huang and Da He followed suit. "Wow, Yan, your door is more professional than my hallway door. Come in." "Wow, the entrance door has 3 levels of security. Impressive. I thought mine was good, but compared to yours it's child's play." Upon entering, it felt like stepping from a harsh winter into a warm spring. It was like central heating. Lu Shui exclaimed repeatedly, "Wow, you really have the guts to use that much electricity." "Put away your naive expression. The bathroom is over there, and the kitchen is next to it. Make yourself a pot of hot water to wash your face." "Alright." Lu Shui tossed her backpack at the foot of the sofa, placed her pistol on the coffee table, and went to the kitchen to boil water. Su Yan entered the room to look for medicine for external injuries. She gathered both external and internal medicine, filling a bag for Da Huang to take down to Luo Weining on the 11th floor. "Sister Luo, are Qian Qian and Xiao Xian okay?" "The 2 kids are fine. I'm waiting at the door for Da Huang now." "Thank you, Yan. Don't worry, I won't let you lose on the medicine bill. Those who don't eat and drink poorly will have some. You can also disclose a bit. Anyone with good items can exchange them for other supplies with me." "Understood. Da Huang has arrived. Let's leave it at that for now." With a modern trading interface added, Su Yan couldn't let it gather dust. Acting as a middleman to earn some profit was quite good. She could do this because of her identity as the eldest daughter of the Su family. Su Yan had already thought up an excuse. The Su family in Jiangcheng was well off, had ample supplies, and having some internal channels was quite normal. If necessary, creating a hidden backer wouldn't be impossible. Downstairs, Wang Xinwu and his group came in batches to have Luo Weining treat their wounds. Come in and sit to wait. Okay, it's not like we're short on time. Luo Weining added firewood to the family stove, letting Qian help disinfect and bandage her wrist. Qian had to practice physical training every day and learn medical theory from Luo Weining, and she had already learned how to handle these simple external wounds. All bandaged up, mommy, you still need to take your medicine. Qian poured a glass of water for Luo Weining and took out 2 pills from the box. The medicine is expensive, you don't need to take it for such a small injury. This box was exchanged for the wedding diamond ring your father gave you, you must take it. Qian insisted, pushing 2 pills into her mother's mouth and handing her the glass. Luo Weining shot a pained glance at Qian, putting aside the open box of medicine to distinguish it. This box was considered her own. The dialogue between mother and daughter was prearranged by Luo Weining with Qian, so everyone understood that the medicine was expensive and that it could be exchanged for jewelry. Those waiting for treatment and medicine also understood the implication in the mother-daughter conversation. Jewelry could be exchanged for medicine. Luo Weining set down the glass, moved her newly bandaged hand, opened the medicine cabinet, and took out tools, retrieving one by one the medicine that Su Yan had sent down with Da Huang. Dr. Luo, he can't hold on much longer, please treat him first. One of Wang Xinwu's subordinates was losing too much blood and was a bit faint. Luo Weining nodded, letting Wang Xinwu help the person onto the makeshift bed set up in the living room. His wound is too deep and needs stitching. Stitch him up, Dr. Luo, his skin is tough, and he can take it. Use whatever medicine helps him heal fast, and the others too. Add it all up for the medical expenses. I'll pay with jewelry. The jewelry must be valuable antiques or paintings will do. That's even better. Asking them to pay for medical expenses with food would be painful, but they would eagerly seek after jewelry and artwork. When searching for supplies, one could often find antiques and paintings in the offices of high-end office buildings. Wang Xinwu suddenly remembered something and limped downstairs. Make sure to keep an eye on this. When Building F comes to redeem people, they must bring 20 kilograms of rice per person plus an item of jewelry of any style, but it must be valued at no less than 100,000. Don't worry, Brother Wang, we will not take a single cent less. Wang Xinwu thought to himself, Miss Su's kindness means she doesn't want the supplies from Building F, but he cannot neglect his duty. He cannot let Miss Su waste bullets. He will collect and deliver them as needed. After washing up and taking off her bulky coat, Lu Shui began to assess Su Yan's house. She couldn't suppress her curiosity about the baby items and toys scattered around. She had indeed heard quite a few rumors about Su Yan. Unable to hold back, she asked Da Yan, is it true that there are rumors about you being pregnant and giving birth? It's true, Su Yan replied, feeling no need to hide anything from Lu Shui. This rumor is a year old, so you did give birth. Where's the child? The child doesn't live here regularly. I just bring them back occasionally for a day or two. That makes sense. Most unmarried mothers tend to raise their children elsewhere, and Lu Shui understood. Su Yan didn't elaborate further. Recently, she had come to realize how unconventional it was for her to live so freely with 2 children during the apocalypse, and sometimes she had no choice but to lie. Currently, aside from a few in the military, only Luo Wanning and Zhang Bo knew she had children, and now there was one more, Lu Shui, and perhaps there would be more in the future. She had also considered replacing Mei Mei and Lili with robot nannies that looked completely normal, so she wouldn't have to constantly hide from outsiders. She would research this later. I'm going to cook. What do you like to eat? I'm not picky, but I crave vegetables the most. Just cook whatever. I came here to get to know the place and ended up causing you quite a bit of trouble. Let's not mention the trouble. I'll go prepare the food. Lu Shui craved vegetables. Su Yan thought the best way to enjoy vegetables was to cook them in hot pot, but she only knew how to make Cantonese-style hot pot. She added a bag of cooling herbal soup base to the pot with water and let it simmer for half an hour, then added a whole free-range chicken to continue cooking. After the chicken was added, Su Yan prepared portions of beef, lamb, and shelled shrimp. She also prepared small amounts of chicken, vegetable, baby lettuce, small spinach, fried tofu skin, enoki mushrooms, and bamboo shoots, along with dipping sauce. At this point, they could start eating, or else the chicken would become tough with prolonged cooking. Dinner's ready, Lu Shui. Coming. I could smell the delicious aroma from the living room. Wow, vegetables. So green. Sit down and eat. There's no rice, but there's plenty of vegetables. With so many dishes, I don't need rice. Lu Shui wasn't the type to be overly polite, and Su Yan wouldn't urge her to eat more either. They each took their portions, with one using a slotted spoon and the other a pair of chopsticks. She scooped up the cooked chicken first. Lu Shui ate quickly, but her manner was not crude. Suyen had also been used to eating quickly during those years in her past life, but after being reborn, she had gradually returned to a normal dining speed. However, seeing someone eat quickly and enjoyably made her unconsciously speed up her own pace of eating. After finishing the chicken, she added slices of lamb and beef to the pot. Once the meat changed color, they could be scooped up and dipped in sauce, leading to more slurping sounds. Eating together was clearly more enjoyable than eating alone. This meal was the most satisfying Suyen had had in a long while. Yen, tell me honestly, do you have a special supply channel for resources? Yes, but don't think about it. Lu Shui gave a knowing look. The resource supply channel was Suyen's secret, and Lu Shui understood she shouldn't have asked as she was just being too blunt. While vegetables were rare, Lu Shui was more interested in Suyen's weapons. Even though she had only been a middleman for 2 months, her ability to spot business opportunities was growing. I don't want to buy vegetables. My mom grows some baby vegetables indoors at home. It's not much, but it satisfies my cravings. I want to buy that. Lu Shui pointed at the submachine gun casually placed by Suyen. You can't carry that around. Although we're in the chaos of the apocalypse, the system is still in place. That would be too noticeable, and if discovered, the consequence would be confiscation. After saying this, Suyen took the lightweight submachine gun back inside to prevent Lu Shui from being tempted. Saying it was inconvenient to carry was one reason. Another was that she didn't want such powerful weapons to enter the hands of ordinary people, as it could create uncontrollable factors for the management of the higher-ups. Currently, those small gangs become tyrants just by picking up a handgun. What if they had powerful weapons? Lu Shui understood that Suyen's statement about inconvenience was indeed a fact. Otherwise, I'll buy 2 more handguns and you can sell me a few thousand rounds of ammunition. Handguns and ammunition are fine. With the modern dimension mall opened, Suyen's interest in being a middleman has greatly increased. Although selling vegetables and fruits in the interstellar dimension earns gold quickly, her space can only be farmed by her alone, and the yield isn't fast. Although she currently has a mountain of gold on hand, she hadn't counted the exact amount, but she knew that once spent it flowed away quickly. Interstellar items are notoriously expensive. For instance, she spent over 10000 kg of gold on a small flying vehicle. In short, the more gold the better. After all, once she finishes planting fruit trees in her space, if she wants to expand it again, she has to level up 6 more times, and leveling up 6 times requires 100,000 kg of gold. What a terrifying number. She survived during the apocalypse largely thanks to her space, and gold is essential for her space's sustenance. Thus, she must accumulate more gold. I want 2 of the handguns you used today, and let's start with 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Sure, I'll prioritize high-quality jade antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, and top-tier gemstones and diamonds. Suyen no longer looked at gold and platinum jewelry. Those items were worthless when sold in the modern dimension and weren't cost-effective. Lu Shui was generous when it came to purchasing. She pulled out her backpack, revealing 2 pieces of jade raw material. At first glance, it was clear that the raw stone had been split in half, and together it formed a complete stone larger than 2 adult fists. Do you think this is enough for me? Suyen took the stones and examined them. They weren't the top-tier old pit jade for collectors, but this quality could still be considered high-grade glass jade. Exchanging 2 handguns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition, no matter how much premium was added, it was more. She happily gave Lu Shui 2 handguns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. After sending her out of the hallway, Suyen returned home, closed the door, and eagerly took the stones into her space, pulled out the trading panel, and scanned the 2 stones onto the trading platform. Soon the displayed price was 53 kilograms of gold. Converting that to the value before the apocalypse would be over 20 million yuan. Profitable, very profitable. The middleman stage is vast with great potential. In a great mood, Suyen hummed a song as she cleaned the dining table, tidied up, fed her dog, and let the little one hee out to guard the door. Then she began to study upgrading Mei Mei and Lily. However, she was informed by the platform that upgrading wasn't allowed. She could only repurchase, and the price was not cheap. The robots she currently used had a slightly cartoonish appearance and were a bit stiff in their movements. She might as well keep using them. Mei Mei and Lily would have to wait longer for retirement. Exiting the space, Suyen sighed. She had to earn gold relentlessly to support her family. Su there. Suyen looked up at the screen showing the little one had released. It was Luo Wanning outside the security door, and she went out to open the door and let her in. Yen, here are the items exchanged for medicines, and these are from Wang Xian Wu for building F. You know what it means, so I won't elaborate. Luo Wanning handed 2 bags to Suyen. You don't need to be in such a hurry. Be careful not to injure your hands. Did any of you sustain life-threatening injuries? I'm fine, they're all external injuries. They just need to lie down for 10 days or half a month. That's good. Wang Xian Wu really knows how to handle relationships. Since he sent these over, Suyen naturally accepted them. However, she only checked the bag with the medical supplies, taking out the items one by one to look at. Luo Wanning stood by and introduced each item as she took them out. This agarwood pen holder was sent by Li He to offset his and Song Guest's medical expenses. This pair of jade bracelets is the medical fee for Wang Xian Wu and his few little brothers. This yellow jade finger ring belongs to the 901 family, and this wild pearl was brought in by the head of 1202. I can't tell if it's real or fake. Xian picked out the diamond bracelet belonging to Luo Wanning, saying take your things back. Additionally, the medical fees include the consultation fee for their treatments. What should I compensate you with? Don't. If you want to accept my bracelet, then consider it as payment for the consultation. I will take it. Since you brought it up, I'll just give it to you. Really, it's not necessary. Luo Wanning insisted that there was no need for compensation. Xian had her own principles as she earned what she should and did not take what she shouldn't. She put away the rest and took them back to her room, finding a large bag to pack dozens of heating pads, a box of cold medicine, a box of fever medicine, and several large packs of sanitary pads. That should be enough. Xian carried out a large bag, saying, Sister Luo, these are all things you will need. Seeing that the bag contained sanitary pads, Luo Wanning indeed found them very necessary. She understood Su Yan's character. If she didn't take them now, they might not be able to collaborate later, plus her own stock was running low. Then I will take them. Thank you, Yan. If it weren't for you today, we wouldn't know whether the people in Building C would survive, but the food supplies at home would certainly be gone. We needn't use polite words about this. By the way, did everyone in this building pay for the management fees to Wang Xing? Yes, the fees collected are quite reasonable. The 6 of them used to be property management, so everyone considered it a peace of mind. However, Yan, you don't need to pay him, he wouldn't dare ask you for it. Su Yan nodded without saying anything. She remembered that Wang Xinwu had approached her to form a team before, but she had ignored him. Now she could actually make use of him. After Luo Wanning left, Su Yan returned and listed the items she had just acquired on the trading platform. The most valuable was actually the sandalwood pen holder from Li He, weighing over 20 kilograms of gold. It seemed that the pretty boy had some valuable items. Next was Wang Xinwu's pair of jade bracelets, traded for over 10 kilograms of gold. Being an intermediary truly profited her. Su Yan took 2 bags of 10 pounds of rice, cut 2 large pieces of pork, each weighing about 2 or 3 pounds, and packed them separately. She also took a note and wrote compensation for the medical fees. If there are any similar collectibles in the future, you can come to me for resource exchange, 32nd floor. She attached the note to the pork bag, then tied the pork bag and a bag of rice together, leaving a small piece of rope for Da Huang to carry, making it easier for him to drag it downstairs. Da Huang delivered the goods to that pretty boy in 1401, the one you delivered chicken to last time. Do you remember? Woof woof. I remember. I will ensure the task is completed. Leaving Da He to guard the house, Su Yan opened the door and Da Huang dragged the 10 pounds of items, moving even faster than her. Watching Da Huang go down the stairs, Su Yan knocked on Wang Xinwa's door on the 31st floor. Miss Su, you've arrived. Wang Xinwu hopped to the door with his injured foot. Yes, the items are great, I really like them. And here, this is the management fee I owe for the building. Miss Su, you don't need to give this. If it weren't for you today, we might have lost several people in this building. Not only did we avoid losses, but we also made F building compensate us quite a bit. Take it, a horse pays back a horse. Su Yan placed the items down and turned to head upstairs. Wang Xinwu had no choice but to carry the rice and meat back inside. After closing the door, he began to boast to the wounded in the room about how he had identified the right opportunity and latched onto a big leg, urging everyone to learn from him. Xian only spoke of benefits with Wang Xinwu and Li He. She had only provided disinfectant and a few anti-inflammatory pills, but the compensation given was far too much, so she returned a little something. With Luo Wanning and Zhang Bo, it was a normal neighborly interaction. Xian waited at the corridor for Da Huang to finish delivering to the 14th floor before returning home. Checking the time, it was already past 8 in the evening. It was still too early to sleep. Su Yan felt she could still plant fruit trees as there were so many saplings stacked in the temperature-controlled warehouse. Only by planting them in the ground could they yield gold. Oh no, rather they would produce fruit. Planting trees until 10 o'clock served as a form of digestion. Su Yan also brought Da Huang and Da He into the space. After all, the space was vast, allowing the dogs to run wild occasionally to expend their energy. No running in the vegetable garden, and don't rub against the newly planted fruit saplings. As soon as the 2 dogs entered the space, they went wild, bouncing around. In this disaster-stricken world, even dogs might feel depressed, otherwise they wouldn't be so excited seeing such a vibrant scene. With Su Yan's reprimand, Da Huang and Da He immediately stopped. Trained dogs are indeed different. Woof, where can we run? Woof woof. Hurry, point out a place where we can run. Su Yan pointed to the fence at the foot of the small hill, saying run around the fence or along the path of the orchard and vegetable garden. Be careful, if you step on a seedling you won't eat for 3 days. Not. Master Sister, you are the dog here. The 2 dogs understood human speech, but dared not touch any seedlings. Su Yan harvested the vegetables that were ready, bundling them up. After scanning them on the platform, it took her 2 hours to collect the uneaten vegetables. The few mango trees she had planted 2 years ago had borne fruit. One tree had over a dozen large fruits, and she filled a whole basket. These weren't the fruits she had hoarded in the 10,000 Buddha kingdom, these were fruits she had grown herself. That sense of achievement made her work hard for a while longer, resulting in her planting fruit trees for an additional 2 hours, and causing her to struggle to wake up the next day. It was he who pulled Suyen up. There are visitors, la la la. These weren't the fruits she had hoarded in the 10,000 Buddha kingdom, these were fruits she had grown herself. That sense of achievement. There are visitors wearing military uniforms. Even if they wear dragon robes. Fine. Alright, military uniforms are acceptable. Suyen got up from her bed to wash up. During this time she learned from the images he provided that the visitors were Wei Cheng and Jiang Su along with 2 unfamiliar comrades, and behind them there was a group of people. After tidying up, Suyen went to open the door. Comrades. What's going on here? Looking at the group of people behind Wei's squad leader, it was easy to guess the situation. The people behind the squad leader were from F building, and Suyen recognized a few faces. She deliberately did not show familiarity with squad leader Wei to avoid complications. Squad leader Wei stated in an official tone, it's like this. Someone reported that you are hiding a large amount of weapons here, and that you shot quite a few people downstairs yesterday. We are here to investigate the situation. This was framing her. Suyen would not indulge the people from F building. Things are not as they say. Suyen did not try to whitewash herself. Instead, she objectively recounted the events, admitting that she was the one who killed, but it was in self-defense, as they had come to rob her. She dared to act this way because she knew that after the apocalypse, the upper echelons of the group had implemented a series of policies to respond to the chaos, enforcing strict measures in turbulent times. Regardless of whether Wei Cheng favored Suyen in this situation, even without his bias, it was clear that Suyen was in the right. They had invaded her home, and her response was entirely justified. Wei Cheng asked the person behind him who had reported to the base, if you have any differing opinions regarding Suyen's statement, you can confront her directly. What differing opinions could there be? The people from C building were not afraid to tell the truth, and these matters could not be denied by the F building side. With so many witnesses and bystanders in the neighborhood, it would be clear with just a casual inquiry. However, there were smart people in F building. Although many could secretly acquire small firearms, they were still officially banned, especially if they were high-powered weapons. As long as Suyen's gun was confiscated, they would have a chance for revenge in the future. One person from C building downplayed the situation, saying, but she had a gun and assault rifle. You all have guns too, 6 of them. 30 or 40 people stormed our building shouting threats. Suyen did not need to rebut or explain. A Wang Xinwu from the 31st floor dragged his injured leg to join the fray, asserting that it was undoubtedly C building that was in the right. Jiang Su was afraid Suyen would be at a disadvantage, so he also said to Wei Cheng, Commander, before coming here, Officer Young asked me to tell you that Miss Su's firearm was specially approved by him. Oh, was there this aspect too? However, both emotionally and logically, Wei Cheng trusted Suyen and believed Jiang Su would not speak out of turn, confirming that Yang Jingwei indeed made such a statement. With Yang Jingwei's guarantee, Suyen could legally carry a gun. Jiang Zu's words surprised Suyen. How did this matter become associated with Yang Jingwei? His support was far too open and above board. Yang Jingwei and Qin Yi were true friends. Of the fact that he could help her to this extent made Suyen think that risking 10 kilograms of gold to save his life had yielded unexpected rewards, truly worth it. Commander, our Miss Su is legally armed while they are not qualified to carry firearms. They robbed us yesterday, and all of us from C building collectively demand their weapons be confiscated, or else we cannot feel safe living here. Wang Xinwu was also someone who knew how to emphasize key points. Yes, I sleep with one eye open, fearing someone might suddenly break in. A gunshot and a person is gone. Oh, it's too terrifying. Brother Song from the 14th floor exaggerated even more, but ironically, he had a face full of fear and was slightly trembling, speaking as if he had truly experienced it. Uncle Zhang also joined the fray, saying, Comrades, the incident yesterday was so loud, anyone in the neighborhood knows they were the evil ones who first reported us. Such things happen repeatedly and must be severely punished. Everyone had finished speaking, and there was no need for Suyen to say anything as she was left with a relaxed demeanor. Take those 2 back, the rest can disperse. Wei Cheng instructed his subordinates to detain the 2 leaders from F building who had reported the situation. Incidents involving small gangs causing trouble or large gang riots happened day and night endlessly. They could not handle them all, and capturing everyone meant they also had to provide food. These incidents were typically dealt with the leaders. The people from F building did not expect to shoot themselves in the foot. Seeing the matter settled, those from C building returned to their homes. After the crowd in the corridor had dispersed, Wei Cheng helplessly reproached Suyen, you really can't be so reckless in the future. I heard from Jiang Su that you are unwilling to move to the temporary base, but I still want to advise you to come to the base. Although it's a temporary base, at least it's relatively safe. Thank you, Commander Wei, but I still won't go to the base. Let's not stand here talking. We have arrived at my home. Won't you come in for a moment? All right then, let's sit for a while. Wei Cheng had never been here before, but Jiangsu was familiar as if he were returning home knowing to find a cup to pour hot water. Wei Cheng scanned the living room and exchanged glances with the two dogs. The dogs lay in their nests sensing no danger, and thus did not want to move at all. Commander, have some water. What do you think, this is your home? No manners. It's fine, you all. She was still speaking when the intercom suddenly rang. Miss Su, please let someone come down. Those two comrades have been beaten. Beaten. Wei Cheng and Jiangsu also heard it and, realizing the situation, ran outside. Su Yan, don't go downstairs. Yan, am going down with the commander to see what's going on. You all take Da Huang and Da He with you to help. Su Yan led the two lazy dogs outside. Da Huang and Da He, who were lazy just a moment ago, sensed that they might be going to a fight and quickly dashed ahead of Jiangsu and the others. The situation downstairs was dire as the people from F building thought they could severely humiliate C building. Little did they know they ended up in a predicament when they discovered that only one soldier was on the military vehicle while two were escorting them downstairs. With just 3 soldiers, even with guns, the people from F building, relying on their numbers, attempted to snatch guns and escape. However, just as they reached the bottom, they suddenly launched an attack. The 3 soldiers were caught off guard. All 3 were injured, and if it weren't for their quick reactions, it could have resulted in severe injuries or even death. Su Yan would not wait idly upstairs as she clarified the situation using the intercom, then instructed Luo wanting to wait for her on the 11th floor. She prepared a bunch of bandages and hemostatic drugs along with cardiac stimulants and painkillers. Carrying the prepared medicine and the gun she had already modified, Su Yan locked the door and headed downstairs. When Wei Cheng and Jiangsu arrived downstairs, they enforced strict measures against the chaos. With a few bursts of gunfire, even the troublesome people from F building were subdued. Jiangsu was familiar with Da Huang and Da He, knowing their capabilities, and immediately arranged Da Huang Da He keep a close watch on them. Not one is allowed to escape. Woof woof. The 2 dogs barked twice, then took on the role of shepherds, or rather herding dogs. From a distance, the dogs would drive people into the designated area. Those who did not cooperate would be directly tackled, and those attempting to flee would fare worse as they would be pinned down and dragged back like they were being pulled to death. With the cooperation of the 2 dogs, Wei Cheng and Jiangsu lifted the seriously injured brothers into the vehicle, preparing to rush back for treatment. Commander Wei, wait. There is a doctor here. Let's treat them a bit before heading back. First, let's get them inside. Luo Wanning, carrying the medical kit, instructed the people from C building to start 2 large fire pits in the room next to the entrance on the 3rd floor, laying out a makeshift bed. Wei Cheng and Jiangsu didn't waste words. The priority was the people. Since Su Yan said there was a doctor, it meant there was a good doctor. They quickly helped the 2 severely injured individuals onto the makeshift bed. Luo Wanning began treating their wounds. He has lost too much blood and is unconscious. The bleeding cannot be stopped right now, mainly due to the lack of appropriate medications. Sister Luo, which of the medications in my kit are useful? Luo Wanning pushed her kit aside and pulled Su Yan's kit over, which was indeed well stocked. Calm and collected, she administered an injection to the unconscious individual. A fainting at this moment was not a good sign. Luo Wanning, the head of internal medicine, had become quite adept at treating injuries after the disaster. With the right medications, it became easier to handle. After stabilizing one, she moved on to treat the other. Wei Cheng and Jiangsu handed her tools, and when they saw their brother's breathing gradually stabilize, they let out a sigh of relief. Su Yan sat behind a table guarding the entrance with her gun, keeping watch with the 2 dogs. The condition is stabilized, but they will need surgery to remove the bullets when they return. Thank you, thank you. It's nothing, hurry back, don't delay. After Wei Cheng and Jiangsu expressed their gratitude, they carefully lifted the injured onto the modified military jeep and sent Jiangsu off first to escort them back. Wei Cheng stayed behind with another lightly injured soldier. Su Yan, I can keep an eye on the rest. A vehicle from the base will come in a bit. Okay, I'll leave Da Huang and Da He with you. Wei Cheng was not polite, and not only did he requisition the 2 dogs, but he also claimed Su Yan's light submachine gun. Su Yan and Luo Wanning each carried a medical kit back upstairs. The troublemakers from downstairs, along with those who had participated in robbing C building yesterday, were all taken away by the stationed personnel. Jiangsu returned in the evening with the submachine gun and the 2 dogs. Yan, are you so familiar with the officer? I didn't expect him to speak up for you. I thought when you said you didn't know his brother it would offend him. Later I honestly admitted I knew him. Young Jingwei is not a petty person. Oh really? The disaster of the apocalypse could not stop the gossip light flashing in Jiang's eyes. Su Yan had no time to engage with Jiangsu. She was preparing dinner, and it had become a habit for Jiangsu to come over for a meal. Yan, when I came, Commander Wei said if you want to move into the temporary safety base, he would apply for a large flat for you just like where you currently live. Of course you might have to supplement some supplies for the exchange, but the high-rise there is also very nice. I really don't need it. I'm not used to being around many people. It's better for me to live alone in the flat. The more people gathered, the more problems arise. If I don't go downstairs for a few months or don't move things back home, I don't know if ordinary people will suspect, but those official big shots are not foolish. Others might have to rely on connections to get into the temporary base, but Su Yan would rather turn down a large flat offered to her. Seeing that she was unyielding, Jiangsu could only relay what he had heard from the base leaders. What did you say? The Langyong Terrace is going to be a temporary base subdivision. Who came up with such a bad idea? The big shots in Jiangqing. I'm just a small soldier, but I heard rumors that young Jingwei convinced the big boss Hua. To put it nicely, it's a subdivision, but in reality it's just arranging 2 companies of soldiers to surround Langyong Terrace and the 2 nearby high-rise residential areas, forming a protective circle and allowing some people to move in, which is incomparable to the main base. Young Jingwei must be crazy. When did this happen? She just wanted to quietly survive. Why did someone have to stir up trouble? Su Yan was genuinely angry. Just this afternoon I felt young Jingwei suggested this, because you were unwilling to move into the temporary base, and he made this proposal for your safety. Jiangsu was curious about what kind of person Yang Jingwei's brother was. To go to such lengths for his brother's fiancée was truly commendable. I thank him. I really don't need it. It's clear you indeed do not fit in and dislike crowded places. Not just— Su Yan had never been this speechless. She knew young Jingwei was acting out of concern for her safety, but she truly did not need him to persuade the leaders of Jiangcheng to designate Langyong Terrace as a base subdivision. No, why was Yang Jingwei doing this? Jiangsu must have heard a false rumor. No, the news is true. We were specifically sent here. It should be in the next few days. I was thinking of gossiping a bit. If you say you are willing to move to the temporary base now, perhaps this place won't become a temporary base subdivision. Let's not talk about it. I'll think it over. Not wanting to discuss it further, Jiangsu went to play with the 2 lazy dogs. Su Yan was also not in the mood to cook. After spending more than half an hour in the kitchen, she only stir-fried a vegetable. The rest of the dishes had been prepared earlier and just needed to be reheated. After dinner, Su Yan went with Jiang Zu's vehicle to the temporary base. Upon arrival, she discovered that the officially operating mall had already been enclosed within the base perimeter with barbed wire. About 100 meters next to the mall was the sentry box at the base entrance. Jiangsu drove directly in. The barbed wire is electrified, ensuring the daily electricity usage within the base is guaranteed. That's good. You helped me find young Jingwei. Why bother searching around? I'll take you directly to find him. Jiangsu was determined to help Su Yan with her matters. Su Yan had no choice but to follow Jiangsu into the central building. This building houses either leaders or their families. Officer Yang lives on the 8th floor. After he decided not to return to Beijing, he became the second in command of our Jiangqing military. I thought so, and no wonder a single word could turn Langyong Terrace into a temporary base subdivision. Jiangsu smiled broadly, grinning without a care in the world. Su Yan was unsure what he was laughing at and pointed to indicate which door he should knock on. This one. Jiangsu knocked on the door as he called Officer Yang, Old Yang. Respect lasted only 3 seconds. When Officer Yang didn't respond, he switched to calling Old Yang. Jiangsu. Yang Jingwei opened the door, puzzled as to why Jiangsu was visiting at this time. Su Yan is looking for you. I brought her. Jiangsu stepped aside. Yang Jingwei was somewhat surprised and nodded to Su Yan behind Jiangsu. Please come in. Officer Yang. Su Yan, I'll leave first. When you head back later, let me know. I'll escort you. Thank you. I'll send her back later. After saying that, Yang Jingwei closed the door. Su Yan surveyed the apartment, a 2-bedroom unit, which could be described as simple, but was really quite bare. The living room contained just a set of sofas, a large charcoal stove for heating, and a fairly large coffee table, which seemed to double as a dining table, and on it lay a handgun. Please sit, I'll pour you a glass of water. Thank you. Su Yan chose to sit on a single-seat sofa. Yang Jingwei sat awkwardly on a 3-seater sofa, making a deliberate effort to distance himself from Su Yan. Did you come to find me so late for something? Yes, I have something to discuss. Thank you for helping me with the gun issue. Also, I want to ask why you decided to list Langyong Terrace as a temporary base subdivision. No need for thanks. The base subdivision is something Jiangsu told you about, right? Indeed, that was the plan. Officer Hua has approved it, and troops will be dispatched in a few days to take over that area. However, your 2 apartments will not be touched. In principle, the residences of surviving owners will not be disturbed, while empty houses will be reclaimed for repairs and then allocated to those applying to move into the base. I'm not here to hear this. Forget it. I'll ask you directly, can this plan be revoked? Su Yan could almost confirm that young Jingwei had made this arrangement because she was unwilling to move to the base. However, she really didn't need him to take such meticulous care of her. She was just the fiancée of Yang Jingwei's brother. Moreover, she had the ability to protect herself. She really did. Yang Jingwei knew everything about the Langyong Terrace. He had previously been unable to contact Qin Yi, but the next day, he made a satellite phone call back to the capital. This afternoon he happened to meet Qin-yi, who had not gone out, and the two finally managed to talk. Yang Jingwei informed Qin-yi about Su Yan's situation in Jiangcheng. He helped Su Yan keep the matter of the two children a secret, hoping that both sides would not let each other down. However, after much contemplation, Yang Jingwei candidly told Qin-yi about Su Yan's situation living at Lanjiang Terrace and her reluctance to enter the base. Qin-yi knew that once Su Yan made a decision, it would be hard to change her mind. However, he was currently unable to leave for Jiangcheng. Worried about her safety, he suggested transforming the Lanjiang Terrace community into a temporary base. When the natural disaster began, Qin-yi listened to Luo Fuan's words and recognized Su Yan's uniqueness. He wasn't sure what card his girlfriend held, but having the medicine to save Luo Fuan was enough reason for special protection for Su Yan both publicly and privately. If Lanjiang Terrace became a small outpost with soldiers stationed there, the safety level would be significantly higher than outside the base. Of course, Qin-yi couldn't say this outright. He had already anticipated that his brothers would criticize him for using his authority for his girlfriend, but he didn't expect Yang Jingwei to agree to handle it without hesitation. After hearing Yang Jingwei's words, Su Yan felt that Qin-yi's concern was creating more trouble for her. Thank you for not telling Qin-yi about the children. No need to thank me. I didn't help you conceal your situation in Jiangcheng, but you still helped me keep the matter of the children a secret. I helped you keep it secret because I know the child is Qin-yi's. You gave birth to his child, and it should be you who tells him directly, not through my words. The meaning is different. How do you know? Su Yan was stunned, then quickly understood. Given Yang Jingwei's relationship with Qin-yi, which dated back more than a year, he might have even helped Qin-yi investigate hotel matters. Now, with so many upper-class people from the local area living in this temporary base in Jiangcheng, it would be easy to gather information about the Su family's issues. Since he had seen the child, anyone with a brain could connect the dots and figure out the child was Qin-yi's. As you guessed, more than a year ago when I was in the country, he happened to have business abroad and asked me to help him investigate. So I have no privacy with you, right? There is, but I can't find out and you won't tell me, so don't worry. Qin-yi asked me not to dig deeper into your matters. Su Yan held a medicine that could heal severely injured people in a very short time. This was a significant advantage for society and the military, and he couldn't leave it unchecked. Yang Jingwei intuitively felt that Su Yan's secret was more than just this, but since Qin-yi asked him not to dig deeper, he trusted his comrade. Although he agreed not to investigate further, Yang Jingwei's gaze towards Su Yan seemed to express that she had many more secrets. Su Yan averted her gaze, thinking to herself that dealing with these people was truly exhausting. However, they could suspect her as much as they liked, as long as she didn't speak they couldn't manage her current situation. Well, speaking of which, can you withdraw the decision to make Lanjiang Terrace a temporary base? I can't. Besides being entrusted by Qin-yi, this proposal for the base can also go through because there isn't enough space to accommodate so many people. After all, most people want safety and wish to enter the base for survival. Well, there's no way to change it now. Lanjiang Terrace will definitely become a division of the Jiangcheng base. Su Yan's expression of frowning one moment and being conflicted the next fell into Yang Jingwei's eyes. He smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, it won't have too much of an impact on you. The plan includes 2 companies to maintain order, one of which is from Weichang. If anything comes up that can't be resolved, remember that I'm here. Thank you for being so considerate. Su Yan's tone revealed no gratitude. However, with Yang Jingwei backing her up, she could afford to loosen up a bit. As long as it was beneficial to her, she would use it. Aren't you going to ask Qin-yi? If you can get in touch with him, I won't bother asking whether he's doing well. However, if you are willing to tell me about the situation in the capital, especially regarding the Qin family, I'd love to hear it. Primarily, she wanted to hear about the current situation of several bigwigs in the capital. The timeline from her past life no longer matched. For example, in her last life, the severe cold came 3 months after the flood, while in this life, the severe cold began just over a month after the flood. The butterfly's wings fluttered chaotically. Fortunately, so far, only the timeline had shortened. The order of disasters remained intact. Do you want to know the situation? Yes. I understand what you want to inquire about. My knowledge is limited, but when I arrived here, the higher-ups held a meeting to facilitate governance, dividing Huaxia into 7 sectors: Central, Eastern, Southern, Northwest, Southwest, Northeast, and Northern. Central is the area around the capital. Jiangcheng belongs to the southern sector, and Officer Hua is responsible for governance in the southern region. Old Master Qin from the Qin family, who is also Qin-yi's grandfather, is the leader of the southwest region. The entire Qin family except for Qin-yi has been reassigned to the southwest, leaving only Qin-yi in the capital. The division into 7 sectors is the same as in her past life, but it was not implemented so quickly. Since time has shortened, Su Yan also hopes that Qin-yi will transform sooner and come to find her. Yes, what she wanted was for him to come looking for her. Don't worry, Qin-yi will handle the work issue. He will come to find you. I'm not worried, and thank you for telling me all this. It's late, I need to return to Lanjiang Terrace. Alright, I'll see you off. Yang Jingwei got up, went to his room, and put on a down jacket, the same one Su Yan had draped over him when she saved him on Phoenix Ridge. Su Yan's gaze fell on the down jacket, thinking that the size she casually grabbed was quite fitting. When they reached downstairs, Yang Jingwei asked, I'll go to the office to get the car keys. Do you want to come up with me? You can make a satellite call. Yang Jingwei almost said he could call Qin Yi, but for the sake of his brother, he had indeed put in a lot of effort. Su Yan's gaze fell on the down jacket, thinking that the size she casually grabbed was quite fitting. When they reached downstairs, Yang Jingwei asked, I'll go to the office to get the car keys. Before long, Yang Jingwei drove over a modified military SUV capable of operating on ice. Su Yan opened the passenger door and got in. This car isn't as fast as your vehicle. Do you like my car? Why not apply to buy one? But it's not cheap. The owner who sold it to me only deals in collectible grade jewelry and paintings. Haha, you're doing business with me now. But I might actually buy one. Keep an eye out for me. Su Yan said this just to make conversation, otherwise sitting in silence would be a bit awkward. Did Yang Jingwei take her seriously? However, if Yang Jingwei dared to buy it, she would dare to sell it. After all, they both knew she had a secret. Just a secret could also be having a powerful ally behind her, providing her with resources others couldn't obtain. Quite reasonable. What are you thinking? You wouldn't deny having a car if I really wanted to buy one, would you? There should be one. Prepare your things and wait for me. Su Yan had collected so many military modified vehicles, including several large ones like the one she was driving, along with other models. She could sell a large portion of them for gold. Otherwise, should she keep them as scrap metal? Now she could still exchange them for valuable jewelry, paintings, and antiques. If several more disasters occurred and there were fewer people left, would these items still be available? Selling them would surely earn her gold. Just over 10 minutes after they set out, snow began to fall heavily from the sky. The severe cold hadn't brought snow before, but now it was a blizzard, just like in Su Yan's memories from her past life, only the timeline had accelerated. It was already extremely cold, and now with the snow it didn't feel much different. It just made the road conditions worse. This snow just comes out of nowhere. If we go slow, you'll get home even later. It's fine, as safety is the priority. Alright. Yang Jingwei focused on driving, and Su Yan kept quiet to avoid distracting him. After more than 40 minutes of driving, they arrived at the Lonjiang Terrace community. Su Yan refused Yang Jingwei's offer to walk her upstairs. We're right at my doorstep. There's no need for you to send me. You should head back. The snow will get thicker and make it harder to walk. Alright, wait a moment. Just as Su Yan was about to get out of the car, Yang Jingwei called out to her. She turned her head in confusion, a large question mark appearing on her forehead. Su Yan, I apologize. From now on, as long as you don't want to talk about it, I want to investigate your matters. Therefore, you don't need to be cautious around me, or we can interact like you do with Jiangsu. What do you think? Su Yan, I apologize. From now on, as long as you don't want to talk about it, I want to investigate your matters. Therefore, you don't need to be cautious around me, or we can interact like you. I'm very sorry for the trouble I caused you. It won't happen in the future. Su Yan felt more pressure dealing with arms dealers than she did with Yang Jingwei. Yang Jingwei was undoubtedly a trustworthy person, but she couldn't interact with him as naturally as she did with Jiangsu or Weicheng, nor could she be as close as she was with Luo Wanning and Zhang Bo. Su Yan couldn't understand it either and could only attribute it to first impressions. After all, she was interrogated by Yang Jingwei during their first meeting. Moreover, Yang Jingwei was as clever as a prodigy, unlike Jiangsu, who was carefree and easygoing. Alright, let's talk about this later. I'll head back now, you don't have to see me off. Su Yan jumped out of the car and hurried into Building C, braving the heavy snow. Yang Jingwei did not escort Su Yan upstairs. He stayed downstairs for about 10 minutes before starting the car. When she got home, Su Yan ignored the two dogs wagging their tails like propellers. She first went to the kitchen to stoke 2 charcoal stoves, filling 2 large pots with water to prepare for washing her hair and taking a shower. Out of habit, she couldn't go to bed without cleaning up. By noon the next day, Wei Cheng's company and another company drove into the Lonjiang Terrace community through the snow. The residents of the community were gathered for a meeting to announce that Lonjiang Terrace had been selected to serve as a base division, issuing regulations to organize vacant housing and recruit staff, excluding soldiers. For example, doctors, cleaning staff, maintenance workers, etc. Luo Wanning was singled out by Wei Cheng to join the medical room, becoming a doctor for the temporary base division. Li He, a handsome young man, and his friend Song Gu managed to land a logistics management position. Wei Cheng wanted Wang Xinwu and his few underlings to return to their old business, with slightly altered job responsibilities, patrolling around the base and handling minor neighborhood disputes. However, Wang Xinwu refused, insisting on searching for resources and trading with Su Yan to make a profit. In a nutshell, Wang Xinwu wanted to be a second-hand dealer, but he was just a small one, while someone like Lu Shui was a large-scale dealer. Everyone in the Lonjiang Terrace community was overjoyed because the base was safe. With soldiers stationed, at least no one would dare to rush into their homes to rob them anymore, and the issues of power and water supply would also be resolved. It seemed as if only Su Yan's sorrow had been realized. The construction of the temporary base did not stall due to the heavy snow, rather it progressed vigorously, but it had nothing to do with Su Yan. She did not participate, and Wei Cheng and the others would not disturb her. Su Yan threw Hihi out of the living room to guard the house, while she took the two small ones and the two dogs to explore. The dogs ran to play by a pile of containers, reminding her that these containers were salvaged the day she found the dogs in the water. This was a treasure she had picked up. It was time to see what was inside. Luck was on her side. The first container she opened contained dog food, a branded product. The two dogs were practically funded members of the crew. This container was enough for them to eat to their heart's content until the end of their lives. There was no need to check the production date. It could be directly stored in a temperature-controlled warehouse. Next, she opened the second box, which contained luxury brand bags. Su Yan unwrapped several packages, finding various styles, colors, and sizes, selecting a few she liked while clearing the rest onto the platform to trade for gold in the modern world. The third container revealed a brand of adult nutritional milk powder, which wasn't worth much gold, but was useful, so she decided to keep it. The fourth box contained red wine, and the fifth one also held red wine, both produced in a country known for its wines. These could be kept for enjoyment. If they couldn't be finished, they could be used as beverages, or to water plants, or even to wash floors if necessary. The sixth and seventh boxes were filled with skincare products. Before the disaster, she had stocked up enough for several lifetimes. These were also her favorite brands. She would keep some for trading while selling the rest in the modern world for gold. After opening 17 containers, she found ink, mechanical parts, toys, and even adult products. All were incoming goods. Anything she could trade went onto the platform. She earned over 600 kilograms of gold. This was better than planting vegetables. It's not that she wouldn't plant vegetables, they could be grown at any time, but Su Yan hoped for more fruit trees. Planting fruit trees is convenient. Once planted, they yield fruit for years, while vegetables require continuous replanting, which is too exhausting and not cost-effective. Su Yan seriously considered whether she could occasionally patrol various port docks and logistics parks. Although the weather was currently freezing and snowy, there might be treasures to find, and it was all about luck. If the weather were fine, it wouldn't be her a lazy person who would find the fish that slipped through the net. She decided to stop thinking and instead went to feed the chickens, ducks, geese, and the fish in the river, throwing in some vegetables to keep them alive. She didn't need to feed the cattle, sheep, or pigs. The grass seeds she had sown had already grown to over 1,020 centimeters high, so they could feed themselves. At 7 in the evening, Su Yan finished her work and left the space with the children and the dogs. Today has brought such great rewards. I will prepare a splendid dinner: shrimp and lettuce salad, steak, roasted salmon, a fruit platter, and a bottle of red wine. That should be enough. Ian, you are so hard to find. Where have you been these days? You haven't answered the intercom even once. I've been calling you for 3 whole days, and I even went to your building's hallway during the day waiting for you to come out and open the door. I didn't dare knock on your door. It's been so difficult for me. Sorry, I've been a bit busy these days. Is there something you need? Please don't rush, let's talk calmly. Su Yan dreaded hearing so much small talk, yet Lu Shui loved to ramble on with a lot of preamble before getting. The other day during our chat you mentioned wanting antiques, paintings, jewelry, and such. I have a large batch of those. They're all from those self-important rich ladies and young masters who came to me to trade for other items, driving me mad. Those scoundrels begged me to gather supplies for them while looking down on me, the middleman. Oh, let me tell you. Stop. Amidst Lu Shui's long-winded chatter, there was only one piece of information: antiques, paintings, and jewelry for supplies. If Su Yan hadn't called for a stop, Lu Shui would have continued for ages. I am not going to waste time anymore. The items they want to exchange are quite varied. Take note: high-end cigarettes, alcohol, tea, luxury skincare products, perfumes, fashionable bags, condoms, meat. Got it, come by tomorrow. Su Yan rubbed her forehead, quickly replying to Lu Shui to end the call. She needed to eat if food gets cold and loses its appeal. After dinner there were dishes to wash, dogs to feed, and she couldn't neglect the parent-child interaction with her 2 little ones. There was always so much to do. Su Yan had considered buying an all-purpose robot nanny to handle meals and chores, and even help with the kids, but it was so expensive. She thought she would wait until the little ones grew a bit more able to talk and walk before making that purchase. She envisioned a high-level robot indistinguishable from a human, which could solve 90% of her current. By then Mei Mei and Lily could retire. But it was so expensive. The road to earning gold never ends. Da Huang, bring the intercom over to me. Just as she was pondering, the intercom rang at an inopportune moment. Da Huang leapt half his body onto the sofa, biting the intercom and trotting over to Su Yan with it. Sister Luo. I am Wang Xinwu, and I have been looking for you for 2 days. Are you alright? Is it convenient to come up now? Wang Xinwu is with me, asking about you, thinking I know your whereabouts. It's convenient, come on up. Thinking that the number of people looking for her might increase, Su Yan took Da Huang and Dehei to 3202 across the hall, bringing out a whole set of furniture from storage. In the future, transactions or meetings with unimportant people would take place here. She knew that Wang Xinwu must be looking to exchange supplies, and so was Luo Wanning. After arranging the furniture, she stepped out and saw the two of them already waiting at the hallway entrance, one of them holding a bag, especially Wang Xinwu, who looked quite pleased. "Come in, both of you." Su Yan welcomed them into 3202. "Please sit. I'm really sorry, I haven't been monitoring the intercom these days and didn't know you were looking for me. As long as you're fine, that's good." Luo Wanning smiled, knowing that Su Yan had 2 children to care for and was indeed busy. "It's fine, I doubt anyone would dare to trouble me. After all, the reputation of the female Rakshasa is well known. Our community has become much safer than before as a base branch thanks to Miss Su. Miss Su, I won't waste time. I'm here to help someone exchange some items." Wang Xinwu seemed quite anxious, likely because he had received many orders in the past few days. "Is that right? Luo's sister, you're also helping someone exchange items, right?" "Yes, there are a few items that belong to acquaintances. Most of what you have, Wang Xinwu, are for others." "Let's do this. Write down the names and quantities of the items for exchange and the names and quantities." Su Yan asked them to wait a moment, went into one of the rooms and retrieved several notebooks and pens from storage. "I've thought about it. The items are very diverse. Most of what you have, Wang Xinwu, are for others. Let's do this. Write down the names and quantities of the items for exchange and the names and quantities of the items you intend to purchase, one line at a time. I'll check and mark what can be traded, and if there are any objections, I'll make a note. If you find the notes acceptable, then we'll happily trade. What do you think?" "This method is brilliant. Come on, I'll write it down." Wang Xinwu took the pen Su Yan provided and began to write, as the items he had gathered were quite varied and the requests from others were also mixed, making it hard to remember without careful thought. Luo Wanning also picked up a pen to write. She wrote quickly, listing just over a dozen items in a few swipes. Su Yan glanced over and saw diamond pendant for 30 condoms, a 2-carat diamond ring for 100 pounds of rice ruby earrings, plus a brooch for 10 pounds of fresh chicken, a jade cabbage ornament for 100 bullets of a certain model. Upon seeing the bullet entry, Su Yan couldn't help but glance at Luo Wanning. Luo Wanning smiled and explained, "The cabbage ornament is mine. I was lucky to find it in the office of a company boss, and Zhang Bo also had a share in it." "Understood." Su Yan replied with a smile, realizing from Luo Wanning's words that the bullets were for personal use. "Luo's sister, I happen to have these at home. Wait a moment, and I'll prepare them for you." "All right, take these items with you." Su Yan naturally had to take them. She couldn't distinguish between the real and fake with her naked eye, so she had to let the trading panel in storage scan them to determine the value based on the amount of gold displayed. Back in 3201, she entered storage to scan the items, confirmed their value, and began to prepare the goods. "Luo's sister, I've placed the items at the door. Please check the quantity." "Okay." Since some items were for others, she knew Su Yan's rules, and Luo Wanning counted the corresponding items in front of Su Yan. "Did they match up?" "That's good." "Luo's sister, take this notebook. In the future, if anyone asks you for an exchange, just jot it down and bring it to me like I just said." "All right, I'll take the items downstairs now, but I'll need to make 2 trips." "Go ahead." Su Yan opened the hallway door, helping to place the items that couldn't be carried outside. Luo Wanning came back up one more time to take away the rest. Wang Xinwu had also finished writing in his notebook. "Miss Su, please take a look at the items and their quantities. Point out which ones are overvalued or require too much in exchange. I'll coordinate with those foolish old masters again. They're all worthless items. I'll calculate the total and you can divide them as needed." "Hey, no problem." How could he dare to have any issues? Wang Xinwu scratched his head awkwardly. This was his first time as a middleman, and he had limited contact with others, so trust hadn't been established yet. It was unlikely he would receive anything valuable. Su Yan didn't need to test the authenticity of the items. She was confident she wouldn't misjudge gold or platinum. Calculating the total value of several items, all being rice flour, meat, vegetables, and milk powder, she returned to 3201 and soon dragged out 2 large bags of items. "All right, take this notebook with you. Next time, just give me the notebook directly." "Thank you, Miss Su. I'll head down now. I worry those people are waiting anxiously and are concerned I might cheat them out of their items." "Go ahead. By the way, now that there are official personnel watching each building, you don't need your people, right? Keep the intercom for easy contact. If I sometimes can't hear you, just call a few more times. Be a little bolder with the orders. Aside from firearms, my boss has almost everything." "Got it." Wang Xinwu was momentarily stunned, then grinned proudly, thinking, this is the big leg I've latched onto. Enjoying the good life is just around the corner. Mentions of a non-existent boss are just to shield her from blame. Su Yan securely closed the safety door of the hallway and went home to scan and trade those assorted items Wang Xinwu had brought. Not bad, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Earning gold requires spreading efforts in all directions. Previously, she didn't opt for trading because she hadn't opened the trading channel for the modern dimension. Now that it's opened and she's tasted the sweetness, her perspective has broadened. Transactions regarding food, clothing, housing, and travel can be made freely. She had far too much inventory on hand. Even if she were to take a step back and say her stock was low, she could still resell items from the modern dimension. If there are sellers, there are buyers, right? However, items purchased through the platform are generally expensive and not cost-effective. Although the cost-effectiveness isn't high based on the prices of items bought from the modern dimension, her transactions today still yielded a profit. For now, she aims to avoid unnecessary purchases, otherwise, why would she ask Wang Xinwu and Luo wanting to help with the trading? Opening a few dimensional trading platforms to just transfer items would be sufficient. A peaceful night. Outside the window, snow fell heavily, showing no signs of stopping. The floodwaters had not completely receded, forming an ice layer under the extreme cold. Now with the heavy snowfall, there was another layer of snow half a person high on top of the ice. Lanjiangtai and the two neighboring communities were surrounded by iron mesh fences. The windows broken by the previous typhoon had mostly been replaced with new ones, and official workers from the base were currently repairing the power supply system. Will the electricity be available today? Almost, but it can only support daily lighting and kitchen appliances. High-power devices won't work. Alright, then you all speed up the process. Generally, high-power devices are unaffordable for ordinary people. The electricity bills can't be the same as before the natural disasters. Once the bill comes out, those who can cook with firewood will almost never choose to use electricity, as is the case at the headquarters base. Wei Cheng asked about the power supply and then inquired about the water supply issues. Water cannot be supplied for the time being. Even if the water plant hasn't been frozen and repairs can be made in this weather of over -60 degrees, the river is entirely frozen, making water extraction difficult. The base headquarters couldn't supply tap water, and this place is no exception. Just like the headquarters, residents will have to solve their own domestic water issues. For drinking water, a water supply vehicle will be stationed in the community, allowing families to collect water based on the number of household members. Alright then. Wei Cheng waved his hand after hearing this. There aren't many basic facilities that can be fixed right now. They can open the gates of the base to accept those applicants who have queued up on the list. Lu Shui drove her war vehicle to the entrance of Lanjiangtai community, seeing many people bundled up like mountain sculptures, braving the heavy snow, while carrying large and small bundles, lining up to register for entry. She had heard that Lanjiangtai had become a base branch. Her family had already applied for a temporary house at the headquarters. Although it was a 4-bedroom, 2-living room apartment, it was barely enough for her parents and her younger brother. The remaining small room served as a storage room, certainly not as comfortable as the large flat they previously occupied at Lanting's top floor. Right, how about applying for another large flat here? Lu Shui excitedly slapped the steering wheel, feeling quite— Miss, it's your turn to register. Oh, I'm looking for Su Yan on the 32nd floor of Building C. Looking for Miss Su. Please come in. Your vehicle can go directly to the bottom of Building C. Thank you. The vehicle that can drive through over a meter of snow has wheels taller than those of ordinary cars by more than double, making those waiting in line extremely envious, all wondering which wealthy person this was. Lu Shui couldn't ignore the gazes of the crowd. Even if she tried, as she was still very happy, grateful that she had the foresight to buy this vehicle. Greeting the guard at the entrance of Building C, Lu Shui climbed the stairs with her large backpack. Xian had just finished training with Da Huang and Da He on the rooftop and heard Lu Shui shouting for them to open the door. You arrived quite early. Not too early, sister. Take a look at the time. It's just past 10. Xian couldn't help but laugh at Lu Shui's appearance. You're still laughing. Am I not allowed to laugh? It was cold before, but I didn't see you wrapped up like a bear like you are now. But this is snow. Can't you respect a heavy snow day? Previously it was just freezing without snow. Now if it snowed and you don't wrap up tightly, your head and face would be covered in snow. It's unbearable and people could die from it. I'm doing quite well. Just look at those people outside. They are even more exaggerated. You talk too much. Come inside and it won't be cold anymore. Once inside, it felt like two different worlds. Lu Shui took off her thick coat, hat, mask, and gloves, carefully placing her backpack in a corner of the sofa. Su Yan brewed 2 cups of hot tea for Lu Shui. The two of them sat on the sofa, each holding a cup, the fragrance of tea wafting around temporarily, making them forget the harsh conditions outside. So, what good items did you bring that warranted you a middleman to personally come and trade? It must be substantial, otherwise Aunt Ba would have settled it herself. But don't rush, let me have a sip of tea and catch my breath. I plan to stay here until you kick me out. It's just too comfortable. Our family has moved to the base now, but the house is too small. I still prefer a few hundred square meters of a large flat away from my parents. So what? You've complained a lot. Oh, what's your point? Hehe, you can't hide anything from Ian. Good, Ian, help me out and apply for 2 large flats at Lanjiangtai. I'll make sure to offer a good incentive. Su Yan shot Lu Shui a glance, unwilling to speak. She knew that as long as she asked, Wei Cheng would comply, but she didn't want to use personal favors. However, this was just a branch. The infrastructure was far inferior to the headquarters. Lu Shui asking should be feasible. With Lu Shue's personality, she would definitely let Wei Cheng know it was related to her, which would count as using her favor, albeit not so directly. You can ask Wei Cheng and suggest that you can offer more for the supplies. It shouldn't be difficult. Alright. Thank you. Now let me show you what I brought. Lu Shue opened her oversized backpack and started taking things out, each box wrapped in foam cotton. It really looks expensive. Antiques, extremely valuable antiques. Do you just believe whatever others say? I don't believe others, but I trust my dad. He has some expertise in antiques, and the things he appraises are rarely fake. Take this small bottle, for example. It is blue and white porcelain, not from the Yuan Ming or Qing dynasties, but an artifact from the Tang dynasty, reportedly worth more than 2 small targets. She can't tell if it's fake or not, but the trading dimension is all about authentication. That aside, Su Yan is concerned about what these items are meant to be exchanged for. Wait a moment, write down what items are to be exchanged with what. I'll take this note to show my boss, and if he thinks it's feasible, then we can negotiate. No need to write it down, this entire backpack belongs to someone else. He is a partner my dad frequently dealt with in business. Before the disaster, he returned to Jiangxing from the capital to visit his elderly parents, but unexpectedly, he couldn't leave. Knowing I work in this field, he found my dad and asked me to facilitate the transaction. The items he wants are not simple. Lu Shue carefully took out each item and placed them on the table. There are 2 blue and white porcelain vases from the Tang dynasty, 1 large and 1 small, at least 1 blue diamond and 1 pink diamond, each weighing 20 carats, a complete set of emerald jewelry that includes a pair of bracelets, a pair of earrings, a beaded necklace, a beaded bracelet, and a round ring. Forgive Su Yan for not having seen much of the world. Of being raised in a wealthy family doesn't make her any better off than girls from ordinary families. It's nothing, don't be shocked. This set of emeralds was prepared by Uncle Lu to be passed down as a family heirloom to his daughter-in-law and granddaughter, so how could it not be valuable? However, in this apocalyptic world with today, having no guarantee of tomorrow, what is the use of these consumables? That's why they are brought out for trade. Alright, what does he want? Why do wealthy people stay wealthy? Their judgment is usually quite good. If they don't trade for practical items now, it will be increasingly difficult to do so in the future. Holding on to something that can ensure survival is much more reassuring. Su Yan understood the mindset of someone like Uncle Lu that Lu Shue mentioned. He wants a transport helicopter and 2 tons of aviation gasoline. Why not aim for the sky? What gave you the impression that I could get you something that flies? After dividing the items from the arms depot collected by the Eagle Sauce, Su Yan currently has more than a dozen helicopters in her space, 3 transport planes, and several armed helicopters. But the problem is who leaked the news that she has these items. Don't get agitated, Yan. I also told Uncle Lu that there's no way you could possibly have such items, but Uncle Lu said, since you managed to acquire a modified battle vehicle of that level, you should have the capability to get a helicopter. That wasn't me, it was my boss who has the connections to acquire them. So just help me ask around. If it's possible, it's possible. If not, we won't force it, right? Take these items and ask, the chances are greater. That's what Uncle Lu said. Is that surname Lu really reliable? Su Yan thought about it and realized there was nothing to be worried about. These items were valuable in times of peace and still held worth now, but it depended on who possessed them. If an ordinary person got them without a way to sell them, they would just be a burden. Su Yan began to consider the trade. If the amount of gold obtained from scanning on the trading platform is substantial, she would exchange one for him. Yan, is it possible or not? Just tell me. You might have to wait for 2 days. I need to take the items to discuss with my boss, and there's no guarantee we will have the goods. Su Yan could say there might not be goods instead of directly refusing, which implies that if the deal doesn't go through, it must be due to inadequate pricing. Lu Shue joyfully rushed over to hug Su Yan. Yay, Yan, you are my lucky star. Don't get so excited. Tell me, what benefits will you gain if this deal is successful? Lu Shue blinked at Su Yan with a charming look, saying in a sweet voice, the benefit is 1 bottle. She pointed to the blue and white porcelain from the Tang dynasty. Su Yan silently shifted a bit, distancing herself from Lu Shue. I'm a woman, I like handsome guys. Me too, ha ha ha. I really can't stand you. Su Yan was amused by Lu Shue's carefree laughter. No, I want to be your neighbor. After this deal is settled, hurry up and help me finalize it. I need to find that Wei Cheng you mentioned to apply for a house. Then you go ahead, I'm also preparing to head out to get things done for you. After sending Lu Shue off, Su Yan indeed. But before going out, she scanned those 2 diamonds, a complete set of emerald jewelry, and 2 pieces of blue and white porcelain into her space. The smaller blue and white porcelain was worth 670 kilograms of gold, while the larger vase was worth 530 kilograms of gold. The pink diamond and blue diamond are both top quality. Together, they were traded for 470 kilograms of gold. The entire set of high-quality emerald jewelry is worth 1,063 kilograms of gold. If you ask Su Yan whether to proceed with this deal, the answer is yes. She is a woman who fell into a heap of gold. These items were obtained at no cost, and all this gold is pure profit. Why not go for it? Moreover, Su Yan had a bold idea. While the major earthquake hasn't struck yet and the world hasn't turned upside down, zero-cost purchases can still be conducted. Before the disaster, the artificial intelligence, he had downloaded maps from various countries, and she received all versions. She could treasure hunt according to the maps, though it would take more effort. No matter, she decided to go for it. First, she would go fetch a helicopter. Since she pushed out a behind-the-scenes boss, she wants to officially take off and earn gold. Firstly, this is the best phase to earn. As disasters progress, these items are highly likely to be lost or buried underground, and that would be a significant loss. Secondly, with a behind-the-scenes boss to take the blame, anything that cannot be explained is the boss' responsibility and has nothing to do with her. If others have doubts, they can, but in such circumstances no one will bother to investigate her. Even if someone does, what can they do? She can turn invisible and fly, going wherever she pleases at any time, which is her confidence. Su Yan tossed a Huang and a He into her space, then went up to the rooftop. The aircraft moved out, flying invisibly. No matter how heavy the snow falls, it has no effect on this advanced civilization's aircraft. Looking out the window, there's a dreamlike beauty reminiscent of a fairy tale. Su Yan was a bit entranced. Su, where are we going? Oh, check the Earth database I asked you to download earlier. See if you can help me find a military base or arms depot of the Eagle Sauce. Since it can produce gold, it's better to acquire more modified all-terrain vehicles, helicopters, various types of gasoline, etc. to trade with our fellow countrymen rather than causing destruction. Alright. He is really obedient. Hold on tight. He is going to accelerate now. Accelerating will take at least 2 to 3 hours, so Su Yan closed her eyes to rest and quickly fell asleep. He landed the aircraft on a mountain peak. It was at this moment that Su Yan opened her eyes. It was beautiful, a vast expanse of white stretching endlessly. This view had almost nothing to do with the apocalypse. Where is this place? It's an arms depot. If these mountains haven't shifted after the natural disaster, then it's confirmed that there's an arms depot here about 50 meters diagonally behind us. How precise. The artificial intelligence worth 2,000 kilograms of gold is truly valuable. Looking at this place, is it a mountaintop? But then again, it's not impossible. The arms depot of Eagle Sauce tends to be built in such remote locations. Hurry up, Su, there are no living creatures here. Okay. With a constant temperature suit, I am not afraid of the icy weather. If I turn on the invisible protective shield, Su Yan holding he alighted from the aircraft and proceeded towards the entrance of the arms depot, following the direction indicated by the small bundle. This place is at a high elevation, so during the global flood it definitely wouldn't be submerged. If the stock is still here. Notice the stock must be here. As Su Yan walked, she silently prayed to the 3,000 deities and Buddhas, hoping not to have made a wasted. She arrived at a place where many stones were piled up. It was evident that the steep slope behind the pile of stones was the entrance, half buried in snow, but that was fine, she could move it. She directly touched the stones with her hands, moving the obstructive large rocks into her space, and cleared a good amount of snow, finally revealing the blast-proof door. Little bundle, why is there no one guarding this place? Before the natural disaster, no one could have reached this mountain. All defenses were set at the foot of the mountain. Alright, Su Yan was already too exhausted to complain about how the little bundle seemed to know everything. If the little bundle said it could destroy this planet with a mere raise of its hand, she would believe it. She took out the small lock from her space to unlock the blast-proof door. Indeed, the small lock was an artificial intelligence that could effortlessly unlock the top-tier blast-proof door. After the door opened, she tossed the small lock back into her space. Su Yan felt as relaxed as if she had returned home. Upon entering, the first thing she saw was an electric convertible, the kind used for sightseeing at tourist spots. She sat in it and pressed the switch. It really could drive. Should we put on the concealment suits? You can confidently gather items with me. Here, all devices will malfunction, and I will shield them all. Then little can use shield against natural disasters. You wish. Su Yan vigorously rubbed the round little bundle. It was too cute and too powerful. She was no longer afraid, driving the little electric convertible down the slope, and soon entered a spacious underground parking structure that resembled a warehouse. It was over 10 meters high and at least several thousand square meters wide. The boxes stacked here had some with exclamation marks and some without. She didn't need to see what they were, just collect them. Everywhere the electric vehicle passed, not a single cent was left. After collecting the boxes, she finally spotted the helicopter she wanted the most. Could you introduce these models to me? These little toys don't require much introduction. Those large ones are transport aircraft capable of carrying both people and supplies. Further ahead is an anti-submarine helicopter used for underwater search and attack, and the row on the left is armed helicopters. You can understand that they are suitable for warfare. The little bundle is truly clever. The little bundle ignored Su Yan's praise and urged her to quickly gather items. With the electric vehicle, it was incredibly fast. She collected one after another, and after gathering the flying ones, she moved on to the land vehicles. Seeing that the wheels of those vehicles were about as tall as her, she knew they were all modified battlefield vehicles. Regardless of whether they were cars or tanks, she collected them all. Aviation fuel and gasoline are all strategic materials, and they were all here. Little bundle, after we finish collecting this batch, I'll be rich beyond measure. How delightful. What good is the gold in your space for? Just think, a small aircraft costs over 10,000 kilograms of gold. Oh, what about a spacecraft? And a cosmic battleship? Shut up. Being poor doesn't mean you can't speak. He rolled around in Su Yan's arms, truly shutting up. Su Yan decided to collect everything, trading what could be traded, and for things that couldn't be traded for ordinary people, she would gift them to the higher-ups of the group when the opportunity arose. If not, it was fine. After collecting for over half an hour, Su Yan finally left with the little bundle and returned to the aircraft. Su, are we heading back now? No rush. After spending 2 or 3 hours traveling from the east to the west, let's take a look at the situation in other countries in the city. Alright then, fly slowly. No matter how slowly they fly, they reached the night city where Su Yan had stayed in just over 10 minutes. It was not much different from Jiang City. Both were ice and snow worlds. Looking down from 100 or 200 meters above ground, people looked like small animals, and it was certainly a dire situation. There wasn't much to see. What else can we collect where Su Yan had stayed in just over? There are no large amounts of gold that you want here. Before the natural disaster, they collected from the central bank's vault. Besides the central bank, other places have only trivial amounts, and with the current situation, it's not easy to take. Everything is under the ice. Alright then, let's return at full speed. After returning to Jiang City, find a hidden place in the suburbs to stop and call me. No problem. Su Yan woke up to find herself back in Jiang City. On a mountain in the suburbs, she put away the aircraft, moved a transport helicopter, and then placed 2 tons of aviation fuel into the cabin. Then what? Su Yan didn't know how to fly. Little what should we do? Can you fly it? So stupid. Alright. If he was driving, she couldn't just deliver it directly to someone. Su Yan thought for a moment, found a low rooftop to land on, and notified Lu Shui to come and take it away. After thinking it through, she realized she wouldn't be going down often, therefore, she needed a somewhat reasonable excuse. For instance, regarding the source of the materials. It wouldn't make sense to just appear out of nowhere, and now being able to fly the helicopter back, everything would be explained. Where did the helicopter come from? No matter who asked, it would be provided by her boss behind her. After parking the helicopter, Su Yan took out her walkie-talkie from her backpack and notified Lu Shui. Really? Of course it's real. You find someone who can fly a helicopter, otherwise it would be a wasted trip. Okay, if he dares to buy it, there will definitely be someone who can fly it. Wait half an hour, I'll bring Uncle Lu over. In this half hour, Su Yan sat in the helicopter listening to he explain how to operate it. She couldn't possibly learn it just by listening to one class. She would take it slow and eventually learn. Someone is 100 meters away from us. Okay, I'll toss you back into space first. In a few minutes, 3 people wrapped up like mountain sculptures emerged on the rooftop, one of whom was Lu Shui. Yan, you're amazing. I knew you could strike the deal. Lu Shui, full of joy, wanted to hug Su Yan again. Su Yan slightly dodged, disliking the bear-like hug. This is a transport helicopter that can seat 10 people and has a load capacity of 10 tons. The fuel is in the cabin, you all go up and check it. Oh, okay. Yan, this is Uncle Lu. He's Uncle Lu's assistant here to help fly the helicopter away. Hello, Miss Su, thank you so much. You've really helped me a lot. No need to be polite, we deal in cash and goods. Su Yan responded politely with a gesture of invitation. Lu Lingxuan sensed Su Yan's cool politeness and understood that the young girl did not wish to develop a deeper relationship, so he merely nodded politely and followed his assistant onto the helicopter. This isn't a domestic model, it's the Eagle Sauce's newest armed transport aircraft. This young lady is no ordinary person. We must cultivate this connection carefully, we may well need her assistance in the future. But once we secure the helicopters, we'll all be returning to Jingjing. Indeed, we must give serious thought to how to maintain this relationship. Lu Lingxuan and his assistant were still inspecting the aircraft. There was no telling when they'd finish. Lu Shui led Su Yan toward another helicopter. You said it would take 2 days. I truly expected to wait the full 48 hours, but you brought it back in just half a day. Yan, what about this one? This one is mine. The boss happened to have stock on hand and dispatched it the moment he received my message. Yours. You can fly it. Yes. You own an aircraft, fine. But you fly it too. Lu Shui's envy flared anew. Her gaze grew so intense it seemed she might devour Su Yan whole. Wawa, Yan, reserve one for me. Even a smaller model will do. Once I convince my old man and extract something valuable from him, I'll buy one too, and you must teach me how to fly it. Will you? Reserve it. Absolutely reserve it for me. The aircraft aren't in my possession. I can't reserve anything. I can only do my utmost to secure one for you. Thank you. Thank you, Yan. Gratitude won't help. Hurry and raise the funds. Jiangqing, the second largest metropolis after Jingjing, teemed with powerful clans and financial conglomerates. Yet, even those who boasted of vast personal assets referred only to their invested enterprises and real estate holdings. When the cataclysm struck, everything collapsed. At best, their immense purchasing power allowed them to hoard limited supplies during the earliest phase, but those reserves were finite. Thus, for Lu Xue to acquire a helicopter through trade-raising capital was indeed imperative. Had Su Yan not liquidated the shares left to her by her second uncle before the cataclysm, she would have been far poorer. Lu Xue absorbed Su Yan's words. Yes, she had to act swiftly. Delay risked missing the window entirely, even if she gained bargaining power later. Inventory might already be exhausted. After Lu Lingxuan and his assistant completed their inspection, they emerged to find the two young women standing in quiet, thoughtful silence. Miss Su, our inspection is complete. The aircraft is in excellent condition with no faults. Fuel quantity matches specifications. Excellent. Then let's conclude this transaction amicably. Su Yan handed over the cockpit key. Her expression suggested each additional word would constitute a personal loss. Yan, are you leaving already? When business concludes, why linger? Would you rather admire the scenery or stand on the rooftop in freezing wind and snow as night falls? Having spoken to Lu Xue, Su Yan gave a brief courteous nod to Lu Lingxuan and his assistant, then turned and strode toward the cockpit of her own helicopter. An ethereal beauty in tactical camouflage fatigues, cool, incisive, radiating an aura of untouchable aloofness. That was Su Yan precisely as she appeared at that moment. Even Lu Xue, who believed herself Su Yan's close friend, perhaps even a confidant, knew deep down that she had never truly entered Su Yan's inner world. Shall we depart? As well shall Lu. And you? Uncle Lu, you fly ahead, I'll drive back. Very well. Travel safely. Watching Lu Lingxuan's helicopter vanish into the distance, Lu Xue retrieved her radio and contacted Su Yan. Yan, you're heartless. Just like that, you vanished without a trace. Vanish. Should I stay on the rooftop to eat snow and drink icy wind? Besides, I'm doing you a favor. Didn't you see Uncle Lu trying to curry favor with me? He'll bypass you entirely and deal directly with me next time, cutting you out of the middleman's margin entirely. Bah, do I care about such petty profit? Then what do you care about? I care about you. Su Yan shuddered involuntarily. Was this truly something a beautiful woman had just declared? She'd made her preference perfectly clear. She favored handsome men. A beat of silence followed over the radio. Su Yan added one final caution. Lu Xue, please tell Uncle Lu not to disclose my identity. The transaction is between you and him. Henceforth, anyone seeking the goods must contact you, your channel alone. Understood. I'll head back now. Oh, and good news, I'll soon be your neighbor. Lu Xue's melancholy lasted barely 3 minutes before she rebounded, brimming with renewed vitality. She'd requested a luxury penthouse from Wei Cheng. Merely mentioning she was Su Yan's closest friend secured her 2 top-floor units in Building D. In return, she donated a substantial shipment of relief supplies. Even before Su Yan's helicopter entered the Lanjiangtai Temporary Base Division, its identification beacon flashed the signal of an allied asset, ensuring a smooth landing atop Building C of the Lanjiangtai complex. Wei Cheng, observing through his binoculars from ground level, confirmed the figure descending from the helicopter was Su Yan. This girl remains an enigma, he murmured, then keyed his radio. Su Yan, is that you aboard the helicopter? Old Wei, it's me. Honestly, I feared you'd order me shot down on sight. I've brought back supplies. Shall I send someone up to inspect them? No need, you're safe, and that's what matters. Ending the call with Su Yan, Wei Cheng immediately contacted Yang Jingwei, commander of base headquarters. Yes, I'm aware of the helicopter matter. In truth, he knew nothing. Understood. Shaking his head, Wei Cheng sighed inwardly. So long as someone has her back, I needn't fret excessively. The first thing Su Yan did upon entering her apartment was to affectionately pet her 2 indolent dogs. Well-trained, they never chased after her when she left unaccompanied, yet greeted her with unrestrained enthusiasm upon her return. Woof. Woof. Huang De felt slighted. The mistress didn't take us into battle again. Woof. 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 Fan demanded dinner. Chicken leg. Chicken leg. Dahe wagged his tail vigorously, reminding his mistress that dinner time had arrived. All right, chicken legs for both of you shortly. Su Yan shed her sleek combat uniform, donned comfortable homeware, tied on an apron, and entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. As a southerner, she held culinary traditions in high regard: slow-simmered, nourishing soups, balanced dishes pairing meat and vegetables. Faithful to her promise, she roasted chicken legs for the dogs, sliced 2 apple wedges, and served them alongside kibble, a proper meal. After dinner, Su Yan habitually stepped onto her balcony, gazing outward through the floor-to-ceiling panoramic windows. The snow had ceased. Yet its cessation heralded only the imminent arrival of the next calamity. She recalled the early cataclysm era of her previous life, a relentless, unbroken chain of disasters. Official reports she'd once heard claimed humanity squandered half its global population within the first year alone. What an unimaginable number. and the decline accelerated yearly thereafter. She survived until year 6 of the Cataclysm. By then, fewer than 30% of pre-Cataclysm humanity remained. These figures came from official base records and were likely accurate. How many more years until the Cataclysm finally ended? Su Yan dared not contemplate it. At the temporary base headquarters, Lu Shui and her father approached Lu Lingxuan, discreetly conveying Su Yan's stipulations. Lu Lingxuan nodded gravely. I understand protocol perfectly. Miss Su rendered me an immense service. Lu Lingxuan honors his word. What I've promised I shall never divulge. Thank you, this is my daughter's enterprise. Anyone seeking information should contact the Lu family directly. Very well. With the snowfall ended, we depart for Jingcheng tonight, until we meet again. Take care, and may our paths cross again. Lu Lingxuan's helicopter rested on an open expanse within the base. The Lu family chose midnight departure, arriving in Jingcheng at dawn. As the Lu entourage gathered luggage for boarding, Yang Jingwei detained Lu Lingxuan. Director Yang, do you require something? For security assurance, I must conduct a full cabin inspection. Yang Jingwei is essentially the second-in-command of Jiang City, and his inspection cannot be obstructed. After all, this is an armed transport aircraft. Is it something an ordinary person can purchase? It was merely an inspection, so Lu Lingxuan had no choice but to cooperate and open the cabin door. Yang Jingwei indeed conducted a thorough inspection. The model from Eagle Sauce was 3 years old, having flown less than 100 kilometers. It was confirmed to be a new aircraft. Everything is normal now. Thank you, Officer Yang. Lu Lingxuan had prepared a dozen excuses in his mind, not expecting Yang Jingwei to refrain from questioning the origin of the helicopter after the inspection. Yang Jingwei was well aware of the helicopter's origin and couldn't help but marvel at the capabilities of the person behind Su Yan managing to get it through customs. However, he only needed to confirm this once and would not pursue further inquiries about Su Yan. You're welcome. I also need to trouble Mr. Lu to take a letter back to Beijing to be delivered to Luo Fuan of the Emergency Rescue Special Operations Team at the Shuguang base in Beijing. The Shuguang base is the main base in Beijing, gathering many big shots. The base is unimaginably large, as they had received advance notice and made preparations. All of Wuxia's top talents and technologies, along with various strategic resources, are located within this base. It's a small matter, I will definitely deliver it. The two shook hands and Yang Jingwei handed the envelope to Lu Lingxuan before leaving. His letter would undoubtedly be delivered to Qin Yi through Luo Fuan. Some matters were inconvenient to discuss over satellite phone, and he feared that if he directly handed the letter to Qin Yi, the big shots in Beijing would overthink it. The letter was written using their special method of message delivery. Anyone else who received it would not understand its meaning after reading it. The helicopter flew slowly, stopping once for refueling. By the time they returned to the skies above Beijing, it was already 7 in the morning. First, head to the Shuguang base. Yes, boss. Their helicopter could not land within the base. In fact, it had already been locked on from a distance. If it weren't for the constant flashing of the signal light, it would have long been shot down. The aircraft landed several miles outside the base. However, due to it being a helicopter, soldiers patrolling outside the base rushed over to inquire. The base is situated in a high-altitude area. When the extreme cold arrived, the water in this area receded, leaving no ice layer. The roads here are also cleared by designated personnel. Lu Lingxuan explained he was there to deliver a letter and got into the soldier's vehicle to enter the base. With the help of the soldiers in the base, Lu Lingxuan found Luo Fuan. Are you the one looking for me? Hello, Comrade Luo, I am Lu Lingxuan. Here is your letter. Thank you. Luo Fuan opened the letter and glanced at it. It was Yang Jingwei's letter, and the writing. It was folded up. The letter has been delivered, so I'll take my leave now. Is Mr. Lu residing in the base? Which area? I'm still temporarily residing outside. No one at the Shuguang base wishes to live outside. The situation outside is chaotic, with innumerable incidents of home invasion, arson, and looting. Those not living inside simply haven't applied for a slot yet. Since the other party helped in delivering the letter, Luo Fuan wanted to return the favor and asked, did you fail to apply for a slot? No, I did successfully apply for a 3-bedroom apartment, but there are too many family members to fit in, so I have not moved in yet. As a businessman, Lu Lingxuan is perceptive. Luo Fuan's question meant he wanted to return the favor, and he naturally revealed that the apartment was small. He felt delighted inside. This was not just about delivering a letter, but an opportunity sent to him by Yang Jing. I see. Let me first check if there are larger apartments available. Come find me tomorrow afternoon at 6. By the way, how did you get from Jiang City to Beijing? We took a helicopter. Luo Fuan nodded thoughtfully. He was indeed a tycoon. Who would spend on a helicopter at this time? Now, aside from senior executives of corporations and military personnel on specific missions, who else can afford a helicopter? It's not that there aren't helicopters, but aviation fuel is a scarce resource used up drop by drop. Alright, see you tomorrow. Thank you, Comrade Luo. Luo Fuan tucked the letter into his pocket and returned to find Qin Yi. Old Zheng, where's old Qin? Old Qin was just called to Director Xing's office. Luo Fuan acknowledged this, but was also curious about what significant matter could have prompted the director to call him so early in the morning. Everyone has a gossiping heart. Luo Fuan casually chatted with Zhang Yuan. Do you think it might be some... There are no major missions currently. It's either targeting organized crime or disaster relief. If it's about going to battle against crime, I wouldn't have any objections. As for disaster relief, I'd prefer to leave that to the ordinary teams. I only want to undertake more challenging tasks. Alright, old Zhang, let's talk about something lighter. The one having the hardest time is old Qin. As soon as Luo Fuan mentioned old Qin, Zhang Yuan wisely fell silent. All their teammates knew that Qin Yi had lost contact with his fiancée after the natural disaster, and it was not easy to get news. He was temporarily unable to leave Beijing. The one they referred to as having the hardest time was currently in the director's office. Xiaoqi and I have reviewed your transfer request. It's not that I don't approve it, it's just that I currently cannot do without you in Beijing. Yang Jingwei has already gone to Jiang City. I agree to your transfer, but I hope you can give me some buffer time to help bring out a special operations team. Yes, Director. Qin Yi's request to transfer from Beijing was not just for himself. Several of his brothers were also applying to transfer, especially Luo Fuan. If Xing did not agree, he would choose to retire. The special operations team led by Qin Yi is a sharp sword in the director's hand. It is reasonable for the director to request assistance in bringing out a replacement team. Not to mention a national organization, even a small business, would have a series of processes for core employee transfers or resignations. Qin Yi understood and agreed. Additionally, there is an urgent task that requires your team to assist 2 professors in going to the Air Mountain in the northwest to conduct research preparing for the relocation of bases to respond to continuous natural disasters. Yes, I will go with Chan Dingshan and leave Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan at the base. You can arrange those things. Go ahead. Qin Yi left the director's office. Since it was labeled an urgent task, the sooner the better. He went to arrange for a helicopter, confirmed the time with the 2 professors, and left in half an hour before returning to his teammates' dormitory. Old Qin, what's going on? Boss, this is a letter from Old Yang for you. Qin Yi took the letter and tucked it into his pocket, saying, Old Zhang, Old Luo, you 2 stay at the base to train the reserve troops sent over by the military. Old Qin, come with me to Air Mountain. We leave immediately. Yes. Qin Dingshan quickly got ready. Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan also brought over Qin Yi's gear, which he naturally took and slung over his back. Thanks, brother. The 4 of them made a gesture of encouragement in perfect harmony, with 2 remaining behind and 2 going on the mission. I'll drive, you check the letter first. Qin Dingshan stepped into the driver's seat first. Okay. Qin Yi confirmed with the 2 professors that they could set off before sitting in the passenger's seat and taking out the letter given by Luo Fuan. Yan Jingwei's letter conveyed a single message to Qin Yi. Do you remember the task assigned to us by the superior before the disaster? Qin Yi closed the thin sheet of paper. It seemed Yang Jingwei had said something yet at the same time had said nothing. He remembered that after returning to the country, apart from reporting and attending meetings, another task was assigned by the superior to him and Yang Jingwei, which was to investigate the person who predicted the disaster. The disaster arrived, and on the surface everyone was fully focused on dealing with it while all other matters were sidelined. However, various factions secretly sent people to keep an eye on this mysterious individual, hoping to gain more information about the impending apocalypse. It was unclear what considerations motivated the big shots to publicly acknowledge that someone could predict the disaster yet not fully disclose everything, such as the matter regarding the 3 spatial buttons. Otherwise, Qin Yi wouldn't be left guessing, especially since he was already wearing one around his neck. Bossiga. It's nothing. Regardless of whether it was significant or not, this response indicated that there was something inconvenient to discuss, so Qin Dingshan did not press further. Meanwhile, Yang Jingwei was waiting for Qin Yi's return call. He only needed to confirm that the other party had received the letter, but after a day of waiting there was still no response. He suspected that the person providing weapons and supplies to Su Yan was connected to the prediction matter. The task had been jointly accepted by him and Qin Yi. Now that he had some clues, it was possible that it was related to Su Yan, so he was unsure whether to report this to the higher-ups and left the decision to Qin Yi. Unable to wait for news from Qin Yi, Yang Jingwei had no choice but to set this matter aside. Su Yan was busy sorting another batch of supplies for Lu Shui, which included items that ordinary people would hesitate to accept, such as Heinz cigarettes, alcohol, tea, cosmetics, skincare products, and nutritional supplements. Lu Shui had already packed and moved into Building D on the 32nd floor of Lanjiang Terrace. She lived in 3201, while her subordinates Ba Gu and a few others lived in D3202. Her parents and younger brother remained at the headquarters. Ayen, are you done? I sent Ba Gu with 2 people to pick up the goods. Come on over. You should come too. I consider today as joining the crew. Come over and liven things up. I don't have time. I'll congratulate you on moving in another day. Did you bring the kids over? Hello. Hello. The intercom was left with only static noise. Lu Shui let out a long sigh. Su Yan was really tired, having become a mother of 2 young children at. Meanwhile, the one who was mistakenly thought to be tired packed the arranged items into 2 large storage bags and waited at the corridor for Bagu to come and pick them up. After about 10 minutes, Bagu and 2 young men arrived. Yan, my niece asked me to come and pick up. Okay, it's all here. I just counted. No need to count. My niece trusts you, and I trust you even more. I'm leaving now. Bagu led the way, and the 2 large bags were hoisted onto the shoulders of the 2 young men as they headed downstairs. Su Yan closed the door and went home. Longjung Terrace had become a branch of the base, and no matter what, she couldn't avoid contact with outsiders. She was considering buying a hand robot to let Mei Mei and Lily switch jobs. Little dumpling, if Mei Li can't upgrade, can she switch jobs? Can you implant new programs? No. What can you do then? He was once again acting cute and spinning around. Su Yan knocked Little Dumpling down, saying, Then what use do I have for you? Little Hee, I'm taking the 2 kids and Mei Li into the space. What kind of nanny do you want? The 2 little ones were only a little over 5 months old and could only make cooing sounds, unable to respond to their mother. However, the 2 little ones thought their mother was playing with them and kept rubbing their hands and feet, happily mimicking sounds with drool dripping from the corners of their mouths. The children might be teething soon. Come on, open your mouth. The 2 little ones really complied with an awe. Su Yan noticed that their lower gums were starting to show little baby teeth. She took out a tablet specifically for storing photos of the children and snapped a few pictures. My son and daughter are truly beautiful. Su Yan also took a group photo with the children before pulling out the transaction space to prepare to purchase an all-purpose nanny robot, one that looked just like a human. But this price, 1,000 kilograms of gold, is serious. She remembered that Mei Mei and Lily were only 50 kilograms of gold each, and the incredibly advanced Little Dumpling was 2,000 kilograms, but this all-purpose nanny costs 1,000 kilograms. Introduction: customizable appearance, fully mimicking human behavior and mannerisms, even more human-like than actual humans. A straightforward and blunt introduction. Buy it, at least it benefits the children. One can't let the kids grow up facing robots that don't resemble humans. Just thinking of what's good for the children makes spending 1,000 kilograms of gold feel less painful. Su Yan confirmed the purchase, and the transaction platform directly deducted 1,000 kilograms from her account without any mention of the amount. Within minutes, she could retrieve it, having already bought several people before. After starting it up and binding it, Su Yan was quite familiar with the process. This time it was a bit more advanced, as the all-purpose nanny robot could familiarize itself with everything in this world through the binding with her. Your 2 babies are so cute and beautiful. Please give me a name. The all-purpose nanny squatted down to play with the little ones while chatting, asking Su Yan for a name. It's really supernatural. Definitely a person. Let's name her Su Qing and tell others she's my aunt. How does that sound? Alright, how should I address you? Call me Su Su, just like the other AI Little Dumpling, hee. Okay, Su Su. Auntie helping to take care of the children is the most realistic situation. Otherwise, hiring a nanny to care for children during the disaster apocalypse seems a bit unreliable, even if I know it's credible. After explaining that Mei Li and the 2 robots could operate independently or rest, Su Yan took the children and Su Qing out of the space. Su Su, is this the new artificial intelligence? Yes, you 2 can communicate with each other. A dignified beauty and a cute little dumpling, both artificial intelligences communicated without any barriers. Moreover, the all-purpose nanny was not just for show. While talking to Hee, Su Qing tidied up everything she saw, even adjusting the milk bottles of the little ones in the cabinet that were not arranged properly. Su Su, what dishes do you want for dinner? Just make whatever you think is good. Su Yan went to the kitchen to fill the fridge. She had been racking her brain about what to eat every day, but now that she had a nanny doing the work, she wasn't picky. She would love whatever was made. Su Qing did not disappoint, preparing squirrel fish, longjing shrimp, coriander beef, and chicken with vegetable broth. The 4 dishes were made even better than in a 5-star restaurant, looking great before they even started eating. Auntie, can you eat? I can eat or not eat depending on what Su Su needs. But since there are no outsiders now, I don't need to pretend. Is that it? This is definitely artificial intelligence. Thinking about how much gold had been spent, Su Yan felt that it should indeed be like this. The next day, Su Yan was awakened by the intercom. Yen, the temperature has risen by at least 10 degrees today. I say, miss, is it proper for you to wake up so early given your status? I'm getting up to exercise, and there's something I want to discuss with you. Lu Shui whispered conspiratorially, although she spoke loudly enough that no one would overhear her. Let me tell you, Yen, I heard some insider news. After the temperature rises, the snow will melt and many supplies in the water will spoil, but there are also many that, having been soaked, will still be fine. We should take advantage of the melting ice to make a big haul. I won't do small-time stuff. Only big business interests me. Call me when there's something worth pursuing. After saying this, she tossed the intercom aside. Su-Yen looked at the clock. It was just past 7 in the morning. Not wanting to sleep anymore, but also not getting out of bed, she lay there lost in thought. The temperature had risen, and it had come early. Once it warms up, it won't be long before it becomes scorching hot. Going out to gather supplies. Not even a dog would do it. Su, breakfast is ready. Okay, auntie. Su Qing entered the room calling Su-Yen for breakfast, her gentle demeanor providing a comforting feeling. Suddenly an idea popped into Su-Yen's mind as she wished she had called her mother instead of auntie from the beginning. She got out of bed to wash up, and the warm water had already been prepared by the maid. After washing up, she found her bed, which she never bothered to make, was arranged flawlessly, without a single wrinkle. Mei and Lili were standard programmed robots, while Su Qing seemed to have her own thoughts resembling a living person. The difference between 50 kilograms of gold and 1,000 kilograms of gold is as vast as this. While Su-Yen had breakfast, Su Qing was also feeding the two small ones milk powder. After finishing breakfast, she prepared to feed Da Huang and Da He dog food, only to find that Su Qing had already done so. It became clear that artificial intelligence doesn't need rest. In other words, it can work 24 hours a day without issue. Su-Yen could become a handoff manager. After an hour of practice, Su-Yen was drenched in sweat, so she simply sat down in a pile of snow. The temperature was rising, and it was rising fast. First, the dogs practiced together while Su-Yen cleared a patch of snow for herself and performed a set of punches. Then it was her turn to train with the dogs. After an hour of practice, Su-Yen was drenched in sweat, so she simply sat down in a pile of snow. The temperature was rising, and it was rising fast. This snow wouldn't last long. Suddenly, she felt inspired to build a snow dog. Indeed, she was building a snow version of Da Huang and Da He. Woof woof. So ugly it looks like it could kill a dog. Woo woo, this was Da Huang, not Da He. Without surprise, Da He received a paw swat from Da Huang. Then both dogs jumped on the snow dogs, scattering snow everywhere. Ah, you bad dogs. I worked hard to build that. Pay me back for my snow dogs. Su-Yen chased after the dogs, who were having a blast as if being chased to death was a game, even jumping onto the railing. Su-Yen was startled and quickly stopped her pursuit. Da Huang, Da He, come down. The two dogs ignored her, staring down at something unknown below, not understanding what they could possibly see from such a height. Curious, Su-Yen leaned closer to see. It turned out there was a squad training behind building. See, no wonder the two dogs were so captivated. They must have received similar systematic training. Over 100 soldiers were training together, which was certainly more interesting than just her and the two dogs. At least it was lively. The two dogs remained transfixed. Su-Yen even sensed a hint of longing in the dogs' expressions. Do you want to train with them, The two tilted their heads to glance at Su-Yen, barking twice. Even without understanding dog language, she could tell they were excited. Then let's take them downstairs. Let Jiangsu arrange for two young men to train the dogs. Actually, it didn't matter whether they trained or not, as Su-Yen just wanted the dogs to act like normal dogs instead of becoming useless by being cooped up at home all day. Let's go, I'll take you downstairs to play with them. Woof, woof, woof. The dogs ran faster than Su-Yen. Once the stairwell door opened, the two dogs dashed out of sight. Su-Yen was quite averse to taking the stairs, not only because they were too high but also because they were dirty. This time, however, she found the stairs had actually been cleaned. Even the half-destroyed wall from when she blew it up with a grenade had been repaired. Where did those dogs come from? Is no one following them? Are they strays? One dog weighs about 70 to 80 pounds. So much dog meat. Downstairs, more people were moving in and out, and the sight of the two dogs had them drooling. The one who mentioned dog meat, after saying this, some others also exchanged glances, quietly discussing the profit-sharing ratio after catching them. They began rummaging through large and small bags for knives and ropes, preparing to catch the dogs. Only those who originally lived in building C along with residents beside it knew that these two dogs belonged to the female demon on the 32nd floor. They thought those newcomers were looking to get themselves killed by targeting these two. Not to mention whether they could catch them or not. Even if they did, they wouldn't have the life to digest them. However, they wouldn't warn anyone. Look, how could the dogs just let themselves be captured? Seeing several malicious-looking individuals approaching, they were already baring their teeth in warning. Seeing that the warning was ineffective, the few people who were crazed with hunger began closing in on the dogs, and the dog. When Su-Yen arrived downstairs, she had no idea how dogs fought people. Two individuals were already lying on the ground while the rest surrounded the dogs, though they weren't attacking. With no orders from their owner, the dogs merely stood their ground without going for the kill. Da Huang, Da He. Woof, master, there are bad people who want to eat dog meat. Woof woof. The two dogs found their anchor, and regardless of whether those around were afraid of them or wanted to eat them, dashed right in front of Su-Yen. Su-Yen stopped the dogs from jumping up for comfort. The two individuals knocked down by the dogs, along with those who participated in the dog catching, began yelling for help as soon as they saw the dog's owner. Just moments ago they had been so brave in trying to catch the dogs, now they were crying out in misery, and it was obvious to anyone that they were trying to extort. A concerned citizen called for the community patrol. Without giving Su-Yen a chance to speak, those involved in the dog catching had already started listing her 10 sins of dog ownership, including how the dogs would die and how to divide up the meat and bones. The patrol team was well aware of the intentions of these people, but they still had to follow the proper procedures. What are you shouting about? This is not a place where you can say whatever you want to. We must also listen to the other side. Do you think nobody is around? Those who dared to speak nonsense while capturing the dogs believed that people would not say anything even if they saw them. Now ordinary citizens were too busy managing their own affairs who would bother to meddle in others' business. However, due to the guns in the patrol team's hands, these people momentarily fell silent. We will not take one side's word for it. The dog is yours, so you explain it. My dog is a police dog that has undergone systematic training. It won't attack unless provoked by others. No need to rush into a defense. You may deny that you actively attacked my dog, and that's fine, but I would ask the comrades to inquire with the bystanders. Su-Yen was confident that the people in Building C would not distort the facts. Half of the people in Building C still wanted to barter with her. Are there any witnesses to what happened here? If so, please speak up. Upon hearing the patrol team's words, many voices chimed in. Those who wanted to kill the dog and eat its meat deserved to be bitten. They brought it upon themselves. I witnessed it, and the dog showed mercy, otherwise they would already be dead. If they hadn't offended the dog, it wouldn't even bother with them. This batch of neighbors was quite supportive. It had nothing to do with Su-Yen. After hearing this, the patrol personnel cast a disdainful glance at the few who wanted to eat dog meat and asked, "Do you have anything else to say? So many people witnessed that you provoked the dog. But it is also the responsibility of the dog owner. If his dog injures someone, he must compensate." Oh dear. Heavens, how will I live with a broken leg? The two injured individuals sat in the icy snow, throwing a tantrum, perfectly slapping the snow on the ground as they spoke, accidentally hitting their legs, making their cries of ouch even more genuine and louder. If you continue to cause a scene, you will be asked to leave the base. The base does not welcome such individuals. Look, this is the base that shields the people from wind and rain, yet it still indulges the powerful while trampling the weak. The dog owner looks like a sycophant, perhaps a mistress, kept by some official. How can we ordinary people compete against that? The loudest of the tantrum throwers was interrupted when Wang Xinwu, who happened to come down from upstairs, slapped him across the face. You spew nonsense. The authorities may not hit you, but I will. I dare to hit you. Wang Xinwu slapped him twice more before stopping, thinking what a despicable person. He can slander anyone, but to dare slander the leg he was holding. Wang Xinwu is not a good person, so what if he hits someone? Surprisingly, the patrol team merely glanced at Wang Xinwu and said no fighting is allowed in the base. Their words, although stating no fighting, were laced with a hint of glee. Comrades, I can't help it. These two dogs are good dogs. They've saved the lives of our entire building and helped Major Wei greatly. Such good friends of humanity, comrades, good companions, are actually being targeted for capture to be killed for dog meat. Who can endure this? And what does it have to do with that, Major? Saving lives. The few people realized they had kicked a metal plate and were momentarily silent. Su-Yen nodded in thanks to those who spoke up for her and called her two dogs to her side, rubbing their heads to comfort them. Of course, she had to pamper her own pets. With her dogs unharmed, Su-Yen was too lazy to waste time arguing and led the dogs to the empty space behind Building C to find someone to train them. Suddenly something broke through the icy surface of the hard-packed snow. The two dogs reacted swiftly to the sense of danger. Having already dashed several meters away, they quickly returned to protect Su-Yen. Those who had just captured the dogs and weren't injured, along with the ones pretending to be hurt, cared not for their belongings and scrambled away in a panic. The remaining spectators also screamed as they ran toward the entrance of the building. However, there were still some who ran slowly. Positioned too close to where the creature had jumped out, they were caught by it and snaring their legs. Help! The 4 patrol members reacted quickly, unholstering their guns and sweeping them towards the enormous creature. Even after being shot, the creature firmly held onto the person it had bitten, refusing to let go. The 3 of them fired their guns, and it was unclear how many bullets were expended before the monster finally ceased its struggles. The bitten man's legs were bloodied and horrific. Quick, save him first. 2 patrol members rushed to drag the bitten man, who still had a breath left, while another went to inspect the strange creature. That creature was enormous. It measured 5 or 6 meters in length with a massive head and teeth at least 5 centimeters long. Its entire body was deep red with scales like sharp spikes. Su-Yen searched her mind for any knowledge about animals and found that the creature resembled a crocodile. However, crocodiles are not this color, nor could they possibly appear here, especially not survive under a 6 to 70 degree below zero ice layer. Isn't this creature a tropical rainforest inhabitant? Right, a mutation. She finally remembered that many mutated animals appeared in her past life. This one should be a mutated crocodile. Upon seeing Su Yan and the monster not far away, Jiang Ze's heart raced. Thankfully Miss Su was unharmed, otherwise he would be dealt with by Officer Yang, whose private order to him was to protect Su Yan. Yan, what is this? Su Yan quickly explained the situation to Jiang Su in a few sentences. There's at least 10 meters of ice here. How could this thing drill its way out? And where did it come from? I guess it came here during the previous flood flowing in from the sea, and then got trapped in the extreme cold. I believe this is a mutated crocodile. A normal one wouldn't grow like this. Since it's mutated, it's not surprising that it can survive under the ice and break through such a thick layer. Hearing Su Yan's words, Jiang Su nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is a high possibility. Jiang City is close to the sea, and the temperature has risen significantly in the last few days. It rose several degrees today, and these creatures. Hurry, run. Jiang Su shouted the words run in a high-pitched voice. Roar. 2 more creatures sprang out from the hole where the previous one emerged. The patrol soldier and the one who had accompanied Jiang Su to investigate were enthusiastically discussing the deceased one, unaware that danger was suddenly upon them. After Jiang Su shouted to run, he also pulled Su Yan to run. Just as they were quick to act, De Huang and De He rushed forward, leaping with all their might, one dog tackling one monster. The soldiers, alerted by the dog's movements and Jiang Ze's shout, quickly realized the abnormal situation, and fortunately no one was bitten. However, in terms of size and ferocity, the 2 dogs were no match for the mutated monsters. Knowing he was no match for the enemy, the dog charged forward without hesitation to save the person. Moreover, the creature that had just emerged onto the ice was not an alligator. For a moment no one could name it, but its ferocity was not any less than that of the recently encountered crimson mutated alligator. The soldiers fired their guns at the mutated creature. Many bullets hit their mark and the creature bled profusely, yet it refused to die. Roar. Roar. The creature bared its teeth and let out a terrifying roar, attacking the shooters. At this moment, Wei Cheng arrived with a team shouting, "Everyone get back, take cover at a safe distance to avoid friendly fire. I'll have the cannons bombarded." Jiang Su also helped Su Yan call back De Huang and De He. Wei Cheng raised his hand and the cannon fire erupted, creating several large holes in the ice. Damn, that's a mortar. I counted 11 blasts, and only then did we manage to injure 2 of the creatures. Indeed, the 2 creatures were still alive, thrashing on the ice. That one looks like an alligator, and it can be killed with a gun. That just means the mutated alligator is a small fry, but the 2 that came after are even more formidable. Su Yan thought for a moment. It had been quite a while since she remembered. She recalled that in her previous life, the mutated beasts all had weaknesses, and the mutated alligator could be killed by a gun only because it was struck at its weak point. These mutated beings often had weaknesses in their eyes, mouths, or certain special areas. She shared her guesses with Jiang Su. You're right, and now that you mention it, things are starting to make sense. I'll go tell Lao Wei. Jiang Su ran over to inform Wei Cheng of Su Yan's speculation. Did you understand? Follow Jiang Ze's instructions and shoot at the likely weak points. Yes. Several soldiers took aim at the struggling creature and began to shoot. Su Yan walked over to Wei Cheng and reminded him, "Captain Wei, these creatures seem like aquatic animals. If aquatic animals can mutate, then what about land animals? Could it be that all animals have the potential to mutate?" That's right. Jiang Su, go report the situation here to headquarters and inform them of the possibility of all animals mutating. Also, the ice is going to melt soon. We need to keep an eye on that. Okay, Lao Wei. Su Yan, you quickly take the dogs upstairs. It's dangerous here. I'll head back now and won't come down again. Su Yan had no time to figure out what those 2 large mutated creatures were or where their weaknesses lay. She took De Huang and De He and headed up to the 32nd floor. In her previous life, animal mutations occurred after the temperature rose. Large animals were rare. Mutations were more common among flies, mosquitoes, and various insects. Of course, large ones were just less frequent. Su Yan was now worried about De Huang and De He. What if the 2 dogs also mutated? Mutation could lead to enhancement or deterioration. If they turned bad, it would be impossible to control them. What if the dogs went rogue? Would she have to use her gun to put an end to it? Honestly, who could bear to do that? For now, there hadn't been any reports of smaller creatures mutating, so they should still be in the initial stage. Was there any way to prevent the dogs from mutating? Su is back. There's hot water in the kitchen. Hurry and wash up. Without running water, it's not convenient for you to bathe. It's fine, a washing in a tub works well too. Su Yan quickly took a shower and changed out of her sweat-soaked workout clothes. She had plenty of water at home, and with Su Qing doing the laundry, she could change as she pleased. After she finished washing up, she found both dogs clean and fresh, leaning against her. Su Yan was quite impressed with the aunt she had bought with so much gold. She needed no reminders as the capable nanny took care of everything perfectly. Sitting on the sofa, Su Yan hugged a dog on each side, talking to them as if in conversation with herself. What would you do? Sigh. Woof. I won't mutate. I won't become one of those disgusting monsters. Woof woof. I De He won't turn into a monster either. However, Su Yan couldn't understand them. Even if she could, whether they would mutate was not something the dogs could decide. Soon the intercom on the coffee table buzzed. Su Yan, I heard about the incident at Longjing community. Please be careful. Okay. Su Yan wanted to ask how Yang Jingwei connected to her intercom channel, but felt it unnecessary. Also keep an eye on any changes in your two dogs. If anything abnormal occurs, you must handle it immediately. Currently, there are no preventive drugs for mutations available. Okay, you take care too. The dogs are fine for now. The other party responded with a light hum and then fell silent. Su Yan had nothing more to say to Yang Jingwei, so the conversation ended. During lunch, Jiang Su came running up. Yan, you usually don't go downstairs. Did you take the dogs down this morning to go out? I'm on a shift change. If you want to go out, I can drive you. I don't want to go out. This morning, I took the dogs to exercise on the rooftop. The dogs were very interested in watching you all exercising downstairs. I want to give the dogs to you for some training. Starting tomorrow, I'll take the dogs down every morning. Thanks. My aunt is making lunch. Are you staying to eat? Jiang Su chuckled awkwardly. Regardless of whether he said he would eat or not, he knew that if Su Yan asked, she would definitely want him to eat before leaving. He replied, of course. By the way, when did your aunt arrive? She has been here for 2 days helping me take care of the kids, otherwise I wouldn't manage alone. That makes sense. Jiang Su, can you fly a helicopter? Since that day the helicopter returned, Lu Shui had been pestering her to learn how to fly one. Lu Shui was ready to exchange supplies and was just waiting to learn before asking Su Yan to bring one back for her. I can't fly one for now. I'm in a regular battalion and pilots are in a different unit. You should ask Officer Yang Jingwei. That could work. Let Yang Jingwei teach Lu Shui. She couldn't teach as she didn't know how herself. She would need to use the helicopter with He in control, but while Yang Jingwei taught Lu Shui, she could also listen and learn alongside, which would be better than learning from He, right? After all, Su Yan had experienced He's teaching methods, which were not very suitable for humans on Earth. Alright, I'll look for him. If Lu Shui learned, she could earn some money from her. Thinking of this, she decided to inform Lu Shui. Su Yan picked up the intercom and called Lu Shui. I found someone to teach you how to fly a helicopter. Who? The sooner the better. I'll set up an appointment first, but it's not free. You'll have to pay tuition, and it won't be cheap. Don't worry, just contact them. As long as they are willing to teach, well, pay whatever they ask. We can't be stingy on tuition. You can handle all the negotiations. Yang Jingwei held a significant position in Jiangqing, and the supplies distributed by his unit were sufficient to keep him from going hungry, but they likely wouldn't be overly generous. Su Yan was also indirectly helping Yang Jingwei earn some extra money. Su Yan contacted Yang Jingwei again via the intercom, asking if he would be willing to teach her helicopter lessons for a fee. Yang Jingwei promptly refused. I thought I could get a free lesson. I'll look for someone else then. Wait, is it paid? If you can negotiate a higher fee, I'll teach the class, but the timing is uncertain. Just schedule in advance when I'm free. Alright, thank you. Su Yan guessed that Yang Jingwei changed his mind after hearing she wanted a free lesson, but it was fine as long as he agreed. She started envying Qini for having such a comrade and brother, helping her boyfriend's girlfriend so thoroughly. If her brother asked, he would really be willing to go to great lengths. Did you reach an agreement? Yes, I also need to inform Lu Shui to prepare more gifts for the apprenticeship. Lu Shui received the news and excitedly threw down the intercom to prepare supplies. After all, they were dealing with a military king, the highest level of special forces, so the tuition couldn't be taken lightly. Jiang Su naturally mooched a meal at Su Yan's home. Aunt Su's cooking is too delicious. Yan, I'm leaving now. If you need anything, just call me. I'm available anytime, and if I'm busy, I'll arrange for someone else. I'll come by every morning to take the dog out for training. Alright, in the morning, Aunt will bring the dog to the hallway for you. Training isn't important, as Su Yan just needed someone to help walk the dog, which saved her one more task. Now that she had an all-around caretaker, Su Yan revised her leisure plan. An hour on the treadmill in the morning, half an hour of sit-ups, and then an hour of shooting practice after lunch was moved to the morning. Those 3 activities were all she would do in the morning. Afternoon was time for moving bricks, planting flowers, vegetables, trees, and feeding chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep. With more contacts now, she couldn't just stay in her space for a day or half a day. She would step out of the space every hour to see if anyone was trying to contact her. And I'm taking the 2 little ones into the space to plant. Are you coming? Sure, I can plant. Let He keep an eye on the surveillance outside. Happy to have helped. Cien brought the kids and the caretaker into the space. It turned out that working with 2 people was much more enjoyable than working alone. Suqing harvested the mature seedlings as if on an assembly line, bundling them neatly with identical weights. Most importantly, it was fast. The robot wouldn't get tired. As Su Yan harvested the vegetables, she uploaded them for interdimensional trading. In less than an hour, she had collected all the vegetables she had previously planted that were ready to be harvested. She also discovered that the fruit trees were growing quite rapidly, especially those older than 3 years. After being planted for over a month, they had grown 1 to 2 circles in crown size. It was a bit inappropriate to plant vegetables under the trees. And let's not plant vegetables under the trees anymore. Let's fertilize them to help them grow faster. Should we clear out some space to plant the vegetables we usually eat? What do you think? Selling fruit is more profitable than selling vegetables. Fruit trees don't need to be planted in succession, so Su-Yen leaned towards selling fruit. Very well. I see there are still many empty spaces that haven't been planted. Su-Su, bring me in at night while you sleep, and I can plant quite a few trees then. MHM. Su-Yan's expression of finding a treasure resembled that of Joe Paopi. With someone helping with household chores and planting and doing so 24 hours non-stop, she glanced at the space. It was currently level 5 covering 2 square kilometers. After planting intermittently for a few months, with Su-Ching joining in, it wouldn't take long to fill it all up. Should she consider upgrading? Upgrading to level 6 would mean 20 square kilometers. Just imagining owning a supermassive 20 square kilometer estate made Su-Yan's heart surge. Thinking about how much gold she would need to spend, her heart sank. Su-Ching noticed something was off with Su-Su. Su-Su, what's wrong? I was just thinking about how much gold I currently have. Ever since leveling up to the 5th level space, I haven't counted it since I started harvesting from the gold vault next door. It's time to take stock of my assets. After upgrading to level 6, if there are still plenty remaining, then let's upgrade. So Su-Su, do you want to count it now? Yes, you help me count. Su-Ching was completely loyal to Su-Yen, making it very suitable for her to assist in counting the gold. They got to work right away, and the faux aunt and niece went to the room where the gold was stored. Su-Su, let me do this. Okay, thank you, aunt. Although Su-Ching was advanced artificial intelligence, she treated her just like a person. Su-Ching first counted the neatly stacked gold bars, then checked the scattered gold bars and jewelry that Su-Yen had collected, totaling only 62053 kg. After hearing the numbers from Su-Ching, Su-Yen looked at the gold that hadn't been withdrawn from the trading platform, which was over 29000 kg. In total, it was still under 100000 kg. Upgrading to level 6 space would cost 100000 kg of gold. That's 100000. In terms of pre-catastrophe value, that's over 50 billion. Isn't that enough, Su-Su? Yes, to upgrade to level 6 requires 100000, and I also need to ensure that I have some reserve funds left after the upgrade for emergencies, otherwise I won't feel secure. Why doesn't Su-Su consider selling some of those? Following Su-Ching's gesture, it pointed to a corner of the vault stacked with boxes of natural pearls, imperial green jade, and large diamonds. Aside from the large jewelry box left to her by her uncle, which was supposedly from her biological mother, the rest were all stock from the central bank of Eagle Sauce Night City. Su-Yen originally didn't want to sell them, as everything that could enter the central bank's vault was valuable. Now, however, she had no choice but to sell some. She kept a few of the largest diamonds for her children and sold the rest of the diamonds to the modern dimension. She sold enough and then selected dozens of large natural pearls to sell, managing to gather enough gold for the upgrade, but she still needed to keep some gold for emergencies. The remaining items were too perfect, as Su-Yen was reluctant to sell more, so she decided to focus on the fresh produce she had stored. Currently, she could definitely eat the vegetables and fruits she grew herself. Alright, let's sell the stored goods first. Su-Yen went to the temperature-controlled warehouse and sold 2/3 of the stored fruits and vegetables to the interstellar dimension, earning over 100000 kg of gold. With this reserve, she finally felt a bit more secure. Returning to the vault, she brought Su-Ching and the 2 little ones out of the space. She clicked on the upgrade and was automatically ejected. It was already dinner time. Su-Ching prepared dinner, and after waiting for more than 10 minutes, the space finally notified her that the upgrade was complete, which took significantly longer than the previous 5 minutes. Upon entering, she found that the area of the small villa had increased by 1/3, the small river had widened by half, and next to the small hill where the sheep, pigs, and cows were, there was an additional large hill. The rest was just an increase in land area with no other changes. For this, she spent over 5 billion. A hill of gold. Checking the trading panel, as she suspected some previously grayed out items became unlocked. Upon leaving the space, Su-Yen returned to the living room and checked the temperature, finding it had risen by more than 10 degrees compared to the morning. At this rate, it would return to normal within 2 or 3 days, and beyond that it would reach extreme heat. Extreme cold and extreme heat, such extreme climates are most conducive to the emergence of various mutated creatures. After dinner, Su-Yen sent Su-Ching into the space and personally took care of the kids. The next day, she woke up to the gentle pawing of Hee-Hee. Su-Su, Jiangsu is at the hallway entrance. Su-Yen replied with a soft "oh," not even opening her eyes as she brought Su-Ching out from the space. Auntie, please take Da Huang and Da Hei to Jiangsu. Okay. Su-Ching, who had spent the entire night planting fruit trees, showed no signs of fatigue. After taking the dogs out to the hallway, she returned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Suyen turned over in bed and almost rolled onto the two little ones, suddenly remembering that she had slept with them last night. The two little ones were already awake, sitting up on their pillows, munching on their tiny hands, while looking at their somewhat unreliable mother. Ma. Suyen wanted to keep sleeping, but the little one's ma completely woke her up. The children were impressively precocious, learning to speak even before reaching 7 months. Xiao Wei, mommy will get up soon to prepare your milk powder. Aya. Yeah, this can be considered as the little one saying yes. Suyen got out of bed, changed the little ones' diapers, dressed them in their onesie bear suits, and carried one in each arm to their toy room before heading to the kitchen to find hot water. In the kitchen, Su Qing had already prepared 2 bottles of milk. Su here. Thank you, Auntie. Suyen took the bottles back, giving one to each of the little ones. A 120-milliliter bottle was a bit heavy for them. They could grasp it for a moment, but holding it for long to feed themselves was a bit challenging. The two little ones had their own way. Xiao Rui and Xiao Wei comfortably leaned against their toy bears with the bottles resting on their chests. This arrangement made it easier for their little hands to hold. The 2 animated bears lay sprawled against their toy bears, sucking on their bottles. It was a sight to behold. Suyen casually took out her tablet to capture this moment. Watching the children feed themselves, she fetched warm water to wash their faces and hands. After attending to the 2 little darlings, it was finally her turn to freshen up and have breakfast. Just past 8 o'clock, the intercom buzzed with Yang Jingwei saying he would arrive at Longjing Station in an hour. Suyen notified Lu Shui and began preparing herself. She found a set of combat gear. After all, going to audit a class should have a sense of ceremony, and this outfit was perfect. On the other side, Lu Shui was also busy coordinating her outfit. She was about to become a pilot. She wanted to look cool and impressive. Jeans, a leather jacket paired with high-top combat boots. Sounds good. If her feet were cold, she could wear 2 pairs of thick socks. Looking at herself in the mirror, Lu Shui was very satisfied, grabbing the prepared tuition fees and striding downstairs. Lu Shui reached the 32nd floor of Building C and saw a tall, handsome guy standing at the hallway entrance. His posture and gaze were just right. Huh. Have I seen him before? Hello. Lu Shui, usually talkative and often criticized by Suyen, stuttered a bit. Hello. Yang Jingwei politely nodded in response, realizing he would be teaching this one. Suyen received a reminder from He, knowing both had arrived. She tossed the little bundle back into the space before heading out to open the door. Yang Jingwei, Lu Shui, come in. Okay. Wow, Yan, you look so cool. You're even cooler. Yang Jingwei, a genuinely handsome man, couldn't help but chuckle softly as he listened to the 2 ladies exchanging compliments. Yan, the instructor you found for me, smiled. He's so handsome. Yang Jingwei, caught sneaking a laugh, felt a bit embarrassed as he quickly entered room 3201. Suyen, who is this? This is my aunt. And this is Yang Jingwei, and this is Lu Shui. Suyen didn't introduce Yang to Lu. They had already met when Yang was checking her out. Hello, it's cold outside. Come in and sit. I'll make you some tea. Yang Jingwei and Lu Shui greeted Suyen with a hello, auntie. Lu Shui placed 2 large bags of supplies at the foot of the coffee table, then pulled Suyen aside, pointing towards the room. Yang Jingwei understood the 2 women had something to discuss, so he went to the toy room to entertain the little ones. Yan, I brought the tuition fees. Can you take a look for me? If it's not enough, I'll get more, but I'm too embarrassed to say it myself. Can you mention it to Instructor Yang for me, please? No problem. I was wondering what it was about. After playing with the little ones for a while, Yang Jingwei saw them come out of the room and said, Are we going to discuss the teaching matters now? Sure, the plane is on the roof. Let's have a cup of hot tea before heading up. Lu Shui had no objections. In fact, she was more eager than anyone else. With her personality, she loved challenging things like cars and planes. Auntie, we're going to the roof. If anyone looks for you, just call me. Okay, go ahead. Yan, all the women in the Su family are beauties. Just looking at your aunt, you know she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. Hehe. Suyen found it hard to respond to that. Aunt was merely a string of data. On the helicopter, a thick layer of snow had settled, but they weren't taking off yet, beginning with theoretical knowledge. As Yang Jingwei walked to the side of the helicopter, he wasted no time with unnecessary chatter and instantly switched to lecture mode. Suyen had heard He lecture before, although she had felt lost then, she had retained quite a bit. Now hearing Yang Jingwei explain, she found his details to be more thorough than the little bundles. She was prepared to audit the class, letting Lu Shui sit in the co-pilot seat while she listened from the back. Yang Jingwei didn't doubt Suyen's capability. He taught according to his own pace and logic. Teacher Yang, could you speak a bit slower? My memory isn't very good. Sure. Flipping between being a teacher and an instructor, Suyen rarely saw Lu Shui behaving out of sorts. This was promising. Yang Jingwei was quite good, and the opportunity was here. It depended on whether Lu Shui could seize it. As he spoke and demonstrated, 2 hours quickly passed by unnoticed. Yang Jingwei mentioned he would dedicate 2 hours daily, implying he must have other things to attend to. Suyen reminded him of the time. Alright, well, stop here for today. Lu Shui, you can review what we've discussed. I'll teach for 3 days, and after that we'll move on to practical operations. I will work hard. Then I'll head back now. Thank you, Officer Yang. Thank you, A Yen. This girl keeps switching between calling him teacher and officer as something feels off. The 3 of them went downstairs and Su Yan opened the hallway door for Lu Shui. Oh my gosh. Stepping outside, Lu Shui discovered that quite a few huge cockroaches were crawling in through the windows. Are they cockroaches? She jumped up in fright. Yang Jingwei instinctively shielded Su Yan behind him, and upon seeing those giant cockroach creatures his scalp tingled. If they could climb up this high, what about the lower floors? Lu Shui, come back, Su Yan, hurry and check it out. As he spoke, Yang Jingwei ran a few steps to the doorway. Su Yan wasn't overly worried. The window in the hallway was open, but the house was completely sealed off unless it came from the sewer. As she opened the door, Su Qing cradled a child in one arm, using her foot to continuously stomp on the mutated cockroaches at the bathroom door. The 2 little ones clapped their hands with delight, amused by the spectacle. Yang Jingwei stepped forward and swiftly eradicated the large cockroaches. Su, there are some in the kitchen and in the bathroom. I closed the door tightly when I discovered them, but quite a few still managed to crawl out. It seems that we have some insecticide stored. I'll go look for it. Su Yan entered the storage room, pondering whether the insecticide would be effective against the cockroaches, as she had never encountered mutated cockroaches in her previous life. She had seen small mutated creatures like mosquitoes, flies, and grasshoppers, and occasionally larger mutated fish and beasts. She had secured all the doors and windows, but left the drain uncovered. By the time Su Yan retrieved a few bottles of insecticide from her storage space, Yang Jingwei and Lu Shui had already inspected every corner of her home and confirmed that there were no mutated cockroaches left. Hand me the insecticide. You all stand back. Su, auntie, please take the children into the room. Okay, be careful. Su Qing, being an all-purpose nanny, lacked combat skills, so she took the 2 little ones to the children's room. Su Yan, Lu Shui, when I open the door to spray the insecticide, there might be some cockroaches that slip out. Be ready to finish them off. Understood. Got it. Yang Jingwei pulled open a crack in the door and began spraying the insecticide inside. Su Yan and Lu Shui chased after the mutated cockroaches that ran out, and fortunately the insecticide proved effective against them, though the dosage was somewhat excessive. After ensuring no cockroaches emerged, Yang Jingwei finished an entire bottle of insecticide in the bathroom, leaving the entire area shrouded in a mist, then closed the door tightly to give the cockroaches time to die. The bathroom in the master bedroom should be clear, right? I remember that the sink and drainage have tight mesh grates. I checked, and now I'm dealing with the kitchen. The 3 of us have clear roles. The kitchen was treated the same way, turning it into a misty sauna. Outside the hallway, we also sprayed the insecticide, hoping to eliminate as many as possible. Finally done spraying. Now we just wait for them to die, and then we can clean up the corpses and tidy up the battlefield. Lu Shui flopped down on the sofa, utterly exhausted, but the next moment she noticed Yang Jingwei switching back to his composed demeanor. You all take a break. I'll go see if there are any more insecticides left. Su Yan intended to find a few more bottles to take back for Yang Jingwei and Lu Shui. Yang Jingwei used Su Yan's walkie-talkie to contact Wei Cheng, learning that several areas of the ice layer downstairs had collapsed again. They had to guard against mutated aquatic creatures lurking beneath the ice, while also dealing with mutated cockroaches. Currently, 3 buildings in the Longjing Tai community were overrun by mutated cockroaches, buildings B, C, and D. The residents of these buildings, along with soldiers from the base, were engaged in battle against the mutated cockroaches. The base is in chaos right now. I'll go take a look. How about we take a helicopter from the top of building D? We can bring Lu Shui back. Her home might also be affected. If we take the stairs, it might be difficult to get from building C to D. Bring the insecticide with us. Xian brought out 2 bags of insecticide, each containing 4 bottles, giving 1 bag to Lu Shui and 1 to Yang Jingwei. That works. I won't need any insecticide since I haven't heard of any mutated cockroaches in the base headquarters. Yang Jingwei did not take the bag. Thank you, Officer Yang. Thank you, A Yen. Lu Shui accepted. Su Yan insisted on placing the bag in Yang Jingwei's hands. Take it, you'll need it eventually. You take Lu Shui back. I won't go, I'll handle the cockroaches in the hallway. The helicopter will temporarily stay on the rooftop of Building D. Be careful. A Yen, I'm heading out now. I'll keep an eye on the helicopter for you. Su Yan sent the 2 of them to the rooftop before returning home to get busy. First, she placed the 2 little ones into her storage space. Then she and Su Qing replaced and reinforced the drain cover, cleaning and disinfecting the area, and opened all the ventilation systems indoors. Seeing 2 large bags of items in the living room, Su Yan remembered that Lu Shui had left Yang Jingwei's tuition fee there. She would mention it to him another day. After finishing up in 3201, Su Yan and Su Qing went to 3202 and found that it had not been overrun. Auntie, watch the house. I'll go deal with the cockroaches outside the safety door in the hallway. Okay, wait a moment, here's the walkie-talkie. Su Qing ran back to the living room to fetch the walkie-talkie for Su Yan. Sister Yan Wu, I have cockroaches here and they're huge. I can't get rid of them all. Qian. Be careful with Xiao Xian, don't get bitten. I'll be down shortly, just open the door for me later. Luo Wanning was in the infirmary and Zhang Bo was also uncertain if he was home. Su Yan took the insecticide and went downstairs, continually closing hallway windows and spraying. Listening closely, she could hear the residents downstairs battling their own cockroaches, with no one able to pay attention to the hallway. Thankfully, not every floor had cockroaches. After nearly 20 minutes, Su Yan finally reached the 11th floor. A knock at the door and Qian opened it. Sister Yan, there are so many I can't finish them all. The little girl had tears in her eyes, continuously swatting at the cockroaches on the floor with a broom while Xiao Xian stood on the sofa in the living room crying and swinging a piece of clothing around, resembling a chaotic ritual. Don't be afraid, spray this insecticide on the cockroaches. Su Yan handed a bottle to Qian then another to Xiao Xian before checking areas with drains. Sister Yan, there are many in the kitchen. Okay, I'll go spray the insecticide to suffocate them. Su Yan closed the open window in the kitchen, then sprayed an entire bottle before checking several rooms. Seeing Su Yan arrive, Qian and Xiao Xian felt reassured, stopping their cries and began to fight the cockroaches with the insecticide. Xiao Xian even excitedly shouted, Sister Yan, Sister Qian, haha, look at those ugly cockroaches lying on their backs. Hurry up and die, hurry up and die. What are you yelling about? Focus. Watch your pants. Qian accidentally sprayed Xiao Xian all over with insecticide. Xiao Xian looked down to see a mutated cockroach crawling into his pants leg. The boy threw the insecticide bottle aside and frantically kicked his legs while holding onto the back of the sofa. It fell. The cockroach fell on the ground. No, it's still on your leg. It hurts, Wu. After checking several rooms, Su Yan emerged just in time to see Xiao Xian crying loudly while Qian rolled up his pants leg. What's wrong? Sister Yan, Xiao Xian says his leg hurts. A cockroach just crawled on him and might have bitten him. Let me take a look. Su Yan noticed a small wound on Xiao Xian's calf, which was already red and swollen. Don't cry, applying some medicine will help. Qian, will your mom be home for lunch? Where did Grandpa Zhang go? My mom won't be home for lunch. Grandpa Zhang said in the morning that he wouldn't be home for lunch, telling me and Xiao Xian to cook noodles for ourselves. The kitchen is unusable right now, and I can't leave Xiao Xian alone, so let's take them upstairs for now.